My name is Lu Yuan. I used to be a biology PhD, but I died from overwork and woke up as something else. I am no longer human. Now, I am a cluster of gray spores living in the deepest, darkest part of a dungeon. I have no eyes or limbs, but I can feel everything through my fungal threads. To survive, I eat insects and waste, slowly spreading my roots through the cold rocks. One day, everything changed. A massive armored knight named Radcliffe fell from the upper layers and crashed near me. He was a hero, a commander of the Holy Knights, but he was dying from terrible wounds. Nearby monsters, including a giant earth dragon, gathered to eat him. I knew that if the dragon ate the knight, I would never survive this place. I had to be bold. As the knight took his last breath, I moved. I sent my fungal threads into his armor and merged with his body. It wasn't just healing. I took over his entire physical form like a living suit of armor. Using my new strength, I fought off the dragon and drained its life force to fuel my growth. I can feel Radcliffe's lingering soul. He was betrayed by his own people, thrown into the abyss to hide a dark secret. He is filled with a need for revenge. I made a deal with his fading spirit. I will use his body to return to the surface and punish those who hurt him. In exchange, I get his memories, his elite sword skills, and a powerful shell to carry me. I have already started improving this vehicle. I used the dragon's scales to reinforce the armor and turn my fungi into artificial muscles. I am no longer just a scavenger hiding in the cracks. I am a monster in a hero's skin. I am building an army out of the creatures here, starting with the cave monkeys I modified into loyal soldiers. The path to the surface is long, and the church that betrayed Radcliffe is powerful. But they have no idea what is coming. I am a plague that learns, grows, and never stops. I will take this body back to the light and settle every debt. I have become something new. By merging with the body of Commander Radcliffe, I have inherited his elite sword skills, but my nature as a fungus has twisted them. My blade no longer glows with holy light. It hums with toxic, green bioluminescence. I call myself a plague knight. I soon realized that this body is hungry. To keep it moving, I must constantly hunt for biomass. While exploring the dark, damp ninth layer of the dungeon, I was ambushed by a pack of cave demon monkeys. They thought I was a wounded human, but they were wrong. I don't have blind spots. I used fungal tentacles bursting from my armor to impale them instantly. When the rest of the pack charged, I unleashed my new Plague Cross Slash, a blast of corrosive spores that rotted them from the inside out. I forced the surviving leader to guide me to their nest in the graveyard of beasts. There, I used a paralyzing spore cloud to defeat the colony without even drawing my sword. I took control of their Monkey King by injecting a fungal probe into its brain, turning the entire tribe into my servants. Among their junk, I found unstable explosive crystals. My biological mind is already planning how to turn these into biological bombs. I also performed my first major experiment. I injected a monkey with a mixture of dragon genes and reinforced fungi. In minutes, it grew into a 2-meter-tall, fungal berserker I named Zero. Just as I was beginning to build my legion, a shadow hunter, an invisible assassin from the church, arrived to check on Radcliffe's corpse. Using my sensory web, I tracked its movements and had Zero intercepted. I finished the assassin off with a prototype, trick bomb, that combined fire and acid. I've gained new powers from the assassin, like shadow camouflage, and discovered through a communication crystal that Saint Evelyn is begging for Radcliffe's help. A city is about to be sacrificed. I wasn't looking for a fight, but this chaos is the perfect opportunity to grow. I'm moving to the 8th layer next. It's time to find more food and better materials. After defeating the shadow hunter with my prototype gluttonous trick bomb, I gained the mimic camouflage skill. This was a turning point. By dissolving rare shadow gold within my fungal chest, I carefully recreated a human face, the face of the man whose body I inhabit, Radcliffe. It isn't perfect, my eyes still glow with a ghostly gray fire, but it is enough to pass as a weary veteran. My path led upward through the corridor of size, toward the 8th layer. I am no longer traveling alone. I lead a squad of modified fungal engineers. We moved in total synchronization, climbing the vertical shafts like ghosts. As we reached the top, The damp mold of the abyss was replaced by the smell of sulfur and rust. Before me lay the goblin mining zone. It was a shock to my system. A massive, underground steampunk factory filled with iron tracks, roaring furnaces, and choking black smoke. Thousands of goblins work here, protected by armored ogre overseers and crude firearms. Seeing their technology, a new ambition took root. If I can combine my biological fungal army with their industrial black powder and steam cannons, I will be unstoppable. However, their security is tight. A direct attack would be foolish. I needed an opening. That opening appeared when a small goblin thief tried to flee with a stolen Crimson Star, or a high-purity energy crystal. I sent my elite unit, Zero, to create a distraction by toppling a watchtower. In the chaos, the thief ducked into an abandoned tunnel, right into my waiting hands. I didn't kill him immediately. Instead, I used my spores to analyze his body. Like most miners here, his lungs were rotting from black lung disease. I offered him a deal, his life for his loyalty. Using my fungal threads, I performed a biological surgery, replacing his ruined lung tissue with a breathable fungal membrane. I saved him, but I also placed a permanent fuse in his chest. If he betrays me, I can suffocate him instantly. Now, with a local guide named Cog, I have a way into the city. I am no longer just a scavenger. I am, Red, a wandering alchemist. My goal is to infiltrate their higher-ups and spread my spores through their entire industrial heart. I found the goblin thief, Cog, hiding in a filthy sewer, clutching a box of stolen Crimson Star, Oregon. He was terrified, ready to us both up to escape his miserable life. I didn't flinch. As a former biologist, I could sense his body failing. His lungs were rotting from years of breathing mine dust. I saw an opportunity not just for a guide, but for a loyal subject. I offered him a deal, his life for his loyalty. Using my fungal threads, I performed a biological surgery. I didn't use magic. I sent tiny filaments into his chest to clean out the filth and replace his dying tissue with a strong, fungal membrane. The process was painful, but it worked. For the first time in years, he could breathe clearly. To ensure his obedience, I left a part of myself inside him, a fuse that could suffocate him instantly if he ever betrayed me. Now, I have a devoted servant. Cog led me to his home in the scrapyard, a messy workshop hidden inside an old drilling machine. It's the perfect place to hide from the guards. Walking through the city, I saw the true face of this industrial. Goblins working like slaves under the smoke and fire of the great furnaces. It is a world of raw exploitation, but it is rich in the technology one need. I have taken off my helmet and adopted a new name, Red. To the world, I am now a wandering alchemist from the surface. Cog is my assistant, and his workshop is my new lab. We have the Crimson Star, or a source of incredible, violent energy. I don't want to just use it as fuel. I want to merge it with my biology to create a power source, or a weapon, that this city has never seen. My plan is simple. We will open a special clinic. I will heal the sick and modify weapons, using my fungi to infiltrate the city from the inside out. As the night whistle blows, my journey into the heart of this steampunk machine begins. There is no sunrise on the 8th level of the dungeon. The so-called morning is just the first venting of the central furnace's exhaust valve, accompanied by a deafening steam whistle and the thick yellow sulfur fog that spreads over the scrapyard streets, more intense than usual. In the deepest part of the scrapyard, in front of a steel shed transformed from an abandoned giant drilling machine, a new sign glows eerily in the mist. The sign was made from a brass plate taken from an old, discarded boiler. It was painted with a glowing green liquid, a mixture of luminous moss juice and specially made spore powder from Lu Yuan, and crookedly displayed the words, Red's Workshop, Biorepair, and Mech Mod below the sign. Goblin Cog was wearing an extremely ill-fitting, oil-stained white robe, which he had torn from the corpse of an unlucky human doctor. He held a wrench and stared blankly at the steam valve that served as a doorbell. 3 days. Cog took a deep breath. Cold, murky air rushed into his lungs, passing through a high-efficiency fungal filter inside his chest, turning into pure oxygen. That long-missed feeling of clear-headedness from enough oxygen made him feel like he was dreaming. Since the mysterious night called Red moved in. This place, once just a pile of scrap metal, had completely changed. The messy pile of parts was cleared out, and the space was divided into two areas. Outside was the clinic, with a hydraulic lift turned into an operating table. Around it hung various tools, scalpels, bone saws, steam drills, and some gray, writhing flesh chunks that Cog couldn't even name. Inside was the forbidden zone. That was the laboratory of the big boss. Cog dared not go near it. Every time he just passed the door, he could feel an invisible, static-filled pressure in the air. It was like countless unseen eyes staring at the back of his head in the darkness. "What's wrong?" "Business not good." A deep, hoarse voice with a metallic echo came from inside. With a grinding sound of gears, the heavy isolation door slowly opened. Lu Yuan stepped out. He wasn't wearing his signature black dragon scale armor. In his own territory, for easier fine work, he had changed into a thick canvas work suit sewn by Cog, with a leather apron full of pockets over it. But he didn't take off his helmet. Or rather, in this industrial zone filled with toxic gases and radiation, no one would easily show their true face. Big boss." Cog was startled and quickly straightened up. "It's not that business is bad, but no one dares to come." He pointed to the empty street outside the door. "After all, this is a junkyard area. The residents are mostly dying miners or wanted criminals. They have no money, and your sign says creature repair, which sounds too much like evil experiments by dark wizards. Fear comes from the unknown." Lu Yuan walked to the workbench, picked up a glass test tube filled with green liquid, and gently shook it. The liquid inside seemed alive, changing shape with his movements. But pain can overcome fear. As long as they are in enough pain and despair, they will come. Just as he finished speaking, bang, 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 the heavy iron door was forcefully slammed open. The force was so strong that the entire drill casing vibrated with a buzzing sound. "Open the door. I know someone is inside." A rough, irritable voice, mixed with painful roars, came from outside. Cog shrank back in fear and looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan nodded slightly. The gray ghost fire hidden in the shadow of his helmet flickered. "Look, our first customer has arrived." The door opened. Pushing inside was a giant of a creature. It was an ogre. To be precise, an old ogre with slack muscles, many scars, and aged features. It was missing one ear, blind in one eye, and its once majestic tusks were now broken in half. But the most striking feature was its right leg. That once thick thigh, like a tree trunk, now looked twisted and purple-black. The knee was completely shattered, with stark white bones protruding through the rough skin and yellow pus oozing around the wound. "Is this the place that can cure rotten leg disease?" The old ogre leaned against the doorframe, panting heavily. Its eyes were cloudy and fierce, like a wounded wolf ready to bite at any moment. "Pay first, or get out." Cog, perhaps inspired by the big boss behind him, gathered his courage. He held up a wrench and shouted sharply, "We don't accept scrap metal. Only black iron coins, magic crystals, or rare ores." Roar. The ogre growled softly, then reached into a beast skin bag at his waist and grabbed a handful of blood-stained black coins, slamming them hard onto the table. "This is my last savings. If you can't cure me, I'll tear down your broken shop and stuff both of you into a meat grinder to make sauce." Lu Yuan ignored the threat. He stepped in front of the ogre and looked down at the broken leg. His sensing network instantly activated. Scan target, advanced ogre, decline stage. Injury assessment, comminuted fracture with severe gangrene infection. Knee cartilage completely destroyed. Nerve necrosis rate, 40%. Treatment plan A, amputation. Treatment plan B, biological reconstruction, living casting. Your leg is already useless. Lu Yuan's voice was cold, like he was announcing a verdict. An ordinary healer can't fix this, because your bones are already rotten to dust. Even if the skin and flesh heal, you won't be able to stand. You'll just be a crawler in the mine for the rest of your life. The ogre's body trembled, and the fierce light in his eyes dimmed instantly, replaced by deep despair. In this brutal underground city where the strong prey on the weak, an ogre who can't walk has no chance to be a. The only fate awaiting him is to be thrown into a furnace as fuel. But Lu Yuan turned his words. He turned around and took down a pre-prepared mechanical joint made of black iron from the shelf, along with a cluster of gray fungal filaments still pulsating slightly in nutrient solution. I can give you a better one. No pain, no itch, and stronger than your original. Wanna try? The ogre looked at the cold iron piece and the disgusting mass of flesh, swallowing hard. Can I walk? Not only can you walk, but you can also kick stones apart. Done. The ogre was tough too. He clenched his teeth and lay down on the not-so-wide operating table, pressing down on the hydraulic piston with a creak. If I can stand up, this life is yours. Lu Yuan said nothing. Cog, bring the anesthetic. The so-called anesthetic was actually a high-concentration spore mist ball. Cog skillfully placed a mask over the ogre's face. After just 2 sips, this massive creature weighing hundreds of pounds rolled its eyes and fell into a deep sleep like a dead pig. The operation began. This was not a traditional medical surgery, but a frightening process of live industrial assembly. Lu Yuan did not use a scalpel. His fingertips split open, revealing 10 sharp, drill-like bone tendrils. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. With a harsh grinding sound, the tendrils precisely pierced the ogre's knees, quickly removing and swallowing the broken bones and rotten flesh, like cleaning mud. Blood spurted out, but was quickly absorbed by the greedy fungal filaments before hitting the ground. The cleanup was complete. Next was the casting. Lu Yuan forcibly inserted a black iron mechanical joint into the ogre's broken bones. It looked very rough and even unergonomic. But under Lu Yuan's control, the gray fungal mass surged like living glue. They wrapped around the metal and seeped into the tiny holes of the bones. Biological connection, calcium fusion, neural connection, filament compensation, power system, hydraulic muscle fiberization. On a microscopic level, countless spores were busy building. They secreted high-strength biological cement, welding the metal tightly to the bones. They also mimicked muscle fiber structures, wrapping layer after layer around the mechanical joints to form a semi-biological, semi-mechanical power system. This structure combined the hardness and wear resistance of metal with the explosive power and self-healing ability of biological muscles. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan retracted his tendrils. At this moment, the ogre's right knee was covered with a tough, gray-black shell resembling keratin. Through the cracks, faintly visible were silver metal rods and dark red muscle bundles slowly moving. Wake up! Lu Yuan snapped his fingers. He cut off the supply of the anesthetic spores and injected a small dose of adrenaline. Roar! The ogre suddenly opened its eyes and let out a terrified roar, instinctively trying to jump up. Then it froze. It stood up steadily, without a hint of trembling. The sharp, stabbing pain disappeared, replaced by a feeling of strength and fullness. It tried to lift its right leg and forcefully stomped on the ground. Boom! The floor, made of high-strength alloy steel plates, was actually dented by its stomp, leaving a clear imprint. This. The old ogre looked at its new leg, with a face full of thick flesh showing an expression of disbelief like a child's. It touched the hard knee, feeling no hot or cold, but clearly sensing the transfer of power. This is the black iron prosthetic, type 1 foot. Lu Yuan explained calmly nearby, wiping oil from his hands with a cloth. Lifetime warranty. As long as you come here once a month for maintenance. The so-called maintenance involves replenishing the bacteria's nutrient fluid and uploading what it has seen and heard during this time. Every creature that undergoes modification is like Lu Yuan's eyes and ears scattered throughout the city. A miracle. This is a miracle. The old ogre knelt suddenly, tears of excitement streaming down its dusty face, carving 2 deep tracks. Master, you are my reborn parents. From now on, anyone who causes trouble in this shop, I, Bone Crusher Grom, will be the first to crush their head. After sending off the grateful old ogre, night had fallen completely. The waste area was noisier at night than during the day. From the distant mine pit, the shouts of night shift miners and the dull pounding of steam hammers could be heard. But inside this small workshop, the real work was just beginning. Cog, lock the door. No matter what sounds you hear, don't come in. Lu Yuan ordered, then turned to walk into the inner laboratory. There were no windows here, only a dim yellow gas lamp. In the center of the workbench, the box containing the Crimson Star mine had been opened. The small, dark red crystal, only the size of a fist, floated in a simple force field made of magnetic coils, emitting suffocating high temperatures and violent energy fluctuations. This was the top energy source coveted by the Goblin tribe. It was also the core material of the crazy plan to destroy Three Mountain City. If only I turn it into a bomb, it would be a waste to just destroy it. Lu Yuan sat in front of the stage. His hands, covered with dragon scales, did not directly touch the crystal, but released countless very thin, mental tendrils that shimmered with a faint blue glow. This was his new ability, evolved after swallowing the Shadow Hunter and integrating his own microbial network, called micromanipulation. At this level, he was no longer a rough butcher but a precise alchemist. His consciousness entered the inside of the crystal. It was a crazy world. Countless fiery red particles moved endlessly, colliding, splitting, and releasing energy. This structure was very unstable. A small external force could trigger a chain reaction, an explosion. My goal is not to it up, but to control it, Lu Yuan said with a flicker of excitement in his eyes. He controlled hundreds of millions of high-temperature spores, like a fearless team rushing into a fiery. This was a suicidal invasion. Every second, thousands of spores vaporized in the heat. But their remains formed a heat-insulating layer, protecting the following troops to go deeper. Finally, the first mycelium successfully attached to the crystal's core lattice. Assimilation begins. Energy circuit building. This was a very slow and dangerous process. Lu Yuan was like walking on a tightrope on a high cliff. A small mistake could cause the energy to go out of control and up the workshop. But he was not afraid. Instead, he felt a thrilling excitement. Because as the mycelium went deeper, he was gradually changing the rules of this crystal. He implanted his biological code into the cracks of the crystal. He wanted to turn this dead object into a living reactor. A reactor that could understand his commands, adjust its output based on his thoughts, and even self-replicate energy. A heart. After a long time, Lu Yuan opened his eyes again. The once violent and restless crimson star, or was now quiet. Its surface was covered with a faint gray grid, an entirely crystallized mycelium network. It no longer radiated intense heat but pulsed rhythmically, like breathing. Each rhythmic movement releases a pure and powerful dark red energy through the connection line into Lu Yuan's body. Gained a new Crimson Lotus Heart external version. Energy Reserve, 100%. Unlocked new skills. High Energy Particle Jet, Thermal Shield, Overload Mode. Success. Lu Yuan takes a deep breath. Although he feels extremely exhausted mentally, he senses an unprecedented fullness of power within him. With this, he is no longer just a tough metal container for close combat. Now he is a moving volcano. At that moment, a very faint rustling sound, like insects crawling, suddenly reached his perception network. The sound came from the ventilation duct above his head. Someone was spying on him, and they had been watching for a long time. Lu Yuan did not look up, nor did he stop his hand movements. He continued to play with the Crimson Lotus Heart, as if appreciating an artwork. But deep inside his mind, a command had already been sent through the invisible mental network. 0. Go say hello. Outside the laboratory, in a dark corner, a pair of glowing green eyes suddenly lit up. The large figure, which had been crouching silently in the shadows like a sculpture, disappeared without a trace. In the next second, a sharp, mechanical sound like a small machine being crushed echoed from the ventilation duct. Squeak. Then, complete silence. Lu Yuan's lips curl slightly, and he slowly embeds the Crimson Lotus Heart into the slot on his chest armor. Click. Perfect fit. A dark red glow instantly spreads across the armor's patterns, illuminating the black dragon scales as if flowing lava. Since you're here, don't rush to leave. My show has just begun. In Lu Yuan's view, this kind of structure was so simple that it looked like a child's craft project. But its significance was not so simple. It's over. The goblin Kagi curled up in the corner, staring fixedly at the pile of scrap metal. Its face, which had just regained some color, turned pale again. This is the Black Iron Eye, a special reconnaissance device used only by the Lord Commander's personal guard. We've been discovered. Completely caught. It covered its head, trembling with fear. They will level this place. They will tie us to the steam turbines and turn us to death. Lu Yuan paid no attention to the hysterical goblin. He extended a finger, which split open at the tip, revealing a thin, thread-like fungus that pierced into the still-smoking capacitor core. Target analysis: basic magic-guided machine. Components: brass, low-grade magic crystal, unknown animal nerve bundle. Evaluation: primitive and full of ugly, violent patchwork. Stop shouting, Kagi. Lu Yuan withdrew his finger, speaking calmly, as if discussing the weather today. If they wanted to attack directly, what just crawled out of the ventilation duct wouldn't be this little spider, but a can of poison gas enough to kill us all, or a high-explosive shell. He turned around, the newly embedded red lotus heart on his chest, beneath the heavy dragon scale armor, emitted a steady, oppressive heat radiation, keeping the entire laboratory at a stifling temperature. This is just a test. Or a business card filled with oil, smell, and arrogance. As if to confirm Lu Yuan's suspicion, boom, boom, boom. The ground began to tremble rhythmically. It was not ordinary footsteps, but the sound of heavy metal striking rocks, accompanied by hissing steam leaks and the clacking of gears. The sound grew closer, finally stopping at the workshop door. The once noisy scrap yard suddenly fell silent. The wandering vagrants and beggars who had been roaming the streets ran into the shadows like frightened cockroaches. Listen up, mice inside. A sharp voice, amplified through a loudspeaker and sounding somewhat distorted, pierced through the iron door. You are accused of illegal modifications, hiding prohibited items, and harming the pet of the military governor, referring to that spider. According to the Iron Clan Code Article 74, open the door immediately and surrender. Otherwise, we will take forceful removal measures. Kaoga closed his eyes in despair. It's the steam enforcement team. We're doomed. Lu Yuan, however, smiled. Although he couldn't see through his helmet, his eyes, burning with gray ghost fire, showed the joy of a hunter catching prey. Open the door, Kaoga. But, do it. Lu Yuan's voice was quiet, but the mental pressure in it made Kaoga unable to resist. He could only tremble like a puppet and walk to the door, pulling open the heavy iron gate. Clang! As the door opened, a wave of white steam rushed in. The fog dispersed, revealing the enforcers standing at the door. They were 5 steam-powered armor suits, each 2.5 meters tall. These armors were made of thick, riveted steel plates, with large boiler backpacks on their backs, emitting black smoke. The left arm was a huge tower shield, and the right arm was either a spinning steam chainsaw or a dart cannon. Sitting in the open cockpit on the chest of the armor was a team of 5 strong goblins, all armed and wearing gas masks. Leading them was a goblin pilot in a red-striped captain's suit, looking down at the trembling Kaoga with contempt. Is this all you've got? The captain didn't see Lu Yuan standing in the shadows. His gaze swept around and finally landed on a large figure under the workshop sign. There stood an old ogre who had just been fitted with new legs. Grom. Unlike before, when he would kneel and beg when seeing the enforcement team, he now crossed his arms and blocked the door like a tower. His scarred face wore a fierce, unprecedented smile. Move aside, big guy. The goblin captain impatiently manipulated the mechanical arm, and the huge chainsaw emitted a harsh whine. Unless you want to become scrap too. Hey, Grom spat blood, and the spit landed right on the captain's windshield. I used to be afraid of you metal cans, the creature said slowly. After all, I only have one good leg, and I can't run faster than you. It gently lowered its arm, and its right leg moved slightly back, ready to strike. Inside the black iron prosthetic, built by Lu Yuan, the muscle fibers were contracting wildly, and the hydraulic pump hummed low. But now, I think you scrap metal are only good for being used as demolition material for my boss. You're asking for trouble, the goblin captain roared angrily. It pulled the control lever sharply, and the exhaust pipe behind the steam armor puffed out black smoke. The huge machine lunged forward with terrifying force, swinging a chainsaw toward Grom. If it hit, not only a ogre, but even a rock rhinoceros would be cut in half. Kaoga screamed in fear, but in the next second, everyone was stunned by what happened. Facing the rapidly spinning chainsaw, Grom didn't dodge. It simply did one thing, lifting its leg. A sidekick. This quick move was impossible for a heavy creature like an ogre, but driven by the living prosthetic, the kick was as fast as a black lightning bolt. Bang! A loud metal crash echoed through the street. It felt like time froze at that moment. The one-ton steam armor was kicked by Grom and hit the tower shield. The thick steel shield, strong enough to withstand cannon fire, dented instantly as if made of paper. The powerful impact traveled through the shield into the machine, then to the cockpit. Squeak! With a metallic creak, the huge steam armor was kicked off the ground like a flying soccer ball, flying back 5 or 6 meters before crashing heavily into a pile of scrap on the opposite side of the street. Boom! Dust and smoke rose everywhere. What? What? The remaining 4 goblin enforcers stared in shock. They looked at the still-standing ogre with its leg raised, then at the smoking wreckage of their captain's machine, their minds blank. Is this really the same lowly race that only moves stones in the mine? When did ogres learn to kick a powered armor into the air? Wow! Grom withdrew his right leg and forcefully patted his incredibly hard knee. He felt no pain, only an unprecedented sense of release. Anyone else? He roared angrily, his fierce gaze intensifying. Open fire. Shoot this monster. Kill it. In the ruins, the goblin captain struggled to crawl out of the cockpit, spitting blood and hysterically shouting. The remaining 4 armored units quickly responded, raising their right arm cannons. The dark barrels aimed at the workshop's door. Die. Just as they were about to pull the triggers. Enough! A cold voice suddenly echoed in everyone's mind. It wasn't a sound traveling through the air, but a mental shock directly piercing the nervous system. Immediately, a violent wave of heat erupted from deep inside the workshop. Boom! The workshop's door was pushed open by an invisible force. A tall knight, fully clad in black dragon scale armor with a dark red glow burning on his chest, slowly stepped out. Luyan. With each step he took, the ground beneath him left a blackened footprint, as if he had just emerged from molten lava. As he appeared, the temperature in the surrounding air sharply increased. The white steam that once filled the street evaporated instantly, replaced by a suffocating dryness and scorching heat. Active skill, Crimson Lotus Power Field, low power output. Lian did not make a move. He simply stood there, quietly watching the 4 steam-powered armors pointing at him. If you're here to talk business, I welcome it. He raised his hand, palm facing upward, forming a sphere of dark red high-energy particles that spun and gathered in his palm, emitting a hum more terrifying than those steam engines. If you're here to pick a fight, Lian's fingers suddenly clenched. The particle sphere instantly vanished. ZZ, an electromagnetic pulse, an unintended side effect of the Crimson Lotus Heart overload. Lian discovered this move was surprisingly effective against delicate machinery, swept out from him. The 4 steam armors, previously poised to attack, suddenly seemed possessed by an evil spirit. The pressure gauge burst, the cannon misfired, and the servo piston at the joint was completely jammed. My control stick won't move. The boiler pressure is rising abnormally. It's going to explode. The 4 goblin pilots screamed in terror, desperately trying to open the cockpit to escape. But this was only a warning. A flicker of gray, ghostly fire appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes, and he retracted his energy field. The alarm sounds from the armor finally stopped, but it was clear that most of it was now paralyzed. The entire place fell silent. Only the goblin captain, crawling out of the wreckage, looked at Lu Yuan with a terrified expression. As a mid-level officer of the Black Iron clan, it had seen a lot. It had seen high-level human mages and powerful magical beasts, but it had never seen such power. No chanting, no magical energy explosion, just standing there, and it could disable intricate steam machinery? What was this? A curse against machines? Or some ancient magic long lost? Who? Who are you really? The goblin captain swallowed hard, its voice no longer arrogant, but filled with deep fear. Who I am doesn't matter. Lu Yuan stepped down the stairs, the heavy sound of his metal boots like a pounding in their hearts. He approached the goblin captain, looking down at this small creature that was only as tall as his thigh. The important thing is, I have what you want. Lu Yuan pointed to Grom's steaming mechanical leg. That leg is called the Black Iron Prosthetic. I made it from the scrap you threw away. It can output 3 times the power of your heavy armor. Its response speed is twice your nerve conduction speed. And it doesn't need fuel or maintenance. Just feed it some meat, and it can keep working. The goblin captain's pupils shrank suddenly. As a race that valued technology above all, it immediately saw the value of that leg. If such technology could be used in their army. And this, Lu Yuan pointed to the dark red core in his chest. The high-efficiency energy source you're looking for? It's right here, and it's 100 times more stable than your rough methods. Lu Yuan slightly bent down, his helmet almost touching the goblin captain's face. Now, I have two proposals. First, you continue firing. I will dismantle your broken machines into parts and hang your heads on my sign as decorations. I believe many in the junkyard want to see you dead. Indeed, a commotion arose in the shadows around them, with countless eyes filled with hatred. The goblin captain shivered. And the second, Lu Yuan straightened his back, and the oppressive feeling suddenly disappeared, making him seem like a polite gentleman. Take me to see your boss, the real boss. Tell him that Red Workshop has a big deal that could change the fate of the Black Iron clan, and I want to talk to him. The goblin captain froze. It looked at this mysterious and powerful knight, then at the prosthetic limb that could kick away armor. Its clever goblin mind was racing, weighing the pros and cons. If it could introduce this technology to the commander, or even the Grand Commander, it would be a great achievement. Even a small benefit from this would be 1,000 times better than being a useless law enforcer. Greed finally overcame fear. Agreed. We have a deal. The goblin captain gritted its teeth and nodded hard. But I don't have the authority to see the Grand Commander directly. I can only take you to meet the area's manager, Iron Handball. That's enough. Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction. As long as he could create his tendrils could spread through the veins of power to the heart of this vast empire. Cog, bring the toolbox, Lu Yuan called out. The goblin hiding behind the door, trembling, looked at his boss with almost fanatical admiration. It quickly picked up the heavy toolbox and hurried out. Grom, watch the house. Don't worry, boss. The old ogre waved his huge fist. Unless you step over my corpse, not a fly will get in. Lu Yuan turned around, signaling the few steam-powered armors that were still barely moving to lead the way. Let's go, Captain. Take me to see this so-called industrial civilization. The group left the junkyard in a mighty procession. Behind them, the crooked sign, Red Workshop, flickered with an eerie, inviting green light amid the thickening sulfur fog. Passing through the scrap yard's heavily bullet-riddled and rusty isolation gate, the scene suddenly changed. If the scrap yard is the waste outlet of this underground city, full of decay and chaos, then the core area of the Black Iron City, in front of Lu Yuan, is a cold, precise, and oppressive steel forest. There is no sky here. Above, countless large brass pipes crisscross, forming a giant spider web that covers the ceiling of the rocky wall. Between the pipes, tens of thousands of high-pressure sodium lamps hang, emitting a pale, harsh light that makes the city look like daytime and reveals every speck of cold dust floating in the air. This is the upper city. Following Lu Yuan, Cog has changed into a relatively clean work uniform, but still keeps his neck hunched and eyes flickering, clearly feeling uneasy in this highly ordered environment. They are sitting on a suspended steam train called Iron Centipede. This train has no wheels. Instead, it runs on overhead tracks through a rough gear system that hangs upside down. Through the greasy glass window, Lu Yuan looks down at the city below. A huge furnace stands like a heart in the center of the city, roaring with red flames shooting upward. Surrounding the furnace are tiered buildings. The closer to the center, the taller and sturdier the buildings are, with thicker rivets and armor plates on the outside. On the outer edge are densely packed workshops, resembling ant nests, home to hundreds of thousands of goblin miners and slaves. The population density is very high, sanitation is poor, and the air is filled with high concentrations of heavy metal dust. Lu Yuan is not impressed by the grand industrial scene. He analyzes coldly behind his mask. For my microbial colony, this is simply the perfect breeding ground. His fingers lightly tap the window frame. If someone had microscopic vision, they would see countless invisible spores falling from his fingertips with each tap, carried by the airflow from the train's vents, spreading to every corner of the city. This is his act of sowing. It is not meant for immediate killing, but to build an intelligence network. These dormant spores attach to buildings, vehicles, or even pedestrians' clothes, quietly waiting for the moment to awaken. "Sir, we are arriving." The goblin captain leading the way, now fully a guide, carefully approached and interrupted Lu Yuan's thoughts. Just ahead is the control tower of District 7. Lord Ironhand Ball is working there, he pointed outside the window. Among the steel jungle, a tall black building like a lighthouse stood out. Unlike other buildings that emitted black smoke, it radiated a cold, intimidating aura. At the top, a large metal hand sculpture made of gears and hydraulic rods clenched tightly around a spinning steam ball. It symbolized power. The office of Iron Hand Ball was not as luxurious as Lu Yuan imagined. Instead, it looked more like a large control room. The four walls were covered with spinning pressure gauges and tape output differential machines. In the center of the room was a big sandbox with flags representing different mines and workshops. The air smelled strongly of machine oil and a high-quality cigar. "So, you're the one who treats my enforcement team like fools." The wandering alchemist? A deep voice, with a metallic grinding tone, came from behind a huge desk. The chair turned around. Lu Yuan finally saw the true power figure of the Iron Clan. Ball was not an ordinary goblin. He was taller than most humans, but this was not natural growth. It was the result of modifications. His lower half had been completely removed and replaced with a spider-like mechanical chassis with 6 legs. His left side of the face was covered by a brass mask, with a red electronic eye flickering red in the socket. His right arm was a massive, highly precise mechanical limb. That was the real Iron Hand. He was a madman who sacrificed his lifespan and strength to become a monster. And he was the type Lu Yuan liked the most. "Let me correct you, Your Excellency Ball." Lu Yuan showed no sign of fear. He wore a suit of black dragon scale armor, standing tall in the center of the room like a tower. Behind him, Cog and the goblin captain had already fallen to their knees in fear. "I didn't trick your subordinates. I just gave them a lesson about the harshness of technological progress." "Technological progress?" Bar sneered. His mechanical arms suddenly slammed on the table, cracking the thick oak surface. "Are you talking about those broken parts you cobbled together from junk? Or about the dangerous modifications you made secretly? If you're trying to sell your little inventions, you've got the wrong person. The Black Iron Clan has the best engineers in this dungeon. We don't need a wandering outsider to teach us how to make machines." Bar's voice was full of arrogance. This is a common flaw of those in power. They trust their own systems and look down on all outside influences. Lu Yuan didn't argue. He simply slowly raised his hand and unfastened the chest armor. Click! As the heavy dragon scale armor slid open, the crimson lotus heart, embedded in his chest, rhythmically beating, was revealed. Buzz, a visible wave of heat instantly swept through the office. The pressure gauge on the wall started to jump wildly, and the paper tape of the differential machine burned up instantly. Bar's proud electronic eye emitted a shrill alarm, and the view was filled with red warning boxes indicating high-energy reactions. This is... Bar suddenly straightened up, if a spider chassis could be called a body, staring fixedly at the dark red core. As an expert, he immediately recognized what it was. Crimson Star Mine. And it was fully activated, yet extremely stable. Crimson Star Mine. "This is my technological progress." Lu Yuan's voice remained calm, but to Bar, it sounded like a demon whisper. "You still use heavy boilers to boil water and pistons to turn gears. I have learned how to directly harness." The fury of a star, he fastened his chest armor again, and the overwhelming heat radiance disappeared instantly, as if it had never existed. "This is not just energy, it is life. Lord Ball, look at yourself." Lu Yuan pointed to Ball's large yet bulky mechanical body. "To keep this body running, how many times do you need to change the coolant each day? Does your neural interface hurt so much on rainy days that you want to end your life? Your mechanical arm, although powerful, can it even pick up a grape without crushing it?" Ball's face, that half of a good face, turned very ugly. Every word Lu Yuan said seemed like a knife stabbing into his pain. This is the downside of mechanical modification. Rejection reactions, nerve pain, and increasing maintenance costs over time. He gained strength, but also became a living machine. "What do you want to say?" Ball's voice became hoarse. "I want to say that machines are dead, but humans are alive." Lu Yuan waved his hand. The soldier, who had been kneeling on the ground, trembled as he opened a large toolbox. Inside, there were no delicate instruments, only a tank filled with light green liquid, soaking a semi-transparent spine that was still twitching. That wasn't a bone. It was a neural bionic spine, woven from high-strength fungal threads by Lu Yuan. This is a gift I prepared for you. Lu Yuan moved to the table and pushed the tank forward. A biological neural bridge. It can perfectly connect your original nerves with your mechanical interface. It secretes biological lubricant to eliminate rejection and pain. It can even give your mechanical arm back its sense of touch. Sense of touch. Ball's mechanical hand trembled. How many years? Since he replaced this arm, he had never felt temperature or the texture of objects. Not just the sense of touch. Lu Yuan continued, his voice with a hint of temptation. If you want, I can even upgrade your old hydraulic system. Replace those rusty pistons with my living muscle. Then, you won't be a walking monster carrying a boiler anymore, but a true evolver. The office fell into deadly silence. Only the clock on the wall ticked. Ball's electronic eye flickered wildly, as if engaged in intense data calculations and mental struggle. It is a greedy goblin and a suspicious dictator. It knows that no one gets something for nothing. Price. After a long pause, Ball finally spoke, his voice dry. What do you want? Don't tell me you're here for charity. It's simple. Lu Yuan pulled over a chair, sat down confidently, and made a sharp metallic sound. I need resources. A large number of corpses, whether from monsters or discarded mine workers. I don't mind what kind. I also need high purity or in your idle production lines. Finally, Lu Yuan paused, his ghostly fire flickering behind his mask. I need a legal identity. One that allows me to move freely in this city, and even to contact the Grand Commander. Ball squinted his eyes, that real eye. You want to meet the Grand Commander? I have bigger plans to discuss with him. About how to win that surface war. Lu Yuan threw out his last tempting offer. He knew from Redcliffe's memories that the Iron Clan had never given up their desire to fight back on the surface, and that mysterious Grand Commander was a true war fanatic. Surface war. Ball chewed on the words, his suspicion gradually replaced by a wild, crazy ambition. If this mysterious alchemist really had such technology, if he could truly solve energy and soldier enhancement problems, then introducing him to the Grand Commander, and himself as the discoverer, would bring unimaginable political power. Even, Ball glanced at his mechanical hand. If he could become stronger, why should he stay under that old, tyrannical ruler? Deal. Ball extended his huge mechanical iron hand. But I have one condition. You must first cure my nerve pain and help me strengthen this elite guard unit. He pointed to the heavily armed goblins standing outside the door. Recently, a gang called Grey Claw has been causing trouble, always robbing our transport. I want them gone for good. No problem. Lu Yuan also extended his hand, his large hand covered with black dragon scales, flowing with the power of fungi inside. A large and a small, one flesh and one metal, two hands tightly clasped in the air. 3 days from now, you will receive a tireless, pain-free, absolutely loyal Super Guard team. Lu Yuan's voice carried a smile. Absolutely loyal? Yes, absolutely loyal. But the loyalty is not to you, but to me, the mother figure. When leaving the control tower, the sulfur fog outside seemed thicker. Cao Ge felt his legs weaken. That negotiation just now was like dancing on the edge of a knife. Several times, he thought Ball would give the order to destroy them all. Sir, are you really going to help Ball strengthen his army? Cao Ge asked softly. It doesn't seem trustworthy. Once it gains power, it will probably eliminate us immediately. Cao Ge, you still don't understand biology. Lu Yuan looked at the brightly lit city below, watching the goblins busy on the streets like worker ants. In this world, nothing is free. Every enhancement I give is actually a seed. When it thinks it's using me, it has already put itself, along with its army, and even this city, on my dining table. Lu Yuan raised his hand and caught a piece of coal ash falling from the sky. Beneath that black dust, a faint gray fungal thread was quietly growing. Let's go to our new territory, Scrap Processing Center. There are endless materials waiting for us there. I want to create a grand plague from the mountain of corpses and blood for the Black Iron Clan. As he finished speaking, the distant blast furnace whistle sounded again. Woo! The sound was sharp and long, like mourning the end of an old era. This scrap processing center at the edge of the 8th level is the dirtiest and busiest place in all of Black Iron City. There are no harsh white sodium lights here, only dim yellow marsh gas lamps flickering in the dust-filled fog. The air is filled with a disgusting mixture of smells, sharp acid fumes, the sweet stench of decaying flesh, and the burnt smell of bones when heated at high temperatures. This place is both the end of life and the starting point for industrial materials. A huge conveyor belt, like a tireless black tongue, stretches from all parts of the city to here, constantly spitting out discarded waste, broken machine parts, shattered pickaxes, and among them, bodies. There are miners who died in gas explosions, gang members dismembered in fights, and slaves abandoned by their owners because they are too old or sick to work. In the laws of the Iron Clan, death is not rest but the last chance to extract value. Boom. A giant bone crusher roars in the factory center. Several goblin foremen in protective suits wave whips, driving a group of numb-eyed ogre laborers, shoveling bodies into the machine as if throwing away trash. The crushed bones are ground into powder to be used as an additive for reinforced metals. Fats are refined into industrial oils, and the magical blood and organs are sent to fermentation tanks to be turned into low-level magic potions or biofuels. This is the industrial art of the goblins. Maximum efficiency, maximum cold-bloodedness. Such wastefulness, a deep voice, masked by a faceplate, sounds unusually loud amid the noise. Lu Yuan stands on a high corridor above the factory, looking down at the steel beast devouring flesh. Behind him, Cog covers his nose. Even though it has new lungs, the overwhelming sight still makes it want to. Even the simplest fungi need 3 days to decompose a body, to absorb the nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and residual spirits as much as possible. Lu Yuan gently taps the railing, his tone tinged with a scientist's regret. And you, in just 3 seconds, turn the most valuable biological activity into worthless waste. Master, is this now under our control? Cog trembles as it asks. It holds a permit stamped with the iron handball seal, permission Lu Yuan obtained by trading the heart of the lotus. Currently, Red Workshop is officially designated as a special biological technology advisor for the Black Iron Clan. The notorious processing center is actually a laboratory assigned to them by Ball. Under our control, Lu Yuan shook his head, his eyes burning with gray ghost fire, sweeping across the entire factory. No, this is now a nursery. He raised his hand, palm facing downward. Wide area seating, initiate. Target environment. High organic content, high humidity, low light. Chosen strains. Ash corpse fungus, improved version, gold-eating mold, industrial type. If someone could see the microscopic world, they would notice a silent storm erupting from Lu Yuan's palm. Billions of spores fell like invisible snow, drifting down gently. They avoided the working machines and precisely landed on the piles of corpses and the blood-stained drainage ditches. Stop the machinery. Lu Yuan calmly uttered 2 words. His voice was soft, but the mental pressure released at that moment made all the orc laborers below stiffen. They instinctively dropped their shovels and knelt on the ground. Even the goblin foremen, who had wanted to come up and question, were overwhelmed by this terrifying aura. They lost their balance and collapsed beside the conveyor belt. From now on, stop crushing operations. Lu Yuan's voice echoed directly into each creature's mind through mental link. All corpses must be moved to the underground tank number 3 fermentation pool. There, it will be my incubation chamber. 3 hours later. Underground 3rd level of the waste processing center. This area was originally a large reservoir used to store toxic waste liquids. Now, it had been emptied and replaced by a writhing gray ocean. Thousands of corpses, some fresh, some decayed, were stacked here. But they did not emit a foul smell, because a thick, velvety gray fungal mat covered them completely. Countless translucent tendrils grew on the surface of the mat, rising and falling as if breathing, greedily absorbing nutrients from the corpses and converting them into pure biological energy. In the middle of this sea of corpses, there is a cocoon woven from thick fungal threads. Lu Yuan stands beside the cocoon, like a farm owner inspecting his land. Efficiency has increased by 300%, He looks at the resource panel, which keeps updating, but remains calm inside. Current biomass reserve, 15,000 points. Gene fragments analyzed. Ogre, strength type. Goblin, intelligence type. Subterranean lizard, regeneration type. Fungal colony size, medium, covering 80% of the waste center. With this large logistics base, he can finally start his plan. Master, they are coming. Cao Ji's voice sounds from behind. His gaze on Lu Yuan is no longer just admiration, but almost fanatic reverence. Because he saw with his own eyes that those bodies, which should have turned into fertilizer, somehow came back to life in Lu Yuan's hands. At the underground entrance, a team of fully armed goblin soldiers marches forward. This is the elite guard promised by Bar. There are 30 of them. Each one is a strong individual carefully selected, nearly 1.5 meters tall, considered giants among goblins, wearing fine riveted steel armor, carrying heavy steam backpacks, and holding the latest multi-barrel guns. Their eyes are cold and proud, carrying the arrogance of the Black Iron Clan's top troops. Leading them is an old soldier with 3 scars on his face. He looks at the strange fungal environment around him, frowning, clearly uncomfortable in this place filled with a cult-like atmosphere. I am the captain of the 3rd squad of the guard, Broken Tooth. The old soldier steps in front of Lu Yuan. Despite the intimidating aura of the Black Armor Knight, he steels himself and speaks. By Lord Bar's orders, we come to accept. Enhancement. He emphasizes the word, enhancement, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. But if you plan to do those disgusting witchcraft on us, I won't agree with my gun. 29 soldiers behind him raise their guns in unison, their movements precise. Very spirited, Lu Yuan remains calm. He turns around, his face hidden behind a faceplate, facing this group of lambs ready for slaughter. Hope you can keep this toughness when you're on the operating table. He waved his hand. The calm fungal carpet around suddenly started to surge. Dozens of thick tendrils with bone-like claws at the tips emerged from underground, like waking snakes, hissing loudly in the air. The goblin soldiers' faces changed color, instinctively reaching for their guns. Don't move. Lu Yuan's voice became cold and sharp. This is part of the operation. If you want to become stronger, you must learn to accept foreign objects. The first surgery began. The target was the leader called Broken Tooth. He was forcibly fixed onto a biosurgical table woven from fungi by several tendrils. Although injected with anesthetic spores, he remained semi-conscious. This was intentional by Lu Yuan. He needed the host to actively accept the parasitic fungi out of extreme fear and desire, so the fusion would be strongest. Your goblin bodies are agile, but too fragile. Lu Yuan stood in front of the table, not holding any tools. His 10 fingers had transformed into the most precise surgical instruments. Low bone density, weak muscle power, and overly sensitive nervous systems to pain. On the battlefield, once injured, fear will destroy your fighting ability. Snick. A very fine fungal filament probe pierced directly into Broken Tooth's spine. Broken Tooth let out a piercing scream. It felt like a red-hot wire drilling into the marrow. Hold on, Lu Yuan said coldly. I'm stripping away your pain nerves and implanting a tactical assistance brain. The so-called tactical assistance brain was actually a highly specialized fungal nerve ganglion. It would parasitize the goblin's small brain, taking over its motor nerves and hormone secretion. Once implanted successfully, Lu Yuan could send commands directly through a mental network. He could even force the frenzy mode to activate, draining their life force for a burst of power. This was a perfect collar, but for these goblins craving strength, it was a gift of evolution. As the surgery continued, Broken Tooth's screams gradually weakened, finally turning into heavy breathing. Its body was undergoing a remarkable change. Its once thin limbs began to swell, with gray-white fungal threads wrapping around the bones like muscles, breaking through the skin to form a tough outer shell. Its pupils turned a strange dark red, and its cloudy eyes were filled with black fungal liquid. After 10 minutes, Lu Yuan withdrew his tentacle. Get up, he ordered. Duanya suddenly opened his eyes. Instead of panicking like a normal goblin, he did a quick flip and stood steadily on the ground. He looked down at his hands. Those hands were now covered with a black, hard layer, with nails turned into sharp bone blades. and when he clenched his fists, he could hear the air being squeezed with a loud pop. This feeling, Duanya muttered to himself. He no longer felt fear. He also felt no fatigue. It was as if a calm voice was in his mind, constantly helping him analyze the environment, wind speed, humidity, and the best angles for attack. Try this. Lu Yuan kicked over a heavy double-handed warhammer, used by ogres. Before, Duanya found it hard to hold the hammer with both hands. But now, he picked up the hammer with one hand and swung it a couple of times easily. Whoosh, whoosh. The heavy hammer felt as light as a straw in his hand. Praise the skill. Duanya turned around and knelt in front of Lu Yuan with a thud. This time, his eyes showed no doubt, only intense admiration. No, Lu Yuan corrected, praise evolution. Seeing their leader's transformation, the remaining 29 goblin soldiers' fear instantly vanished. Instead, they showed eager anticipation. Choose me. Sir, pick me next. I want those legs that can kick stones apart. I want that brain that's not afraid of pain. Watching these soldiers rush to offer themselves for the ritual, Lu Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile behind his helmet. This is the tragedy of intelligent beings. As long as they are given a little reward, they will willingly wear chains. 3 days later, in a dark underground tunnel in District 7 of Black Iron City. This is the secret base of the Grey Claw Gang. This group, made up of fleeing miners and thugs, has been raiding Bar's supply convoys recently, which has been a big headache for Lord Ironhand. But today, everything is unusually quiet here. What's going on? Why hasn't the guard been replaced yet? A small leader from the Grey Claw Gang, smoking a pipe, suspiciously looks at the tunnel entrance. It is completely dark there, with not even a breeze. Suddenly, tap, 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 a series of orderly footsteps, chillingly precise, come from the darkness. Who's there? The leader pulls out a small pistol from his belt and shouts into the darkness. Bar's dogs? Tell that rusty old thing. Before he finishes, bang, a muffled gunshot sounds. It's not the loud bang of an old-fashioned musket, but a soft pop from a silenced weapon. The leader's head explodes like a rotten watermelon. Enemy attack. The base instantly erupts into chaos. Dozens of Grey Claw members rush out with simple weapons. But what awaits them is a one-sided slaughter. 30 black figures emerge from the shadows. They wear uniform black armor, biological armor reinforced with fungal threads, with gas masks on their faces and glowing red eyes. They don't shout or roar, not even make unnecessary movements. They are like a group of precise killing machines. One Grey Claw swings a large sword at one of the black-armored guards. Clang! The sword hits the guard's shoulder, sparks flying, leaving no mark. The guard doesn't even turn around. He simply punches back. The chest bone shatters, and he is thrown 5 meters away, dying instantly. Monsters. They are monsters. The leader of the Grey Claw Gang, a strong goblin in powered armor, looks at these invulnerable death machines with horror. His flamethrower only chips off a bit of black skin before being overwhelmed by their incredible speed, tearing him apart. No, this isn't Bar's guard. This is, his last sight is a black hand grabbing his throat. Battle over. Time taken, 3 minutes and 20 seconds. All 45 enemies were defeated. Our side suffered no injuries. Minor armor damage occurred at 3 points. In the underground basement of the distant junk processing center, Lu Yuan was sitting on a fungal cocoon, eyes closed, as if listening to a wonderful concert. Through 30 tactical assist brains implanted in the guards' minds, he was monitoring the entire battle in real time. Every guard's field of view was his view. The pleasure hormone release from each kill fed back into his neural network. Not only has physical ability increased threefold, but tactical coordination has reached a swarm level. And also, Lu Yuan opened his eyes, looking at the large holographic map in front of him, created by Cog, used to display the entire city map. On the map, 30 small red dots flickered. Around these red dots, countless tiny gray light spots were quietly spreading. These were spores released by the guards during breathing, fighting, or even sweating. They were Lu Yuan's specially designed scouting spores. As the squad moved, these spores dispersed, clearing the war fog in Lu Yuan's mind. Hidden black markets, secret tunnels, and even other faction strongholds became clearly visible. The Trojan horse has entered the city. Lu Yuan stood up, his fungal cloak billowing without wind. Ball has obtained a sharp knife, but he doesn't know who holds the handle of that knife. At this moment, Cog hurried over, panting, holding a gilded invitation. Master, there is news from Ball. It is very pleased with the performance of the guards. Absolutely ecstatic, the Grand Commander. The Grand Commander has agreed to meet with you before the parade. Lu Yuan took the invitation. It bore the highest emblem of the Iron Clan, a burning black anvil. A parade, a hint of amusement flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. It seems this Grand Commander wants to show off one last time before heading to the surface. Perfect. Lu Yuan casually tossed the invitation into the nearby fermentation pool, watching it be instantly swallowed by the fungal network. I also want him to see what true Legion is. He turned his head and looked into the deepest part of the sea of corpses. There, several strange, cocoon-like structures, much larger than ordinary goblins, were slowly cracking open. These were heavy siege units he had bred using ogre corpses and dragon genes. Get ready, Cog. We're about to attend a grand feast. The 7th district of Black Iron City, known as the Core Circle, has a huge square called the Black Anvil Square that can hold 10,000 people. This square is the heart of the 8th level of the underground city and the stage where the Black Iron Clan shows its industrial strength. Right now, hundreds of exhaust pipes above the square are working at full power, spewing thick black smoke toward the already dark ceiling, as if creating a cloud of steel in the sky. Many searchlights cut through the smoke, shining so brightly that the ground looks like daylight. The air trembles. This is the resonance caused by thousands of steam engines roaring together, making the ground and stones beneath vibrate slightly. Lu Yuan stands on a tall viewing platform, next to Cog, who still looks a bit weak in the knees, and Grom, an old ogre who stands silently like a tower. In front of them is a sea of steel. Such spectacular and brutal beauty and violence. Lu Yuan's gaze, behind his helmet, scans the square. There, the main army of the Black Iron Clan is neatly arranged. At the front are 5,000 Iron Guard, soldiers in heavy riveted armor, holding jagged spears, with small steam boilers on their backs puffing white steam. In the middle are 300 Crusher steam tanks, monstrous steel machines with exaggerated ramming horns and multi-barreled cannons, built with rivets and tracks. At the back, even 3 airships float in midair, supported by large balloons, with their side-mounted bomb bays wide open, revealing heaps of burning bombs. This is the industrial power the Goblin race is proud of. In terms of firepower alone, this army could easily push through any human nation's border defenses. Sir, that is the commander's vehicle. Cog suddenly tugged at Lu Yuan's cloak, his voice filled with undeniable awe. Following the direction of its finger, the huge gate at the end of the square slowly opened. Accompanied by a loud, grating metal sound, a massive, 10-meter-tall super-heavy mech, like a moving fortress, roared out. It was completely black, with incredibly thick armor. Its shoulders each carried a large main cannon, big enough to fit a goblin's head. In the chest area was a large, semi-transparent cockpit made of bulletproof crystal. Inside sat the highest ruler of the Black Iron Clan, the Grand Commander known as Black Hammer, unlike Iron Hand, Ball, who transformed himself into a half-machine monster. This Grand Commander looked surprisingly old. His face was full of wrinkles, his body hunched, and he wore a splendid military uniform decorated with medals. He leaned comfortably in a soft chair, holding a glass of red wine. He didn't need to modify his body, because this mech, called Doom God's Throne, was his strongest body. That is the taste of power, Lu Yuan said calmly. He could feel that the moment this mech appeared, the 100,000 goblin soldiers in the square erupted into wild cheers. It was a mix of fear and blind admiration for the mechanical divine power. Lord Red, a flattering voice came from nearby. Ball, who had changed into a new suit and even polished his mechanical arm, approached. Behind him followed 30 members of the Troy Guard, all completely transformed, with cold, icy eyes. The Grand Commander is very interested in your work. Ball pointed to the guards behind him, whose red electronic eyes flickered with greed. Especially how they performed yesterday at the Grey Claw Gang's base. It's almost art. Just interested? Lu Yuan turned his head, giving a half-smile at Ball. He probably wants to know if this technology can be used on his big guys, right? Ball hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and leaned closer to Lu Yuan. You're a smart person. The Grand Commander has the strongest firepower, but he has a worry. The reaction speed of the Doom God's throne is too slow. It's the physical limit of mechanical transmission. If you can solve this problem, if I can solve it, Lu Yuan interrupted. Then I am not just a consultant, am I? Before Ball could answer, the loudspeaker in the center of the square crackled to life with the old yet commanding voice of the Grand Commander. Ball, is this the alchemist you mentioned? The huge mech turned its head, its two searchlight-like electronic eyes shining directly onto the viewing platform, casting a blinding white light that enveloped Lu Yuan. Everyone fell silent. All eyes, those of the goblins, ogres, and machines, focused on the black-armored knight. Lu Yuan did not hide. He slowly stepped forward and stood at the edge of the platform. Under the bright light, the heart of the Red Lotus on his chest began to beat faster, emitting visible dark red heat waves that pushed back the white light a little. I am red. Lu Yuan's voice was quiet, but he used a mental technique to make sure everyone heard it clearly in their minds. I am a traveler here to witness evolution. Evolution? The Grand Commander's mech sneered. I've heard your tricks from Ball, giving goblins painless brains, giving ogres iron legs. It's interesting, but in front of absolute firepower and armor, these flesh-and-blood repairs are just toys for children. Boom. The mech raised its massive mechanical arm and pointed at a large testing stone in the center of the square, a thick steel plate made of special alloy, about a meter thick. Fire. The Grand Commander ordered calmly. Bang. The main cannon on the mech's shoulder fired a huge fireball. There was no fancy magic light, only pure kinetic energy and explosion. The armor-piercing shell hit the steel plate instantly, and with a deafening bang, the entire plate was pierced through. Even the rocks behind it were blown out, creating a deep crater. As the smoke cleared, a shocking hole was visible, its edges still melting and dripping from the high heat. Did you see that, alchemist? The Grand Commander's voice was full of pride. This is the power of industry. No need for complicated spells or long training. Just pull the trigger and everything can be destroyed. Tell me, can your biotechnology withstand this attack? Or can you create an even stronger monster? This is a clear challenge. It is also a test. If Lu Yuan cannot produce something powerful enough to fight back, he will have no say in this violent clan and might even become a prisoner. Cog has already hidden behind Grom in fear. Ball is also nervous, watching Lu Yuan because he recommended him. If Lu Yuan fails, he will suffer too. However, Lu Yuan smiles. It is a genuine, slightly pitying smile. Your Excellency, Commander, your understanding of power still seems to be stuck at the basic level of destruction. Lu Yuan's voice echoes across the square. Machines are indeed strong, but they have a fatal weakness. They are dead. They cannot repair themselves, adapt to the environment, and most importantly, they cannot eat. He slowly raises his hand and snaps his fingers. Let me show you what true living power is. Boom. This isn't a tremor from the ground, but from underground. In the center of the square, in the deep hole just created by the explosion, a disturbing writhing sound suddenly emerges. It sounds like countless slimy snakes crawling, or a huge soft-bodied creature squeezing rocks. What is that? Is it an earthquake? The goblin soldiers become restless. Next second, crash. The once solid ground of the square suddenly cracks open. Not because of an explosion, but due to corrosion. Thick, gray, highly acidic foam surges from underground, instantly turning the surrounding rocks into mud. Then, a giant hand, even larger than the Doom God throne, emerges from below. This is not a mechanical hand, nor an ordinary creature's hand. It is a massive, bloody claw made from countless corpses, bones, metal scraps, and gray fungal threads sewn together. An organic, flesh-and-blood claw. Roar. Accompanied by a roar filled with the screams of many creatures, a real monster crawls out of the ground. It has the skull of a land dragon, but instead of scales, it is covered with thick, sponge-like cushioning fungi. Its body looks like a mountain of flesh, embedded with countless metal armor plates scavenged from junkyards. Its back is lined with dozens of large exhaust pipes, but instead of smoke, it spews deadly spore clouds. This is the ultimate weapon cultivated by Lu Yuan at the Junk Processing Center. Biological Siege Beast, codename Glutton, Base, Adult Land Dragon 15 Goblin Corpses Decommissioned Steam Boiler, Abilities, Rapid Regeneration, Metal Consumption, Acid Spray. The crowd was stunned. Even the Grand Commander sitting in the mech trembled as he held his glass. What kind of monster is this? It looks like a madman's nightmare made real, a nightmare of goblins. This is my tank, Lu Yuan calmly explained. It doesn't need fuel, only meat, or iron. Want to try? Lu Yuan made a beckoning gesture. The Grand Commander's pride was hurt. Pretending to be gods. Destroy it. The Doom God seat raised its main cannon again, firing double shots this time. Boom, boom. 2 armor-piercing shells roared through the air, hitting the glutton precisely in the chest. A huge explosion instantly engulfed the flesh mountain. Blood and meat flew everywhere, and countless gray fungal threads rained down like a storm. Humph. No match for us, the Grand Commander snorted. But his smile quickly froze. As the smoke cleared, the glutton had indeed been blown open, revealing 2 large holes, with writhing internal organs visible inside, if those fermentation tanks counted as organs. But it did not fall. Instead, the fungi at the wounds were rapidly multiplying at a terrifying speed, visibly growing with the eye. They seemed like conscious needles and threads, quickly pulling and filling the surrounding flesh. In just over 10 seconds, the 2 wounds, large enough to destroy a tank, had healed completely. The new shell at the wounds absorbed the energy from the shell explosions, becoming thicker and shining with a dark red metallic luster. This is impossible, Barl shouted in shock. That kind of rapid regeneration defies biological common sense. What about the law of conservation of energy? Where does its energy come from? Conservation of energy? Lu Yuan glanced at the Iron Hand, Lord. It just ate the explosive energy from your shells and those metal shrapnels. At this moment, the glutton moved. It didn't clumsily turn around like a machine. Instead, its mycelium instantly contracted, shooting out like a flesh projectile. Its target was the doom seat of the Grand Commander. Stop it! The surrounding iron guards and tanks frantically opened fire. Countless bullets and shells hit it, but it seemed to tickle, only causing more spores to cloud the air. This cloud was highly corrosive. Any goblin soldiers caught in it had their gas masks quickly corroded through, screaming as they fell. The armor of the tanks, proud of its strength, also emitted sizzling white smoke, softening rapidly as if touched by hot water. Boom! The glutton forcefully rammed into the energy shield of the doom seat. The huge impact caused the 100-ton mech to slide back several meters. But this was not the end. The glutton didn't tear the shield with its claws. Instead, it opened its massive mouth, big enough to swallow a car, without teeth, only a huge, spinning, spiny, grinding cavity. A thick, blackish-green liquid, as viscous as asphalt, spewed out from its mouth, directly pouring onto the mech's shield. This was Lu Yuan's specially made, gold-eating strong acid, sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The energy shield, said to resist curses, flickered a few times before, bursting like a soap bubble under this strong acid. The acid dripped onto the black armor of the mech, producing a chilling, corrosive sound. The indestructible alloy plates began bubbling and dissolving, exposing the precise hydraulic lines underneath. Alarm bells blared throughout the cockpit. Outer armor damage at 40%. Shield generator offline. Unknown biological virus detected invading the central control system. The Grand Commander's wineglass fell to the ground. It stared in horror at the monster, which was crawling over its mech, gnawing on its armor like eating cookies. The cloudy beast eyes, or perhaps the compound eyes of bacteria, looked through the cockpit glass, fixedly staring at it. There was no anger in that gaze, only hunger. Enough! Lu Yuan's voice sounded just in time. Come back, glutton. That is an ally, not food. The monster, which had been about to bite through the cockpit glass, suddenly froze. It let out a reluctant whimper, slowly releasing its claws, like a well-behaved dog. It retreated in front of Lu Yuan, lying on the ground, allowing the fungal tendrils to help clean the metal debris from its teeth. The square was silent. Only the Doom God's throne, still emitting acid smoke and battered with dents, silently told of the earlier fear. Lu Yuan adjusted his gloves and walked gracefully, despite wearing armor weighing hundreds of pounds, to the giant pilot's mech. He slightly bowed and performed a standard noble greeting. Your Excellency, the Grand Commander, now can we discuss the issue of technological updates? Inside the cockpit, the old face of the Grand Commander appeared especially pale under the flickering warning lights. It looked at the armored knight before it, then at the unscathed flesh and blood beast. It finally understood why Baal recommended it to him. This was no alchemist. This was clearly a death god wielding the key to disaster. What do you want to talk about? The Grand Commander activated the loudspeaker. Its voice, though still commanding, was less proud and more trembling. Let's talk about cooperation. Lu Yuan straightened up and pointed to the dark rock layer above. Your artillery, combined with my plague. We can turn those proud human kingdoms on the ground into our pastures. I believe you don't want the glory of the Iron Clan to be forever buried beneath this dark, sunless earth, do you? This sentence hit the Grand Commander's weakness precisely. Ambition. For a dictator about to die in power, nothing could make it more crazy than an epic conquest war. The Grand Commander was silent for a long time. Finally, the cockpit door slowly opened. The hunched old goblin stepped forward and stood on a tall platform, looking down at Lu Yuan from above. Very good, Red. You have proven your worth. From today, you are the chief war technician of the Black Iron Clan. Your workshop will receive the highest level of resources. It raised its staff and pointed north. In 1 week, the expeditionary army will gather. I want to see 100 such monsters standing in front of my formation. Can you do it? Beneath Lu Yuan's helmet, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. 100? As long as there are enough materials, even 1,000 would be just a matter of time for the rapidly multiplying fungi. As you wish, Your Excellency the Grand Commander. Lu Yuan bowed slightly. But I have a small request. Speak. I heard that a group of high-level prisoners from the surface was captured on the front line. Some of them are clergy members. A cold glint flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. He hadn't forgotten Redcliffe's obsession with revenge. I want to use them for some special experiments. After all, when dealing with humans, the best material is humans themselves, isn't it? The Grand Commander paused, then burst into a sharp, ear-splitting laugh. Ha! That's ruthless. That's vicious. Approved. You can pick any of those trash. I'm starting to like you, Red. You're more goblin-like than a goblin. Amid the cheers of the 100,000 troops, a wicked alliance that would decide the fate of the surface was forged on this sulfur and spore-filled square. Black Iron City, 1st Administrative District. This was once the core military-industrial area of the Black Iron Clan, now turned into a restricted zone. The massive, molten forge had been emptied, its assembly lines for siege cannons dismantled, replaced by huge glass tanks filled with pale green nutrient fluid and countless gray pipes crawling along the walls like blood vessels. This place is now called Red's Biological Laboratory. ZZZ, ZZZ. A crackling overload of electricity echoed through the empty factory. Lu Yuan stood in front of a black obsidian work table, holding a precise laser dissection tool. This was a new toy sent by Cog, taken from the core components of a decommissioned light prism tower. He was carefully working on the material in front of him. It was a recently transported sample from the surface, a Griffin Knight from the Holy Temple Knights. However, this once soaring elite warrior had his armor removed and was now fixed on the operating table. His chest cavity was open, but there was no bleeding, because all the blood vessels had been forcibly connected by gray-white fungal filaments, forming an external circulatory system. Interesting. Lu Yuan's voice sounded particularly cold in the empty laboratory. Human muscle density is lower than that of orcs, and nerve response speed isn't as fast as elves, but this energy circuit, called battle aura, can break through physiological limits through willpower. He gently lifted a faintly glowing nerve bundle with his dissection tool. Is this what you call divine grace? Biologically, it seems more like a benign, heritable gene mutation. The restrained knight was not dead. His vocal cords had been cut, preventing him from screaming, but his bloodshot eyes, bulging with extreme fear, were fixed on the demon wearing a black mask above. He watched helplessly as his body was slowly disassembled and analyzed, deprived even of the right to faint. Because the anesthetic spores injected into him not only blocked pain, but also excited his brain cortex, keeping him completely alert. "Sir," Cog's voice came through the intercom, interrupting what was essentially an execution disguised as an anatomy experiment. "The cargo has arrived. As you requested, they are separated and held in the quarantine zone on the 3rd underground floor." Lu Yuan paused slightly in his movements. "And the special guest?" "Also here." Cog's voice trembled slightly, clearly frightened by the guest's identity. "But he's not cooperating. He has already injured 3 of our guards." "Understood." Lu Yuan put down the dissection tool and removed the gloves stained with remnants of golden battle aura. "Clean this up. This material is no longer useful. Throw it into the 3rd fermentation tank to feed the glutton." The light in the cavalryman's eyes finally went out, replaced by pure despair. Below ground, the 3rd level, the special isolation zone. This area was originally used to hold dangerous rampaging monsters. The walls are embedded with magic-repelling stones, and the railings are made of high-voltage steel. The air is filled with a strange smell of incense, blood, and decay. Lu Yuan walks heavily down a long corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there are cells holding over 100 human captives taken from the surface. Most are soldiers from the Holy Temple Knights, with a few priests accompanying them. When the tall figure dressed in black dragon-scale armor, with a dark red glow burning on his chest, passes by, the prisoners curse and pray loudly. "Devil, you came from. God will punish you. Holy light, please forgive this fallen world." Lu Yuan ignores their words. In his perception network, these curses are just meaningless sound vibrations. To him, these people are simply walking bundles of protein and carbohydrates. Except for one cell at the end. There are no curses there, only suffocating silence. Lu Yuan stops and gestures to the 2 Troy guards, elite goblins fully parasitized by the microbial swarm, at the door to open it. Click. The heavy lead door slowly slides open. Inside, there are no torture devices. In fact, the room is quite comfortable. A clean bed, a table, and a bright gas lamp. An old man dressed in tattered red clothes sits by the bed, with his back to the door. He holds a silver cross tightly in his hands and quietly recites prayers. Though he is ragged and covered in wounds, the dignity cultivated from long high status still creates an invisible aura that keeps the filth outside. He is Morandi, the cardinal of the Holy Church. In Redcliffe's memory, he is a truly important figure. He is the Pope's right hand, the powerful head of the heresy tribunal, and one of the masterminds behind the betrayal plan. "I have thought countless times about the scene of our reunion." Lu Yuan steps into the cell, and the lead door crashes shut behind him. He didn't take off his helmet, just quietly stood behind the old man, his voice hoarse and deep. "But I never thought it would be in such a place. Nor did I think you would become a prisoner." The old man's chanting stopped. Morandi slowly turned around. His face, full of wrinkles, showed no fear, only a kind of indifference that comes from seeing through worldly matters, and a flash of surprise when he saw Lu Yuan's armor. That armor, Morandi squinted his dull, yet sharp, old eyes. Standard heavy armor of the Holy Knights, with a mithril lining only the leader can wear. Though its shape has been twisted by some evil force, I can still recognize it. "Who are you?" Morandi stood up. Despite being chained, his back remained straight. "Redcliffe's fool is already dead in the abyss. Are you a necromancer who found his body? Or some demon who stole power?" Lu Yuan didn't answer. He simply pulled over a chair and sat across from Morandi. "Necromancer? Demon?" Lu Yuan let out a light laugh, and the sound echoed strangely in his metal helmet, sounding very sarcastic. "Your Excellency, you still like to put labels on people. Anything that isn't part of divine power is evil, right? Isn't that so?" Morandi snorted coldly, raising his crucifix. A faint but pure holy light shone from it. Even under the suppression of the magic-stopping stone, this archbishop could still summon holy power within him. "Look at yourself now. You smell of decay and sulfur, with heretical magic stones embedded in your chest. Your very existence is a blasphemy against life." "Blasphemy?" Lu Yuan suddenly leaned forward. Since you mentioned blasphemy, let's talk about Three Mountain City. As soon as those words left his mouth, Morandi's calm expression instantly showed a. Let's talk about that holy purification ritual you call it. About how that city of 300,000 people was personally drawn into a summoning circle by you, prepared to be sacrificed to. The so-called gods. Shut up. Morandi shouted loudly, and the holy light in his hand suddenly intensified, trying to dispel the demon before him. But in the next second, a large hand covered in black dragon scales directly grabbed the silver cross. Sizzle, sizzle. Holy light burned Lan Yuan's palm, making a roasting sound and producing blue smoke. But he seemed completely unaware, not even flinching. Snap. The pure silver cross was forcibly twisted into a piece of mangled metal. Is this your god? Bishop. Lan Yuan opened his hand, letting the silver fragments fall. It can't save you. Just like it didn't save Redcliffe back then. You. What do you really know? Morandi finally panicked. He looked terrified at the hand that ignored the holy light's damage, showing strength and resistance to divine power that was unheard of. Lan Yuan didn't answer right away. He slowly raised his hand and pressed it on the clasp of his helmet. I want you to see someone. Hiss. With the sound of releasing pressure, the heavy black helmet was taken off. Under the dim light, a pale, firm, yet strangely stiff-looking middle-aged man's face appeared. It was a face Morandi knew very well. The same face as the one who had knelt before him countless times, kissed his ring, and pledged loyalty to the church, the leader of the Holy Knights. Redcliffe? Morandi's pupils shrank sharply. He collapsed onto the bed as if struck by lightning. No way. You've already fallen. From that height, even a dragon would turn to pulp. And your soul's light has gone out. Yes, I am dead, Lan Yuan, wearing Redcliffe's face, said expressionlessly. His lips moved, but his eyes, those burning with gray ghost fire, showed no human emotion. But I am alive again. Or, something else has taken my place and survived. Lan Yuan pointed to his temple. He's still inside, watching you. Lord Bishop. He's roaring, crying, asking why. Of course, this was Lan Yuan's psychological tactic. Redcliffe's remaining soul had long been sealed in a read-only mode, so it couldn't come out to speak. But for Morandi, whose mental defenses were already fragile, this was a deadly. No, this is an illusion. A trick of the devil. Morandi clutched his head and screamed incoherently. We are fighting for a great cause. To welcome the coming of the true God and cleanse this corrupt world. Sacrifice is necessary. Redcliffe. He was just unlucky. He sacrificed himself for a noble cause. The coming of the true God? Lu Yuan quickly caught onto this key phrase. He put his helmet back on, covering the face that had caused the bishop to break down, and returned to his cold, questioning stance. As I understand it, the thing you summoned isn't friendly. According to ancient texts, it is the Abyss Devourer, the main culprit that destroyed the goblin civilization in ancient times. You're releasing such a creature and calling it purification? How much do you understand? Morandi seemed to have given up. He looked up with wild, twisted eyes. Humans are rotten. Nobles are greedy. Commoners are foolish. Only total destruction can bring new life. The true God promised that as long as enough souls are sacrificed, we can gain eternal life and establish a divine kingdom on earth. Eternal life. Lu Yuan chewed on this word, a mocking smile appearing under his mask. I see. Whether it's goblins or humans, whether it's technology or magic, in the end, they all just want to avoid death. Since you desire eternal life so much. Lu Yuan stood up and took a syringe filled with gray liquid from his waist. Inside the liquid, countless tiny flesh-like particles floated, moving and hitting the walls of the tube as if they had a life of their own. Then I will grant your wish. This is my latest development, the Immortality Serum. Codename, Sacred Parasite. Morandi looked at the syringe and instinctively backed away until his back pressed against the cold wall. You? What are you going to do? Don't worry, Lord Bishop. Lu Yuan stepped closer, his tone disturbingly gentle. Didn't you look down on my biological techniques? Didn't you think I was a heretic? Now, I want to make your body the best test bed to prove my theory. I will reconstruct your holy light circuit using mycelium. I want to see what kind of beautiful monster will be born when so-called divine power is infected and assimilated by fungi. No, you can't do this. I am the cardinal. I am the messenger of God. Morandi desperately waved his hands, trying to cast a spell, but under the pressure of the magic restriction stone and fear, he couldn't even spark a flame. Suddenly, a cold needle precisely pierced his neck's main artery. Gray liquid slowly flowed in. Ugh! Ugh! Morandi covered his neck and collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. This was not ordinary poison. It was the first-generation gene rewrite virus, specially designed by Lu Yuan. Using the fighting spirit genes extracted from that griffin rider, combined with his own, swallowing bacteria. It wouldn't kill the host. It would devour the host's immune system, then grow wildly along the host's original magic circuit, the meridians, transforming organs that guided holy light into biological signal towers that spread spores. Feel it, Bishop. Lu Yuan crouched down, watching the gray-black blood vessel patterns spreading beneath Morandi's once pale skin. This is your eternal life. From today, you are no longer the messenger of God. You are my corrupted prophet. 10 minutes later, the convulsions in the cell stopped. The once dignified cardinal was gone, replaced by a creature floating in midair due to mycelium anti-gravity field, with strange gray-white skin and 6 bone spines like tentacles growing from its back. Its eyes had no pupils, only 2 burning green ghost flames. Its mouth was sealed with a thick keratin layer, as it no longer needed to preach with words. It only needed to spread Lu Yuan's will through a mental network, like a plague, to every enemy that saw it. Experiment subject, corrupted prophet, number 001. Abilities, group mind control, holy light plague, converting healing magic into corrosion, spore shield. Loyalty, absolute lock. Perfect. Lu Yuan looked at this new creation and nodded with satisfaction. This was much more useful than those goblin guards who only knew how to fight. With this, he had a trump card against the surface army, a card powerful enough to shake their beliefs. Suddenly, at that moment, Lu Yuan's communicator rang. It was Ball, Lord Red. Emergency. Ball's voice sounded anxious, with loud alarm noises in the background. The detection station of the Grand Commander has found the surface army's movements. They attacked earlier than expected, and their scale is much larger than we thought. Leading the attack are the Vice Commander of the Holy Temple Knights and 2 Grand Magicians. Lu Yuan listened calmly, without any panic. He glanced at the corrupted prophet floating behind him, his voice calm beneath his helmet. Is it early? It seems our big commotion scared those justice fighters away. Lu Yuan turned and walked out of the cell, his heavy dragon scale cloak sweeping behind him in a dark arc. Notify the entire army. Set the highest alert. Since the guests are here, we shouldn't hide anymore. Open the gates. Release the glutton. No, release the entire Fungus Legion. It's time for these underground spores to meet the real sun. The Sign Gate, connecting the 7th and 8th levels of the underground city, was a fortress built over 100 years by the Iron Clan. This giant alloy gate, 30 meters tall and over 5 meters thick, had blocked countless waves of abyssal monsters and caused many greedy dungeon lords to retreat in defeat. In goblin songs, it was called the ever-fallen Black Iron Barrier. But today, this barrier was melting. Boom! A blinding white beam of light, as sharp as a spear cast by a god, pierced straight through the center of the gate. It wasn't a physical hit, but a bombardment of concentrated divine magic. The heavy alloy plates didn't turn red or soften upon contact with the white light. Instead, they vaporized instantly, like ice meeting boiling water. Hot molten metal rained down like drops, mixed with the screams of goblin soldiers defending behind the gate, turning the defensive position into a hellish inferno. For the holy light, purify the heretics. Accompanied by a unified roar, a white torrent surged into the sulfur-smelling air of the 8th layer. This was the Holy Shield Legion from the surface. 500 heavily armored knights in silver-white plate armor, wielding tower shields and flails, formed a tight formation, pushing forward like a bulldozer. Behind them were 200 battle priests in red robes and a hovering griffin cavalry team. This was a top elite force capable of defeating an orc army on the battlefield. Opposite them, the resistance of the Black Iron Clan seemed weak and powerless. Open fire. Fire now. Don't let these whitekins get through. The goblin commander roared hysterically. Several steam cannons hidden behind cover roared to life, firing dense solid projectiles. Clang, clang, clang. However, these shells, powerful enough to crush rocks, were stopped by a semi-transparent golden shield about 10 meters from the knights. That was the group holy blessing spell. The shells hit the shield, causing only ripples, then fell harmlessly. Foolish creations. In the center of the formation, the vice captain, Valerius, riding a heavily armored warhorse, watched all this coldly. He had golden curly hair and a handsome face filled with pride and disdain. To him, these smoky machines and ugly green creatures were filthy beings that must be eradicated. Great Archmage, please destroy those noise sources. He spoke to an old man in a gray robe floating 3 meters above the ground. The old man nodded slightly and tapped his staff. Meteor burst. Without a lengthy chant, magic power instantly condensed. Boom, boom, boom. The steam cannons on the goblin position exploded immediately. Flames and shockwaves tore apart goblin soldiers within dozens of meters. Dismembered limbs and gear parts flew everywhere. This was absolute power disparity. Although the Black Iron Clan's industry and technology were advanced, they still appeared clumsy and fragile in the face of high-level magic. Advance. Leave no one behind. Valerius drew his holy sword from his waist, pointing it straight at the brightly lit Black Iron City. Let the holy light shine on this dirty rat hole. As the battle line was overwhelmingly pushed into a slaughter on the tall tower of the waste processing center, Lu Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, coldly watching everything through a holographic projection from reconnaissance spores scattered on the battlefield. Is this the regular army on the surface? His voice beneath the helmet was emotionless. Well-equipped, coordinated, especially that mage. Single spell power comparable to a 380mm naval gun. Behind him, Bar was already anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. Lord Red, stop analyzing. The front line has collapsed. My 1st Defense Regiment has lost more than half. If we don't support now, they'll break into the city. Why rush? Lu Yuan turned around, a hint of mockery flashing in his gray, ghostly eyes. Some things only show their true value in despair. He glanced at the figure in the corner, cloaked entirely in black robes, the corrupted prophet, Morantai, and at the giant beast, the glutton, lying at the factory gate, drooling strong acid saliva from hunger. Go. Lu Yuan issued the order. Let these guests from the light see the hospitality of shadows. On the battlefield front, the Holy Shield Legion had advanced to the edge of the 8th layer core industrial zone. Just as Valerius was about to order a full-scale attack to take the Goblin Command Tower, the surrounding air suddenly changed. The battlefield, once filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood, was now shrouded in a faint green mist. The mist was not thick but carried an unsettling sweet, sickly scent, like decayed flowers or fermenting corpses. Alert! It might be poison gas, Valerius shouted. The priests accompanying them immediately cast wind of purification, trying to disperse the fog. But something strange happened. The wind formed by holy light, upon contact with the green mist, was suddenly swallowed by something quickly fading and disappearing. Next, a deep, strange chanting sound like countless people whispering in ears came from the depths of the fog. God says, flesh and blood are prisons. Only decay can lead to eternal life. That voice was not like a goblin's scream, but carried a sacred, solemn rhythm, though its content was chilling. Is this a variation of the sacred text? An older battle priest's face changed dramatically. Who is blaspheming the divine? Clack, clack, clack. In the fog, a figure slowly appeared. It wore tattered red bishop robes, floated in the air, and behind it stretched 6 bone-like tentacles resembling wings. When it lifted its head and revealed a pale, gray face without pupils, the entire Holy Shield Legion fell into dead silence. Emerandi Bishop? Valerius's eyes widened, and his holy sword nearly dropped to the ground. As a high-ranking member of the Knight Order, he knew this Cardinal Bishop. Though he had heard he was missing, how could he turn into this ghostly form? No, that is not the bishop. The great archmage nearby shouted sharply, his staff glowing with warning red light. That is a corpse, a puppet controlled by evil forces, children, lost lambs. the floating Morandi spoke. It did not open its mouth. Its voice exploded directly in everyone's mind. Why resist evolution? Why refuse? My blessing. It slowly spread its arms. Skill activated. Holy light plague. Reversal him. A golden ripple spread out from it. It looked like the most standard group healing spell. The injured knights in the front naturally wanted to accept this healing. But in the next second, screams echoed through the sky. The golden light on the wounds did not heal flesh, but, like strong acid, caused the tissue around the wounds to rapidly proliferate and rot. The lightly injured arm grew countless gray tumors and tentacles within seconds. The scraped thigh instantly turned into a pool of pus. What kind of monster is this? My hand is eating me. Fear. Unprecedented fear spread through the army. For these brave knights, dying in battle was not the worst. The real horror was that their faith, the holy light they relied on for salvation, had turned into a deadly poison that was killing them. Hold steady. Stay calm. Everyone, Valerius shouted angrily, releasing a golden aura of energy that forced away the surrounding spores and mist. That is heresy magic. All priests, stop casting spells. Charge. Kill that monster. The knights were the best fighters. Under their commander's shout, they forced themselves to ignore their fear, raise their shields, and charged toward Morandi in the sky. As long as they got close and cut off the monster's head, everything would be over. But they forgot. This was a carefully planned, first contact battle by Lu Yuan. How could there be only one enemy? Boom. The ground trembled again. This time, the source of the tremor was right beneath the knight's formation. Something's underground, a knight shouted in fear. Before he could react further, the hard rocky ground shattered like a cookie. From beneath, a giant maw capable of swallowing half a squadron suddenly burst out. It was a stitched-together beast over 20 meters long, covered in metal armor plates and gray fungal mats. Called the Glutton, it looked like a shark swimming through the soil. Its massive, spiked mouth snapped shut instantly. Click, squelch, with a terrible metallic twisting sound and the tearing of flesh. 7 or 8 heavily armored knights, along with their horses, were swallowed whole. Their sturdy armor was as fragile as paper inside its grinding maw. Roar. The glutton let out a satisfied roar. It didn't stop. With a sudden swing, its long tail with bone spikes swept out. Bang, bang, bang. Several knights holding shields were knocked flying like bowling pins, breaking bones and tearing muscles in midair. The formation was broken. This so-called absolute defense, Holy Shield Legion collapsed instantly under the combined attack of mental corruption and physical crushing. Monsters. All monsters. The priests at the back were completely at a loss. They dared not cast spells because doing so would trigger that terrible, holy light plague. Meanwhile, the knights at the front were being slaughtered by a tireless, self-regenerating giant beast. Retreat. Fall back to the gate. Valerius finally made a decision. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared fiercely at the rampaging beast and at Morandi, who floated in the air, coldly watching everything. He knew that this time, their intelligence was completely wrong. This was not a simple goblin rebellion, nor a normal monster uprising. It was a new, unknown disaster that could overturn the entire continent's understanding. The Waste Processing Center. Lu Yuan watched the holographic projection of the retreating silver figures, but he did not order a pursuit. Let them go, he said calmly. Send them back with fear and spores on their wounds. Send them back. This is the best way to spread our message. Beside him, Ball was now completely stunned. It opened its mouth wide, and even half of its mechanical face was leaking oil. Its proud steam army was as fragile as paper in front of these human knights. Yet, Lu Yuan's few pets had, in less than 10 minutes, completely defeated the enemy's elite forces. Lord Red. Ball swallowed nervously, trembling. That monster, the glutton. Can it be recreated? Lu Yuan turned his head and looked at the greedy goblin. Of course. As long as there are enough materials. He pointed to the bodies of fallen knights and damaged steam mechs on the screen. See? These are ready-made materials. Ball, clean up the battlefield. Not even a finger or a should be wasted. For the next battle, we need more. Friends. Lu Yuan turned and walked into the shadows of the laboratory. The heart of the crimson lotus. Behind it flickers with a dark red glow, like breathing, as if it is a growing, more terrifying heart. On the battlefield, that well-fed glutton is lying on a pile of corpses, secreting large amounts of gray fungal threads on its body, wrapping the surrounding bodies into cocoons. The wounded who are not yet dead are crying out in despair inside the cocoons. But no one will come to save them, because they will become the next batch of gluttons. Parts. For hours after the battle, the air in the 8th layer of Black Iron City still carries a lingering smell of burnt odor. It is the ozone smell left after high-level magic bombing, mixed with the burnt protein smell from acid-dissolved corpses and the poor-quality fuel smell unique to goblin machinery. These three smells blend into a strange, foul odor called civilization clash. The battlefield, or now should be called the resource recycling area, is doing its final cleanup. Move faster. Don't steal. That piece of meat is used to grow frenzy beasts as high-grade feed. A fungus goblin engineer in protective gear waves a charged whip, fiercely hitting a few ogre laborers trying to steal the spoils. The ogres whimper, reluctantly spitting out a half-chewed knight's arm and tossing it into a nearby recycling cart. Around them, a busy and brutal scene unfolds. Thousands of fungal engineers march like diligent ants across the battlefield. They have clear roles. Some cut damaged steam tanks with acid, recycling usable gears and steel plates. Others silver-white knight armor from corpses, stacking shiny little hills. As for the bodies, they are neatly arranged on conveyor belts, sent to the number 3 fermentation pool, deep inside the waste processing center. There, they are no longer proud knights or followers of light, but piles waiting to be broken down into carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, and valuable fighting spirit genes for extraction. Waste Processing Center, Core Laboratory. Lu Yuan pays no attention to the noisy outside. He was standing in front of a large holographic analyzer, his brows, if he had eyebrows under his mask, tightly furrowed. On the testing table before him, there was a holy shield generator, recovered from the battlefield. This was a precise alchemical device, with a core made of a light element crystal soaked in holy water. Even though it was damaged, it still emitted a warm, rejecting wave that kept away impurities. The rejection reaction is worse than expected. Lu Yuan extended a finger, with a strand of gray fungus curling around the tip, trying to touch the crystal. Sizzle sizzle, it was like hot iron being dropped into ice water. The fungus curled and carbonized violently upon contact with the holy light, turning into a wisp of blue smoke. Holy attributes are essentially a high-frequency, oscillating energy wave. Lu Yuan withdrew his finger, looking at the blackened spot on his fingertip, his tone calm, as if analyzing a failed experiment report. It destroys the cell membranes of dark creatures at specific frequencies, blocking the nerve signals of the fungus. This mechanism is very efficient but also very simple. He turned around and looked at the large glass cultivation tank in the corner of the lab. The tank was filled with murky light green nutrient solution, and in the center floated a pulsating heart about the size of a millstone. That was the heart of the glutton, or rather, its core during the transformation. After devouring more than a dozen high-level holy knights, this greedy beast was clearly having some indigestion. The holy energy remaining inside those knights' bodies was like tiny knives, wildly stabbing inside it, trying to damage its digestive system. This forced the glutton into a dormant state, where it proliferated and regenerated cells to fight the internal destruction. If we can't solve the compatibility problem, devouring more knights is just slow suicide. Lu Yuan muttered to himself. He needed to find a way, a method to turn holy into corruption, or at least a way for both to coexist. Bar, Lu Yuan called out without turning around. The Iron Hand, Bar, who had been standing like a gatekeeper at the door, immediately trotted over happily. Once a proud goblin manager, after witnessing the defeat of the Holy Shield Legion, his attitude towards Lu Yuan has changed from partner to a complete flatterer. I'm here. Lord Reed, do you have any orders? That deputy commander who was captured. What's his name? Valerius, sir. The one with the golden lion title. Ball rubbed his mechanical hand, a cruel smile on his face. That guy's bones are tough. My men used all kinds of torture tools, but he didn't say a word, just kept reciting the sacred text. Bring him here. Lu Yuan took off the scorched gloves burned by holy light and put on a new pair. No, take me to see him. I want to personally give him a checkup. In the underground water prison, on the 4th level. This place is used to hold serious criminals. Cold, icy water covers the waist, and there are special leeches that feed on rotten flesh. Valerius is chained in the middle of the water prison with 4 heavy chains. His ornate, gold-plated armor has been stripped away, leaving only a tattered shirt. His once golden curly hair is now covered in mud and blood, tangled into a mess. His body is covered with whip marks and burns, some wounds infected and emitting a foul smell. But he still lifts his head high. In his bright blue eyes, there burns a flame called faith. Lord, this is my trial. His voice is hoarse, but he recites firmly. Even surrounded by demons. As long as there is light in my heart, I fear nothing. Clang. The heavy iron door is pushed open. A suffocating wave of heat disperses the coldness of the water prison. Valerius struggles to lift his head through blood-muddied vision and sees a nightmare-like figure. Black dragon-scale armor, a core burning with dark red light, and eyes without pupils, only gray ghost fire. It's you. Valerius forces out these words from between his teeth. He has seen this person on the battlefield. The mastermind standing on the high tower, controlling the army of monsters like a puppet master. It seems your spirit is still good, Deputy Commander. Lu Yuan did not step into the dirty water. He stood on a dry high platform, looking down at the prisoner below. I'm curious. What keeps you awake in this environment? Is it that never-responding God? Or your so-called knightly honor? Bah! Valerius spat fiercely, though he didn't hit Lu Yuan because he was too far away. Heretic! You will never understand. Physical pain is only temporary. My soul has already been offered to the holy light. Even if you kill me and feed my body to those monsters, my soul will ascend to heaven and live forever under the Lord's throne. Forever. Lu Yuan chewed on this word and let out a faint, mysterious laugh. He raised his hand, and Morantai, the corrupted prophet, floated slowly above the water prison. Seeing his once respected bishop turned into this ghostly figure, a flicker of pain and doubt finally appeared in Valerius's eyes. Bishop, no, that's a demon disguise, he roared loudly, as if trying to convince himself. Show him, Morantai, Lu Yuan ordered calmly. Let him see what the so-called heaven really looks like. The corrupted prophet opened its 6 bone-like tendrils. Skill activated. Mental link. Memory sharing. A gray beam of light shot directly into Valerius's forehead. Valerius let out a scream that was 100 times more terrible than when he was tortured. He saw it. Through Mirandi's memories, he saw the truth of the so-called divine descent ritual. It was not heaven. It was an endless, writhing abyss of bloody flesh. He saw countless devout followers thrown onto the altar, their souls not ascending but being chewed and devoured like snacks by that indescribable God. He saw the so-called bishopric, sacrificing innocent orphans to gain longer life. He saw the holy knights he had sworn allegiance to, which were actually tools used by the church to harvest souls. No, this isn't real. It's all fake. Valerius desperately shook his head, tears mixed with blood streaming down his face. His worldview is collapsing. Sometimes, the truth is more painful than lies, isn't it? Lu Yuan's voice suddenly sounds, carrying a kind of persuasive magic. Your loyalty is to a lie. The thing you protect is a hungry abyss, since the holy light abandoned you, and heaven is just an illusion. Lu Yuan snaps his fingers. The water level in the water prison begins to drop, revealing a muddy ground. A few thick fungal filaments emerge from the ground, like living vines, slowly climbing up Valerius's legs. Why not embrace the truth? Truth is flesh and blood. Truth is evolution. Truth is the me now. The fungal filaments do not directly pierce his body, but gently wrap around his wounds. Valerius is surprised to find that the excruciating pain that tortured him for days disappears. The cool liquid secreted by the fungi is quickly repairing his damaged tissues. But this is not healing. It is corrosion. Lu Yuan pulls out a test tube from his pocket. Inside is a golden liquid, high-purity light element solution extracted from that holy shield generator. but it has been mixed with a large amount of genetically edited, light-devouring spores. I've been studying how to solve the rejection reaction between divine power and biological matter. Lu Yuan shakes the test tube, watching the golden liquid gradually turn into a strange dark gold. In the end, I found that blocking isn't the way. Since we can't eliminate light, then contaminate it, make it our light. Lu Yuan walks to Valerius and holds out the test tube to his mouth. Drink it. You will retain your fighting spirit, your strength. Even, you will become stronger. The only difference is, from now on, your sword will no longer be swung for that false god, but for me. Valerius looks at the dark gold liquid. His heart is engaged in a final battle of mind and soul. The sense of emptiness brought by the collapse of faith makes him desperately want to hold on to something, even if it's the devil's outstretched hand. And that primal instinct for survival, along with his anger at the church's deception, is crazily eroding his reason. Valerius opened his cracked lips. If I drink this, can I get revenge on those con artists who tricked my gods? Lu Yuan smiled. This time, it was a satisfied smile. Of course, nothing is more satisfying than revenge for the fallen saint. Valerius closed his eyes and swallowed the liquid in one gulp. Boom. A surge of wild energy exploded inside him instantly. His once pure golden aura began to boil and change. Black veins appeared under his skin, and his spine made cracking sounds. Several bone spurs broke through his skin. His hair changed from gold to gray-white. His bright blue eyes were instantly stained with a fiery gray, like Lu Yuan's. Test subject, Fallen Holy Knight, number 001. Fusion level, 92%, perfect. Abilities, Corrupt Holy Light, deals double damage to holy units. Pain Aura, Mycelium Regeneration. How do you feel? Lu Yuan unlocked the chains. Valerius did not fall. He steadied himself on the ground, feeling the cold yet vast new power inside him. He knelt on one knee and lowered his once proud head to Lu Yuan. I feel better than ever, Master. Meanwhile, at the Waste Processing Center, the third basement level, the huge incubation tank that had been dormant suddenly made a cracking sound. A appeared on the glass wall. Then, the spread quickly. Roar. A deep growl came from inside the tank. The heart that once belonged to the glutton had completely changed. It was no longer just flesh and blood, but covered with a dark gold layer of keratin. The holy energy that had once rejected it was now fully absorbed and digested, becoming new fuel for its evolution. Lu Yuan sensed this change through his mental network. He turned his head to look at Valerius kneeling on the ground and Morandi floating in the air. Plus, there was that holy skeleton glutton about to break free from its cocoon outside. His hound finally took shape. Cog. Lu Yuan spoke into the communicator. Notify the Grand Commander. The first phase of the order for the 100th mech is complete. Prepare the next batch of supplies. This time, I want more than just scrap metal. I want the mining rights to the abyssal rift on the 9th level, since the threat on the surface has temporarily eased or transformed into internal power. Lu Yuan's gaze can finally turn back to the place where he was born. That place that nurtured countless monsters and also hid the true secrets of the underground city. The abyss. Perhaps there lies the secret that can help him completely escape this fungal shell and truly become a god. The elevator leading to the 9th level, the abyssal rift, is a huge industrial beast made of rusty iron cages and thick chains. With the screeching sound of the winch turning, this iron cage, carrying the most elite mining team of the Black Iron Clan, actually Lu Yuan's private army, slowly sinks into the eternal darkness. The air pressure is rising. The sulfur concentration in the air is decreasing, but the concentration of free dark element particles has increased by 300%. Lu Yuan stands at the edge of the cage, gripping the bars with one hand. His black dragon-scale armor reflects a cold, hard shine like deep-sea obsidian under the dim mining lamps. Behind him is a strange and silent team. 50 fully transformed goblin Troy guards, armed with heavy drilling equipment and high-pressure flamethrowers, stand like a swarm of black beetles. A massive beast covered in dark gold keratin, sacred carcass glutton, lies in the center of the cage, its enormous weight causing the elevator to tremble slightly. Next to Lu Yuan stands a new member who has just joined. Valerius, the former vice leader of the Holy Temple Knights, now a fallen paladin. He no longer wears the dazzling silver-white armor, but has donned a biological suit woven from high-strength fungal threads and scrap black iron, crafted by Lu Yuan. This set of armor fit tightly against his muscles, like a second skin, with dark gold glowing patterns flowing on it. He was not wearing a helmet. His once handsome face was now pale as paper, with long gray hair casually draped. His eyes, burning with ghostly gray flames, stared fixedly at the darkness below. "How are you feeling?" "Not comfortable." Lu Yuan did not turn around, speaking softly. For someone used to bathing in holy light, the smell of this abyss must be very unpleasant, right? "No." Valerius's voice was hoarse, with a metallic, grinding sound. "I used to find it disgusting. Back then, I saw this place and its creatures as filthy beings that needed cleansing." He reached out, looking at the trembling, darkened holy light in his palm. "But now, I smell something called truth. This chaos, this brutality, this raw survival of the fittest is much cleaner than the fake incense of the church." Lu Yuan's lips curled slightly behind his mask. "Good. Keep this anger. It is your best fuel." Suddenly, boom, the elevator shook violently, finally reaching the bottom. Level 9, Abyss Rift. This place was different from the abandoned area where Lu Yuan first arrived. It was the true edge of the rift, a huge canyon like a scar across the land. Deep inside the canyon, purple lightning flickered silently, and unknown roars carried on the wind, like whispers from the earth's core. This was a forbidden zone of life and a rich resource mine. "Start work," Lu Yuan gave the order. The goblin engineers immediately activated their machinery. Zzz, the sound of drills piercing the rock broke the silence of the abyss. But they were not mining ordinary ore. They were extracting a special substance designated by Lu Yuan, abyssal black gold. This rare mineral only formed under high radiation in the abyss, and it was an excellent material for making high-level magic devices and strengthening biological bones. However, the noise here clearly disturbed some natives. Rustling. A dense sound like rain hitting leaves came from deep within the canyon. "Something is coming up." Valerius suddenly drew his double-handed sword from his back. The sword was originally the sacred Lionheart sword, but now it was corrupted by fungal growth. Its blade was covered with vein-like patterns, and it emitted a gray, plague-like aura. "There are many, at least 500. Lu Yuan's perception network instantly expanded. In his holographic view, countless red dots were climbing wildly up the canyon's steep walls. They were abyssal scythe worms, a type of 2-meter-long, carnivorous creature with sharp front limbs and compound eyes. They lack intelligence and have endless hunger. In church records, such swarms usually mean the complete defeat of the regular Knight Order. Perfect. Lu Yuan did not order the goblin guards to fire, nor did he send the gluttonous creature into action. He turned to Valerius. "This is your test of skill. Go ahead. Let me see how you compare now to the former deputy commander who only shouted slogans." Valerius showed no hesitation. He took a deep breath, and the murky abyssal air rushed into his modified lungs, igniting the corrupting factors in his blood. "Understood. Master." Boom. He leapt off the edge of the elevator like a black missile. Faced with the tsunami-like swarm of insects, he showed no retreat. Instead, he let out a wild laugh. It was a frantic release after half a lifetime of repression and shattered faith. "Come on, you dirty bugs." Skill activated. Corrupt holy light, judgment storm. A huge gray pillar of light erupted around him. What should have been a sacred, warm glow was now filled with death and decay. The dozens of scythe worms at the front, upon contact with the light pillar, saw their shells rapidly age and peel away, their flesh melting like candles. There was no fire, only a swift, life exhaustion. This was the power of the corrupt holy light. It stripped away its healing properties and turned them into pure plunder. Die, die, die. Valerius swung his great sword and charged into the swarm. His swordsmanship still follows the grand, sweeping style of the Holy Knights, but each swing creates a streak of gray sword energy. Any insect touched by this energy immediately develops countless fungal threads at the wound, quickly draining their life force. He is like a tireless meat grinder. A sickle insect ambushed his back, its sharp front limbs piercing his shoulder. In the past, he might have reacted with intense pain, causing his movements to become erratic, and needed a priest's help. But now, he simply snorted coldly, his shoulder muscles suddenly contracting, tightly gripping the sickle insect's front limb. Then, a large amount of black fungal threads burst out from the wound, invading the insect from the opposite direction along its limb. Squeak, squeak. The ambushing sickle insect let out a shrill scream, and within 2 seconds, it was drained into a desiccated corpse. Meanwhile, the wound on Valerius's shoulder healed at a visible speed after absorbing the insect's life force. Blood for blood. That's the true meaning of battle. The gray ghost fire in Valerius's eyes burned brighter and brighter. From above, Lu Yuan watched this scene calmly, recording data. Test Subject 001 Combat Trial. Energy output, stable. Regeneration efficiency, grade A. Psychological state, extremely excited. Revenge mechanism activated. Looks like this fallen path is feasible. Lu Yuan nodded. As long as they are filled with enough hatred and power, they are more useful than any undead creature. In just 10 minutes, more than 500 abyss sickle insects were killed by Valerius alone, or rather, by a single monster. The canyon platform was piled with insect corpses, green insect blood forming a river flowing back into the abyss. Valerius stood atop the mountain of corpses, covered in blood, of course, insect blood, his great sword still dripping thick liquid. He was gasping for breath, but it was not exhaustion, rather excitement. Is it over? He looked up at Lu Yuan, his eyes full of unfulfilled desire. Don't rush. Lu Yuan leapt into the air, heavy dragon-scale battle boots landing with a thunderous sound. This is just the appetizer. He walked to the edge of the cliff, gazing into the pitch-black depths of the abyss. The thing I am truly looking for is still below. Glutton, get to work. With Lu Yuan's call, the giant beast that had been lying down finally moved. It awkwardly crawled to the edge of the cliff, then, surprisingly, like a gecko, it used its belly suckers and sharp claws to hang upside down and climb down into the abyss. Lu Yuan jumped onto the glutton's back and signaled Valerius to follow. Where are we going? Valerius asked. To the stomach of this. Lu Yuan's voice was faint in the wind. Redcliffe's memories mentioned an ancient exploration journal. It is said that this was not formed naturally, but it was created after an ancient titan died, and its spine turned into a mountain range that collapsed, leaving a hollow. Titan? Valerius took a sharp breath. That was a legendary creature said to be on par with gods. If that's true, then deep inside this, there must still be remnants of the Titans. Spinal cord. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed with greed. Even a single dry drop of bone marrow, containing biological energy, would be enough for my microbial group to make a huge leap. Even, it could help me decode the genetic map of giant god transformation. The descent was long and oppressive. As they went deeper, the surrounding rock walls turned a strange purple red, like solidified blood. The gravity in the air also became chaotic, sometimes feeling weightless and floating. Finally, after descending nearly a kilometer, the glutton stopped in front of a huge cave entrance. The walls here were no longer stone, but a white, translucent material like jade. This is, Valerius reached out and touched the white wall. This is bone, Lu Yuan said confidently. We have entered the inside of that titan's corpse. This is a passage formed by one of its thoracic vertebrae. Even after millions of years, this bone still emitted an overwhelming pressure. The two humans and the beast carefully entered the cave. Inside, there was no darkness, but a gentle blue glow. It came from the center of the cave, from a large, lake-like depression. In the pit, a thick, glowing blue liquid filled the space. Titan's spinal fluid, highly metamorphosed/crystallized. Lu Yuan's breathing, if he still needed to breathe, suddenly stopped. This was the thing he was looking for. This entire pool of blue liquid contained enough energy to evolve ordinary monsters into lords. I'm rich. Lu Yuan rarely lost his composure. He was about to step forward to collect a sample. Bang! Suddenly, the calm surface of the liquid exploded. A large, semi-transparent blue tentacle shot out from the bottom of the pool, roaring with wind, and struck fiercely at Lu Yuan. The tentacle moved so fast that even Lu Yuan's perception network only caught a blur. "Watch out!" Valerius instinctively stepped in front of Lu Yuan, raising his sword to block. Boom! A loud crash. The fallen holy knight, who could be cut apart by a sword even if he was in a steam tank, was hit hard by the tentacle and flung like a ball, smashing into the nearby bone wall and unable to be pulled free. "What is that?" Lu Yuan quickly retreated, and the glutton behind him roared in anger, stepping forward to defend. The liquid surged wildly. A huge creature slowly emerged from the water. It looked like a mix between an octopus and a jellyfish. Its body was made of pure blue energy, with a golden, beating eye at its core. The eye's pupil was vertical, giving off an ancient, cold, and wise stare. "Warning! Ultra-high energy creature detected. Target, Titan Parasite Void Gazer. Level: above Lord level." Parasite. Lu Yuan looked at the creature and suddenly smiled. His smile was a little crazy. "So that's it. You're just like me. A parasite. You live inside this Titan's body, stealing its marrow and making yourself fat." The monster seemed to understand Lu Yuan's words, or sensed a kindred spirit, and a flash of offended anger crossed its huge golden eye. An invisible mental shockwave instantly swept across the scene. Buzz. Lu Yuan felt as if his brain had been hit with a heavy hammer. If he were an ordinary person, this would be enough to make him a fool. But he was not human. He was a collective of billions of bacteria. This kind of mental attack targeting a single soul was instantly dispersed and diluted through his consciousness network. "Is that all?" Lu Yuan shook his head and steadied himself. The heart of the red lotus on his chest began to overload wildly, its dark red glow even seeping through his armor. "As a parasite, you're quite strong. But unfortunately, you've met the ancestor of parasites." Lu Yuan spread his arms wide. Skill fully activated, bacterial swarm arrival, infinite proliferation. Boom. Countless gray filaments burst out from his body, not to attack the monster, but to pierce the surrounding white bone walls and the blue spinal fluid pool. "If you eat marrow, then I'll eat you along with it." This was a final showdown about who is the boss between predators of the same ecological niche. The silence of the abyss was shattered. A feast of devouring and counter-devouring began, unfolding within the ancient Titan's remains. Inside the spinal cavity of the ancient Titan, a silent war was raging on both microscopic and macroscopic levels. There were no earth-shaking explosions or dazzling magic clashes. Only gray filaments and blue void energy tangled, eroded, and assimilated frantically. Buzz, a giant parasite called the Void Gazer, floated in the center of the spinal fluid pool. Its huge golden eye was contracting violently, sending out waves of visible mental ripples. Where these ripples passed, space twisted. Countless fine cracks appeared on the tough Titan bone walls, as if the rules of the real world were being rewritten. Embedded in the bone walls, Valerius was suffering immense pain. It felt like countless red-hot drills were drilling into his temples. Even with the strong body of a fallen holy knight, black blood was flowing from his 7 orifices. "Master, person," he struggled to lift his head and look toward the center of the battlefield. There, Lu Yuan was at the very heart of the storm. He did not hide. Instead, his black dragon scale armor had completely shattered, transforming into countless thick black tentacles that deeply embedded into the spinal fluid pool below and also wrapped around the white bone walls around him. He was taking root, like a tall, strong tree growing stubbornly in a storm. He forcibly connected himself to the body of the Titan. "Your mental attack is interesting." Lu Yuan's voice echoed directly in the mental network, unaffected by the violent energy. Using high-dimensional void energy to directly interfere with the nerve signals of lower-dimensional creatures. If it were an ordinary creature, even a dragon, this would cause brain death. But unfortunately, Lu Yuan lifted his head. The pale human face had disappeared, replaced by a constantly writhing, reorganizing gray blob of primal matter. "I have no brain, or rather, I have millions of brains, skill activated, swarm mind, consciousness divergence." When that vast void mental force entered Lu Yuan's mind, it did not find a core called self. What it saw was an endless gray ocean. It was made up of billions of spores, mycelia, parasitized goblins, ogres, and even recently subdued temple knights. All the beings Lu Yuan had assimilated. Their consciousness merged into a huge, collective subconscious. That void mental force was like a drop of ink falling into the ocean. Instantly, it was diluted, broken apart, and swallowed. Now it's my turn. Lu Yuan's will roared. Biological invasion, global contamination. Gulp? Gulp. The spinal fluid pool, which had been glowing with a faint blue light, suddenly changed color. In the clear blue liquid, countless gray fluff-like objects appeared. They looked like living dust, rapidly copying and multiplying. These were Lu Yuan's gluttonous strain. They were breaking down and devouring the precious Titan spinal fluid at the molecular level, transforming it into Lu Yuan's own biological energy. The Void Gazer let out a terrified scream. It sensed something. Its bathing water, its main energy source, was turning into a boiling, strong acid. The gray, fuzzy matter was not only consuming the liquid, but also crawling along its tentacles, desperately entering its body. Its tentacles began to rot. The once semi-transparent blue energy form was stained with an indelible grayish hue. It wanted to escape. As a high-level parasitic creature that had survived for thousands of years, it was very intelligent. It knew it had encountered a deadly enemy. It retracted its tentacles, trying to use its void powers to teleport away from this terrible trap. Trying to leave? Eat my buffet first. Want to leave without paying? Lu Yuan sneered. Suddenly, the entire cave shook. The Void Gazer desperately realized that the surrounding white bone walls had come to life. The fungal filaments that Lu Yuan had just stabbed into the bone walls were not idle. After consuming the calcium in the Titan bones, they quickly hardened and wove into a huge, bony cage, covering the entire cave. The once wide-open exit was sealed with countless pale bone spikes. This place had become a sealed, digestive sac. Stay here. Become the foundation for my evolution. Lu Yuan's main body, a massive black tentacle cluster, suddenly lunged forward. It was like a giant squid in the deep sea hunting a whale. Countless tentacles tightly wrapped around the slippery energy body of the Void Gazer. Barbed suckers embedded deep into its body, injecting high concentrations of neurotoxins and enzymes. This was a primitive, savage, yet industrially aesthetic form of feeding. No biting, only merging. Lu Yuan's body began to disintegrate, transforming into countless tiny spore streams that surged into the Void Gazer's body through the wounds. This was a cellular-level invasion. Inside the Void Gazer's inner world, blue void particles fought desperately against the gray spore army. But in front of Lu Yuan's endless support, powered by the entire spinal fluid pool, the defenses of the void particles collapsed completely. No. I am a watcher of the void. I am a symbiont of the Titan. A faint but resentful mental wave was sent out. Symbiont. Lu Yuan's consciousness echoed inside the other's body, full of sarcasm. You are just stealing the leftover warmth of a corpse. And I will make this corpse reborn. Puff. Lu Yuan's core consciousness finally broke through the layers of resistance and reached the deepest part of the void observer. There floated a golden single eye. It was the source of its power and the core of its soul. Lu Yuan did not hesitate. Countless fungal threads like a big net gently and firmly wrapped around the eye. Capture high-dimensional, the eye of the void. Analyzing. High rejection response. Activate forced assimilation program. Inject crimson lotus heart, heat energy for suppression. Dark red light flowed along the fungal threads into the eye. High temperature and extreme cold, fire and void, life and energy. At this moment, three very different forces reacted violently. Even Lu Yuan felt a sharp pain like his soul was being torn apart. That was the price paid during a leap in life level. He felt his consciousness stretching and twisting, as if seeing countless overlapping spaces and hearing whispers from the depths of the universe. If his will was not strong enough, he would have lost himself in the void and become a madman. But he held on. Thanks to his obsession as a human and his absolute rationality as a fungus. Let me melt. Boom. The golden eye finally stopped struggling. Its golden glow on the surface gradually dimmed, replaced by a deep, black hole-like dark gold. It no longer belonged to the void. It now belonged to Lu Yuan. When everything settled, the cave returned to silence. The huge Void Watcher had disappeared. The blue spinal fluid that filled the pool had dried up, leaving only a thick layer of white crystals at the bottom. In the center of the dried pool bottom, a brand new figure stood. It is no longer a bulky mass of tentacles, nor the patchwork human armor from before. Now, it is an almost perfect, sleek biological armor with a flowing, elegant shape. It stands nearly 3 meters tall. Its entire body is covered with a dark gold, bone-like shell that feels both metallic and jade-like, containing Titan bone elements. Sharp spikes grow at the joints, and behind it float 6 semi-transparent tentacles made of void energy. In the center of its faceplate, where the eyes used to be, now only a large, vertical dark gold eye remains. This eye shows no emotion, only an endless abyss and a slowly rotating nebula. Lu Yuan raises his hand. This hand is no longer a borrowed corpse's hand, but a real limb he reshaped using Titan spinal fluid and void biomass. Race evolution complete. Current form, Abyss Void, Fungal Overlord, Juvenile Stage. Gained abilities, Void Teleportation, Short Range, Psychic Storm, Titan Power, Basic, Absolute Devouring. This is power. Lu Yuan clenches his fist. The surrounding space shows tiny cracks as he moves. He turns around and looks at Valerius still embedded in the wall. The fallen Holy Knight is now stunned. He feels a terrifying pressure from Lu Yuan, 100 times worse than before. It's not just a strong aura, but an absolute dominance over life itself. It's like an ant looking up at a dragon. Master. Valerius tentatively calls out, trembling. Lu Yuan's single eye slightly turns to look at him. Just one glance. Valerius feels every cell in his body scream and submit. Come down. Lu Yuan waves his hand. An invisible force, telekinesis, lifts Valerius from the wall and gently places him on the ground. Get ready. He points to the white crystals at the bottom of the pool. That's high-purity spinal cord crystal. Each gram is more precious than a diamond of the same weight. Take it back. I want to use it to upgrade our entire army. Understood. Valerius quickly took out a special collection bag and carefully scraped the crystals. His movements were very respectful, as if he were collecting the ashes of a saint. Lu Yuan did not move. He looked up, and his single eye seemed to see through the thick rock layers to the distant surface. Energy replenished. Body upgrade complete. Next, it's time to meet those guests who haven't left yet. He hadn't forgotten that on the 8th floor battlefield, there was a defeated Holy Shield Legion waiting for him to recover. Black Iron City, 8th floor. 12 hours had passed since that terrible defeat. The remnants of the Holy Shield Legion, retreating near the Sign Gate, were now in a very tense atmosphere. Although they relied on the gate's defenses to temporarily stop the Goblin Army's attack, everyone knew this was only temporary. The unknown green toxic fog kept spreading. Wounded soldiers' wounds, even after many purifications, continued to rot and grow gray mold. The monster called Glutton had temporarily retreated, but the heavy footsteps still echoed in the darkness, like a sword hanging over their heads. In the temporary command center, we must retreat. Immediately withdraw to the 7th floor. Even retreat to the surface, a grand mage shouted, pounding the table. The environment here is completely contaminated. Every breath is poison. If we stay any longer, we will all become monsters. We can't retreat. Another surviving knight captain argued. Lord Valerius is still below. He disappeared to cover us. We can't abandon the commander. He is already dead, the Grand Mage said coldly. No one can survive against that level of monster. We have to take responsibility for those still alive. While the two argued, boom, a violent tremor came from beneath. It was not from the front battlefield, but from behind. From the entrance to the abyssal mine tunnel, which had been sealed off and led deeper underground. What's going on? Everyone rushed out of the command center. The heavy lead door, used to seal the abyss's aura, was melting and twisting like wax. A suffocating, terrifying energy seeped out through the. It was not ordinary demonic energy. It was a mix of divine, corrupt, void, and ancient pressure, something divine. Suddenly, with a cracking sound, the lead door shattered completely. Amidst the flying metal fragments, a tall figure slowly stepped out. He was not wearing the armor of a holy knight, but was covered in a biological suit that shimmered with dark gold light. Floating behind him were ghostly tentacles, and his single eye burned with gray flames. But the sword in his hand, it was a large sword, cracked and gray, yet still recognizable. "Is that the Lionheart sword?" the captain of the knights exclaimed. "Lord Valerius? Is that you?" All the knights stared with wide eyes, hope igniting in their hearts. Their deputy leader had returned. He had fought his way back from the abyss. "Master, you're safe. That's wonderful. Quickly, let's cover your retreat." The knights cheered, eager to rush forward and welcome him. But in the next second, the figure lifted his head. His once bright blue, justice-filled eyes were now filled with dead grayness. "Retreat." Valerius's voice was hoarse and strange, cold and chilling. "Why retreat? The real battle has just begun." He raised the fallen Lionheart sword, pointing the tip at his former comrades. "For my master." Boom. Behind him, in the dark mine tunnel, countless red eyes lit up. These belonged to 50 Troy guards, armed with heavy drills and a massive, dark gold creature, the sacred skeleton glutton, which seemed to have grown larger. And in the center of all these monsters, the even more terrifying, indescribable Abyss Lord, Lu Yuan, floated in midair, its huge golden eye coldly watching the helpless lambs below. "Good evening, everyone." Lu Yuan's voice echoed loudly in everyone's mind. "I brought back some special products from. I hope you will like them." At that moment, the Knights of the Holy Shield Legion finally understood. The gates of are not ahead. They are behind them, where they thought they were safest. Despair truly arrived at this moment. "Traitor! You, the traitor stained by the abyss!" The surviving Grand Mage shouted loudly. His ruby staff hummed from overcharging, and a fierce fire burst was gathering at the tip. In this enclosed underground mine entrance, facing his former comrades' dull gray eyes, fear overwhelmed reason. "Die? Along with your dirty soul." Boom. A huge fireball roared out, with enough heat to melt steel, heading straight for Valerius's face. This is 8th level magic. At such close range, even a holy knight protected by battle aura would be instantly vaporized. However, Valerius did not dodge. He didn't even lift his fallen lion-hearted sword. He just stood quietly, allowing the fireball to consume his figure. "It's over," the Grand Mage sighed in relief. But in the next second, his pupils shrank sharply. The blazing flame did not explode but seemed to be pulled by an invisible black hole, rapidly collapsing toward the center. At the core of the fire, Valerius slowly raised a hand. No longer a human hand, but covered with dark gold keratin, with translucent tendrils extending from the fingertips, the void claw. Those furious fire elements, like rivers flowing into the sea, poured into his palm, greedily devoured and dissolved by the tendrils. "Smells good." Valerius casually crushed the last flicker of flame, a faint look of ecstasy on his pale face. "This is the Master's gift. Energy plunder. Though not as good as Titan's spinal fluid, it's enough as a pre-meal treat." "Monster." The Grand Mage staggered back, his staff falling to the ground with a clatter. "Can magic even be eaten? How can we fight now?" "Don't retreat." The loyal captain of the knights shouted loudly, trying to reorganize the defense. "Form up, for the glory of the light. Even in death, we must." Suddenly, a thick, spiny gray tentacle shot out from the shadow beneath his feet without warning, piercing through his chest instantly. This was shadow piercing, a new tactic developed by Lu Yuan, combining Shadow Hunter and Void Creature traits. The captain looked down in disbelief at the large hole in his chest. No blood flowed out because all of it was drained away in an instant by the tentacle. "Glory." Lu Yuan's tall figure floated in the air, his single eye coldly watching everything. "Glory cannot heal wounds. Glory cannot fill stomachs. Only evolution can." He slowly spread his arms, and 6 void tentacles behind him danced like divine rings. "Children, dinner is served." Roar. At this command, the already restless Fungus Legion launched a full attack. But this was not a normal battle. It was a hunt. 50 Troy guards, armed with heavy drills, did not attack with their drill bits, but activated high-pressure jet sprayers from their backpacks. Whoosh! Thick gray spore mist instantly covered the battlefield, filled with defeated soldiers. This mist contained a small amount of void dust, which not only eroded flesh, but also caused strong hallucinations. Ah, I see. Angels, a young paladin dropped his shield, staring blankly into the mist. In his hallucination, the fierce guards approaching him turned into shining angels, opening their arms to welcome him. He smiled and moved forward. Then, he was pushed to the ground by a large hand covered in black shell. "Don't move. Accept the baptism," the guard said coldly, then pulled out a thick syringe from his waist and jabbed it directly into the young knight's neck. This was assimilation serum. Similar scenes played out in every corner of the battlefield. Those once determined paladins quickly broke down under the combined effects of void hallucinations and physical suppression. Some are parasitized while laughing wildly. Some are dragged into darkness while crying, and others. For example, that great archmage. He has been pushed into a corner. In front of him stands Valerius, the fallen holy knight who once inspired awe but now makes him tremble with fear. "Kill me." The archmage closes his eyes in despair, activating the core of his magic power, intending to self-destruct. As a high-ranking member of the church, he cannot allow himself to become a walking corpse. "Want to die?" Valerius sneers coldly. "In the master's domain, death is a luxury." Swish. A gray sword light flashes. The archmage is horrified to find his connection to his magic core has been severed. It's not magic silence, but a physical cut. Valerius's sword precisely cuts all the nerve nodes guiding his magic, but does not harm his life. "Take him." Valerius sheaths his sword. This kind of high-intelligence magic unit is a rare resource. The master said he would assign you a brainwork position. Two guards step forward, dragging the archmage into the darkness like a dead dog. In less than 10 minutes, the battle, or rather, the capture operation, is completely over. The remnants of the Holy Shield Legion, a total of 127 people. Deaths, 0. Captured, 127. This is a perfect record. Lu Yuan lands on the scarred ground. Although the air is filled with the smell of blood, he detects a scent of new life. He walks to a young knight kneeling on the ground. The knight is convulsing violently. The assimilation serum is transforming his body. Gray fungal filaments are reconstructing his muscles under his skin, and his eyes are changing from blue to dull gray. Lu Yuan reaches out and gently presses his hand on the knight's head. Biological link established. Permission override, highest level. "How do you feel?" Lu Yuan asks. The knight stops convulsing. He slowly lifts his head, and his young face no longer shows fear, only a nearly dazed calm and obedience. "Very warm, like returning to the very good." Land Yuan nodded with satisfaction. "That's right. Faith is the root of suffering, and I have removed this tumor for you." He turned around and looked at the passage behind him leading to the abyss fissure, as well as the pile of white crystals, Titan spinal crystals, at the entrance. This battle was just a side story. The real main event is just beginning. 3 days later, Black Iron City, 7th Administrative District, Red Biological Laboratory. Everything here has completely changed. The rough industrial factory has been transformed into a biological temple, filled with strange beauty. The walls are covered with thick purple fungus mats that pulse like breathing. These are mutated varieties that absorb Titan energy. Countless large transparent pipes run through the air, flowing with glowing blue liquid. In the center of the lab stands a huge, hatching nest, 10 meters tall. It is made from the remains of the Void Gazer, Titan spinal crystals, and several tons of high-strength alloy steel. This is the core hive where Land Yuan mass-produces the second-generation Legion. Because the energy density of the spinal crystals is too high, ordinary bodies can't handle it. Land Yuan stood at the control console in front of the hive, explaining to Valerius and Ball, if injected directly, even an ogre would explode instantly. "So, I developed a new synthesis method." He pressed a button. The drain below the hive opened. Egg-shaped objects wrapped in blue mucus slid out and fell into the cultivation tanks below. "This is the Titan Black Iron Hybrid." Land Yuan pointed to the creatures that were rapidly breaking out of their shells. They were no longer just modified creatures, but a completely new species. They had human-like upright forms, but their height was generally over 2.5 meters. Their skin was a dark, bluish metal, a result of the molecular fusion of biological matter and black iron alloy. They had 2 crystal spines on their backs to store void energy, and their hands could transform into liquid metal claws. The most terrifying part was their eyes. They had a single eye. Genetic fragments inherited from the Void Gazer. Unit code, Void Executioner. Role, Heavy/Psychic Suppression. Abilities, Void Shield, Metal Assimilation, Mind Piercing. Cost, high, requires 0.5 grams of spinal crystal. This is. Val watched the monsters that could tear through steel fences with their bare hands from birth, trembling with excitement. His mechanical arm was clicking loudly. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. With these, not only can the surface human armies fight, but even the lords of the abyss's depths. We stand a chance. His eyes on the executioners showed not just awe, but almost reverence, as if he were looking at a divine being walking among mortals. Lord Red, how many of these executioners can we sell to the Black Iron Clan? Sell? Lu Yuan shook his head. Val, you're thinking too small. These are not goods. They are seeds. He walked to the incubation pool, looking at the executioners bowing their heads to him. Each one has a subordinate swarm core implanted inside. They can, like me, infect other creatures to create lower servants. For example, your 5,000 Iron Guard. As long as one executioner acts as a leader, it can connect through the spore network and boost the entire squad's combat power by 300%, granting them the Void Shield enhancement. Val's breathing grew rapid. He understood. This was not just buying a few powerful fighters. It was a system upgrade for the entire army. Of course, the price was control of the entire army, which would actually fall into Lu Yuan's hands. But so what? In the face of absolute power, what does that matter? I, on behalf of the Grand Commander, agree to your plan. Val gritted his teeth. But the amount of these crystals is limited, right? That abyss fissure, that's not your concern. Lu Yuan turned to look at a secret room deep in the laboratory. There, the unfortunate Grand Mage was held. He was connected to countless tubes to his brain, like a humanoid computer, frantically calculating some complex formula about how to stabilize mining of the abyss fissures and how to find the next Titan's remains. Our new chief researcher is working tirelessly to solve these problems for me. Lu Yuan smiled, but his smile carried a coldness that even a capitalist would shed tears over. Knowledge is power, and a mage's mind is the best processor. Meanwhile, on the surface, at the Three Mountain City Fortress, this human stronghold against the underground city was now shrouded in a dark cloud of worry. The complete defeat of the Holy Shield Legion was like a heavy hammer, crushing everyone's hearts. Inside the city lord's mansion, an old man dressed in golden full-body armor, with a stern face, sat in the main seat. He was the highest commander of Three Mountain City and the father of Valerius, the Iron Wall Duke. No news? No one has returned. The Duke's voice was calm, but his fingers gripping the armrest had dug deep into the wood. Yes, Your Grace. A scout knelt on the ground, trembling. Not only the Holy Shield Legion, but also those 2 senior magic mentors. Their soul crystal tokens are shattered. And what? We found this at the entrance to the 8th underground level. The scout hesitated before producing an object. It was a broken shield fragment. The Holy Shield emblem that was once carved on it was now corroded beyond recognition by some gray substance. Within the corrosion, a strange pattern faintly appeared. A burning gray flame in the shape of an eye. The moment the Duke saw this pattern, a strange chill ran down his spine. This was not a magic mark. It looked more like a biological declaration of war, as if an indescribable being, deep beneath the earth, was coldly watching them through the thick rock layers. Seal all information. The Duke took a deep breath, forcing down his unease. Activate the Apocalypse level defense formation. Request aid from the capital. Inform His Majesty. This time, what we face may not be a monster uprising, but a full-scale invasion from the abyss. Basement level 8, Red Workshop. Lu Yuan sat on a chair carved from Titan bones, playing with a high-purity spinal crystal in his hand. His sensing network had already detected a sudden increase in magical energy waves on the surface. Is it an apocalypse-level magic array? he muttered to himself. If it were before, that would indeed be a big problem. But now, he gently pressed the crystal next to his, heart of the crimson lotus, on his chest. There, a blue groove had begun to grow. Click. The crimson lotus fire and the void blue light intertwined, forming a strange purple color. Energy fusion complete. Current energy level, demigod, pseudo. It's time to check on my Trojan horse. Lu Yuan closed his eyes. His consciousness instantly crossed the barrier of space. In the distant Senshan city, within the bodies of seemingly normal refugees, merchants, and even soldiers, countless tiny dormant spores sensed their mother's call. They trembled lightly. Awakening, the countdown begins. Sanshan City, a fortress guarding the border of the human kingdom, was now bathed in a suffocating golden light. This was a sign that the apocalypse-level defensive magic array was operating at full power. 100-meter-tall, semi-transparent golden shield, like an inverted giant bowl, tightly covered the entire city. The surface of the shield flowed with complex rune chains, and any dark elemental creature attempting to pass through would be instantly burned to ash by tens of thousands of degrees of holy fire. This was the pinnacle of human magical civilization, and also a perfect greenhouse. Cough, cough. In the slum area, at Refuge Camp number 44, this place was originally a sewer outlet in the city, but now it was crowded with soldiers retreating from the front lines and fleeing civilians. The air was foul, mixed with the smell of sweat, waste, and rotting wounds. A young soldier huddled in a corner suddenly coughed violently. He covered his mouth, coughing painfully, as if trying to cough out his lungs. The people around avoided him disgustedly, afraid of catching typhus. It's so hot. The soldier let go of his hand and looked at his palm. There was no blood there, only a cluster of golden dust. The dust shimmered faintly under the dim oil lamp, not smelling of blood but emitting a strange, sweet scent like toasted bread. The soldier felt confused. He sensed a warm flow spreading from his throat throughout his body. His cold hands and feet, caused by hunger and fear, began to warm up, and even the large, infected wound on his thigh no longer hurt. A new, incredible feeling of happiness filled his mind. I saw. The soldier looked up, his eyes unfocused, at the dirty stone ceiling above. In his view, it was no longer just moss-covered stones, but open gates to heaven. Many winged shadows waved at him, and sacred hymns echoed in his ears. Angels! Angels are coming to take me. He smiled and slowly spread his arms. Pop! A soft sound. It was not the sound of death, but of blooming. A pale, lily-like fungus burst out from his mouth. Then, from his eye sockets, ears, and pores. Within seconds, this living person transformed into a humanoid flower tower. The pale flowers bloomed, releasing a large amount of golden spores that were hard to see with the eye. So fragrant. What does it smell like? The refugees around, who had previously looked down on him, now involuntarily took a deep breath. That sweet scent was like a powerful hallucinogen, instantly breaking their rational defenses. I saw. The light. A miracle. A miracle. More and more people started coughing, smiling, and blooming. In this enclosed, crowded refugee camp, protected by a defensive magic circle that kept it warm, the Troy spores, planted by Lu Yuan, began a chain reaction at an exponential rate. The city lord's mansion, command room. Duke, Iron Wall, stood in front of a large sand table, frowning. Although they had activated the highest-level defense magic circle, his unease did not fade but grew stronger. The unease did not come from outside the city. It came from beneath their feet. Alert! A messenger hurriedly rushed in, even losing his helmet, his face full of fear. Your Grace. The slums. Something's happening in the slums. What's all the fuss about? The Duke shouted sharply. Did some monster burrow in? What is the guard team doing? No, it's not monsters. The messenger's voice trembled, as if he'd seen something indescribable. It's flowers. Flowers everywhere. Those refugees. They turned into flowers. And the pollen is spreading. Anyone who touches it gets infected. What? The Duke's heart skipped a beat. A plague? But under this high concentration of holy light barrier, normal undead plagues couldn't survive. Where's the Grand Mage? Send them to purify. They went. But The messenger swallowed nervously. But when the priests used their purification spells on those things, it didn't work. Instead, they grew faster. They're feeding on the holy light. This sentence hit like a thunderclap, leaving everyone in the command room stunned. Feeding on holy light. In this world, how could there be filth that consumes divine power? Let's go? Check it out. The Duke grabbed his sword from the table and strode out quickly. When the Duke reached the edge of the slums, the scene before him made even this seasoned veteran feel sick. There was no mountain of corpses or blood. In fact, it looked quite beautiful. The entire slum was flooded with a pale sea of flowers. These flowers grew on walls, on streets, and even on people. Thousands of infected hadn't died. They still held their positions from when they were alive, some kneeling in prayer, others embracing each other. Their skin had turned completely porcelain white, forming a hard, white layer. Countless thin filaments like blood vessels flowed over their bodies, emitting a faint golden glow. Above these human sculptures, a huge, crown-like, brain erosion flower bloomed on each head. These flowers open and close with each breath, releasing clouds of golden spores. Because a protective magic barrier covers the city, these spores cannot disperse and keep accumulating inside, causing the spore concentration in the air to reach a terrifying level. The golden light screen, originally meant to protect the city, now acts like a lid on a giant pressure cooker. God, a few nights following the Duke couldn't help but kneel. Under the strong hallucinogenic effect, they even thought the hellish scene before them was strangely beautiful and sacred. Be quiet. That's an illusion, the Duke shouted angrily, releasing a burst of solid-looking battle energy that forcibly dispersed the spores around him. This isn't a miracle. It's the demon mocking us, he recognized it. The gray, deathly tone, along with the eye pattern he saw on the broken shield, was exactly the same. All mages, listen up. Switch to fire magic. Burn this area to the ground. The Duke gave the harshest order. But, sir, there are still people inside. One mage hesitated. They are no longer human. The Duke's eyes turned red as he pointed at the smiling sculptures. They are bombs. The demon uses them to destroy us. Burn everything. Not a single spore should remain. Boom, boom, boom. Under the Duke's command, the mages finally began chanting. Dozens of firestorms rained down from the sky, turning the slums into a sea of flames. The pale, flower people did not struggle in the fire. Instead, they emitted laughter. It was a chorus of thousands of overlapping voices, full of joy and relief. Thank you for the gift that we will become one. Amid this strange laughter, the flames did not destroy them. Instead, they seemed to act as a catalyst. The mycelium, roasted at high temperature, instantly carbonized into a hard black shell. The spores, carried by the hot air, flew higher and farther, heading straight for the upper city, home to the nobles and soldiers. Those are high-temperature resistant strains. The Duke desperately realized that every decision he made seemed to be part of the other person's plan. At that moment, buzz, the ground of the entire city suddenly shook violently. It was not an earthquake. Instead, some huge creature was smashing into the foundation. The ground in the city center square suddenly bulged upward, as if something was about to break through the earth. Finally, it's mature, a deep, hoarse voice, as if coming from the depths of, suddenly pierced through the noisy flames and echoed over the city of Sanshan, specifically on the large protective light shield. The Duke looked up sharply. He saw that on the golden light shield, a huge face made of gray shadows had appeared unexpectedly. The face had no features, only a single eye burning with gray flames. "Who are you?" the Duke shouted, drawing his sword and pointing it at the sky. "Who I am doesn't matter." The large face slowly spoke, its voice cold and indifferent, as if it saw through life and death. "The important thing is, who are you? Are you a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? Or a crop waiting to be harvested?" Boom. The ground in the central square suddenly exploded. A massive, 30-meter-wide tentacle covered in dark gold armor shot up into the sky. It did not attack the surrounding buildings, but aimed straight at the core of the defensive barrier in the sky, like a needle. That was Lu Yuan's true form, the part of the abyssal void fungus lord. Using the positioning provided by the city's Troy spores, he had drilled from the 8th underground level, piercing through hundreds of meters of rock with this void root, precisely reaching the heart of Sanchon City. Sizzle! As soon as the tentacle touched the defensive light shield, the once indestructible apocalypse level barrier suddenly began to fade and decay as if it had encountered its nemesis. The flowing divine runes were covered in gray fungal patches, and the sacred golden light turned into a sickly green. Impossible. This is a divine barrier left by the gods. The city's chief archmage knelt on the ground in despair. His proud magical knowledge shattered at that moment, because he saw that the tentacle was not destroying the barrier but assaulting it. Countless tiny fungal threads pierced into the energy circuit of the magic array, forcibly changing its operation logic. System takeover. The giant face in the sky spoke again. Defense mode. Switch to incubation mode. Buzz. The originally semi-transparent golden light shield instantly turned into an opaque dark purple. It no longer blocked external attacks, but instead became a huge, airtight eggshell, sealing off the entire three-mountain city inside. The sunlight outside was cut off. Inside the city, everything fell into complete silence and darkness. Only the brain-eating flowers above the infected people's heads emitted faint glow in the dark. "This is my domain," Lu Yuan's voice echoed in the darkness, carrying a commanding presence. In this darkness, there are no nobles, no commoners, no gods, and no humans, only the fungal colony. Now, the second stage begins, harvest. As he finished speaking, the void root, standing in the center of the square, suddenly split open. Like a giant carnivorous flower blooming, countless black figures jumped out from the flower bud. They stood about 2.5 meters tall, covered in dark blue biological metal armor, with crystal spines on their backs shimmering with void-like light. Titan Black Iron Hybrid, Void Executioner. These were Lu Yuan's first paratroopers, but this was not the most despairing part for the Duke. At the front of the monsters, a familiar figure appeared. He wore a damaged but shimmering biosuit with dark gold patterns. In his hand, he held the iconic, now fallen Lionheart greatsword. Although his hair had turned gray-white and his eyes were a dull gray, the sword stance engraved in his bones was instantly recognizable to the Duke. "Valerius, my son." The Duke's voice trembled, and for the first time, his sword lowered. "You are still alive?" The figure stopped and looked up. From hundreds of meters away, across the burning street, he gazed at the old man. In his dull gray eyes, there was no family love, no pain, only a cold, absolute rationality. "Valerius is dead, father." The voice was hoarse but very clear. "The one standing before you is the leader of the Fungus Legion's first army, by the order of our master. Coming to take control of this city." Clang. The great sword was raised, pointing directly at the city lord's mansion. "All troops follow orders. No surrender accepted, except for mages with magic aptitude and knights with battle aura potential. Everyone else will be turned into fertilizer." Roar. Hundreds of void executioners let out a coordinated roar. They transformed into black lightning, rushing into the still uninfected defensive positions. This was an uneven slaughter, and also an efficient biomass recycling operation. The Duke watched the tide of black monsters surge forward, saw his once proud son wielding his sword to kill former comrades. He knew Three Mountain City was finished. The humans' proud, strong city walls, which could block orcs' axes and undead bone dragons, could not stop these silent, internal invaders. Spores. Under the dark sky covered by a purple light shield, a new era, the Age of Fungi, was announcing its arrival in a cruel and bloody way. When the last golden lion banner representing the human kingdom fell from the tower of the city lord's mansion, the resistance of Three Mountain City did not end. It was simply metabolized. Under the deep purple, membrane-like protective light curtain, this once border fortress with a population of 30,000 was now in a strange silence. No screams, no fighting, not even the sound of flames burning, because all the fuel had been used more efficiently. On the streets, the once hard cobblestone was now covered with a thick, soft gray fungal mat. These mats, like living capillaries, greedily absorbed every drop of spilled blood, every piece of torn flesh, breaking them down and transforming them into pure biological energy, which was then sent to the massive, void root in the city center. On both sides of the street, the once lively shops and homes have now turned into huge, cocoon houses. Countless white fungal threads wrap around the buildings, and through the windows, you can faintly see people inside, tightly wrapped and hanging. They are sleeping, or rather, they are undergoing formatting. Ordinary people who are not deemed fertilizer are experiencing gentle brain restructuring. Fungal spores numb their fear centers and modify their memory circuits, transforming them from panicked refugees into diligent, obedient, and tireless worker bees. This is Lu Yuan's way of ruling. Killing is the lowest form of control. Enslavement shows the greatest respect for resources. In the City Lord's Hall, the main meeting room, once a place where commands were issued and many lives decided, now the black iron throne symbolizing the glory of the Iron Wall family is occupied by dark golden chitin and writhing tentacles. Lu Yuan does not sit on it. He stands in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, looking down through the purple light curtain at the city that is breathing. Perfect ecological cycle, he says with a hint of admiration under his mask. In just 3 hours, the chaos in the city has decreased by 90%. Crime rate is 0. Resource efficiency has increased by 300%. Human laws and morals are laughably inefficient compared to the absolute hive mind. Behind him, there is a heavy metallic clang. It is the sound of a knee hitting the floor. The Duke of the Iron Wall, a man who dedicated his life to guarding the border, is now pressed to the ground by 4 thick void tentacles. His golden armor is shattered, his white hair stained with blood, and his once majestic eyes are filled with red veins and despairing tears. In front of him stands his most proud son, Valerius. The commander of the First Legion is slowly wiping blood off the Lionheart sword with a delicate motion, as if cleaning an art piece. His expression is so calm it chills the heart, as if he was not the one who just personally killed the Duke's guards. Why? The Duke's voice is hoarse, like a broken bellows being pulled. Valerius, are you being controlled? Tell me. As long as you nod, I, your father, I will risk my life to save you. Until now, this father still refuses to believe the harsh reality. Valerius stopped polishing his sword. He turned around, his dull gray eyes looking at the Duke, as if he were staring at a stubborn stone. Controlled? Valerius tilted his head, as if pondering the meaning of the word. No, father. I have never been so clear-minded before. Before, I was controlled by glory, controlled by family, controlled by that hypocritical church. I lived in a big lie, like a puppet swinging a sword. He stepped in front of the Duke, knelt down, and gently touched his father's aged face with a hand covered in dark gold armor. But the master cut those strings. He showed me the truth of the world. That is, devouring and being devoured. What you call protection is just guarding for greedy nobles. Now, our protection is for evolution. You crazy. All of you are crazy. The Duke suddenly shook his head, trying to avoid that cold hand. He looked at the dark figure by the window, his eyes filled with hatred and anger. Demon, what kind of hypnotic potion did you give him? Come on, kill me, just like you kill those soldiers. But I tell you, the kingdom won't let you go. The Grand Commander of the Holy Knights is on his way. You rats in the gutter, sooner or later, you will be purified by the holy light. Lu Yuan slowly turned around. He was not angry, nor did he release any pressure. He simply walked gracefully to the Duke's side. Grand Commander? Lu Yuan chuckled softly. You mean that old guy who sold his soul to the Abyss Demon to gain the Divine Descent qualification? This sentence hit like a heavy hammer, leaving the Duke stunned. What? What did you say? It seems you don't know anything, Your Grace. Lu Yuan waved his hand. The corrupted prophet Morandi, who had been floating in the corner, drifted over. Tell this loyal gatekeeper what kind of place the kingdom and church he guards really are. Morandi extended a tentacle, and a gray beam of memory shot into the Duke's forehead. Ah, the Duke let out a sharp scream. But what he saw was not an illusion, but real memories. About sacrifices, betrayal, and the evil god about to descend. A few minutes later, the beam disappeared. The Duke collapsed like a pile of rotten mud. His eyes were vacant, and he muttered to himself. All fake. It's all fake. I have guarded this place my whole life. And now I find out. I was guarding the devil. The shock of losing his faith was more deadly than physical pain. The brave Duke's spirit was completely drained in that moment. Kill me. After a long time, the Duke closed his eyes, tears falling down his face. I'm tired. Let me die with my last dignity. Valerius raised his great sword. As you wish, father. Wait. Lu Yuan's voice suddenly interrupted this scene of supposed fatherly love. He looked at the old man desperate to die, his eyes shining with calculation. Death? That's a waste. Lord Duke, you have a very sharp mind. Your tactical skills, your knowledge of the kingdom's defenses, and your strong spirit. These are valuable resources. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers. A few void executioners carried in a large glass tank filled with green nutrient fluid. The tank was connected to many complex neural tubes and rune lines. What are you doing? The Duke suddenly opened his eyes, a bad feeling rising in his heart. I don't need fighters. Lu Yuan pointed to Valerius and the monsters beside him. But I need a war processor. My microbial army is large, but when it comes to managing large-scale warfare tactics, I lack an experienced central CPU. Lord Duke, since you want to protect this city so much, then merge with it. No. Kill me. Quickly. Kill me. The Duke struggled wildly like he had lost his mind, but under the pressure of the void tentacles, he couldn't even break his own meridians. Valerius was silent for a moment, then put away his sword. Father, this is a gift. He personally lifted the Duke and placed him into a glass jar. No. As the nutrient solution covered his head, the Duke's screams turned into bubbling sounds. Countless nerve conduits, like living snakes, pierced into his brain, spine, and limbs. Biological link, established. Thought format, skip, keep tactical modules. Pain shielding, off, maintain his anger to keep the brain active. System loading, Sanshan City Defense Network, biological version. 10 minutes later, the Duke inside the jar stopped struggling. His body had mostly dissolved, leaving only his intact brain and spine floating in the green liquid, wrapped in countless glowing fungal filaments. Above his brain, a huge, fungus-made one-eyed slowly opened. Buzz, the defense shield of Sanshan City trembled slightly. Lu Yuan felt a vast and precise computing power connect to his mental network. The originally rough defense system, with this computing power, instantly became very detailed. Every corner's surveillance, each turret's firing angle, even the flow of spores on the streets, was optimized to perfection. This is the value of Ironwall Duke. He truly became the brain of this city. But he was imprisoned in a glass jar, unable to survive or die. Welcome aboard, Duke. Lu Yuan patted the glass wall, looking at the still twitching brain inside, and nodded with satisfaction. Now, let's discuss the next plan. He turned to the large map spread on the table. It was the border defense map of the human kingdom. Although Sanshan City has been taken, this is just the beginning. The so-called commander-in-chief is on his way here, so we need to prepare a big gift for him. Lu Yuan's finger pressed heavily on a spot on the map. That is a canyon called One Line Sky, located 50 kilometers outside the city of Sanshan. Valerius, here, take your fallen knights, the more than 100 captured prisoners who have been transformed, and set up an ambush here. Remember, don't fight head-on. A sly look flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Your task is to act. Act? Valerius looked confused. Yes, act out a scene of a desperate fight for survival. Lu Yuan pointed to the purple light curtain outside the window. I will adjust the curtain's frequency to make it look like it's about to collapse. You need to pretend to be survivors inside the city, struggling and waiting for rescue. Send a distress signal to the main commander. Use your most tragic and hopeless voices. Tell him that if they try harder, they can break through this shell, rescue the Duke, and achieve a great feat. Valerius's dull gray eyes lit up. He understood. This is a tactic to lure the enemy into a trap, and it uses the person they want to save and the glory they desire as bait. What if they really rush in? Valerius asked. Lu Yuan turned to look at the brain inside the glass jar, then at the city filled with cocoon chambers. His smile looked especially sinister in the shadows. Rush in? That would be perfect. Do you think, for the current city of Sanshan? Is there anything more tempting than tens of thousands of elite soldiers as bait? Meanwhile, on a national highway 100 kilometers from Sanshan City, a large army was rushing forward rapidly. Golden banners covered the sky, and the sound of iron hooves shattered the quiet wilderness. This was the main force of the Holy Knights, a total of 50,000 soldiers. Inside a luxurious carriage in the middle of the army, an old man dressed in a platinum robe, holding a staff, was closing his eyes to rest. He was the leader of the Holy Knights, and the highest commander of this rescue mission, Hand of Light, Arthas. Report. A griffin rider descended from the sky and landed beside the carriage. Great Commander, ahead. The magic signal from Three Mountain City has been received. Oh, Arthas suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was not kind, but filled with scheming intent. Is the stubborn old duke still alive? No. The signal came from Vice Captain Valerius, the cavalry officer excitedly reported. He says, the city's defensive magic array is still working, despite being corrupted. The Duke is leading the remnants to retreat into the inner city, fighting a street battle against monsters. The monster leader seems badly injured and is trying to absorb the city's energy. Vice Captain urges us to launch a full attack immediately. He says, this is a rare opportunity. If we break through the outer shell, we can attack from both inside and outside and completely kill that monster. Arthas narrowed his eyes. Injured? Absorbing energy? That sounds reasonable. After all, even a legendary demon king would struggle to digest a city of 30,000 people. If we can take Three Mountain City now, we can save the Duke, gain border military support, and also get the monster's body, which is priceless. This achievement could elevate him from commander to Pope. Send the orders. Arthas waved his staff, his voice filled with greed. All troops, accelerate. Be sure to reach Three Mountain City before sunset. Tonight, we will hold a celebration in that den of monsters. Outside the carriage, 50,000 soldiers cheered loudly. They didn't know. That was not a fortress waiting for rescue. It was a gaping, flowing abyssal maw. And deep inside that maw, a newly appointed biological brain was silently calculating each of their protein contents in the cold nutrient fluid. The sunset was blood red, turning the wilderness outside Three Mountain City into a dark crimson. But in the eyes of Arthas, the Grand Master of the Holy Knights, this red symbolized imminent glory and coronation. Such a perfect sunset. He stood atop a luxurious command carriage, staff in hand, gazing at the distant fortress shrouded in a purple glow. The once strong, apocalypse-level, defensive magic circle was now flickering violently. The purple light flickered on and off, like a candle swaying in the wind. Through the cracks in the light screen, faintly, you could see thick smoke rising from the city walls and the figures of soldiers fighting bravely. Sir, the deputy captain is signaling again. A nearby mage excitedly reported. He says the monsters inside are making their last attack. The Duke is badly injured and unconscious. The city's defenses are about to break. He asks us to attack the gap at the south gate. That is the only weak point in the monster's encirclement. The south gate. Arthas narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in his cloudy old eyes. He didn't fully believe it. As a cunning old fox who had been in politics for decades, he instinctively sensed something was wrong. Too easy. Everything is too coincidental. Send the Griffin squad to scout first, Arthas ordered. I need to confirm the magic fluctuations there. Yes. More than a dozen giant royal griffins took off, flying toward the south gate of the city. But before they could get close to the light screen, roar. A deafening roar echoed from inside the city. A huge stitched-together beast, a glutton, suddenly leapt onto the city wall, opening its bloody mouth and spewing a thick stream of acid. Gah! Two griffins couldn't dodge in time and were drenched in acid, screaming as they fell. Immediately, a bloodied figure appeared on the wall. It was Valerius. He held a broken lionheart sword, standing alone in front of the beast. A faint but stubborn golden battle aura burst from him. This was a disguise arranged by Lu Yuan. Must hold the line. Valerius's roar, empowered by magic, clearly reached outside the city. He was struck by the beast's claw and slammed against the wall, blood spraying wildly. But he struggled to get up and charged again. That sense of despair, heroism, and relentless fighting spirit deeply shook every knight outside the city. Deputy Captain. Many young knights had tears in their eyes. Even the suspicious Arzace, upon seeing this scene, felt his doubts mostly disappear. Is this a show? Who would risk their life to act so convincingly? The injuries from being hit by a giant beast are real. If he wasn't protecting the city behind him, who would fight so desperately? More importantly, he saw what was behind the giant beast, piles of corpses and buildings being destroyed. The monster is indeed attacking the city, and it's at the final stage. If they don't go in now, not only will the Duke die, but the valuable monster corpse will also be eaten by the beast. We can't wait any longer. Greed finally overpowered caution. Arzace raised his staff high, and holy light gathered around him into a bright halo. All troops, listen up. Target, south gate of Three Mountain City. In the name of holy light, crush those dirty monsters. Save our people. Charge. 50,000 temple knights, along with 2,000 battle priests, surged forward like a golden flood, unstoppable, heading straight into the already open trap. Getting closer, even closer. When the front line reached the city gate, the heavy alloy door suddenly collapsed due to an explosion inside. Even the purple protective light shield had a huge gap because its energy was depleted. Charge in, the knights rushed into the city. But when they stepped onto the streets of Three Mountain City, an odd feeling of unease grew. It was too soft. Their horses' hooves didn't make sharp sounds. Instead, it was like walking on a thick carpet, making a dull, puff sound. And it was eerily quiet here. Apart from the sound of their horses and armor clinking, the entire city was terrifyingly silent. The fighting and roaring sounds they heard outside seemed to have been muted the moment they entered. Something's wrong. An experienced old knight stopped his horse, alert, looking around carefully. The buildings on both sides of the street were damaged, but not on fire. Instead, it looked like they were covered with a layer of grayish-white frost. No, that wasn't frost. That is mycelium. Commander, should we keep going deeper? The old knight turned around and looked at Arthas, who was right behind him. Arthas was feeling very happy about the upcoming victory. He looked at the distant, void route in front of the city hall, what he saw as a monster's nest, and his eyes were full of excitement. Of course, the monster is right ahead. It's exhausted. Don't stop. Keep going and take it down. At the commander's urging, the army kept moving forward. A team of 50,000 people formed a long line, filling the main street of Three Mountain City, until the last soldier crossed the city gate. Boom! A loud explosion. It wasn't the sound of the gate closing. It was the sound of the earth closing up. The ruins of the fallen gate suddenly moved as if alive. Thick black tentacles burst from underground, twisting together into a wall of creatures stronger than metal, blocking all escape routes. At the same time, the purple light shield in the sky, which looked unstable before, suddenly shone with blinding brightness. Its color quickly darkened from purple to deep black. It was like a giant eyelid slowly closing. The whole world fell into darkness. What's happening? Why is it so dark? The knights panicked and drew their weapons. The priests cast light spells. Hundreds of glowing orbs floated into the air, lighting up the city. And at that moment, they finally saw the true face of the city. A piercing scream broke the silence. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw the old knight who had warned everyone earlier. Now, both he and his horse were sinking into the ground. The once solid street had turned into a writhing, gray, digestive mat. It looked like a swamp, gripping the horse's hooves tightly. Countless tiny, spiny mycelium threads climbed up the horse's legs, piercing through armor cracks and into the skin. My leg. Something is eating my leg. The ground. The ground is alive. Panic spread like a plague. A more frightening event happened. The houses on both sides of the street, with their windows and doors tightly shut, suddenly all opened at once. Inside, countless hanging cocoons were revealed. The shells of the cocoons broke open. One by one, pale-faced, flower-headed humanoid creatures emerged. They wore civilian clothes, and some even wore damaged city guard armor. But their eyes were empty, their movements stiff, and they held not weapons but various farm tools, or even tableware. Is that old George? Wasn't he a baker? That's the captain of the third squad. Oh my, What happened to his head? The knights recognized these people. But these people no longer recognized them. In the eyes of these worker bees, the armored knights in front of them were not comrades or saviors. They were walking piles of high-protein food, emitting a tempting aroma. "Welcome to," a grand, mighty voice echoed from all directions under the dark dome. Lu Yuan's figure slowly appeared in the air. He still wore his dark gold biological armor, with 6 virtual tentacles floating behind him. Next to him stood Valerius, who had already removed his disguise and looked cold and indifferent. My stomach. Lu Yuan looked down at the panicked ants below, as if he were observing bacteria in a petri dish. "Lord Arthas, aren't you seeking glory? Then become my stepping stone on the path of evolution." "Valerius, you traitor!" Arthas looked at the vice-captain standing beside the demon, trembling with anger. "You have betrayed the holy light. Betrayed the knights. I will kill you." Arthas raised his staff, and a terrifying 8-ring divine spell, Holy Judgment, instantly formed. A giant, 10-meter-long sword of light descended from the sky, aiming straight at Lu Yuan. Boring tricks. Lu Yuan didn't even bother to raise his hand. He simply glanced at the glass jar floating above the city lord's mansion. This was the Iron Wall. Duke, transformed into a biological brain. Buzz, a purple protective light shield suddenly released a beam of light, precisely hitting the sword. Sizzle sizzle. A divine spell powerful enough to slay a dragon. In front of this beam filled with void and titan power, seemed like an ice pop meeting lava, melting and breaking apart instantly. "Is this the power you are so proud of?" Lu Yuan shook his head. "It's too weak. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Major digestion program. Start." Boom. The entire city erupted in chaos. The ground's fungal mat started secreting large amounts of strong acid slime. The slime was highly corrosive. Even enchanted armor began to smoke and soften upon contact. The knights screamed as they fell into the slime. Once down, they couldn't get up again. Countless fungal threads quickly wrapped around them, injecting strong acid into their bodies, turning their flesh into pus within seconds, leaving only empty armor behind. Counterattack. Fight back quickly. Arthas desperately cast divine spells, trying to create a safe zone. But his magic was rapidly draining, because the spores floating in the air greedily devoured every bit of magical energy. "It's useless." Valerius drew his fallen Lionheart sword and leapt down from above. "Here, all rules are set by the master. Holy light. That's our favorite food." Boom. He landed heavily in front of Arthas's carriage, smashing the luxurious vehicle, symbolizing power with his sword. "Come on, Commander-in-Chief. Let me see how much your soul-selling power is really worth." Meanwhile, the worker bees on both sides of the street also launched attacks. Though they had no weapons, they were incredibly strong and fearless of pain. They lunged at the struggling knights, biting with their teeth, tearing with their hands, and even directly holding knights to detonate the brain-eating flowers above their heads. This was an unstoppable slaughter, and also an efficient industrial operation. Beneath the city, countless thick pipes were operating at full capacity. They continuously send large amounts of biomass solution, which are the dissolved knights, from the ground to the central, void root. As nutrients are injected, the root begins to grow and expand at a visible speed. Its tip even pierces through the purple light curtain, reaching toward the sky. In Lu Yuan's view, the progress bar representing evolution progress is rapidly jumping. Biomass intake, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. Void energy accumulation, 30%, 50%, 80%, remaining 15% to the next evolution stage, full form. Eat more? Lu Yuan looks at the golden battlefield below, his eyes shining with rationality. This is the fight of 50,000 high-level professionals. Every drop of blood is the essence of civilization. He raises his hand, palm facing downward. Skill, gravity reversal, flesh pagoda. Buzz. Suddenly, the gravity in the battlefield's center becomes unbalanced. Thousands of knights' bodies, or wreckage, float into the air. They are squeezed and crushed by invisible forces, finally merging into a huge, red river that flows directly into the void root's feeding opening. This scene is like a mythological doomsday judgment. But the judge is not a god. It is a group of hungry fungi. In this enclosed city, human glory, faith, and courage all turn into ingredients for this feast. Arthas looks at this scene with despair. He finally understands what he is facing. It's not a monster. It's a higher-dimensional life form's attack on a lower-dimensional civilization. A dimensionality reduction strike. The screams inside Three Mountain City have lasted for an entire hour. At first, 50,000 humans emitted terrifying screams loud enough to shatter eardrums. But gradually, these screams turned into low whimpers, and finally into a chilling, moist chewing sound. Gulp, gulp. It's as if countless mouths are eating at the same time. On the square in front of the city lord's mansion, the once proud Grand Commander of the Holy Knight Order, the Hand of Light, Arthas, was now awkwardly kneeling in a thick, sticky fungal blanket. His white gold robe, symbolizing the highest power, was torn and decayed, revealing his withered, dry body underneath. His staff still emitted a faint glow, but in the face of the surrounding endless darkness and purple mist, it looked like a nearly extinguished match. No, this can't be. Arthas trembled as he looked around. His 50,000 elite soldiers, capable of sweeping across the continent, had vanished. Instead, there were patches of red and white, biomass cocoons scattered on the ground. Each knight was wrapped in a thick, semi-transparent fungal membrane, like eggs waiting to hatch. Through the membrane, their bodies could be seen melting into pure energy liquid, flowing through pipes on the ground toward the towering, void root in the center of the square. Beneath that tentacle-like structure, the demon dressed in dark gold armor, Lu Yuan, floated in midair, slightly squinting his single eye as if savoring fine wine. Such a rich flavor, Lu Yuan's voice echoed in Arthas's mind. Body cultivated with battle energy is indeed much more delicious than inferior goblin protein. Especially the mental waves bursting out in despair, they're the best seasoning. Lu Yuan slowly descended, hovering about 3 meters in front of Arthas. Now, it's your turn, Grand Commander. Will you jump into the digestion pool yourself, or shall I help you? Heretic. Don't think you can escape. Arthas suddenly lifted his head, and a crazed light burst from his cloudy old eyes. He knew he was finished, but he still had one last card. A card he had originally prepared to face the Pope, even the King. Do you think you've won? Do you think this is the power of the abyss? Arthas tore off the holy emblem around his neck, revealing a deep, black inverted cross-shaped magic circle carved into his chest skin. I have indeed sold my soul, but the one I sold it to is not an ordinary demon. Great Lord of Hunger, please listen to the call of your loyal servant. I sacrifice the flesh and blood of 50,000 followers. I sacrifice everything in this city. Come forth. Devour the false god before me. Boom. A sinister, chaotic aura, more evil than Lu Yuan's void energy, suddenly erupts from Arthas's body. His body begins to swell violently, his skin tearing apart as black pus and blood spew out. But he does not die. He is transforming. A huge, black, mud-like creature covered with eyes and mouths emerges from his shattered shell. This mud quickly expands, and in the blink of an eye, it becomes a 20-meter-tall, false god projection made of rotting flesh. It has no fixed shape. Every inch of its skin is constantly rotting and regenerating. Countless mouths open and close on its body, roaring with hunger. Warning: high-dimensional creature projection detected. Target identified. Lord of the Abyss, Hunger Lord, Divine Avatar. Power level, Demigod, High Tier. Hunger Lord. Lu Yuan looks at this disgusting large mass of flesh in front of him, showing no fear. Instead, a hint of disdain flashes in his dark gold single eye. I was wondering what kind of god would covet a greedy soul like yours. So, you're a gluttonous demon god that feeds on trash. Lu Yuan shakes his head. Too ugly. No sense of evolution. Purely a pile of decay and rot. This is an insult to biology. Roar. The false god projection is clearly angered. Its countless mouths roar simultaneously, releasing a wave of black sound waves that sweep out. The surrounding buildings instantly collapse, and even the fungal mats on the ground are blown away. Starving. So hungry, the false god extends countless rotten tendrils, reaching for Lu Yuan. It can feel that the small figure before it contains an extremely powerful energy, an almost perfect meal. "Want to eat me?" Lu Yuan sneers. He does not dodge, but instead charges forward. Let's see whose teeth are sharper. Citywide activation, digestive liquid, king water mode. Duke's brain, take over the defense system, lock down the space. The purple light curtain in the sky suddenly shrank, transforming into an unbreakable cage that tightly locked the entire square. At the same time, the void root on the ground suddenly sprouted and turned into a long, 100-meter-long, hunting tentacle, which fiercely struck the false god. A sharp sound. The bloated body of the false god was torn, losing a large piece of flesh. Before the fallen flesh hit the ground, it was instantly wrapped and broken down by the surrounding fungal mats. The false god screamed in pain. It realized its power was draining away. This space itself is consuming it. Is this your home advantage? Lu Yuan's figure flickered in the air. Every time he appeared, he left a huge wound on the false god. His handheld void claw had become the sharpest scalpel, precisely cutting the energy nodes of the false god. For true predators, size has never been an advantage. Efficiency is. Lu Yuan's figure moved so fast, it was just a streak of dark gold light. He was dissecting this god. Like a patient chef, he was handling a giant bluefin tuna, cutting nerve connections, peeling away rotten flesh, extracting essence. That arrogant, famine lord, projection was helpless before Lu Yuan, because it found that no matter how it attacked, the strange, void shield could absorb the damage. Meanwhile, its body kept shrinking. "No, this can't be." A voice of despair, that of Arthas, echoed from inside the false god. "I am chosen by the gods. I have divine power. Why? Why am I losing to you, this monster? Because your god is also a parasite." Lu Yuan stopped above the false god's head. There was a black core there, the soul of Arthas. It doesn't care whether you live or die. It just sees you as a coordinate, a straw to steal energy from the real world. And now, Lu Yuan raised his right hand. The hand instantly expanded into a abyssal maw, filled with sharp teeth. "I'm going to pull out this straw, along with the stomach behind it." Ultimate skill, Void Devour, Concept Extraction. Boom. Lu Yuan's hand forcefully pierced into the core of the false god. No blood or flesh splattered. The surrounding space seemed to freeze. Lu Yuan felt as if he had grabbed an invisible thread. That was the faith connection between Alsace and the true body of the Lord of Hunger. Following this thread, he sensed that in the distant abyssal plane, a pair of greedy, huge eyes were watching here. "I found you." Lu Yuan's lips curled slightly. Time to collect some interest. He suddenly pulled hard. Bang! The invisible thread was forcibly torn apart. At the moment of the break, the microbial colonies inside Lu Yuan launched a frantic plunder. They tore off a pure piece of divine rule from the true body of the demon god through the broken connection. Roar! A furious roar echoed in the void. It was the true demon god's pain-filled cry. But the passage was already closed. With the connection severed, the giant false god projection on the square instantly collapsed, turning into a lifeless black mud. Only Alsace's battered and broken body remained, falling from the sky. Thud! He plunged into the pool of strong, acid bacteria below. He didn't even have time to scream. The ambitious dreamer who aspired to become a pope, or even a god, instantly turned into a wisp of blue smoke. The power, glory, and divine strength he pursued in his life ultimately became just a number on Lu Yuan's evolution progress bar. Devour high-level divine creatures. Clone. Gain divine fragment. Gluttony. Imperfect. Energy reserve. Overflowing. Warning. Warning. Body energy overload. Starting forced evolution process. Ascension. Finally. Has it come to this? Lu Yuan was not panicked. He felt every cell inside him boiling, cheering. That immense energy was like an erupting volcano, about to burst this biological shell. He slowly descended onto the top of the void root. The surrounding microbial carpet began to surge wildly, countless tendrils wrapping around him, forming a towering cocoon about 30 meters high, glowing with dark gold light. Valerius, Lu Yuan's voice echoed through the giant cocoon, carrying a sacred resonance. Here, Valerius, dressed in black armor, knelt before the giant cocoon. Behind him were over 100 fallen knights and thousands of void executioners, all kneeling as well. Guard this place. Until I break free from the cocoon, no creature is allowed to approach the three-mountain city, even a step. Even if the king himself comes, kill him. Understood. My lord. Valerius drew his great sword and firmly planted it into the ground. We will become your wall. 7 days later, the purple shield still covered the sky over Three-Mountain City. But outside, the world had already changed dramatically in those 7 days. News of the main force of the Holy Knight Order being wiped out spread like a massive earthquake, shaking the entire human kingdom and even reaching nearby orc tribes and elf forests. The king was furious, and the pope was terrified. Countless armies began gathering at the borders. Inside Three-Mountain City, it was deathly silent. All the digestion was complete. The 50,000 knights, along with the city's supplies, had been turned into nourishment for the giant cocoon. A clear cracking sound broke the silence. The dark gold cocoon standing in the city square split open. A beam of light, not gold, not gray, but a pure, starry, deep purple, shot out from the, soaring into the sky. The thick protective light curtain in the sky, upon contact with this light, dissolved like snowflakes. Sunlight once again shone on the streets of Three-Mountain City. But this sunlight did not bring warmth. Instead, it revealed a terrifying new world. The original stone buildings had vanished completely, replaced by towering structures made of white bones and dark gold shells, biological towers. The ground was no longer a fungal carpet but a hardened, obsidian-like, chitin pavement. This was a living city. At the highest point of the city, on a throne evolved from the root of the void, a figure slowly stood up. He no longer wore heavy armor, because his body itself was the most perfect armor. Standing 3 meters tall, his sleek body is covered with a black crystal skin that seems to contain the stars. Behind him, 6 pairs of glowing wings made of pure void energy slowly spread out, blocking the sky. His face still shows faint human features, but it is more than handsome. It is a perfect, divine form that transcends gender. In the center of his forehead, the dark gold single eye has disappeared, replaced by a complex, spinning, truth rune. This symbol shows he is no longer an ordinary being. He is Deep Abyss Ruler, Void Lord, complete form. Lu Yuan clenched his fist slightly. He could feel that, if he wished, he could make the ground beneath him or make the clouds in the sky burn with a single thought. This is a power only semi-gods can control, reality distortion. Is this the power of the complete form? Lu Yuan's voice was no longer hoarse but smooth and deep, like a cello, with a magnetic quality that reached the soul. He looked up and gazed into the distance. There, the allied armies of the human kingdom were gathering. But in Lu Yuan's eyes, those so-called armies were just crops waiting to be harvested. This body is a little hungry, Lu Yuan smiled faintly. In that smile, there was divine indifference and devilish greed. Valerius, yes, the fallen knights, who had been waiting for a long time, answered in unison. Prepare the horses. We are going to the royal city, to ask the king if he is willing to give his kingdom. To me as a garden. As Lu Yuan finished speaking, the 6 pairs of wings behind him suddenly flared. Boom! A wave of energy surged. He shot up into the sky like a black meteor tearing through the air. Behind him, thousands of flying creatures, void ghouls, rebuilt from griffin corpses, followed in a vast swarm. That day, the people of the human kingdom saw true despair. They called that day, the Black Sun Descends, north of Sand Mountain City, 300 kilometers away. This is a dangerous mountain pass called Red River Valley, the last natural barrier to the human capital. On both sides are steep cliffs up to 1,000 blades high, with only a narrow river valley about 100 meters wide in the middle. At this moment, the valley has been filled with the strongest magic power humans possess. Magic resonance rate 98%. Defense matrix fully charged. Elemental tower ready. Inside the temporary command post on the cliff top, the kingdom's chief court mage, the pale witch, Lysandra, is staring intensely at her crystal ball. Her normally well-maintained face, which usually carries a lazy smile, is now pale as a dead person's skin, and her forehead is covered with tiny cold sweat. In her crystal ball view, the southern horizon has disappeared, Instead, there is a constantly approaching, darkness-consuming, black tide. This is not an ordinary army. As a scholar who has studied the truth of magic for 60 years, Lysandra cannot even find a known word to describe that thing. It looks like a living dark cloud blocking the sunlight. But beneath that cloud, the land is undergoing terrifying changes. The once yellowed wild grass instantly withers and crumbles upon contact with the shadow. Countless gray-white fungi-like plants, resembling tentacles, burst out from the soil. Rocks turn into chitin structures like solidified fat, and rivers become flowing green glowing acid slime. Every step it takes rewrites the world's rules. It is not marching. It is assimilating the world. Teacher, can we really stop this thing? A young mage apprentice standing behind Lysandra trembles as he looks at the strange purple glow on the distant horizon. Even if we can't stop it, we must try. Lysandra takes a deep breath, forcing down a trace of fear born from instinct. His Majesty has gathered the kingdom's last 200,000 troops on the plains. We are the first line of defense and the most important filter. The creature calling itself the Void Lord, although it has semi-divine power levels, is still a biological being. Lysandra clenches her staff tightly, her eyes flashing with a mix of madness and rationality. He maintains such a large biosphere moving. The energy he consumes every second is astronomical. Our goal is not to defeat him. Instead, we want to create enough trouble to drain his biomass reserves and make him starve. Activate the Thorn Wall magic array. Full power. At her command, tens of thousands of magic crystals embedded along the cliffs on both sides of the Red River Valley simultaneously light up. Buzz. A giant magic barrier, 500 meters tall and dozens of meters thick, rises from the ground, spanning the middle of the canyon. This is not an ordinary light shield, but a deadly wall woven from countless solidified magical thorns, burning with flames and lightning. This is the Kingdom Mage Association's most secret strategic spell, said to be capable of crushing even a charging dragon. 10 kilometers away, in the center of the moving, black tide, Lu Yuan is not sitting in a carriage or riding a horse like a traditional king. His current form, the fully evolved version with 6 pairs of glowing wings and a body covered in starry skin, is floating about 100 meters above the ground. Around him, a force field made of high-concentration void particles surrounds him, instantly destroying any dust that comes close. Beneath him is a moving throne. It is a product evolved from the sacred remains devourer. The giant beast has grown to 100 meters long, with its back flattened into a biological platform, on which countless tubes connect to Lu Yuan's nervous system. High-energy reaction detected. Complex element barrier field 10 kilometers ahead. Lu Yuan's pupilless eyes, truth rune, slightly turn, piercing through layers of space to analyze the essence of the Thorn Wall, composite weaving of fire and lightning elements. Using high-frequency oscillations to produce cutting force. That's a very good idea. If it were the old fungal legion, hitting it would indeed cause heavy losses. I might evaporate about 30% of my lower-tier troops. Lu Yuan's voice echoes in the mental network, calm as if solving a math problem. But then, now, I no longer need to use my body to fill such low-level gaps. He slightly raises his hand. Suddenly, a loud buzzing sound like a swarm of bombers came from the sky behind. The clouds parted. Thousands of black dots swooped down. These were the Void Stone Ghosts. These flying units, made from griffin corpses, had completely changed after being baptized by the void by Lu Yuan. Their feathers turned into metal-like scales, and green liquid-filled sacs hung from their bellies. In their mouths, they carried what looked like biological missiles. Valerius, subordinate here, the fallen knight leader, standing on the back of the giant beast, had fully adapted to his new role. His sword, the Lionheart, was wrapped with some void tendrils, making him look more fierce. Take the Air Force and teach those mages a lesson. Tell them the era of magic is over. Understood. Valerius's bone wings flapped, and he soared into the sky, merging with the large group of stone ghosts. At the Red River Valley defense line. They're coming. Air units, the mage apprentice shouted. Lysandra looked up, her pupils shrinking suddenly. Instead of diving and attacking like normal monsters, the stone ghosts, still 2 kilometers from the defense line, performed a coordinated throwing motion. Puff, puff, puff. Countless dark green spheres shot out from their mouths, making sharp whistling sounds, crashing like a rainstorm against the thorn wall. Not just physical attacks. Activate the interception net, Lysandra yelled. Hundreds of lightning bolts and fireballs shot into the air, accurately hitting the falling spheres. Boom, boom, boom. The spheres exploded in the air, but there was no fire or shrapnel. Only large clouds of yellow-green mist. Instead of dispersing, the mist seemed alive, quickly attaching itself to the burning magical thorn wall. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A corrosive sound like nails on a chalkboard echoed through the canyon. Lysandra was terrified to see that the magic flames, said to burn everything, suddenly went out the moment they touched the mist. No, they didn't go out. They were eaten away. The fog contained countless tiny, demon-devouring spores, specially created by Lu Yuan. They feed on elemental energy. The stronger the flames, the faster they reproduce. The more powerful the lightning, the more they split apart. The once dazzling thorn wall quickly turned dull and dark green to the eye. Then, the magical thorns began to grow wildly and twist. The spikes that originally protected outward suddenly turned inward, aiming at the cliff where the caster was standing. How is this possible? Has the magic array gone out of control? The magic circuit has been cut off. No, it has been tampered with. Inside the mage tower, chaos erupted. Crystals shattered, and several mages maintaining the magic array spat blood and collapsed. Is this biological erosion? Lysandra looked at the wall that was once protecting them. Now, it had turned into a huge, oozing monster's mouth. She finally understood that what they faced was not an army, but a high-dimensional virus. Retreat. Abandon the front line. Everyone, fall back. Before her order was finished, a black lightning bolt tore through the green fog in the sky. Valerius, wielding the fallen Lionheart sword, crashed through the dome of the mage tower like a meteor. Boom. Debris flew everywhere. Lysandra only saw a flash, and a cold greatsword was already at her neck. The sword didn't emit coldness, but a soul-shaking void pull. Her immense magic power, in front of this sword, was like a whirlpool of water, spilling uncontrollably. You, Valerius? Lysandra recognized the face. Though pale and evil, the outline of the once royal star was still faintly visible. You are the pride of the kingdom. How could you fall to become a monster's dog? She shouted fiercely, trying to use words to awaken his humanity. Valerius looked at the elder who once taught him magic principles. His dead gray eyes showed no emotion. Dog? He tilted his head, as if hearing a funny joke. No, master. I am the pioneer, and you are mistaken about one thing. Valerius pressed slightly, and the sword's edge cut into Lysandra's skin. Monsters are not us. But rather, for thousands of years, they have been feeding on humans while falsely claiming to protect us. Now, your knowledge and magic will become the nourishment in the master's garden. Puff. Several gray tendrils burst out from the cracks in Valerius's armor, instantly piercing Lysandra's 7 orifices. This kingdom's chief mage didn't even have time to cast a final spell before losing consciousness. But this was not death. As Lu Yuan said, highly intelligent people, dying is a waste. Lysandra's body twitched and mutated. Complex rune circuits appeared on her skin, but instead of glowing blue, they turned a strange purple. Her mage robe was torn by fungal filaments and rewoven into a biological robe. After 3 minutes, she stood up again. Her eyes were completely black, and she held not a staff but a biological wand, made of spinal bones and eyeballs. She slightly bowed to Valerius. Thank you for guiding. When Lu Yuan's throne slowly floated over the Red River Valley, the battle was over. Or rather, the assimilation was complete. The once dangerous canyon defense line had turned into a huge, hatching ground. The thorn wall had fully turned into a living flesh wall across the canyon, covered with cocoons nurturing new creatures. Thousands of mages and guards mostly became fertilizer, fed into the stomach of the sacred skeleton devourer, transforming into marching energy. A few elites, like high-level mages, were transformed into a new troop, void casters. Efficiency is acceptable. Lu Yuan glanced at his attribute panel. Devoured high-level mage core. Gained gene fragments. Elemental affinity, all types. Spatial folding, basic. Analyzed spell models, 72 types. Microbial evolution, demon-devouring fungi maturity at 100%. He didn't stop, because in his perception, this was only the appetizer. On the vast plains far away, the last 200,000 troops of the human kingdom and the king who had come from the royal city were waiting there for him. How much farther? Lu Yuan asked. Li Sana, now the leader of the Void Mage, floated to the side of the throne and respectfully replied, Master, 50 kilometers ahead is the Sighing Plain. King Lionheart, Charles III has gathered the royal knights, the northern border army, and the remaining court judges, totaling 230,000 people. They have set up this sacred oath, great formation there. And also, Li Sana paused. It is said they have summoned a divine artifact. Divine artifact? Lu Yuan became interested. In this low magic world, there are few things called divine artifacts. Yes, it is left by the founding monarch, the dragon-slaying spear. It is said to contain the spirit of an ancient dragon slayer, sealed inside. As long as enough lives are sacrificed, it can unleash a deadly attack that even gods cannot resist. Dragon-slaying spear. Lu Yuan stroked his chin. It sounds like a very tough bone, but he looked up at the sky, where the sun was gradually turning purple from the violet particles emanating from him. Only the hardest bones contain the most delicious marrow. Order the entire army. Speed up. Tell those humans not to resist, because the night has already come. Boom. With his will, the black tide covering the land began to surge again. This time, it was faster and more fierce. At the front of the tide, countless newly hatched monsters with mage heads and tentacle bodies were whispering madly. A final battle that would decide the fate of this world was about to erupt on the Sighing Plain. And for Lu Yuan, it was nothing more than a large self-service feast. Sighing Plain noon. The sunlight here should be the strongest, but at this moment, the sky and earth are shrouded in darkness. A purple void particle cloud blocked the sun, covering the entire plain in a sickly twilight. 23,000 troops are arranged here. This should have been one of the most spectacular battle formations in human history. The golden griffin flags of the royal family, the icy wolf flags of the northern border, and the cross banners of the church fluttered loudly in the wind. Countless enchanted spears formed a jungle of steel, and the chanting of the mages made the air tremble slightly. But at the front of this steel jungle, an old man wearing golden armor and a crown of thorns felt a deep chill. King of the Lionheart, Charles III, the supreme ruler of the human kingdom. He held the reins tightly, his palms sweaty. 5 kilometers ahead of him, the black tide had stopped flowing. There was no sign of the millions of soldiers expected. Only one person, a dark figure floating 100 meters in the air, with 6 pairs of glowing wings, like a divine being, Lu Yuan. And a massive creature, like a mountain, sitting on a throne, sacred corpse glutton. Just one person, and my 200,000 troops dare not move forward. Charles III's voice was a bit hoarse. The leader of the royal knights, a powerful warrior with the strength of a sword saint, trembled slightly as he held his sword. Your Majesty, that monster's energy level. The detection crystal has exploded, he whispered. Even that 100-meter-long beast's aura is more terrifying than the Abyss Lord recorded in ancient texts. And that humanoid floating creature. We can't read any data. It's like a black hole. A black hole must be filled. Charles III took a deep breath, forcing down the fear in his eyes with his royal dignity. Suddenly, he drew a long spear from his waist, one that exuded an ancient aura. Artifact, Dragon Slayer Spear, Dragon Slayer. This is a divine weapon forged from the spine of the Black Dragon King by the first king, blessed by successive popes. The spear is engraved with runes capable of tearing space, and its tip is a crystal of a dragon's heart that never extinguishes. All troops, listen up! Charles III raised the Dragon Slayer spear high, his voice amplified by magic. That monster wants to devour our country. It wants to turn us into mindless zombies. We have no way to retreat. Activate the sacred oath formation. Prepare for the dragon slash. Boom. Following his command, the 230,000-strong army unleashed incredible energy simultaneously. The warrior's fighting spirit, the mage's magic, and the priest's holy light all converged through the giant magic circle beneath their feet into the spear in Charles III's hand. The once simple, old-fashioned spear suddenly shone with a dazzling light, rivaling the sun. A giant, golden dragon shadow, about a kilometer long, appeared behind Charles III, roaring loudly. For humanity, attack! Charles III used all his strength and threw the dragon slayer's spear. Whoosh! The space tore apart. The spear turned into a streak of golden light, carrying a destructive force that could obliterate the sky, heading straight for Lu Yuan in the distance. This strike embodied the peak power of human civilization. Even a mountain could be pierced instantly. Oh, gathering everyone's strength? Lu Yuan, floating in the air, watched the incoming golden streak without trying to dodge. In his eyeless gaze, a flicker of curiosity called scientific research appeared. The energy density has reached Level 7, Pseudo-God, Standard, using the magic circle to connect weak individual energies, then releasing them through a high-level catalyst artifact. It's a classic lever principle, but Lu Yuan raised his right hand. The hand, covered in a starry skin, instantly expanded into a huge, semi-transparent, void hand. A lever is good, but the fulcrum is too fragile. Boom! The golden streak slammed hard into the void hand. The shockwave from the explosion instantly cleared the clouds within a 10-kilometer radius. The ground cracked, and countless stones were lifted into the air. The Allied soldiers were blown about by the fierce wind, but their eyes remained fixed on the explosion's center. Did it hit? Did we win? As the dust settled, everyone's hearts sank. The dark figure still floated in the air, completely unharmed. And the legendary, indestructible Dragon Slayer spear was tightly grasped in his hand. The golden dragon shadow on the gun was struggling wildly and roaring, trying to break free from the large hand. But countless purple tendrils extended from the void hand had already deeply embedded into the gun's interior. Impossible. This can't be. Charles III shouted in despair. That was the Dragon Slayer gun, the divine weapon that once sealed the Black Dragon King. How could it be caught barehanded? Is this your divine weapon? Lu Yuan's voice echoed through the world, cold and hopeless. He looked down at the long spear in his hand. Target analysis. Biological weapon. Dragon bone construct. Core. Highly active dragon stem cells. Dormant. Enchantments. Space tearing. Dragon intimidation suppression. I see. Lu Yuan nodded. This isn't really a weapon. It's a specimen. You treat it like a simple club, wasting it. Let me teach you how to properly use the power of a dragon. Lu Yuan's fingers suddenly stabbed into the gun's body. Skill, biological activation, gene awakening. Injection, Titan spinal fluid void mutation source. The sealed Dragon Slayer gun suddenly trembled violently. The original golden glow instantly turned into a strange black-purple color. The bone structure on the gun began to proliferate and wriggle wildly. The crystal at the tip, the dragon's heart, started beating again. Puff, puff. Under everyone's terrified gaze, the gun came alive. It was no longer a cold weapon but rapidly expanded and mutated into a 100-meter-long, void-bone dragon, made of black iron and flesh. It had no skin, only stark white bones and muscles flowing with purple magma. Its eye sockets burned with the same gray ghost fire as Lu Yuan. Roar, a dragon's roar filled with hunger and rage echoed across the plain. The divine soul that once protected humanity had now fallen completely, turning into a hunting dog in Lu Yuan's hand. Go. Lu Yuan released his grip, gently stroking the dragon's skull. Eat your old masters. Make it your first meal of rebirth. The bone dragon flapped its wings, bringing a terrifying gust of wind as it swooped down on the human alliance. Defend. All units, defend, Charles III shouted desperately. But it was already too late. Facing a real bone dragon, enhanced by void magic, human shields were as fragile as paper. Boom. The bone dragon crashed into the formation. It was like a tiger attacking a flock of sheep. Its breath attack, purple void fire, instantly turned hundreds of royal knights into ashes. Its tail swept through, smashing an entire group of mages into meat pulp. Even more frightening was the radiation it emitted. Any soldier close to it quickly mutated, Some grew tentacles, some turned into flesh lumps, and some went mad, attacking their comrades. Is this divine punishment? Charles III looked at the hellish scene before him, his reins slipping from his hands. His proud army collapsed in just a few minutes. No, Your Majesty, an elegant voice sounded above him. Lu Yuan had appeared in front of him without warning. He wasn't riding any mount. His 6 pairs of luminous wings were his most magnificent throne. This is not divine punishment. Lu Yuan pointed a finger gently at Charles III's jeweled crown. This is natural selection. Your civilization is too backward. Whether in technology or evolution, you've taken a dead-end path. So, I've come. I'm here to help you. Format your system. Format? Charles III sneered bitterly, drawing his sword to make a final stand. But as he raised his hand, an invisible force held him in place. Your genes are quite good. Lu Yuan's single eye examined the king. House of Lionheart. With faint Titan blood. No wonder you can wield the Dragon Slayer spear. As my rancher, you are qualified. Suddenly, several semi-transparent tendrils emerged from Lu Yuan's fingertips, piercing directly into Charles III's brain. There was no pain, because Lu Yuan had blocked his pain nerves. The king's body began to change. His golden armor fused with flesh and blood, turning into a biological exoskeleton. His eyes turned gray, but he remained clear-headed and rational, even more so than before, because all the emotional modules that made him afraid, hesitant, or weak had been removed by Lu Yuan. What remained was an absolutely rational, obedient, and highly capable void governor. Now, give the order, Lu Yuan said calmly, retracting his tentacles. Tell your army to lay down their weapons. Accept the baptism. The newly reborn Charles III, codename Governor 001, had no hesitation. He turned to face the soldiers still fleeing and raised his claws, now biological weapons. Cease resistance. His voice, amplified and transformed, rolled across the plain like thunder. This is evolution. This is a gift. Everyone, kneel. Embrace the glory of the master. The king's command was absolute. Coupled with the rampaging bone dragon and the surrounding fungi army closing in, the few 100,000 surviving soldiers' mental defenses shattered completely. Clang. The first sword fell to the ground. Then countless others. This place, once called the Sighing Plain, had now become a graveyard of humanity's old era. Countless soldiers knelt, watching the golden spores, baptism dust, falling from the sky, their eyes filled with confusion and fear. But Lu Yuan knew. Soon, this fear would turn into fanaticism. When the spores entered their brains and reconstructed their neural networks, they would become the most loyal followers. Good. Lu Yuan ascended high into the sky again, overlooking the land he had conquered. His perception network rapidly expanded outward. Beyond the plains, beyond the mountains, it directly covered the distant human capital. There were millions of people, countless magical texts, and mountains of resources. This would be his next step toward becoming a true god. A breeding ground. Valerius, subordinate here, take your knights and go to the capital. Remember, do not destroy the library or the alchemy workshop. Knowledge is more delicious than flesh and blood. Understood. The black tide surges again. But this time, they are no longer destroyers. Instead, they are the creators of a new order. The capital city, Golden Iris. This ancient city, over 1,000 years old, is called the White Pearl of the continent. Thousands of white marble buildings spiral up the mountain, leading to the grand Sun King's palace and the radiant cathedral at the top. It is dusk now, but the city is eerily silent. The busy markets, the singing of troubadours, and even the evening church bells have disappeared. All the citizens have closed their doors and windows, hiding in dark rooms and trembling. Only heavily armed guards patrol the streets, their footsteps echoing on the empty stone roads, each step like a nerve-wracking drumbeat. Fear spreads like a plague in the air. Bad news from the front has arrived. 230,000 allied troops have been defeated. The Lionheart King is missing in action, and the monster called Black Sun is approaching with his hellish army. The Radiant Cathedral, the underground sanctuary. This is the most secret place of the church, where the relics of saints are kept. The current pope, Gregory VII, kneels before a huge, faceless angel statue. His crown, symbolizing divine authority, is tossed aside. His old face is covered in sweat and looks frantic. Lord, why do you not answer me? Your shepherd is being slaughtered. Your divine kingdom on earth is about to fall into chaos. Why do you remain silent? The Pope's voice is hoarse, tinged with despair. He has been praying here for a whole day and night. He has sacrificed all the holy water, burned the most precious dragon's saliva incense, and even used forbidden saint's blood. But the statue remains cold and silent. The God who once promised them eternity and power, actually a projection of a lord from the abyss, seems to have completely cut off contact. Could it be? Even you fear that monster. The Pope slumps to the ground, the last flicker of faith in his eyes slowly fading. If even the gods have abandoned us, what hope do we have left as ordinary people? Report. A sharp, urgent call broke the silence of the holy hall. A red-robed bishop hurriedly rushed in, ignoring proper etiquette. Your Majesty, they're here. They're coming. Has that monster attacked the city? The Pope suddenly jumped up, grabbing the staff on the ground. Where is the defensive magic circle? Fill it with all our magic power. We must defend it, even if it costs us our lives. No, it's not an attack. The red-robed bishop's face twisted as if he had seen something extremely absurd yet terrifying. It's His Majesty the King. The King has returned, leading a well-organized army of 200,000. They're right outside the city gates. What? The Pope froze in surprise. 200,000 soldiers? Weren't they all defeated? And His Majesty says he has tamed that monster. It's a gift from the gods to our kingdom. Now His Majesty is outside the city gates, knocking and demanding we open the defenses to let the army in. At the main gate of Golden Iris City, called the Victory Gate, tens of thousands of city guards stood on the 50-meter-high wall, staring in disbelief at the scene outside. Under the sunset glow, a huge army was quietly standing on the plain. It was definitely a human army. Golden griffin banners, silver armor, neat formations. Leading them was the imposing Lionheart King, Charles III. But if you looked closely, you'd notice this army was still. 200,000 people, with not a single cough or hoarse neigh. They looked like delicate dolls, moving in perfect unison, as if they were all breathing together. Behind the army, the vast, shadowy black figure, the fungal army of Lu Yuan, had not attacked. Instead, it lay quietly like a gentle pet, resting in the shadows. It really is His Majesty. The city defense commander trembled as he lowered his telescope. He saw the king's golden armor and the dragon-slaying spear, symbolizing royal power, though it looked a bit blackened. Could it be that a miracle has truly happened? Has His Majesty tamed that monster? Open the door quickly. The king below did not speak, but his voice sounded like thunder, exploding directly into everyone's mind. It was a kind of unstoppable mental broadcast. I bring good news of a new era. The war is over. We have won. Victory. Victory. These words seemed magical, instantly breaking through the soldiers' tense mental defenses. The joy of survival overwhelmed them, making them ignore the strange, metallic rubbing sound in the voice. Open the city gates. Welcome His Majesty's return. The commander gave the order. Boom, boom. The 3-meter-thick magic alloy gate slowly rose as the winch turned. The protective light shield that had guarded the capital for hundreds of years was also lifted. Gold Iris City, a place never before conquered, opened its arms to its king. Foolish, yet delicious. Liyuan, floating above the clouds, watched the slowly opening gate through the view of Administrator 001, Charles III, and gave his comment. He was not in a hurry to arrive. For a city of this level, simple military conquest was too basic. He wanted a lossless takeover. Enter the city. Liyuan issued the order. On the ground, Charles III, transformed into a biological puppet, raised his bone dragon spear. There was no cheer. 200,000 human troops marched in step through the city gate. It was a silent march. When the first soldier stepped onto the white stone avenue of the capital, a transparent sticky substance secreted silently from his feet. It was not sweat. It was a high-concentration assimilation spore liquid. As the army advanced, this sticky substance quickly spread and seeped into the ground. The pristine marble road began to show faint, barely noticeable gray mold spots. These mold spots seemed alive, spreading along drainage ditches and wall cracks, reaching into the city's underground water network. "Welcome back, Your Majesty." On both sides of the road, unaware citizens waved flowers and cheered with tears of joy. They thought they were welcoming back a savior. Little did they know, they were actually greeting a group of fungal carriers disguised as humans. "What a passionate host," muttered Valerius, now Valerius 002, riding a ghostly warhorse, as he looked at the lively crowd. A stiff smile appeared on his face. He slightly opened his mouth. A gentle, sweet-smelling breeze flowed out, invisible to the eye, blending into the cheering crowd. "Cough, it smells so good, this scent. Makes people feel so sleepy." The citizens in the front inhaled this aroma. Their eyes grew distant, and their faces shifted from joy to blank smiles. Beneath their skin, tiny fungal filaments began to grow, quickly taking control of their nervous systems. Just 10 minutes later, when the army passed through the main street, tens of thousands of citizens had stopped cheering. They still stood there, waving their hands, but their pupils had turned a dull gray. They were no longer citizens. They had become part of the cityscape. At the Sun Palace, in the royal library, this was Lu Yuan's real goal. Compared to the symbolic throne, the priceless collection of ancient magic books, alchemy formulas, and historical documents stored here was far more valuable. For Lu Yuan, who aimed to evolve, knowledge was the highest form of biological material. Boom. The library's door was forcefully kicked open. There were no soldiers. Only Lu Yuan's massive, fully formed body slowly drifting inside. The library was empty. Only an elderly man with white hair sat quietly at a desk, holding a thick ancient book. He was Merlin, the royal scholar, the most learned sage of the human kingdom. "You've arrived," Merlin said without looking up, flipping a page calmly, his voice as still as a dead pond. "I foresaw the kingdom's destruction, the end of the royal family, but I never expected that the thing ending all this wouldn't be the predicted demon king, but rather a kind of creature." He closed the book and looked up, his eyes shining with wisdom, directly gazing at Lu Yuan's indescribable form. "You're not here to kill. The way you look at these books is greedier than when you look at humans." Good observation. Lu Yuan's figure shrank, transforming into a humanoid form clad in dark gold armor. He walked to a shelf 10 meters tall, reached out, and gently stroked the ancient leather-bound books. "Killing is just a means, not the goal. I'm here to feed." "Feed." Merlin paused, not just on a physical level. Lu Yuan's fingers split open, and countless fine, thread-like, neural fibers, anew evolved specifically for reading information, pierced into the books. Snick, snick, snick. There was no fire. As soon as the fibers touched the paper, it quickly yellowed, weathered, and disintegrated. But the words, pictures, and runes inside the books turned into streams of blue information flow, rushing along the fibers into Lu Yuan's brain, or rather, his central processor. Target read, Advanced Element Theory. Analysis progress, 10% point 50% point 100%. Knowledge gained, fire element arrangement models, magic flow suppression techniques. Target read, Black Iron Era Engineering. Analysis progress, 100%. Blueprints obtained, Titan-class steam core, floating city power system. Lu Yuan closed his eyes, enjoying the rush of vast information flooding his consciousness. This feeling was 100 times stronger than devouring flesh and blood. Because flesh and blood only accumulate attributes, but knowledge can optimize rules. In just a few seconds, all the books on that entire shelf, thousands of them, turned to ash. The knowledge inside became part of Lu Yuan's memory bank, even being refined and improved by his supercomputer-like brain. "You can actually eat knowledge directly?" Merlin stood up in shock. As a scholar, this scene was more devastating to him than being killed. "You need to settle down. How can you understand those complex principles instantly?" "Understand." Lu Yuan opened his eyes, and the single eye shimmered with a blue light that symbolized wisdom and coldness. "That is the way low-level creatures learn. For me, all knowledge is basically data, and my brain is the strongest supercomputer in this world." He walked toward Merlin. "Now, I've finished reading the books in the library. It's time to look at that encyclopedia called Being Alive. Lu Yuan was referring to Merlin himself. This wise man, who had lived nearly 200 years and assisted 3 generations of kings, held the true treasure of this library in his mind. Don't come any closer. Merlin raised his staff, trying to use space teleportation to escape. But Lu Yuan simply clenched his fist gently. Reality distortion, space confinement. The space around Merlin instantly froze, like amber, trapping him in place. Don't worry, Chancellor. Lu Yuan approached him, extending a tentacle still flickering with data streams, and gently touched Merlin's forehead. I won't turn you into a mindless zombie that drools. Your brain is too precious. I want to send you to the cloud. The cloud? Before Merlin could understand this unfamiliar word, puff. The tentacle pierced in. Merlin's body instantly stiffened. His pupils dilated rapidly as vast memories, knowledge, and experiences were drained from him like a bursting dam. But he did not die. His body began to turn into crystal, gradually transforming into a semi-transparent crystal statue. This was a special preservation method. His consciousness was completely separated and uploaded into Lu Yuan's constructed fungal mind network, becoming an independent database node. From now on, Lu Yuan could access his wisdom at any time, even allowing him to continue magical research within the mental network. Data collection complete. Lu Yuan withdrew his tentacle, looking at the glowing crystal figure in front of him, and nodded with satisfaction. Now, this city, no, this country, the brain, Merlin, belongs to me, the heart, king, belongs to me, and the limbs, army, also belong to me. Lu Yuan turned and left the library. At this moment, night had fallen, but the city of Golden Iris was not in darkness, because the entire city was glowing. It was lit by millions of infected people and the glowing fungi covering every building, emitting a faint purple light. This glow was strange and cold, yet it had a mesmerizing sense of order and beauty. Lu Yuan stood on the palace terrace, spreading his wings, embracing his new territory. In his perception network, the golden lights representing human civilization had all gone out. Instead, there were countless gray lights connected to his mind. This network now covered the whole kingdom. Phase 1, ecological replacement, complete. Phase 2, industrial upgrade, starting. Lu Yuan looked into the distance. That was the center of the continent, the location of the church headquarters, the Holy Mountain. I wonder what the true God would think if it saw me turning its sheep pen into a farm. Would it be surprised? The morning in Golden Iris City had no bells. The sun rose as usual, shining on the grand Sun Palace, with its glazed tiles, reflecting a brilliant light. But if you looked closely, you would see that the gaps between the tiles were filled with a gray, glue-like substance. That was a dormant fungal network. It looked like a giant neural web, wrapping around the entire palace, monitoring every breath and whisper inside. Inside the palace, in the magnificent banquet hall, a grand celebration banquet was underway. Over 300 upper-class nobles of the kingdom, dukes, counts, large landowners, and influential merchants, were gathered around a long dining table that could seat 1,000. The air was filled with the scent of expensive perfume, roasted meat, and aged wine. A band played lively, triumphal march, music in the corner, while servants moved through the room with silver trays. On the surface, it was a typical, luxurious noble gathering. The atmosphere was strangely suffocating. Do you feel a little cold? A chubby count in a silk dress whispered nervously to his companion, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. And why hasn't His Majesty come out yet? It's been an hour. Shoo. Be careful with your words. His companion looked around nervously at the expressionless black-armored guards, disguised void executioners. I heard that the new power His Majesty brought back is very special. Maybe he's performing some kind of ritual. At that moment, clang, clang, clang. A heavy scepter struck. The grand doors of the banquet hall slowly opened. His Majesty the King has arrived, a court official loudly announced. But his voice sounded strange, like he had a lump of phlegm in his throat, with a wet gurgling sound. All the nobles immediately stood up and bowed. Charles III, Executor 001, strode in. He still wore his golden armor, slightly damaged, which made him look even more imposing and fierce. Behind him followed Valerius, who was supposed to have died on the front lines, and a tall figure cloaked entirely in black robes. Even when just walking quietly, the space around that figure seemed to twist slightly, and the light dimmed near him. Dear ministers, Charles III sat on the throne, his gaze sweeping over the 300 nobles below. His gray eyes were cold, like a precise instrument scanning a sample. I have gathered you today not just to celebrate our victory, but also to announce a new national policy for the kingdom. A new policy? The nobles looked at each other in confusion. Yes, Charles III slowly raised his hand. For a long time, we have considered ourselves blue blood nobles. We believe we are inherently noble, with magical powers that ordinary people cannot match, and the right to rule. But I saw the truth on the front lines. In front of real power, the so-called bloodline, the so-called titles, are just fragile windows. So, I have decided. Charles III paused, a strange smile curling on his lips. In this new era, all nobles must undergo a process of bloodline purification. Snap. He snapped his fingers. The attendants entered one after another, filling each noble's glass with a deep red liquid. It was not wine. The liquid was thick and sticky, gently writhing in silver cups, emitting a sweet, iron-rusty scent that was unsettling. Drink code, Gene Ascension Serum, Noble Edition. Ingredients: high-purity assimilation spores, Titan spinal fluid, diluent, void mutagen. Drink it. King Charles III raised his glass. This is no longer an ordinary drink. It is a path to eternity, a sacred meal. Drink it, and you will no longer suffer from aging or illness. Your family will gain a true divine bloodline. The nobles looked at the living-like liquid in their cups, instinctively feeling fear. Some hesitated, some trembled, some wanted to refuse. Your Majesty, I haven't been feeling well lately. May I? The chubby count tried to decline. Suddenly, a black-armored guard behind him drew his sword, not to kill him, but to cut off his ear. Ah, the chubby count screamed. In this hall, there is only obedience, no excuses. The silent figure in black robes, Lu Yuan, suddenly spoke. His voice was quiet but cut through the music, the count's screams, echoing in everyone's minds. Drink, just one word, carrying an irresistible mental force, semi-divine level. All the nobles felt their bodies lose control. Their hands trembled as they raised their glasses, tears of fear in their eyes, their throats fighting against the urge, but they still opened their mouths. Gulp. The first sip went down. A burning sensation slid down their throats into their stomachs, then transformed into a raging heat that surged into their brains. Ugh, ugh, ugh. A suppressed moan filled the banquet hall. The nobles clutched their throats, collapsing to the ground, convulsing. Beneath their skin, blood vessels turned black and bulged like roots. Their eyes rolled back, revealing pale whites. Lu Yuan stood on the steps, observing the mass mutation through his holographic view with a cold gaze. Sample group: 328 high-ranking human nobles. Genetic traits: 85% dominant magic circuit, known as blue blood. Genetic extraction and recombination in progress. Just as I expected, Lu Yuan said to Valerius beside him. These nobles have ruled for 1,000 years not just because of wealth. Their genes indeed carry a set of superior magic guidance sequences compared to commoners, although primitive and often flawed due to close breeding. But as a basic template for spell units, it's barely enough. 10 minutes later, the convulsions stopped. 300 nobles stood up again. They straightened their disheveled formal wear and wiped the blood from their mouths. Their expressions became uniform, completely calm, rational, and showing a hive-like loyalty to the being on the throne. How do you feel? King Charles III asked. Cognitive clarity increased by 400%. Magic sensing sensitivity increased by 200%. Emotional modules have been blocked. Fear has been eliminated. The nobles answered in unison, their voices steady and emotionless. They still retained their original memories and management skills, but the core called self had been replaced by Lu Yuan's will. From now on, the lands, wealth, and private armies controlled by these 300 families would no longer belong to them. They would become part of Lu Yuan's vast empires. Logistics departments. Very good. Lu Yuan removed his hood, revealing a perfect face glowing with divine light. Now, return to your territories. Drive all your subjects into the cities. We need more labor. For the great meat factory. If the palace banquet was an elegant funeral, then the dwarf industrial zone in the west of the city was experiencing a violent rebirth. This was once the busiest place in the capital, where thousands of dwarf artisans worked day and night, producing fine weapons and armor for the kingdom. But now, those forging sounds had disappeared. Instead, there was a creepy, moist writhing sound. In front of a huge furnace, the elder of the dwarf craftsmen, Copperbeard Iron Anvil, stared in shock at what he saw. The eternal flame, blast furnace, which had burned for 300 years using high-quality smokeless coal, was now turned off. A group of monsters covered in tentacles, void workers, were stuffing something into the furnace. It wasn't coal. It was huge, beating hearts. Hearts taken from magical beasts on the battlefield, transformed into energy generators through Lu Yuan's activation modification. What are you doing? Copperbeard Elder's beard trembled with anger. This is blasphemy against the god of forging. How can you use such disgusting things to smelt iron? Blasphemy? A figure stepped out of the steam. It was Cog, once a humble goblin thief, now dressed in a sleek fungus-based uniform, with a badge that read Chief Technology Officer. Behind him stood two towering, tyrant-class biomechs, each 3 meters tall. Old man, this is called technological progress. Cog adjusted his monocle, which was actually a tactical analysis device. Your coal-fired furnace has less than 30% heat conversion efficiency, causes a lot of pollution, and has a low temperature limit. He pointed to the furnace filled with hearts. Our biothermonuclear furnace uses the magic power of high-level magical beast hearts, pumped by the heart's own energy, with Titan spinal fluid as a catalyst. The core temperature can instantly reach 5,000 degrees. And it's alive. As Cog finished speaking, thud, thud, thud. The hearts stuffed into the furnace began to beat violently. Dark red blood vessels spread along the furnace walls, like a biological membrane wrapping the entire furnace. Boom! A nearly impurity-free, dark red, high-temperature flame erupted from the furnace opening. The once incredibly hard black iron melted into molten iron in an instant, like wax. This temperature, Copperbeard Elder, an expert, immediately saw that the metal refined at this temperature would have an astonishing level of purity. Stop daydreaming. Cowgo walked to the control console, and the robotic arm skillfully pulled down a biological lever, a tentacle. Bring out all your blueprints. Starting today, we will no longer produce outdated plate armor and long swords. We are going to produce. Cowgo pressed a button. A hologram appeared in midair, displaying several complex blueprints so intricate that even dwarves would feel dizzy after a glance. Project Code, Steel Body, Mass Production Model. Project Code, Biosteam Tank, Land Shark. Project Code, Void Float Ship, Leviathan Class. Fuse living flesh and metal bones at the molecular level. This is called flesh and blood metallurgy. Looking at the blueprints, Elder Copperbeard's anger gradually faded. Instead, a passionate obsession for perfect craftsmanship took its place. Although this technology was very evil and disturbing, it was incredibly powerful. Let's do it. Copperbeard clenched his teeth and slammed his hammer onto the ground. As long as I can create such a divine weapon, I am willing to go to. That's the spirit. Cowga nodded with satisfaction. Welcome to the Fungus Industrial Group. In the following days, the entire dwarf district transformed into a huge flesh and blood factory. Countless pipes connected those biological nuclear reactors, forming a giant digestive system. Melted iron and prepared fungal liquids mixed in molds. After cooling, what was born was no longer cold iron blocks. Instead, breathing armor plates, self-healing tracks, and guns with a heartbeat. Capital City, Star Observation Tower. This was the highest point in the city and the only place left unmodified. Lu Yuan stood alone here, the night wind fluttering his luminous wings, scattering tiny stardust. His perception network covered the entire city. Nobles coordinated resources, dwarves upgraded military equipment, civilians transformed worker bees, and mages analyzed data. This city had completely become a precise war machine. This is the leap of civilization. Li Yuan looked at the city veins flowing with purple fluorescence below. Individual will submit to the hive, and morality yields to efficiency. This power is enough to crush all remnants of the old era. His gaze slowly lifted, looking toward the north. At the distant horizon, there was a towering mountain reaching into the clouds. Even in the deep night, that mountain emitted a blinding white light. The Holy Mountain, the headquarters of the church, also the anchor point of the true God in this plane. Lu Yuan could feel that on that mountain, a huge and ancient will was awakening. That will was full of anger, greed, and wariness of him. Are you looking at me? Lu Yuan gently raised his glass, filled with Merlin's special starry wine, toward that direction. Don't rush. Wait until I finish digesting this city. Wait until my Leviathan takes off. Then I will go. Dismantle your temple. Click. The glass shattered in his hand. The purple wine spilled, instantly corroding a deep, bottomless hole on the ground. A storm was brewing. And this time, the storm center was no longer a small mushroom in an underground city. It was a soon-to-be divine Void Lord, north of Golden Iris City, the former royal hunting grounds. This was once a place where nobles rode horses and hunted, chasing deer through lush oak forests. But now, that dense forest was gone, replaced by a huge, biological landing pad made of hardened gray fungal mats. The ground was covered with thick, blood vessel-like oil pipes, flowing not with fuel, but with highly purified, high-energy biomass fuel, fermented from monster fats and alchemical waste. The air was filled with a suffocating, strange smell mixing machine oil, ozone, and a hint of sea scent. Pressure valve check complete. Heart rate normal. Neural connection synchronization rate 98%. Cow stood on a 50-meter-high command tower, holding a loudspeaker. His voice was hoarse from excitement. Below him, the enormous creature occupying half the garden was performing its final awakening test. Code name, Void Floatcraft Leviathan A0 unit. This is a 300-meter-long flying beast. Its backbone is made from the spine of a deep-sea monster, and its shell is covered with thousands of layers of alloy armor forged by the Black Iron Clan, infused with Titan bone powder. Beneath these cold metals lies living, beating flesh. Its power source is no longer an outdated steam boiler or just a magic crystal. Instead, it uses 3 connected, fiercely beating, tyrant hearts, taken from high-level magical beasts. What a beautiful monster! Cao Gu adjusted his monocle and looked at the large, fin wings, slowly opening on both sides of the airship, made of semi-transparent membranes and metal frameworks. These fins are covered with purple veins, and each flap causes ripples in the surrounding space. This is the ultimate romance of machinery and biology. At this moment, Lu Yuan's figure slowly descends onto the command tower. He retracts the luminous wings behind him and returns to his human form dressed in dark gold armor. Can it fly? He asked calmly, his eyes of truth scanning the giant beast below, rapidly processing a flood of data on his retina. Of course, my lord. Cao Gu excitedly waved his mechanical arm. It can not only fly, but also eat. We installed a digestion chamber similar to the glutton inside its belly. During battle, it can directly capture enemy flying units or even swallow enemy magic shields, converting them into its own power. In other words, as long as there are enemies, it's a perpetual motion machine. Very good, Lu Yuan nodded slightly. Then let it. Give a roar. Understood. Cao Gu pulled the red creature lever, a tentacle connected to Leviathan's vocal nerve. Buzz. At first, there was a deep vibration, and the stones on the ground around started to jump. Then, the vibration frequency sharply increased, transforming into a soul-piercing, ancient, majestic roar. Roar. Leviathan's massive bow, designed to resemble an open giant mouth, suddenly lifted. Its 3 hearts beat together, pumping not black smoke but a thick, purple arc energy stream from the void. Its huge body, under the effect of anti-gravity, broke free from the ground and slowly rose into the sky. A giant shadow covered the land. Under that shadow, tens of thousands of worker bees, transformed civilians, stopped their work and looked up. Their countless dull gray eyes showed a uniform, intense excitement. A miracle. This is a miracle. This is Lu Yuan's flagship. A floating fortress that can breathe, eat, and repair itself. How long until the whole fleet is ready? Lu Yuan asked. With our current capacity, 10 ships, 100 meters long, can be launched in 3 days, Kage quickly calculated. To mass-produce these fearless ships, we need more. High-level hearts. Lu Yuan looked north. That snow-capped, blinding holy mountain appeared faintly at the edge of his vision. Don't worry, there are plenty of hearts there. And they are. Hearts flowing with divine blood. The holy mountain, bright summit. This is the core of the church and the highest point in the human world. The thin air is filled with a dense, almost sticky light element. If an ordinary person breathes here, their lungs would be instantly burned. Inside the grand hall of the Pope's palace, the atmosphere was so tense it seemed frozen. Pope Gregory VII, an old man who once led billions of believers, was kneeling on the ground, forehead pressed tightly against the cold tiles. In front of him, on the throne, was not a person, but a glowing figure. It was a humanoid outline made entirely of holy light, with no features, only 12 pairs of fiery wings slowly flapping behind it. It was Archangel Michael, or more precisely, the Lord of Famine, had forcibly descended as a high-level combat avatar to face the crisis. Good for nothing. Michael's voice was steady, like a heavy hammer hitting the Pope's heart. 50,000 believers, 200,000 allies, and a so-called Holy Shield Legion. Is this the answer you give to my lord? You couldn't even stop a simple bug from coming out of the ground, and instead, you turned the capital into a breeding ground. My lord, I am very disappointed. The Pope trembled all over, sweat soaking his beautiful robes. Archangel, that demon is too strange. He doesn't use undead magic or abyssal spells. It's a power we've never seen before. Our purification magic is completely useless against him, and he might even consume it. That's just an excuse. Michael slowly stood up. As he moved, the holy light in the hall flickered violently. The murals on the walls started to peel off, as if even the physical world couldn't bear his presence. Power has no types, only levels. The reason that bug could win is because he not only stole the Titan's body, but also touched the rules of the void. In this low magic world, that is indeed a problem. Michael walked to the edge of the hall, looking down at the sea of clouds below. Through the clouds, his eyes burning with golden flames seemed to see a distant purple evil energy rising from the south. Since regular armies can't stop him, then let's start the final holy war. The Pope suddenly looked up, a flash of fear in his eyes. Final holy war? But our holy knights are all gone. Who said a holy war needs knights? Michael turned around. His faceless face split open with a golden, as if smiling. Knights are just expendable. The real holy war needs a vessel. He raised his hand, pointing to the grand square outside the hall, large enough to hold 100,000 people. Right now, it was filled with the most devout followers from all over the world. They knelt and prayed day and night, begging the gods to unleash their wrath and destroy the demon defiling the capital. What pure souls! Michael's voice carried an unhidden greed. Their bodies are weak, but their faith is the best fuel for my lord. Order them. Open the heaven's gate, magic circle. Let these 100,000 followers be sacrificed. The Pope's pupils shrank sharply. Sacrifice. That is a forbidden technique recorded in the Church's ancient texts, forcibly offering the souls of ordinary people as sacrifices to summon the projection of an angel army onto their bodies. It sounds sacred, but in reality, a human body cannot withstand the high-energy power of angels. Once summoned, their souls are instantly destroyed, and their bodies collapse within hours. This is not a call for reinforcements. It's a one-time human bomb. How about it? Are you unwilling? Michael's voice grew cold, and the temperature in the grand hall dropped to freezing. No, I dare not. The Pope desperately kowtowed, bleeding from his forehead. For our Lord, for the purification of the world, sacrifice is necessary. It is an honor. Very well. Michael nodded in satisfaction. Then let's begin. Show that bug-playing guy what the flood of light really is. Meanwhile, in the royal capital, the Grand Library, now converted into a data center. Lu Yuan floated in midair, countless blue neural fibers connecting his brain to the surrounding crystal bookshelves. He was reading, not magic books, but analyzing the world's theological structure through Merlin's The old man turned into a database. Memories. Quite interesting. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and cut off the connection. This world's gods are essentially a group of high-dimensional parasites living in the subspace. They cannot directly interfere with the material world and must use faith as an anchor. The so-called divine magic is actually a transaction where believers pay mental energy to exchange for the gods releasing some residual energy. He looked at Valerius beside him. The fallen knight commander was standing respectfully, holding the latest battle report. Master, there's movement at the Holy Mountain, Valerius reported. Reconnaissance spores show that the concentration of holy light there is increasing exponentially. And the energy fluctuations are very unstable, almost like countless pressure cookers about to explode. Lu Yuan took over the conversation. It seems that the Lord of Famine is getting anxious. It plans to wipe out its sheep pen all at once, making it its final meal. Lu Yuan stood up, and his glowing wings spread behind him. Give the order. Leviathan Fleet, take off. All members of the 1st Legion, 2nd Legion, No Mech Unit, and 3rd Legion, Void Executioners, board the ships. His voice was calm but carried a firm, unquestionable resolve. We are going to attend this funeral, but not to mourn. Instead, to seize the body. 3 days later, at the foot of the sacred mountain, the originally holy and peaceful pilgrimage path had turned into a hellish scene. The sky was dark with clouds. Above the clouds, 10 huge floating creatures, like deep-sea whales, hovered. These were Lu Yuan's Leviathan Fleet. They blocked out the sun, casting large shadows. Beneath the shadows, the sacred mountain's protective magic array was crying out in distress. Attack! Lu Yuan, on the flagship, Leviathan Zero, gently waved his hand. Boom, boom, boom. All 10 airships fired their gluttonous cannons simultaneously. Instead of shells, they shot out enormous, biological sacs, filled with strong acid and poison gases. These sacs hit the protective shield of the sacred mountain and burst instantly. Green toxic fog clung to the shield, greedily corroding the sacred runes. For our Lord, a thunderous roar echoed from the mountain. Then, the massive protective shield opened on its own. Countless golden streaks shot down from the mountain. These were not ordinary human soldiers. They were the devoured, descending angels. They burned with white holy fire, their skin completely charred, revealing muscles flowing with glowing fluid. Light wings grew on their backs, and their eyes had no pupils, only 2 blazing fireballs. They carried no weapons, because their bodies were weapons. Destroy the heretics. One devoured rushed forward the fastest. He directly charged at a giant beast of gluttony on the ground. He did not attack. At the moment of contact, he self-destructed. Boom! A fierce explosion of holy light instantly shattered the beast into pieces. There was no chance to regenerate. All its cells were purified into ashes by the intense heat. Then came the second, the third. 100,000 victims launched a suicidal charge, like 100,000 human-shaped bombs. Crazy, Cog, standing on the bridge, was stunned, even dropping his monocle. This kind of attack. This method completely ignores the energy exchange ratio. It's just a waste. This is the advantage of religion. Lu Yuan coldly watched the flames below. Although his frontline troops suffered heavy losses, he felt no regret. They don't care about the cost. But we do. Lu Yuan raised his hand, and the rune of truth in his palm began to spin. Valerius, present, take your knights and go down. Remember, don't fight them head-on. A sly look flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Their energy is fierce but unstable. As long as we cut off their connection to the holy mountain before they self-destruct, they will become moving energy packs. Use void interference, disarm their fuse, and detonate it. Understood. Valerius drew his fallen lion-hearted sword, and, with over 100 fallen knights, leapt from the high sky. They looked like a flock of black hawks, rushing into the white sea of fire. The real battle finally began in this place closest to the divine. At the foot of the holy mountain, the white sea of fire was extinguishing at a visible speed. This was not because the fuel was running out, but because oxygen was being cut off. Don't kill them. Cut the connection. Find the faith node at the 3rd cervical vertebra. Valerius's figure moved swiftly through the white holy flames, as fast as a streak of black lightning. He had already put away his fallen Lionheart sword, replaced by 10 sharp, void probes, extending from his fingertips, as sharp as surgical knives. In front of him, a fanatic who had just completed being consumed was roaring and rushing toward him. This fanatic's skin was completely charred, with bright holy light bursting from the cracks. Inside him, an angel projection from the subspace was burning his soul wildly, ready to explode this flesh bomb. It should have been an impossible, suicidal attack. But Valerius did not retreat. He sidestepped the chaotic embrace and precisely grabbed the fanatic's neck with his black gauntlet. Skill, void blockade, neural disconnection, squelch. The probe pierced in. There was no blood. The particles of the void released by the probes instantly enveloped the golden rune flickering rapidly on the fanatic's spine. That was the god controlling the mortal's remote receiver. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. It was like red-hot tongs cutting through an electric wire. The fanatic's roar suddenly stopped. The holy fire burning in his eyes instantly extinguished, replaced by a blank, ash-gray expression. The angel projection inside him, about to explode, lost its faith and power, emitting a reluctant scream, then was forcibly suppressed and sealed deep within his flesh by void energy. Number 1327. Valerius released his grip. The fanatic collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. He was not dead, but no longer a bomb. Just a container filled with high-concentration holy light energy. Behind him, over 100 fallen knights were doing the same. They were no longer warriors charging into battle, but bomb disposal experts walking through a sea of fire. Their movements were precise, cold, and efficient. The originally surging wave of self-destruction was cut into countless pieces by these black surgical knives, then cooled and solidified. Recovering fuel rods. On the bridge of the flagship Leviathan Zero, in the sky, Cog, looking at the dense, light points, falling on the ground through the holographic screen, excitedly operated the control panel with his mechanical arm. Deploy predatory tentacles. Activate vacuum suction mode. Boom. Boom. 10 biological airships hover low in the sky, their armored bellies slowly opening. Countless thick, semi-transparent flesh tentacles hang down. Their ends are equipped with large suckers and barbs, resembling deep-sea monsters reaching out from the darkness. These tentacles precisely coil around the victims on the ground, who have had their detonators removed. The suckers wriggle, swallowing each victim and guiding them through transparent esophagi into the storage compartments inside the airships. From a distance, this doesn't look like a war at all. It looks more like a harvest. But instead of wheat, they are gathering tens of thousands of high-energy biological batteries, each sealed with an angel inside. This is a dimensional attack. Lu Yuan sits in the captain's chair, a biological seat modified from a tyrant's heart, swinging a glass of crimson liquid, high-purity holy blood extracted from the victims. They treat faith as a weapon, and we treat faith as a resource. He lifts his head and looks toward the holy mountain's peak. There, the arrogant Archangel Michael stands stiffly at the Grand Hall's entrance. Even from dozens of kilometers away, Lu Yuan can clearly feel the intense emotional fluctuations caused by a collapse of perception coming from him. You seem confused, Lord Archangel. Lu Yuan's voice echoes through a mental broadcast, directly blasting at the top of the holy mountain. Are you wondering why your bombs didn't explode? Why your followers have become my batteries? At the bright summit, in front of the Pope's palace, Michael's once featureless radiant face now twists into an expression of anger. Behind him, 12 pairs of luminous wings flap wildly, causing black cracks to appear in the surrounding space due to energy overload. Heretic. Blasphemer. His voice is no longer lofty but trembling with hysteria. He has lived for tens of thousands of years, conquering countless worlds. He has seen necromancers resurrect corpses, demons devour souls. But he has never seen such a method. That black energy, the void, is like a virus targeting divine power. It doesn't fight you. It infects, corrupts, and ultimately consumes you. Seeing the 10,000 victims, used as secret weapons, being swallowed by the airships like harvests, Michael felt not only anger, but also a deep, bone-chilling fear. This is the instinct of prey facing a top predator. We can't wait any longer. This world has already lost control. Michael made his decision. As a projection of a higher dimensional being, he had no sense of honor about fighting to the death. For him, this was a losing deal. If he kept fighting, his avatar might be completely consumed, and even his true body could be endangered. Activate the Divine Realm Descent program. Michael suddenly turned around, grabbing the kneeling Pope. Open a portal to the subspace. I need to detonate the magic energy core of the Holy Mountain. What? Pope Gregory VII froze. Detonating the Holy Mountain? That not only meant destroying the church, but also leveling everything within 1,000 miles. Archangel, there are millions of civilians there. And, shut up. What does the life or death of ants have to do with me? Michael's finger directly pierced the Pope's forehead, roughly extracting his spiritual power to force open the portal. As long as I kill that void monster, any cost is worth it. Boom. A golden beam of light shot through the sky from the Pope's palace. It was a sign of destruction. The entire holy mountain began to collapse. Underground magma was stirred, and the holy light elements in the air became extremely violent, as if nuclear fusion was about to happen at any moment. Trying to self-destruct? Again with this? On the Leviathan Bridge, Lu Yuan looked at the towering beam of light with a helpless shake of his head. These so-called gods, do they have no other ideas besides causing trouble? He stood up, and 6 pairs of glowing wings spread behind him. Cao Gu, calculate the explosion yield. Reporting, Master. The energy response is extremely high, equivalent to 1,000 Crimson Hearts overload simultaneously. If it explodes, the entire northern kingdom will turn to scorched earth. Cao Ji's voice trembled. A bit of a waste. Lu Yuan took a step forward, and his figure instantly disappeared from the bridge. Next moment, he suddenly appeared at the top of the holy mountain, right in the center of the destructive beam of light. The fierce holy light energy wildly washed over his body, trying to turn this foreign object into ash. But the starry skin on his body shimmered with deep, mysterious glow, like a black hole, greedily swallowing everything around him. Michael, Lu Yuan floated in the air, looking down at the archangel who was grabbing the Pope and trying to escape. You can go if you want, but leave this place. With me. Divine power domain unfolded. Void, silent force field. Buzz. There was no loud explosion. It was as if the whole world had been muted. Centered on Lu Yuan, a huge gray spherical force field instantly spread out, covering the entire holy mountain. Within this force field, all physical rules were rewritten. The boiling lava cooled and solidified instantly. The raging holy light elements seemed frozen in amber, stopping their movement. Even the towering beam of light about to explode turned into a giant, glowing crystal pillar. What is this? Michael was terrified to find he couldn't move. Not just his body, even his thoughts slowed down. The surrounding space became sticky, and the teleportation portal that had just opened was forcibly closed by an invisible force. This is the concept version of absolute 0 foot. Lu Yuan slowly descended, his toes touching the solidified light pillar. I have stopped the thermal motion of all particles in this area, including your thoughts. He walked up to Michael. This proud archangel was like a fly trapped in ice, still holding the Pope in a fierce grip. Your stance is a bit ugly as a specimen. Lu Yuan reached out, gently pried open Michael's fingers, and rescued the Pope who had rolled his eyes, casually tossing him to Valerius who was rushing over. Then, his palm pressed against Michael's chest. There was a golden core there, the energy source of this incarnation. Target analysis, higher dimensional biological projection, E-energy construct. Core components, pure faith crystal subspace coordinates. Subspace coordinates. A glint appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes. I see. This is your shepherd pathway. If I follow these coordinates, puff. Lu Yuan's finger pierced into the core. Not to destroy, but to implant. He separated a tiny, purple, logic virus from his own truth rune. This virus contained Lu Yuan's microbial thinking and devouring rules. Take it back with you. Lu Yuan whispered softly into Michael's ear, like a devil's curse. Return to your true form. Return to that so-called Lord of Hunger. Tell it. A mushroom has grown inside its body. Buzz. Lu Yuan lifted the space restriction on Michael, but only the part related to teleportation. Get lost, with a light command. Michael felt the suppressive force disappear. He didn't bother to think about what Lu Yuan had done to him. Instinct for survival made him activate the portal instantly. Whoosh! A flash of golden light. The Archangel fled back to the subspace in a sorry state. But what he didn't know was that he had brought back not just shameful failure. There was also a source of plague that would soon sweep through the entire abyssal divine system. With Michael's escape, the holy mountain fell completely silent. The self-destruction formation, capable of destroying the kingdom, turned into a huge, unclaimed energy reservoir after losing its guide. Lu Yuan stood at the edge of the bright peak, overlooking the holy mountain below, which had been frozen by void silence. White snow covered everything, and holy light froze in place. It looked like a giant ice sculpture. Such a perfect base station. Lu Yuan spread his arms. Countless thick mycelia spread out from his feet, piercing into the mountain's rock layers, into the frozen light pillar, and into every pillar of the papal palace. Territorial conquest. Holy mountain, center of human faith. Starting environment transformation. Transformation target. Planetary biological transmitter tower. Cao Gu. Lu Yuan's voice pierced through the clouds, reaching the Leviathan flagship. Master, bring the mother nest over. The height here is good, with a wide view. Lu Yuan looked up at the dark clouds gradually dispersing above and the faint stars behind them. The most important thing is, this place is a little closer to heaven. Since we have conquered the earth, the next step, his gaze became deep and distant. It's the stars and the sea. Meanwhile, in the ruins at the foot of the holy mountain, Pope Gregory VII, who had narrowly escaped with his life, sat on the ground, watching the figures standing on the mountain peak, with glowing wings on his back, like a new god. His faith had shattered, but he felt anew. All, not for mercy, but for absolute power and order. God is dead, the Pope muttered to himself. At that moment, a foot in black combat boots stopped in front of him. It was Valerius. No, the fallen knight commander looked down at his former spiritual leader. The old god is dead, but the new god, Valerius, turned and bowed deeply to the figure on the mountaintop. That has already ascended. A fallen knight in black armor stepped out of the shadows and knelt on one knee. His body was still stained with the sacred blood of the victim, and the fallen Lionheart sword greedily absorbed energy from its blade. Clear the battlefield. Lu Yuan's voice was calm, but carried an unstoppable will. Move all the statues to the magic energy node inside the holy mountain. Although their souls have burned out, the remaining high concentration of holy light energy in their bodies is still the best. Building material. Understood. Valerius stood up, gesturing for the void executioners behind him to begin their work. Over the next 3 days, the holy mountain underwent an unprecedented surgical operation. Tens of thousands of fungus engineers descended from Leviathan airships. They worked like busy ants, dismantling the sacred structures of the mountain, cathedrals, prayer halls, and saint tombs. The inscribed white stones were melted down in biological nuclear furnaces to become tough bone-like building materials. Valuable sacred artifacts were broken down by demon-devouring bacteria, extracting pure magical metals. Frozen bodies of the victims were neatly embedded into the hollowed-out cavities inside the mountain. They turned into blocks of biological batteries, countless glowing mycelia connected to their spines, guiding the residual holy light energy within them to gather at the mountain's peak. There, where the Pope's palace once stood, a towering, sky-reaching tower, made of dark gold bones and semi-transparent flesh membranes now rose. Building name: Planet-Level Biological Emitter Tower, initial form. Function: long-range mental broadcasting, subspace coordinate positioning, void energy reception. Current status: charging 34%. What a magnificent creation. Cao Gu stood at the base of the tower, gazing up at the towering structure that pierced the clouds, his mechanical eye flickering wildly. Master, with this tower, your will no longer be limited to this plane. You can directly communicate with the abyss, or even other planes. Communicate? Lu Yuan stood on the platform at the top of the tower, feeling the massive energy fluctuations beneath his feet. I am not here to shout. I am here to knock. He looked up at the sky, at the sun that had become dull and faint because of the void's erosion. Isn't the so-called Lord of Famine fond of eating? Then I will send it a gift, one it cannot swallow. Meanwhile, in a distant subspace, on the 60th level of the abyss, this is a world filled with decay, foul smells, and endless hunger. The sky is made of oozing flesh, and the ground is a swamp of countless corpses. This is the territory of Lord of Famine, Beelzebub. At the center of the territory, on a throne built from the skulls of millions of creatures, sits a huge, formless shadow. It has no fixed shape, constantly changing. Countless mouths open and close on it, making maddening whispers. Hungry. So hungry, that lowly plane. Why was the connection cut off? Beelzebub roared in anger. It felt that its important anchor in the material world, the church, had disappeared. That meant losing billions of followers and endless faith energy. For a god of gluttony, this pain was worse than being cut apart. At that moment, a golden streak of light hurriedly escaped back to the abyss. It was its avatar, Archangel Michael. Fool, Beelzebub's huge mouth suddenly opened wide, trying to swallow the failed avatar and reclaim its energy. Master, please spare me, Michael screamed in terror. It's not that I am useless. It's that enemy. That enemy is too strange. He gave me something. Something? Beelzebub paused. And it was this pause that caused it to miss its last chance for self-rescue. Sizzle, sizzle, Michael's chest suddenly split open. The golden energy core inside turned into a strange, deep purple. A tiny, logic virus, carrying the will of the abyss, was finally activated at this moment. Boom. The virus erupted. It did not attack Beelzebub's physical body, but instead followed the mental connection between them and directly invaded Beelzebub's divinity. What is this? Beelzebub let out a terrified roar. It felt a new kind of thinking, full of extreme logic and order, crazily rewriting its chaotic consciousness. Intrusion detected. High-level logical virus. Source: Void Fungal Lord. Directive: Forceful formatting. No, I am a god. I am immortal. Beelzebub desperately used its divine power to try to drive out the virus. But the more it struggled, the faster the virus replicated. Because the core logic of this virus was devour, it used Beelzebub's own divine role of gluttony to turn around and consume Beelzebub's mind. It bugged. Beelzebub's huge body began to shake violently, and countless mouths cried out in pain. It felt its power slipping out of control. Its proud 60th abyss was undergoing a terrifying mutation. In the rotten swamps, white-gray mushrooms started to grow. Flies flying in the sky suddenly stopped buzzing, their bodies sprouting mycelium, turning into controlled puppets. Ecological invasion. Lu Yuan did not personally come to the abyss, but through this virus, he had assimilated a part of the abyss. You will pay the price. Mortal. Beelzebub let out one last furious roar. It made a brave, desperate decision. It suddenly severed the infected part of its divinity, even if it meant losing a great level of power. Boom. A huge explosion occurred on the 60th level of the abyss. Nearly one-third of its territory was blown into nothingness by Beelzebub itself, along with countless demons and mushrooms above. Though the loss was heavy, it ultimately saved its life. I will kill him. Weak and curled up in the corner of its throne, the shadow there grew faint. Notify. The other lords. The foretold void calamity has appeared. On the material plane, at the top of the sacred mountain. Standing at the top of the launch tower, Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. A flicker of data flowed through the truth rune. Remote poisoning successful. Target divine power damage, 35%. Obtained abyss coordinate data, the entire map of the 60th sixth floor. Decisive. Lu Yuan's lips curled slightly, spending a third of the divine power to stop the loss. It seems this Lord of Famine isn't foolish yet. But he turned around and looked at the strategic map he had just finished drawing, covering the entire continent. This also means we've completely stirred up a hornet's nest. The abyss's revenge will come soon. This time, it's no longer a small-scale invasion by a temporary avatar. It's a real, plain war. Lu Yuan's voice echoed throughout the entire sacred mountain, now the fungus base. Valerius, Cog, Lysandra. The three legion commanders appeared before him, kneeling on one knee. Prepare for battle. Lu Yuan issued new orders. Phase 1, Surface Conquest, completed. Now, activate Phase 2, Abyss Expedition. We will burn the flames of war right into the homes of those demon gods. Since they like to invade, I'll let them taste what it's like to be invaded. The wind rose and clouds gathered. With Lu Yuan's command, the once peaceful human kingdom began to operate again. But this time, it was no longer for defense. It was for counterattack. Countless Leviathan airships started loading new void ammunition. Millions of worker bees were driven into the mines, working day and night to gather resources needed to produce the void executioners. On the summit of the transformed Sacred Mountain, that huge biological launch tower began sending out provocative signals into the distant starry sky. A segment of void broadcast. The Abyss, the 66th floor. This is a world without day or night. 3 different colored rotten moons hang forever in the sky, emitting a nauseating green glow. On the earth, a black river of the underworld flows, with countless screaming souls floating in its waters. This place is a hotbed of chaos, the end of hunger. But today this chaos is broken by a strange kind of order. ZZ. A new, metallic-sounding radio wave suddenly echoes in every corner of this layer. It's not magic communication, nor a demon's roar. It's a broadcast. This is Voice of the Void. To all souls struggling with hunger. Do you feel empty? Do you desire to evolve? Do you want to escape the fate of being devoured? The voice doesn't use specific words, but directly enters the minds of all abyss creatures through mental waves. On a barren plain filled with bones, a low-level demon, busy eating its kin's corpse, stops. Its tiny brain can't understand where the voice comes from, but its body instinctively yearns. It lifts its head and looks at the sky. There, in the murky green clouds, a huge QR code made of purple light dots appears. An empty space rune array, staring at this pattern for more than 3 seconds, causes a stream of information called fungal gospel to automatically download into the observer's mind. Roar. The demon emits a painful yet joyful cry. Its body begins to mutate. Its once thin limbs swell, a tough gray keratin layer grows on its skin, its back splits open, revealing 2 tendrils used for signal reception. It is no longer hungry, because it has connected to the Abyss local network. Praise the void. The demon kneels, offering its soul to that empty coordinate. This is Lu Yuan's counterattack strategy. Not sending troops to die, but cultural influence. The effect is good. At the top of the holy mountain in the material world, Lu Yuan stands on a towering biological transmitter, 1,000 meters high, watching the expanding purple light spot on the hologram. Just 3 hours of transmission, and the infection rate on the 66th level has already reached 5%, and this number is still growing exponentially. He turned around and looked at the 3 Legion commanders behind him. Baal's foolishness, thinking that destroying 1/3 of the divine essence could cut off the connection. Lu Yuan sneered. He understood that information has residual traces. As long as one demon remembers the logic of that virus, my mycelium can crawl along the network cables. Cog. Yes, master. Cog, dressed in a fungus uniform, stepped forward holding a data tablet. How is the progress of building the void portal? Report, master. The foundation has been laid. We used the magic energy nodes beneath the holy mountain, combined with Titan's spinal crystal, to build a stable, plane transfer anchor. Cog pointed to the huge purple whirlpool spinning at the foot of the holy mountain. The first batch of expeditionary forces has assembled. Very good. Lu Yuan nodded. This time, the expedition doesn't need to bring many soldiers. Just enough seeds will do. He looked at Valerius. Valerius, this time you will be the vanguard. Take your fallen knights and establish a forward base on the 66th level. Remember, your task is not to kill all the demons, but to recruit them. Recruit? Valerius was stunned, a hint of doubt flashing in his dull gray eyes. Exactly. Lu Yuan walked to the tower and looked down at the world below, which had been completely transformed by biological modifications. The demons of the abyss, though chaotic, are also valuable biological resources, especially those high-level demons. Their genes contain many talents we do not have, like immunity to fire, soul harvesting, space jumping. I want to record all these talents into my gene library. Lu Yuan gently tapped in the void. A dark gold glowing contract rune floated in front of Valerius. Take this. This is my void service contract. Tell those demon lords that as long as they sign this contract, they will have the chance to evolve and enjoy microbe healthcare, immortality, if they refuse to sign. A cold glint flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Then they will become fertilizer. Understood. Valerius took the rune and integrated it into his fallen Lionheart sword. I will bring back the entire abyss for my master. The abyss, 66th layer, Beelzebub's temple. At this moment, the Lord of Famine was in extreme anger and panic. It looked at the land outside the temple, which was changing color. The originally black, rotten soil was turning gray-white, and the chaotic demons were becoming organized and disciplined. This was more painful than being killed. As a demon god of chaos, it hated order the most. And now, this cursed microbe order was devouring its world like cancer. That mortal, that bug, Beelzebub gritted its teeth. It wanted to fight back, but dared not. The last divine invasion had left a huge psychological shadow. It was afraid that if it attacked first, it would be entangled again by that strange virus. I must call for help. Beelzebub made a decision. It took out a black slate emitting a sulfurous smell. This was a communication device among abyssal lords. Calling Lord of the 72nd layer. Plague King Abaddon. Calling Lord of the 88th layer. Fear Demon King Balshar. This is Beelzebub. I am under attack by unknown creatures. Requesting support. Requesting. Sizzle. The communication suddenly cut off. The runes on the slate flickered a few times and then went out. What happened? Signal lost? Beelzebub froze. This was a communication device formed by abyssal laws. How could the signal be cut? Sorry to disturb your call. A graceful, cold voice with a metallic tone suddenly sounded at the temple's entrance. Beelzebub looked up sharply. It saw that the 100-meter-high skeletal gate of the temple had been pushed open at some point. A small knight team, dressed in full black biosuits and wielding a large sword emitting a faint aura, stands neatly at the entrance. The leader, Valerius, slowly retracts his sword. The communication signal was cut off just now by the void interference field on his sword. Nice to meet you, Lord of Famine. Valerius steps into the temple, his boots making clear sounds on the rotten floor. I am the commander of the first expedition of the Fungus army. By the order of my lord, the Void Great Lord, I come to discuss business. Business? Beelzebub looks at this small team of just over 100 people, his fear gradually replaced by anger. Just a few ants like you? Dare to break into my temple. Even if that bug itself came here, it wouldn't dare to be so arrogant on my turf. Boom. Beelzebub's huge body suddenly rises, countless tentacles with corrosive black mud crashing down toward Valerius. Kill them. Draw out their souls and light the sky lanterns. Thousands of high-level demon guards inside the temple also launch their attack. Faced with this destructive strike, Valerius shows no panic. He doesn't even draw his sword. He simply pulls out a dark gold contract rune from his chest and raises it high. Divine power descends. Void absolute contract. Buzz. A dark gold halo instantly spreads from the rune's center. Wherever the halo passes, space freezes. The tentacles falling, the charging demons, all are suspended in midair. It's not time stopping. It's rule suppression. This rune contains a trace of Lu Yuan's semi-divine will, which completely suppresses Beelzebub's severely wounded state in terms of energy level. It seems you don't want to discuss business. Valerius speaks calmly. Then, let's enforce it forcibly. He slams the rune onto the ground. Boom. The rune shatters into countless dark gold chains, sinking into the ground. Immediately, the entire temple's floor begins to shake violently. Countless thick roots covered with suction cups, called void roots, burst out of the ground and quickly wrapped around Beelzebub's huge body. Beelzebub let out a desperate scream. It realized its power was being drained by these roots. Not just magic energy. Even its divine authority, the rules of famine, was being stripped away. No, this is my world. These are my rules. Now, they belong to me. A large projection appeared above the temple. It was Lu Yuan's face. His single eye looked coldly at Beelzebub, who was like a dumpling. From today, the 60th level of the abyss. That will be renamed Fungal Colony Number 1 Mine. And you, Beelzebub, since you like to eat so much. Lu Yuan's projection slowly extended a finger and pressed it on Beelzebub's forehead. I will give you a new position, Abyss Waste Disposal Plant Manager. From now on, all the waste of the abyss will be yours to consume. If you can't finish it, I will turn you into waste. Buzz. A purple mark of servitude was deeply branded into Beelzebub's soul. This once feared demon god, who made countless worlds tremble, was now completely reduced to a part of Lu Yuan's vast industrial system. A cleaner. With the Lord's submission, the entire 60th level of the abyss changed completely. The green sky turned purple. The black river of the dead was filled with water hyacinth bacteria that purified the water. The chaotic demons were organized into the regular army, lining up to receive vaccines, consolidation spores. At the top of the temple, a huge flag with the pattern of the Void One-Eyed was slowly raised. This signified Lu Yuan's influence had officially taken hold in the heart of the abyss. This interdimensional war had only just begun. Once aimless and destructive low-level demons, now lined up neatly in a long row, dressed in uniform gray biosuits, actually a layer of enforced parasitic exoskeletons, busy working along the banks of the Black River of the Dead. Move faster. Number 9527. Your mining efficiency is 3% below average. Do you want to be thrown into the recycling furnace? A burly supervisor demon, a high-level demon modified with brain removal, roared, swinging a stun whip at a slightly slower demon. There was no scream. That demon simply trembled blankly, then waved its mechanical arm even faster. Behind them, on the River of the Dead, stood huge, filtering towers made of bones and metal. Dark water was drawn into the towers, passing through countless layers of special, soul-eater bacteria, filters, removing impurities, grudges, and useless fragments of memory. In the end, what flowed out from the bottom of the tower was no longer black water. Instead, a clear liquid glowing with a faint blue light, high-purity liquid soul. This is how Lu Yuan transformed the abyss, turning chaotic natural resources into standardized industrial energy. At the top control room of the River of the Dead purification plant, this was once Beelzebub's temple chamber, now converted into a sci-fi style office. Once the Lord of Famine, now the chief factory manager, Beelzebub sat with a worried look, scratching his ears in front of a holographic screen. His huge body had been shrunk to human size, and he was wearing a comically oversized suit. This week's soul output is 3 million gallons. Beelzebub stammered, sweating coldly on his forehead. Although it's a 10% increase from last week, it's still a bit short of the KPI set by the head office. Opposite him sat Valerius, dressed in black armor, with a cold expression, carefully wiping non-existent dust off his sword's edge with a silk handkerchief. Just a little short, Valerius paused, lifting his dead gray eyes to glance at Beelzebub. Just a glance was enough to make this former demon god almost slip under the table in fear. It knew very well the man's skills, and also how terrifying the Void Lord behind him was. The logic virus, embedded in its divine essence, was like a timed bomb. If it relaxed even a little, it would suffer greatly. It's because of a lack of raw materials, Beelzebub hurriedly explained, voice trembling with tears. The flow of the River of the Dead is seasonal. Recently, the battles in the upper worlds have decreased, so fewer souls die, and naturally, fewer souls flow down. This isn't my fault. Reason. Valerius coldly uttered 2 words. The master doesn't need reasons. The master only needs results. He stood up and walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the busy factory below. If there's a shortage of raw materials, then go find some. Find? Beelzebub was stunned. Where to find? Steal from other lords tributaries of the River of the Dead? That would cause a full-scale war. War? A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Valerius's mouth. No, Beelzebub. You're too outdated, as the master said. War is an inefficient form of plunder. What we need to do is trade. At that moment, buzz, the space in the center of the office suddenly twisted. A purple void projection appeared. It was Lu Yuan. Although just a projection, the semi-divine pressure it emitted made Beelzebub instinctively kneel on the ground. Master, get up, Director. Lu Yuan's voice was emotionless. He glanced at the report on the screen, but did not blame Beelzebub. I expected the raw material shortage. Relying on a single mining method is ultimately dependent on luck. Lu Yuan lightly tapped in the air, and a new product catalog appeared before the two. So, I prepared a small gift for the neighbors of the Abyss, a gift they cannot refuse. The catalog displayed not weapons or souls, but vials emitting a dark red glow. Potions. Product name, Abyss Rage Serum version 1.0 effect. Instantly increases demon body strength by 50%, blocks pain, and continuously heals injuries during battle. Side effects, slight addiction. Long-term use may subtly influence thoughts toward a hive mind. Hidden. Price, 100 standard soul units per dose. Beelzebub stared at the instruction manual, eyes nearly popping out. As a lord of the Abyss, he knew demons very well. Demons are creatures driven by either killing or evolving. They are willing to pay any price to become stronger. This kind of drug that can boost combat power instantly and heal wounds. If it enters the Abyss market, it would be a dangerous drug, and a strategic-level drug that all demons would desperately want to buy. Are you planning to sell this to other lords? Beelzebub swallowed nervously. Not to sell, Lu Yuan corrected. It's ecological poverty alleviation. We help them grow stronger, and they pay us with some insignificant souls in return. Isn't that fair? Lu Yuan's smile appeared gentle in the projection, but in Beelzebub's eyes, it was more sinister than the craftiest devil. This isn't poverty relief. It's clearly using this drug to harvest souls from other levels. Even more frightening is the side effect, hive mind convergence. This means that if demons take this drug long enough, their brains will gradually be influenced by fungal threads, eventually turning them into Lu Yuan's puppets. This is biological economic colonization. But how do we open up sales channels? Valerius asked. Other lords are very exclusive, especially about unknown origin drugs. Opportunity has arrived, Lu Yuan pointed outside the window. In the dark sky, a blazing portal was slowly opening. A wave of violent, bloody, sulfurous air poured out from behind it. Look, that's the envoy of the 72nd Lord, or Demon King Baroque. It's here to demand an explanation from you, Beelzebub. After all, the commotion here has already affected its conscription work. Outside the gates of the River of the Dead purification plant. Boom. A huge fireball crashed to the ground, transforming into a 5-meter-tall demon engulfed in blazing flames. He is the top general under the warlord, named the Ashen Messenger. Beelzebub, the Ashen Messenger held a burning sword and spoke like thunder. Are you crazy? How dare you block the river Styx? My master is fighting the heavenly army. If you don't restore the flow of the Styx immediately, I will destroy this broken place. Hundreds of high-level demon guards behind him roared in unison, full of murderous intent. Faced with this aggressive attitude, Beelzebub did not hide in the temple as he used to. Instead, he dressed in a silly suit, accompanied by Valerius and a team of void executioners, swaggering out confidently. Oh, look who it is! Ashen brother! Beelzebub rubbed his hands, wearing a fake smile like a businessman. This was a sales trick implanted by Lu Yuan through a virus. Misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. I didn't block the Styx to steal it, but for industry upgrade. Industry upgrade. The Ashen Messenger paused, looking at the neat buildings around and the obedient, albeit weak, demon miners. A strange sense of dissonance arose. Is this still the same filthy, stinky 66th floor? Stop wasting time. The Ashen Messenger waved his great sword impatiently. I don't care what you're up to. Either open the floodgates or die. Relax a bit. Beelzebub took out a delicate black iron box from his pocket and opened it. Inside, 10 dark red, abyssal rage agents were neatly arranged. I know Lord Baroque is at war. War needs cannon fodder and supplies. What's so good about drinking Styx's dirty water? With this, your soldiers can fight 10 at once. Beelzebub picked up one of the potions and handed it over. Don't believe me? You can try it on one of your subordinates. The Ashen Messenger looked suspiciously at the potion. He could feel the surging energy inside, an extremely pure, even more volatile force than demon blood. Oomph, I doubt you'll dare to play tricks. He casually grabbed a berserk demon guard nearby and forcibly poured the potion into him. Roar! The fierce demon warrior let out a heart-wrenching roar. Then, an astonishing scene happened. Its muscles swelled like they were inflating, its skin turned dark red, and the faintly sluggish breath suddenly surged, seemingly breaking through its level limit. Even more frightening, a finger that had been cut off during the fight was growing back at a visible speed. What? What is this? The Ashen Messenger was shocked. This effect was 100 times stronger than the forbidden drugs they used that drained life. And it seemed to have very few side effects, since they couldn't see any change in the brain. This is called the Void Power Pill. No, the Abyss Frenzy Serum. Beelzebub smiled and said. So, how about taking a few boxes back to Lord Baroque to try? Just 1,000 standard soul units per box. No cheating, bulk discounts available. The Ashen Messenger's breathing grew faster. With this, they could definitely gain an advantage in the ongoing plane war. As for souls, souls are never in short supply during war. Using the souls of enemies, or even their own cannon fodder to exchange for this divine medicine, is simply too worthwhile. I'm taking it. The Ashen Messenger stabbed its great sword into the ground and waved its big hand. Give me 100 boxes first. I'll settle the souls right now. It poured out a bunch of screaming soul crystals from its portable space bag. Got it. Manager Valerius, prepare the goods for the customer. Beelzebub turned and shouted. Valerius nodded expressionlessly and gestured for the engineers behind him to start moving the goods. Watching the potions being packed into boxes, Beelzebub's heart was actually bleeding. It knew that once these medicines were sent out, Baroque's territory would eventually fall under the control of the Land Clan. This was like a biochemical Trojan horse. The deal was quickly completed. The Ashen Messenger left happily with 100 boxes of potions. It thought it had gained a profit, but it didn't realize that what it brought back was enough to destroy the entire Legion's addiction. Lu Yuan's projection appeared again, looking at the closed teleportation gate with a cold gleam in his eyes. With this start, word will spread quickly. We don't need to attack ourselves. The lords will line up to send their resources to us. At the same time, they will also help us. Train our troops. Lu Yuan looked at Valerius. The demons who took the potion will generate battle data in real time, which will be uploaded to our fungal network. We can use this data to improve our soldiers' genes constantly. When the time is right, Lu Yuan clenched his fist. All it takes is one command. Those so-called demon armies will instantly turn against us and become my Void Guard. This is the power of business. Valerius bowed his head deeply. The wisdom of the master is as deep and unfathomable as the starry abyss. All right, stop flattering. Lu Yuan turned around and looked to the end of the river of darkness. Although we have trade, we still need something to keep order. After all, in the abyss, there are always some crazy fools who like to attack directly. Cog. Here. The Titan-class project can now be launched. I want to build a Void Fortress on the 66th level. A fortress that can move, attack across dimensions, and is alive. Lu Yuan's gaze pierced through layers of fog, as if he saw the future great war that would sweep across all worlds. Potions alone are not enough. We need to make the entire multiverse know the truth of the fungi is not only about microscopic erosion, it is also about macro destruction. All engineering troops, evacuate the core area. Repeat, all engineering troops, evacuate. The broadcast echoed through the canyon. Tens of thousands of lesser demons and low-level evil spirits, like frightened ants, dropped their tools and scrambled to climb higher. Boom! The ground trembled violently. At the bottom of the canyon, a massive 10-kilometer-long dragon bone, actually assembled from the spines of many high-level demons, suddenly began to writhe intensely. This was the work of Lu Yuan, the main structure of the Void Fortress, Leviathan Throne. Begin injecting the Titan spinal fluid. Kauga stood on the command platform at the edge of the cliff and pulled the lever sharply. Sizzle! Hundreds of thick infusion tubes simultaneously inserted into the cracks of the dragon bone. The bluish, Divine power-filled liquid surged like a mighty flood into the assembled carcass. Roar! A roar that seemed to come from ancient times echoed. That silent dragon bone came alive. The surface of the bones started to grow, white bones covered with dark, gold metallic scales. At the broken joints, countless gray flesh buds grew wildly, like muscle fibers, wrapping the entire dragon bone tightly. This was not shipbuilding. It was reviving a divine beast. Such a perfect, industrial miracle. Lu Yuan floated in midair, his eyes of truth scanning the forming giant beast, satisfaction flickering in his data stream. Project progress, 90%. Biological activity, S level, surpassing the native Titan. Void engine, dual core parallel, gluttony spirit void heart. Expected combat power, enough to challenge a medium divine realm alone. Master, Valerius flew to Lu Yuan's side, kneeling on one knee. Baroque's fool sent someone again to rush production. He said if he doesn't get that abyssal frenzy potion, he'll come personally to seize it. Huh? Lu Yuan chuckled softly. Let him try. By the way, our fortress still needs a little decoration. Tell Baroque that if he's not satisfied, he can bring his army here for a quality check. By the way, bring his head along too. Understood. Valerius stepped back. Lu Yuan turned his head and looked at the chief engineer number 1, Beelzebub. Beelzebub had fully adapted to his new role. He was dressed in a well-fitted, high-end custom suit made of fungus material, holding a staff carved from demon leg bones. Beelzebub, yes, sir. Beelzebub immediately bowed, wearing a flattering smile. How is the recruitment going over there? Very smoothly. Beelzebub rubbed his hands excitedly. Since our potion became famous on the 72nd floor, the demons there have gone crazy. They even sold their own charmers to get more of our potion. And Beelzebub lowered his voice, a sly look in his eyes. Following your orders, I added a little special ingredient into the potion. Now, more than half of the elite fire demon guard under Baroque's command are suffering from microbe dependence. As soon as you give the order, they will turn against us. Good. Liyuan patted Beelzebub on the shoulder, though his shoulder was now only as big as a normal person's. You are a natural businessman, much more promising than that foolish demon god who only eats. Beelzebub was overwhelmed with joy and nodded repeatedly. He was truly convinced now, not just because of Liyuan's power, but also because of his terrifying logic of turning everything into a resource. Under Liyuan's rule, the Abyss was no longer just a savage land of slaughter. There were factories, trade, and even currency, soul crystals. It was more prosperous than ruling as a lord for tens of thousands of years. 3 days later, the Void Fortress Leviathan Throne was officially completed. As this 10-kilometer-long, 3-kilometer-wide giant floating city slowly rose into the sky, the entire 66th layer of the Abyss plunged into darkness. Because it was too large, it blocked out the 3 green moons. At the bottom of the fortress, there are dense, forest-like, predatory tendrils. At the top, there are towering, biological turrets and fungus incubation nests. In the very center of the fortress, there is a void throne, made of countless demon skulls and titan spines. Lu Yuan sits calmly on the throne. He no longer hides his presence. That terrifying pressure, a mix of divine power and void energy, sweeps across the entire abyssal plane like a giant wave. What's that thing? Far away, on the 72nd level, the War Demon King, Baroque, who is commanding an army to attack the heavens, suddenly raises his head and looks at the sky above, which has suddenly torn open. A huge, purple space rift is forcibly torn apart. From the rift, a black fortress emitting a suffocating aura slowly emerges. It looks like a giant tumor, forcefully pushing into this world. Warning! Warning! High energy level intrusion detected. The Lich advisor beside Baroque screams. The energy response exceeds that of a lord. That is, a demon god level fortress. Demon god level. Baroque clenches his fiery greatsword. Is it that useless Beelzebub? When did he build something like this? No. It's not Beelzebub. A cold voice suddenly echoes in Baroque's mind. Immediately, a hologram appears above the battlefield. It is Lu Yuan's face. Nice to meet you, Lord Baroque. Lu Yuan's voice is elegant and calm. I am Beelzebub's boss, and Your new creditor. Creditor? Barak is stunned, then immediately becomes furious. Nonsense. When did I owe you money? Your guards drank my potion but didn't pay enough in souls. Lu Yuan points to the fire demons behind Barak, whose eyes are a bit dazed. According to the rules of the Abyss, actually made up by Lu Yuan, debt not paid. Compensation in flesh. Boom. As Lu Yuan finishes speaking, the floating void fortress above suddenly unleashes its full firepower. Thousands of gluttonous cannon, guns fired simultaneously. But they didn't shoot bullets. Instead, they released millions of airdrop pods, biological spore sacs. These spores burst in the air, creating a sky full of fungal rain. Ah! The demons caught in the fungal rain screamed. But it wasn't pain. It was mutation. The fire demons who had long taken the Abyss Frenzy potion saw their hidden bacteria activate instantly. Their bodies began to swell uncontrollably, and the flames they burned turned into strange purple void fire. Their eyes became ash gray, and they turned their weapons toward their former allies. What's happening? Are you guys crazy? Barak was terrified to see his personal guards suddenly betray him. They're not crazy. Lu Yuan's figure slowly descended from the fortress, hovering in front of Barak. They just found new jobs. Now, it's your turn, Barak. Lu Yuan extended a hand. That hand suddenly grew larger, transforming into a giant abyssal maw capable of swallowing mountains. Do you want to be my second factory director, or do you want to become my fortress engine? Barak looked at the giant mouth and then at his completely fallen subordinates. He understood that all was lost. In front of this monster, who mastered biotechnology and void power, the traditional demon army was like primitive humans in the age of cold weapons. Clang! The fiery greatsword fell to the ground. This war demon king, who had fought in the abyss for tens of thousands of years, slowly lowered his proud head. I am willing to sign a contract. With Barak's surrender, the 72nd level of the abyss also changed hands. And it was done very quickly, with almost no destruction, except for the infected demons. Lu Yuan's territory expanded once again. His fungal industry system also experienced a second rapid growth. Thanks to the brave fire demons under Barak's command, Lu Yuan's army finally filled the last gap. Its ability to attack directly. Standing on the fortress throne, Lu Yuan looked down at the land covered with fungal mats and flowing lava. Now, we have mineral resources, level 66, and troops, level 72. The basic infrastructure is complete. He raised his head and looked into the deeper void. There, countless coordinates of different worlds exist. There is the legendary Heaven Realm, the mysterious Star Realm, and that always hides behind the scenes, watching everything. The Abyssal Will. Cao Gu. Here, activate the plane transition engine. Target, the 99th level of the Abyss. That is where the Council of all demon gods meets. A flicker of madness crossed Lu Yuan's eyes. If we're starting a company, then we need to go straight to acquire the board of directors. The void fortress roared again. A huge purple tore through space. With endless ambition and greed, this moving city of life advanced toward the deepest part of the abyss. At full speed, the 99th level of the abyss, the eternal throne. This is the absolute core of the abyss, where the legendary abyssal will sleeps. There is no sky, no ground. Only a giant round table floating in the void, surrounded by 99 obsidian thrones representing supreme power. At this moment, these thrones are filled with figures. They are the lords of each layer of the abyss, demon gods ruling billions of demons. Some are as huge as mountains, some are shadowy and illusory, and others are a formless mass of flesh. But right now, they all remain silent as death. All eyes are focused on the figure in the center of the round table, Lu Yuan. He is not accompanied by soldiers. Wearing a sleek dark gold armor, he looks like a gentleman attending a dinner party, standing alone amidst these ancient demon gods. So, breaking the silence, a figure sitting at the head throne spoke. It has no physical form, only a burning black flame. The oldest lord of the abyss, the king of destruction, Sagrath. Are you the outsider who took over Beelzebub's territory, stole Barak's army, and calls yourself the Void Lord? Sargeras' voice echoed through the void, carrying a pressure strong enough to crush stars. Let me correct you. Lu Yuan did not flinch under this pressure. He slightly bowed, his manners perfect and flawless. I'm not an outsider. I'm an investor. An investor? The surrounding demon gods burst into laughter. Their laughter was full of disdain, greed, and hostility. This is the abyss. The ultimate chaos. We only recognize strength, not investments. A demon wolf lord with 3 heads roared. If I eat you, everything you have will belong to us. That's the rule of the abyss. Rules? Lu Yuan raised his head, a cold light flashing in his single eye. It seems you all have some misunderstandings about the current situation. He snapped his fingers. Buzz, a huge holographic projection suddenly appeared in the center of the round table. It was a complete map of the abyss. But on the map, nearly 1/3 of the originally black abyss layers were now stained purple, representing the fungal colonies. This is the current market share. Lu Yuan pointed at the map, as if giving a quarterly financial report. Layer 66, Resource Zone, Layer 72, Armory, and several transit planes around them have all been incorporated into my fungal ecosystem. In these areas, demon evolution efficiency has increased by 300%, resource output by 500%, and internal conflict rates have dropped by 90%. He looked at the loud demon wolf lord. Lord Finrer, your 9th layer territory. Have you recently felt a bit quiet? The demon wolf froze for a moment. Indeed, recently, his subordinates had been mysteriously disappearing or fleeing. Because your subordinates have all come to work for me. Lu Yuan spread his hands. They can drink Abyss Frenzy Potion, stay in biological dormitories, and exchange slaughter points for evolution opportunities. And over there, they can only serve as cannon fodder. This is the superiority of the system. The entire audience was stunned. Although the demon gods were cruel, they were not stupid. They clearly understood that Lu Yuan was telling the truth. In recent months, the problem of population loss in the abyss had become a big trouble. You're digging up our roots. Sargeras' black fire suddenly surged wildly. Do you think that with these small tricks, you can fight the entire abyss? As long as we work together, we can crush your ridiculous fortress into dust in an instant. Work together? Lu Yuan smiled. That smile was full of mockery for this bunch of ragtag followers. Lord Sargeras, do you really think your so-called allies would risk their lives for you? He looked at Lilith, the Queen of Succubi, sitting to Sargeras' left. Lady Lilith, I heard you're very interested in my Void Youth technique. How is the batch of biological collagen I sent you working? Lilith smiled charmingly, but didn't speak, her eyes becoming flirtatious. Lu Yuan then looked at Abaddon, the Plague King, on his right. Lord Abaddon, your plague army has recently hit a bottleneck, right? My genetic editing technology might help you break through that. So-called perfect virus? Abaddon's rotting face showed a greedy expression. One after another, Lu Yuan accurately identified each demon god's pain points and needs. He wasn't here to fight. He was here to share the cake. Everyone. Lu Yuan put away his smile, his tone becoming serious and tempting. The abyss has been chaotic for too long. This chaos has made us passive when facing heaven, and even the human world. We have the strongest individual warriors, but we fight the worst battles. Why? Because we lack a unified will. He spread his arms, and the light wings behind him unfolded, releasing a terrifying void divine power that even demon gods felt a chill from. I bring technology. I bring order. I bring the future. Join my abyss union. I don't need your territory, nor your souls. I only need you to provide resources, soldiers, and authority. As a reward, I will share with you the void technology. I will lead you out of this narrow realm to conquer the true vastness of the stars and the ocean. This is my proposal. Who agrees? Please raise your hand. The round table falls into complete silence. The demon gods are engaged in a fierce mental struggle. Lu Yuan's grand plan is too tempting. Moreover, his displayed power, whether through economic influence or void pressure, proves he has the ability. But as the Lord of the Abyss, to submit to an outsider. I oppose. Sargeras finally can't hold back. He suddenly stands up, black flames turn into a giant sword, pointing directly at Lu Yuan. The Abyss doesn't need order. The Abyss only needs destruction. You deceiving liar. Die for me, boom. He swings the sword down. This strike contains the rules of destruction, enough to cut through space and cause causal disruption. But Lu Yuan doesn't move. He doesn't even blink, because someone else has taken action for him. Clang. A huge sword burning, with purple void fire blocks Sargeras' attack. It's Baroque. This former War Demon King, now Leviathan Security Chief, is wearing a special biological armor, standing in front of Lu Yuan. Baroque? Are you crazy? Sargeras roars. I'm not crazy, boss. Baroque grins, showing sharp fangs. I just see the situation clearly. Following you around, I can only roll in the mud. Following the boss, I get to eat meat. And also, Baroque suddenly intensifies his effort, and the void fire instantly suppresses the destructive black fire. The employee benefits, referring to void enhancement, given by the boss are really awesome. Besides Baroque, a few other figures stand up. Beelzebub, though weak, he's a veteran guide. Lilith, Abaddon. Within just a few minutes, nearly half of the demon gods at the round table have sided with Lu Yuan. This is the power of mutual benefit. You traitors, Sargeras, seeing everyone turn against him, trembles with anger. It still has the strongest power, but it lost. It lost because of the big trend, Lord Sargeras. Lu Yuan pushed aside the Baroque, blocking his way, and walked up to Sargeras. His single eye looked at the angry old king, as if he were looking at an old battery about to be discarded. Times have changed. Who used to decide in the abyss was whoever had the biggest fist. Now, whoever controls the productive forces makes the rules. Lu Yuan extended his hand, and a dark gold contract rune appeared in his palm. You have two choices. First, sign it. Keep your territory and dignity, and become an honorary director of the Alliance. Second, refuse it. Then we will forcibly acquire your territory. Of course, the process might be a little painful. Lu Yuan pointed to the sky. Sargeras looked up. In the pitch-black void, a huge, sky-covering Leviathan throne hovered silently. The black hole devouring cannon, powerful enough to swallow everything, was locked onto it tightly. If it dared to say no, in the next second, it and the throne would turn into dust in the void. Sargeras was silent. It looked at the cannon and at its former allies, who were watching closely. Finally, the demon god representing the oldest power of the abyss slowly let the black fire sword in his hand fade away. He sank back onto the throne, seeming to age 10,000 years in an instant. I sign. With Sargeras bowing his head, this abyss coup, with little to no actual fighting, ended perfectly. On the 99th level of the abyss, the eternal throne changed hands. A huge flag, painted with fungal spiral, symbolizing infinite evolution, was planted in the center of the round table. Lu Yuan did not sit at the main seat. He didn't need to, because he had already become the very will of this world. Cog. Here, master. Activate the Abyss formatting program. Lan Yuan looked at the round table and at the demons who had become his subordinates. Open up all the layers of the Abyss. Build a unified teleportation network, a single currency system, and a common law. I want to turn these 99 layers of the Abyss into a precise war factory, because our enemies. Lan Yuan raised his head, his gaze seeming to pierce through the barrier of worlds, seeing the world suspended in the sky. Heaven, shining with pure light. They are already getting impatient. The first layer of the Abyss, the Despair Plane. This was once the front line fighting against heaven, a meat grinder for countless, holy expeditions. The red soil had been soaked in the blood of angels and demons for thousands of years, giving off a disgusting rusty smell. But now, the scene has changed. There are no more roaring demons everywhere, nor chaotic camps. Instead, there are neat rows of gray-white chitinous, anti-air biological towers. They look like a giant stone forest rising on the plain, each topped with a huge, slowly rotating, compound eye radar. The ground is covered with thick fungal carpets forming highways, and many abyss worm trains, loaded with supplies, are rushing along these roads, continuously transporting minerals and energy from the lower abyss to the front lines. Is it finished? Sagras, now the honorary director of the Abyss Union, stood on a command tower, looking at this completely unfamiliar territory, where the burning black flames trembled slightly. How long has it been? 3 months? To be precise, 91 days and 14 hours. Cao Gu, standing beside him, looked down at the biological terminal on his arm. Thanks to the efficient coordination of the swarm mind, our infrastructure development is 120 times faster than traditional demon labor. Cao Gu pointed at the huge purple light curtain spanning the sky in the distance. The void sky curtain system is also online. It can block 99% of divine detection and automatically reflect 30% of energy damage when attacked. Sagras fell silent. He had been the ruler of the abyss for tens of thousands of years and always believed that a crowd tactic was unbeatable. But now, looking at this complex war machine, he suddenly felt like he was just a chieftain leading a group of wild people in a fight. But Sargeras still felt a bit stubborn. What's the use of all these fancy defenses? If those sky people really attack, it will come down to pure strength. Especially those archangels. One sword could tear open a dimension. Pure strength. Lu Yuan's voice suddenly sounded behind them. He still wore his elegant dark gold armor, holding a steaming cup of molten abyss coffee. Lord Sargeras, your understanding of strength is still at the level of physical destruction. Real war is about information gaps. Lu Yuan walked to the edge of the command tower, looking up at the dull gray sky above. Calculate the time. That delivery should arrive soon. Delivery? Sargeras looked confused. Just then, buzz. The sky suddenly split open. There was no warning. A blinding, pure platinum beam of light shot through the first layer of the abyss's sky dome. Within that light, countless white feathers floated down, accompanied by a divine horn sound. A huge army radiating overwhelming divine power slowly descended. Leading them was a giant 10 meters tall. He was clad in platinum armor, with 6 pairs of flaming wings on his back. His sword shone with sunlight-like brilliance, and the heat it emitted alone caused the ground to start steaming. One of the 4 archangels of heaven, God's flame, Uriel. Behind him stood a silver legion of 100,000 high-ranking angels. Filthy abyss creatures. Uriel's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the entire dimension. The Lord has sensed the strange changes here. You dare to defy the rules of the soul and create monsters that devour divinity. Today, I represent the highest heaven to carry out the final purification. Kill. Leave no one alive. With his roar, the 100,000 angels drew their shining swords, transforming into a white torrent rushing down toward the ground. This show of force, if it had been in the past, would have caused chaos. Lower-level demons would have fled in fear, while higher-level demons would have fought among themselves. But today, the ground was completely silent. Not a single demon made a sound. All the biological towers, all the defenses, even the worms carrying supplies, remained perfectly still. It looked like a still picture. What's going on? Are they all stunned? In the sky, a 4-winged archangel, leading the charge, sneered. Of course, these are lowly creatures. They don't dare move in front of divine power. He raised his judgment spear and aimed at a seemingly fragile anti-air tower on the ground, stabbing it fiercely. But when he was still 500 meters above the ground, ding! Lu Yuan pressed a button on the command tower. Anti-air array activated. Ammunition type, God-eating spores, high explosive. Pop, 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 pop. At the top of thousands of biological towers on the ground, the giant compound eyes suddenly split open, transforming into countless hive-like launch ports. There was no flash of fire, no smoke. Only countless dark green, sea urchin-like biological missiles soared into the sky with piercing screams. What is this? Magic missiles. The archangel looked disdainful, opening his holy light shield to prepare for a tough defense. But in the next second, he regretted it. Boom. One missile exploded in front of him. There was no shockwave, only a thick, green, highly corrosive acid fog. When this fog touched the holy light shield, it was like pouring boiling oil into snow. The invincible shield was instantly corroded through. Ah, the archangel screamed. The fog stained his wings. The white feathers instantly withered, turned black, and fell off. Then came his skin and muscles. Even more terrifying, the fog contained countless microscopic parasites invisible to the eye. They crawled into his respiratory system, frantically devouring his divine core. Green rain began to fall from the sky. It was the rotting blood and flesh of the angels. During the first wave of fire, the frontline 3,000 angels all fell, turning into pools of pus on the ground. What kind of magic is this? Uriel was shocked. He had never seen this kind of attack before. It wasn't dark elements or deathly aura, but a special kind of biological toxin designed specifically to target holy structures. Disperse. Rise into the sky. Use long-range divine magic to attack. As a seasoned archangel, Uriel quickly gave the order. The angel army rapidly ascended to a high altitude, preparing to strike from 10,000 meters above. Trying to run? Lu Yuan looked at the red dot on the holographic screen. Valerius, here, the long-awaited fallen knight commander stepped out of the shadows. He was now wearing a brand-new, void colonization suit too. It was not just armor, but a small biological mech. The thrusters on his back shot out purple void streams, and his weapon had been replaced with a 5-meter-long destroyer blade. Take your fallen angel squad, composed of captured human mages and void executioners, and go. Remember, don't kill the leader, Uriel. I want him alive. After all, Lu Yuan licked his lips, a greedy look in his eyes. The gene map of the archangels is a rare commodity. Understood. Boom. Valerius shot into the sky. Behind him, 5,000 void executioners with black-bone wings followed closely. They were extremely fast, quickly catching up to the ascending angel army. The air battle began, but it was a one-sided slaughter. The angels' holy light swords only left white marks on the executioner's armor, which were soon erased by the armor's self-repair function. The executioner's weapons, claws and bone blades infused with void laceration energy, easily cut through the angel's armor with each swing. What made the angels despair most was these monsters would self-destruct. Once heavily damaged, the executioners would immediately hold the nearest angel and detonate their internal void cores. This suicidal tactic completely shattered the angel's mental defenses. Is this what you call absolute power? On the command tower, Lu Yuan turned to look at Sagras, who was staring blankly. Lord Sagras, times have changed. The age of divine authority relied on individual bravery. But in this biological era, Lu Yuan pointed to the one-sided battlefield in the sky. It depends on cost control. To create an executioner, I only need 3 tons of biological material and a low-level magic core. But to raise an angel, it takes hundreds of years and a huge amount of faith. Even if I trade 1 for 1, or 5 for 1, I can bankrupt heaven, Sagras shivered. It looked at Lu Yuan's calm-side face and felt a deep fear for this ally for the first time. This is not a demon. It is a cold, emotionless calculating machine disguised as a human. In the sky, Uriel was already in a fierce fight. He was tightly surrounded by Valerius. Although his level, semi-divine peak, was higher than Valerius's semi-divine beginner, he desperately realized that every attack he made was absorbed and transformed by the strange force field on the other's body. And that sword of his was too evil. Every strike drained a lot of divine power from him. What exactly are you? Uriel pushed Valerius back with a sword and gasped for breath. The glow around him had dimmed by half, and 2 of his 6 wings had been cut off. Me, Valerius floated in the air, shaking the golden blood off his blade. I am the grave digger of the era. Uriel, surrender. You see it too. Your army is finished. Uriel looked down. The ground was full of angel corpses. Many workers were dragging the bodies into the recycling station as if they were carrying cargo. No, glory is my command. A trace of determination flashed in Uriel's eyes. He raised his flaming sword and pointed it at his chest. Better to die than be captured. Wanna die? Did you ask me first? A cold voice sounded in his ear. Time stopped. Lu Yuan had appeared behind him without him noticing. A hand covered in a starry skin gently grasped Uriel's wrist. Divine power, void silence. Uriel's wrist was easily broken. The flame sword fell to the ground. The soul of the seraph is very pure. Lu Yuan leaned close to Uriel's neck, took a deep breath, as if savoring a delicacy. Perfect for the secondary cannon core of the Amon ship. With a pop, several nerve tentacles emerged from Lu Yuan's fingertips, stabbing directly into Uriel's brain. He didn't become a fool. Lu Yuan simply cut off his motor nerves and injected a large amount of hallucinogenic spores into his consciousness. Sleep now. In your dreams, you'll see true heaven, which is actually a virtual matrix built by Lu Yuan. Uriel's eyes became vacant. One of the strongest war gods of the heavens, just like a baby, softly collapsed into Lu Yuan's arms. The battle is over. Lu Yuan grabbed Uriel's collar and looked down. 100,000 angel soldiers, all destroyed. But this was not the end. Lu Yuan looked up at the still open portal to the heavens. Beyond that door was the highest paradise, filled with holy light and clouds. Cock. Yes, pack up those parcels, angel corpses. A devilish smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face. Send them back. But remember, add some ingredients, plague spores, inside the corpses. This is reciprocation. Soon after, tens of thousands of large packages were sent out, piled up like trash, filling the sacred glory square. They were long objects wrapped tightly in gray, cloth-like fungus membranes. What's this? Captain of the Angel Guard, frowning, flew forward. He extended his shining spear and gently lifted one of the packages. Clatter. A partial, decayed body covered in green mold tumbled out. Its twisted face was full of sores, but it was still recognizable as one of their own, a member of the Angel Legion. Ah! Lower-ranked angels nearby screamed in fear. In heaven, corpses are strictly forbidden, especially ones that are rotting, mutated, and filled with the stench of the abyss. Enemy attack? No, this is a provocation. The angel captain held back the urge to. Angels don't have a digestive system, so this was a mental rejection, and raised his spear high. Quick! Notify the priesthood. Activate the highest level of great purification. We can't let this filth tarnish the purity of Silver City. Soon, thousands of angels in white robes arrived at the square. They looked at the mountain of corpses, 100,000 in total, their eyes full of anger and disgust. Dust to dust, earth to earth, holy light to the Lord, a grand chant began. A huge holy light purification array, over 10 kilometers in diameter, covered the entire square. In angels' minds, holy light is a universal disinfectant. Any evil, filth, or curse, when bathed in such high concentration holy light, would instantly vanish. They were right when facing ordinary demon plagues. But unfortunately, they were facing a special creation of Lu Yuan, codename Light Glutton. The moment that brilliant purification light touched the corpses, squeak. The corpses did not disappear. Instead, like dried sponges thrown into water, they greedily absorbed the light. The green mold on the surface of the corpses, after absorbing the holy light, suddenly changed. Its color faded quickly, turning into pure white, identical to the holy light itself. It's like giving the virus a camouflage suit. What's going on? Purification failed? The high priest was stunned. Before he could react, pop, pop, pop. The 100,000 bodies burst open like 100,000 ripe dandelions. There was no explosion, no fire. Only a sky full of flying, snow-white, fluffy particles. They looked so pure, so light, shimmering with a crystal shine under the holy light, like a sacred snow. Beautiful. A young angel reached out and caught a snowflake. The snowflake melted instantly in his palm, seeping into his skin. It felt warm and comforting. He even felt his divine power growing. This isn't filth, the young angel exclaimed happily. This is the divine energy crystal left by our fallen comrades. It's a gift. Hearing this, the cautious angels around lowered their guards. They began to touch the snowflakes and greedily breathe in the divine particles in the air. Only the experienced high priest felt a strong sense of unease. It looked so much like the holy light. But just as no two leaves are exactly the same, this perfect imitation was itself a big flaw. No, don't touch them. Hold your breath, seal the energy flow, the high priest shouted desperately. But it was too late. The young angel who caught a snowflake suddenly froze with a smile on his face. He looked down at his chest. There, the original golden energy core had somehow turned into a white flower. The flower rooted in his divine source, crazily draining his power, growing and blooming at an exponential rate. I feel so hungry, the young angel muttered. In the next second, His body suddenly exploded, turning into more white, fluffy particles that flew toward his companions. Pestilence. It's a plague. Panic finally broke out in Silver City. But this was a silent plague. The infected angels did not turn into zombies or go mad. They simply stood still, their bodies gradually turning into crystal-like statues covered with white fungal growths. These fungi are spreading through the angels' unique, mental sharing network across the entire heaven. Deep Abyss, Akmon's ship, biological laboratory. Lu Yuan is standing in front of a large hologram, watching the grand funeral happening in heaven. On the operating table before him lies the captured seraph, Uriel. Uriel is now only a head and half a spine, soaked in light blue nutrient fluid. Many neural probes are inserted into his brain, syncing his senses with the current state of Silver City in real time. No stop. You monster. Although Uriel cannot move his body, his mind remains clear. He watches helplessly as his homeland is consumed by that white terror, and his people become the relay stations for that monster. The mental torment is 1,000 times worse than physical pain. Monster, Lu Yuan records data casually while answering. Lord Uriel, please watch your words. I haven't used any dark powers. Look at those spores. They feed on holy light, grow from holy light, and even their fluctuations are holy light. From a biological point of view, they are closer to pure elemental creatures than to angels, who eat energy. Lu Yuan turns around, his single eye fixed on Uriel's desperate eyes. I just helped you. Optimize your species structure. Your holy network is too outdated. Everyone has an independent consciousness, which causes huge waste of computing power. Now, it's different. Lu Yuan points to the white statues on the screen that have stopped moving and are glowing in unison. They have become my cloud nodes. As long as I want, I can use the computing power of these 100,000 nodes to analyze your so-called Supreme God. You want to defile our Lord. Uriel's soul trembles. This madman, he didn't just want to conquer the abyss. He actually wanted to turn heaven itself into his research field. Blasphemy? Lu Yuan shook his head. No, it's science. He pressed a button. Project, fusion of angelic genes and void strains, stage, live adjustment, subject, Seraph Uriel. Since the Silver City is already in chaos, let's move on to the next step. Lu Yuan walked to the operating table, holding a vial of violet gold liquid. It was a mythic mutagen, made from fragments of Beelzebub's divinity, Titan spinal essence, and the infection data recently collected from the Silver City. Uriel, do you know why you angels can never defeat the demons? Because you are too rigid. You refuse change, refuse evolution, clinging to that fragile idea of purity. Now, I will give you the power to embrace transformation. The serum flowed into Uriel's energy conduit. Even with only his head remaining, Uriel let out a soul-shaking cry that could have shattered glass. Two opposite forces clashed and merged within his spirit. Holy light trying to purify the void, and the void trying to consume the light. Under the balance of the microbial network, a new kind of power was born, something never before seen in the multiverse. Uriel's once golden eyes turned violet gold. His broken spine began to grow rapidly, forming a new body of black bones and white feathers, an ascended void seraph. This was no ordinary fall. This was void ascension. Subject, void seraph, number 001. Abilities, dual light and shadow, void traversal, concept erasure, loyalty, absolute. Hive mind link. 10 minutes later, the new Uriel rose from the nutrient chamber. He looked at the reflection of his unfamiliar yet powerful self, feeling the immense energy within him, enough to tear through dimensions. Past glory, faith, and conviction now seemed pale and meaningless, because he had seen the end of evolution. Master, Uriel knelt on one knee, and the 6 pairs of purple golden wings behind him slowly folded back. How do you feel? Lu Yuan asked. Feeling. Uriel looked up, his purple golden eyes shining with a cold, rational light. In the past, I was like a child holding a stick. Good, Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Now, with your new body, go back home. The first level of Silver City has been taken over by us, but the 6 upper levels and the god itself are still hiding inside its shell. Lu Yuan pointed to the screen showing the highest temple of the Supreme God, still floating above Silver City, radiating a resistance aura. Go, as my diplomat, ask that God, whether it wants to step down gracefully, or if it wants you to help it do so with dignity. The Supreme Heaven, 7th layer. This is the residence of the gods. But right now it was in chaos. Alarm sounds, cries for help, and the rapidly spreading white plague made all the high angels panic. On the throne of the gods, that indescribable glowing mass, the ruler of the heavens, was in a state of extreme anger. It could feel its source of power, the lower angels, being cut off. Even more frightening, the thief who stole its power had turned that stolen energy into a weapon to attack it. At that moment, a purple-golden streak of light ignored all defenses and descended directly at the temple door. Who? Two wise angels guarding the gate tried to stop it. Swish! Two purple blades flashed. The wise angels were cut neatly in half before they could react. They didn't die, but were instantly infected and transformed into two white statues. The figures stepped on the fragments of the statues and walked into the hall. Long time no see, my lord, Uriel said with a mocking smile as he looked at the glowing mass above. I am here to submit my resignation. By the way, on behalf of my new boss, let's talk about the acquisition. The void between the abyssal planes is not empty. It is a dangerous sea called the Starfield Turbulence. It is filled with countless shattered plane fragments, violent energy storms, and giant creatures wandering in the void, forming a deadly ocean. Today, this silent sea welcomes an uninvited guest. Boom! A 10-kilometer-long, completely black spherical fortress, Amon's ship, like a reverse black hole, forcefully crashes through countless meteors, carving out a wide path in the turbulence. Stabilizer output at 120%. Gravity shield hit. Absorption complete. Converting to backup energy. Inside the command hall, Cog's mechanical arm is rapidly moving on the control panel, typing out streaks of afterimages. Behind it, Lu Yuan sits on the Void throne, holding a cocktail made from Void Whale Brain in his hand. Quite a beautiful view. Lu Yuan looks at the dazzling yet dangerous Starfield storm on the holographic screen, his tone relaxed as if on vacation. Is this the forbidden zone that abyssal lords haven't dared to step into for thousands of years? Yes, master. Next to him, Baroque, now the security minister, bows his head, speaking with a hint of awe. In the past, we could only cross layers through fixed teleporters. Those are the lifts left by the abyssal will. Crossing the void with your body like this. Only madmen and gods dare to do it. No, Baroque, Lu Yuan shakes his head. This isn't madness. It's freedom. He stands up and walks to the window. Teleporters are paths given by others. As long as the abyssal will wishes, they can cut them off at any time. Only by mastering this technology that allows navigation in the void can we truly break free from that old thing's control. Now, we are the only pirates in the abyss. Below the Amon's ship, where the original hangar was located, several hundred small-shaped ships, about 500 meters long and shaped like sharks, are finishing their final preparations. These are privateer ships built by Uliel using black iron or scavenged from the 72nd layer, Baroque territory, combined with void creature technology. The commander of this fleet is Uliel, who has just been promoted to the void. He is no longer the shining archangel he once was. He wears a black and purple military uniform, and his 6 pairs of wings behind him have turned into sharp metal blades. First squad, target. The edge of the mining area on the 88th layer of the Abyss, territory of the Fear Demon King. Second squad, target. The trade route on the 44th layer of the Abyss, territory of the Succubus. Mission briefing. Steal everything. Burn what can't be taken, but do not kill. Uliel's voice is cold and precise, like a machine without feelings. Remember the master's teachings. Population is the most important resource. Capture those demons and put them in jars. We need more batteries. Understood. Commander, thousands of fallen angels and void executioners roar in unison. As the hatch opens, hundreds of shark-shaped warships rush out like hungry wolves, breaking free from the protection of the Ikmon's ship, heading toward the vast and rich layers of the abyss. This is the first organized, premeditated, cross-dimensional piracy in Abyss history. On the 88th layer of the Abyss, Forest of Fear, this is the territory of the feared demon king, Balsha. It is shrouded in fog all year round, hiding many deadly traps and mental monsters. To outsiders, this place is a nightmare. But to Yuliel, it is just a lumberyard. Activate Real Vision Radar. Yuliel stands on the flagship, the Vengeful Angel, and coldly gives the order. Buzz. A purple ripple sweeps across the entire forest. The fog that causes hallucinations melts away like snow under sunlight in the face of the void ripple. Revealed are the soul mines, built from fear crystals deep within the forest. Found it. Yuliel draws his purple gold sword from his waist. All units, attack. That fear demon lord, if you don't pay protection money, I'll destroy its lair. Boom. 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 Hundreds of warships fired their weapons at the same time. This time, there was no testing or shouting. They launched the highest level of void orbit bombardment. Purple beams of light rained down like a storm, accurately destroying all the air defense points in the Forest of Fear. Next, tens of thousands of drop pods, biological seed sacs, were launched down. After landing, these seed sacs quickly hatched into fierce, swift bugs, fast attack units modified from low-level demons. They moved like locusts, leaving nothing green in their path. From deep within the forest, the fear demon lord roared in anger and fear. Whose troops are these? Why aren't they affected by illusions? Wait, what flag is that? Balsha looked through a magic water mirror and saw a black flag with a void one-eye symbol flying on the warship. It suddenly remembered a terrifying legend from the Abyss. That was the Void Lord, who devoured Beelzebub, subdued Baroque, and even dared to challenge the will of the Abyss. It's over. Balsha sank to the ground. It knew resistance was useless. This was not a fight of the same level. The enemy had technology it couldn't understand and power beyond imagination. Surrender. Surrender now, Balsha screamed, afraid that if it hesitated even for a second, it would be turned into a specimen. Tell them, I am willing to pay protection money. I want to join that. Abyss Union. Similar scenes kept happening across different levels of the Abyss. Lu Yuan's private fleet was like a group of highly advanced aliens arriving in a primitive tribe still playing in the mud. Robbery? No, that was forced trade. Plundering? No, that was resource integration. In just 1 month, the warehouse of the Ikman ship was filled with rare treasures from all levels of the Abyss. High-level soul crystals, abyssal demon iron, void beast eggs, and even some lord's private funds. And more importantly, Lu Yuan's fungus network quietly spread across half of the Abyss as the fleet continued its conquest. Ikman, core laboratory. Lu Yuan stood in front of a large cultivation tank. There were no creatures inside, only a swirling, colorful, energy cloud, constantly changing shape. This was a collection of Abyss rule fragments with different properties, gathered from various levels. Fear, desire, plague, destruction. These opposing forces were being forcibly merged by a higher will. This is true chaos. Lu Yuan looked at the energy cloud, his eyes shining with excitement. The reason the Abyss willpower is so strong is because it contains all negative rules. But it's too messy, like a pot of poorly cooked stew. Lu Yuan reached out with his hand, fingers spread. Void God authority, rule recasting. Buzz. The energy cloud shrank sharply. All impurities were removed, conflicts smoothed out. In the end, it became a perfect, transparent seed. Creation, artificial divine frame, Abyss heart, prototype. Just plant this seed, Lu Yuan muttered to himself. I can create a new Abyss that belongs entirely to me, with its own rules. By then, that old Abyss will have to retire. Suddenly, an urgent alarm sounded throughout the fortress. Warning! Warning! Cao Ji's voice came, unusually panicked. Detected an ultra-high energy reaction. Coordinates, directly above, deep in the starry void. Energy level. Impossible to estimate. Lu Yuan looked up sharply. Through the holographic screen, he saw a breathtaking scene. At the distant end of the void, a huge, sacred flame-burning sun was rushing toward the abyssal plane at high speed. It was not a star. It was a mountain of Heavenly Mountain, 10 times larger than Egmont. On that mountain, there stood a figure dressed in golden armor, holding a war hammer, with 36 pairs of wings. The supreme ruler of the heavenly realm, God King Zeus, codename. Is it finally here? Lu Yuan looked at the terrifying figure, not feeling afraid but smiling instead. It was the excitement of facing a worthy opponent. Young one, the old one has arrived. Perfect. Lu Yuan quickly grabbed the newly forged Heart of the Abyss. My new toy needs a worthy offering. He turned and headed toward the command bridge. His cloak fluttered without wind, making a sharp sound. All ships, listen up. Prepare for battle level 1. Target, the Godslayer. This is the divine realm in the eyes of mortals, the final destination of all faith in this world. From the ground, only the majestic outline glowing with eternal gold above the clouds can be seen. There is no night here, only endless holy light shining down. On the white marble city walls, hundreds of meters high, are carved epic reliefs of gods defeating demons, each line radiating divine power strong enough to burn the soul. The guardian of the absolute barrier gate is the shining archangel, Michael, mass production model 007. He floats hundreds of meters above the ground, 6 wings made of pure photons slowly flapping behind him, scattering golden light. Behind him are 3 formations of 30,000 fully armed, heavenly guards, filth from the lower world, daring to attack the holy mountain. Michael looked down at the rolling clouds below, his perfect face full of arrogance and disdain. Activate this sacred purification array. These lowly creatures are not even worthy to approach the walls. Buzz. A golden barrier, 100 meters thick, shot up into the sky, enveloping the entire first heaven. The barrier shimmered with countless complex divine inscriptions, the rules set by the god King Zeus himself. Anyone with evil thoughts will die upon contact. But in the next second, Michael's pupils suddenly contracted. The clouds below were changing. The once pure white clouds looked as if they had been stained with a whole bottle of ink, turning into a disgusting purple-black color at a visibly rapid speed. Next, the dark clouds began to boil like boiling water, with huge, tumor-like bulges emerging from the clouds. Woo-ah! Accompanied by a deep, rumbling roar like a giant sea creature, the first void Leviathan broke through the clouds. It was not a typical metal battleship. It was a living, massive creature ship, 3,000 meters long. Its surface was covered with thick, pulsating black chitin armor, with glowing blue void energy flowing through the cracks. Its belly was filled with countless large, semi-transparent green sacs, inside which something seemed to be writhing wildly. Soon after, more ships appeared, 2nd, 10th, 100th. An entire, biological fleet blocked out the sunlight, turning the sky into a sea of despair. Lu Yuan sat on a throne woven from countless bones and nerve bundles. He was holding a glass of crimson liquid, a high-energy life essence plundered from the previous city, and through the biological viewport, he coldly watched the golden, absolute barrier, sacred purification array. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a mocking smile as he took a sip. In this universe, nothing is truly absolute. The so-called sacred is just a high-frequency energy wave. Cog, Lu Yuan's voice transmitted through the mental network. Here, my great father god, came the frantic, mechanically crackling voice of the goblin cog. Tell them what predator-prey hierarchy means. Understood. Corrosive spore barrage, loaded and ready. Fire. In the sky, hundreds of leviathans simultaneously opened their sacs. Pop, pop, pop. No gunpowder explosions, only the muffled sounds of countless sacs bursting. Billions of fist-sized green spheres rained down like a storm. Michael looked at the green rain and sneered. Ridiculous. These physical projectiles can't even ripple the shield. However, when the first drop of green rain touched the golden light curtain, nothing happened. Sizzle. That sound was like pouring cold water into a hot oil pan, or the shrill screech of strong acid corroding metal. The green spore sphere exploded upon contact with the light curtain, releasing a dense green fog. The green mist seemed to have a life of its own, wildly devouring the sacred energy particles that made up the light screen. What? Michael stared in horror, eyes wide. Are they eating the holy light? Yes, this is the God-Eater spore, modified that Lu Yuan specifically developed for the heavens. They are not only highly resistant to light, but also have the hunger code embedded deep within, viewing high-energy spiritual aura as their only food. The stronger the holy light, the more they feast. In just 1 minute, the so-called absolute defense golden light screen was riddled with huge holes, like silk rotted by worms. Attack! At Lu Yuan's command, countless black landing sacks precisely crashed through those holes onto the angel formation on the wall. Boom, boom, boom. The landing sacks hit the ground, bursting open with a loud explosion. Swarms of mutated jumping insects and void stingers roared out. These insects were no longer fragile cannon fodder. Their shells were inscribed with anti-magic runes, and their claws were coated with void venom. They looked like a pack of black mad dogs, lunging at the still-shocked angels. My wings. Help. Holy light spells don't work. They are immune to holy light. Monsters. These are demons from. The white city wall was instantly stained red with blood. Golden feathers and broken limbs splattered everywhere. If the battle in the sky was chaos and slaughter, then the fight at the city gate was a fateful duel. A huge landing sack crashed loudly into the central square of the main gate. As the dust settled, a tall figure slowly stepped out. He wore a full-body black armor that seemed to have blood vessels pulsating on its surface. In his hand, he carried a giant sword burning with purple magic fire, the fallen Lionheart sword. With every step he took, the sacred stone slabs beneath his feet were corroded into black mud. Valerius, an old, stern voice echoed ahead. The leader of the Holy Temple Knights, and once Valerius's mentor, Uther, stood in front of the gate, wielding a shining warhammer. Behind him were 500 of the most elite knights. Uther looked at his disfigured former disciple with pain and anger in his eyes. You were once the proud son of the holy light. Why? Why betray glory and willingly serve as a monster's pawns? Valerius stopped. He raised his hand and took off the fierce creature's helmet, revealing a face that was strong but covered in dark magic patterns. His left eye was human, but his right eye had become a spinning void crystal. Teacher, Valerius's voice was hoarse and had a metallic sound. Glory, he pointed to the swarm of insects falling from the sky behind him and then to the tall temple above. When I bled on the border for the kingdom, where was the god? When my soldiers starved and froze, where was glory? Those high gods only see us as crops to harvest faith from. Valerius put his helmet back on, and the void fire in his eyes suddenly flared up. Only the Father God gave me eyes to see the truth and the power to tear apart falsehood. Holy light cannot save the world, but evolution can. Stubborn fool. Fallen one. Die. Uther roared, unleashing blinding holy light. He transformed into a golden meteor, swinging his mighty war hammer toward Valerius with great force. Holy technique. Judgment hammer. This strike was enough to crush a small mountain. Valerius did not dodge or block. He simply grasped his great sword with both hands, adopting a basic knight stance. But from the shadowy void behind him, huge, semi-transparent void tentacles suddenly extended. They seemed like conscious, assisting limbs, helping him stabilize his stance and lock the space. Void's secret sword, devour, clang. A deafening clash of metal. The 500 temple knights around were blown away by the shockwave. The dust settled. Uther kept his hammer raised, but the shining war hammer in his hand was only half intact. The head of the hammer had been neatly bitten off, and in his chest, the burning magic fire sword was embedded. This is not knightly swordsmanship. Uther spat blood, staring at his disciple in disbelief. Yes, teacher, Valerius whispered into his ear, this is the gift from the Father God. The hunting technique. With a sudden flick, 4 void tentacles stabbed into Uther's body, instantly draining the life essence of this holy domain expert. Uther's body quickly withered away, turning into a pile of bones. Captain is dead. Demon? He's a demon. The remaining holy knights broke down. Valerius drew his great sword, the magic eye on the blade flickering with a bright red light. Charge in. Leave no one alive. The battle on the first level of heaven lasted only 40 minutes. The so-called Never Fallen absolute barrier was completely reduced to ruins. On the white square, a thick purple fungal carpet spread out. The once proud angels were now either torn apart by jumping insects or parasitized by the fungi, turning into trembling, infected angels. Boom! The void flagship, Akmond, slowly descended. The hatch opened. Lu Yuan stepped onto the fungi carpet and walked to the center of the square. He looked at Uther's skeletal remains, then at Valerius, who was kneeling before him, covered in blood. "Well done, my Legion commander." Lu Yuan reached out and injected pure void energy into Valerius, repairing the cracks in his armor. "This is the best way to say goodbye to the past." Then, Lu Yuan raised his head. His gaze pierced through layers of clouds, directly looking at the highest point, the throne of the God King, Olympus Mountain, still shimmering with thunderous light. There, a destructive pressure was awakening. The God King Zeus, who had ruled this world for tens of thousands of years, was finally losing patience. Father God, Lysandra, who had transformed into a lich, whispered, "High-energy reaction detected. Zeus is gathering divine power. He plans to use the apocalyptic thunder to crush us and this mountain together." Getting anxious? Lu Yuan chuckled softly, with no fear in his eyes, only greed, eager to enjoy the main course. He pulled out the Heavenly Core Command token he found on Uther's body, the key to opening the top-level teleportation gate. Since the master doesn't want to come down to greet the guests, Lu Yuan crushed the token in his hand. "Then we'll go up ourselves." He turned around, looking at the millions of roaring insects behind him, spreading his arms like a conductor leading a symphony of death. "Little ones, sharpen your claws. Tonight, we will dine at the God King's table. Add a dish." Boom! The gate to the top divine realm suddenly opens wide under the attack of the fungal carpet. At the border between the abyss and the heavenly realm, a cosmic storm rages. Two huge beings, roughly equal in size, are making their final rush. One is the supreme paradise mountain, shining with holy golden light and protected by 36 layers of defense barriers. The other is the Amon ship, completely black and writhing like a living planet, breathing and moving. 10 seconds until contact. Cao Ji's voice echoes through the ship's bridge, trembling. The enemy's defense barrier level, S-class, absolute defense. Regular firepower cannot. Who said we need to break through it? Lu Yuan sits calmly on the throne, his single eye fixed on the holographic screen showing the approaching golden sun. "We plan to consume it. Activate the black hole devouring cannon. Full power." Virum. The huge black vortex at the front of the Amon ship suddenly expands, its diameter reaching an astonishing 50 kilometers. It does not fire energy beams. Instead, it creates a gravitational singularity capable of twisting space and time. This gravity does not affect the entire Paradise Mountain, but is precisely focused on a point on the front defense barrier. Like piercing a balloon with a needle. Pop! A crisp sound, inaudible in the vacuum but vibrating through all souls. The sacred barrier, said to withstand apocalyptic floods, is forcibly open, creating a large hole. It's not broken by force. Rather, that part of space and the barrier itself are swallowed by the black hole. Now's the time. Lu Yuan suddenly stands up. Crash through. Boom. The Amon ship does not slow down at all, crashing into the hole like a black meteorite. The immense kinetic energy, combined with the cutting power of the void shield, instantly tears the gap wider. Countless sacred structures collapse in the impact, and countless angels are turned to dust by the shockwave. This is not a siege. It is a forcible landing. Inside Paradise Mountain, the Supreme Temple, God King Zeus is sitting on a throne made of pure light elements. He wears golden armor and holds a thunder hammer. His normally serious face is now full of surprise. What is this tactic? He has lived for billions of years and fought countless divine battles. He has seen magic bombardments, divine energy clashes, and even large armies of people. But he has never seen this suicide-style collision. The enemy actually used the fortress as a battering ram? What confuses him even more is that after the black fortress crashes in, it doesn't explode or stop. It opens up. Like a mature spore sac, the surface of the Ikmon ship cracks open with many huge doors. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Countless void drop pods, biological sacks, are shot out like rain, falling all over the heavenly mountain. Counterattack. Quickly counterattack. Zeus roars, swinging his hammer, and bolts of divine lightning strike the sacks. Boom, boom. The sacks explode in the air, releasing large amounts of green toxic fog. But more sacks land. They smash the beautiful marble floors and topple sacred statues. The sacks burst open. From inside, strange and terrifying, void creatures emerge. There are void executioners with mantis-like blades. There are abyss fire demons burning with purple flames. And those originally from the heavens, now fallen into monsters, void stone statues. Kill. Valerius, holding a sword, is the first to jump down from the flagship. Behind him, 6 pairs of black-winged bones spread out, like a black eagle flying from, rushing toward the angel guards in the temple square. For the Lord. For evolution, turn this place into ruins. A fierce battle erupts instantly. This is a street fight. Heavenly Mountain is grand, but after being breached from inside, its heavy defenses and weapons are useless. Instead, Lu Yuan's army, each one born for killing, is fierce and deadly. They move through narrow streets, palaces, and corridors, using the terrain to their advantage, frantically taking the lives of angels. Zeus watches his divine realm turn into a slaughterhouse, trembling with anger. Where are Michael? Gabriel? Raphael? Why is not a single archangel here? Report to my lord. A blood-covered angel kneels at the divine steps, crying out. Lord Michael has gone missing. Actually, he escaped back to the A-space. Lord Gabriel was beheaded by that fallen knight commander. Lord Raphael is being beaten by those fire demons. Zeus suddenly feels a blackness in his vision. His top-tier forces were wiped out in less than half an hour after the battle began. Good for nothings. All useless. Zeus suddenly stands up, unleashing a terrifying divine aura bright enough to illuminate the entire void. Since you can't be trusted, then I will personally clean up this mess. Boom. Zeus raises his thunder hammer. Divine King authority. 10,000 thunder prison summon. The clear sky instantly darkens with clouds. Countless golden lightning strikes down like a dense forest, covering Mount Heaven. This is an indiscriminate attack. Whether demon or angel, all are treated equally before the lightning. Screams echo through the sky. Thousands of void creatures are turned to charcoal by lightning. Similarly, thousands of angels are destroyed in divine punishment. For victory, sacrifice is necessary. Zeus's eyes gleam with madness. As long as he can eliminate the invader, he's willing to destroy half of Mount Heaven. Akmond, Shipbridge. Lu Yuan looks at the destructive lightning storm on the screen, but isn't surprised. As expected of an old-fashioned god, quick to throw a fit, he shakes his head and puts down his wine glass. Cao Gu, activate the void lightning rod. Yes. With the command given, the crystal thorn spikes behind the remaining void creatures on the battlefield suddenly glow purple. Buzz, a strange resonance field formed between them. The golden lightning that originally struck at them was suddenly absorbed the moment it touched the field. It was like water being soaked up by a sponge. The wild energy traveled through the creatures' internal channels, gathering into the spines on their backs, then transforming into pure void energy. What? Zeus widened his eyes in shock. His divine punishment had actually turned into a power bank for the other side? Reciprocation. Lu Yuan's voice echoed in Zeus's mind through mental broadcast. Since you gave me so much energy, I'll give you a gift in return. Boom. On the battlefield, all surviving void creatures opened their mouths at the same time. The spines behind them shone brightly. All-out attack. Void thunder recoil. Thousands of purple lightning bolts shot out from their mouths. These lightning bolts gathered into a massive purple thunder dragon, about a kilometer wide, roaring as it charged toward Zeus at the top of the temple. This was not just a rebound of energy. It also included a new element, poisonous thunder with void erosion properties. Zeus had to raise his war hammer to block. Boom. The purple thunder dragon collided with the hammer, erupting with a brilliance brighter than a star. The entire Supreme Temple instantly collapsed under the shockwave. Many delicate columns shattered, and the dome was torn apart. As the dust settled, Zeus still stood amidst the ruins. But his magnificent golden armor was now blackened and broken, and his silver hair was messy. A trace of golden divine blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He was injured. This was the first time he had been hurt in a direct battle since becoming the king of gods. Unforgivable. Zeus lowered his head, his voice dark and terrifying. Did you really think you had won? Did you think that was all my power? The thunder hammer in Zeus's hand suddenly shattered. It wasn't broken by an attack. It was shattered by his own grip. A white glowing sphere, ancient and full of history, flew out of the shattered warhammer. That is not a divine being. It is the World Heart, Heaven Edition. This is the administrator privilege of this world. I am the ruler of this world. Every inch of land and every ray of light here obeys my command. Zeus swallowed the glowing sphere in one gulp. Boom. His body began to change dramatically. His human-shaped form instantly expanded into a towering, light giant that reached 1,000 meters tall. Instead of wings, he now had countless spinning golden light wheels behind him. His face showed 3 eyes, representing the past, present, and future. Ultimate form, Titan God King, plain avatar. Here, the giant's voice was like divine authority, causing space to shake with each word. I am invincible. He lifted one foot and stomped toward the hovering Ikmond. That foot was enormous, big enough to cover half a fortress. In the face of such overwhelming size and power, any skill seemed useless. Warning! Warning! Gravitational shield is about to overload. Expected damage to the fortress after impact. 80%, Cog shouted. But Lu Yuan remained seated on his throne, his posture unchanged. He watched the giant of light step down, a mocking smile on his lips. Invincible? In this universe, nothing is truly invincible, as long as it's a living being. It has weaknesses. Lu Yuan raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Begin. There was no grand magic, no spectacular spell. Just at the moment the giant's foot touched the fortress surface, the armor plates on the fortress suddenly opened like scales, revealing countless tiny micro-injection needles. Puff, puff, puff. Billions of needles pierced into the giant's foot at once. They didn't inject poison. Instead, they delivered a colorless, tasteless divinity dissociation agent. This is a gene weapon created by Lu Yuan using Beelzebub's divine fragment, Titan's spinal fluid, and Uriel's genetic sample, specifically designed to target divine creatures. Its only purpose is to cut off the connection between divinity and the body. Roar! The light giant's movements froze. His large foot, which could crush fortresses, now hovered in midair as if he had lost consciousness. Then, the numbness quickly spread up his thigh, to his waist, chest, arms. What's happening? My body. Why isn't it obeying? Zeus was terrified to realize that his immense divine power still existed, but he could no longer control his body. It was like a pilot trapped inside a giant robot, suddenly cut off from all controls. I told you. Lu Yuan's figure slowly rose into the air, approaching the giant. He looked tiny, like a mosquito, but his presence was more terrifying than the giant's. You're just a big battery. And batteries. Lu Yuan reached out and pressed his hand on the giant's forehead. I don't need to think. Void divine authority. Force takeover. Buzz. Countless purple tendrils erupted from Lu Yuan's body, stabbing into the giant's eyes, ears, and nostrils. This was the final step. Neural system overwrite. No, I am the divine king. I am. Zeus's consciousness let out a final cry of despair. But under Lu Yuan's overwhelming, swarm mind, his personal will was like a lonely boat in the ocean, instantly submerged. A few minutes later, the golden light in the giant's 3 eyes went out. In their place, 3 clusters of dead silence. Purple ghost flames. He slowly withdrew his foot. Then, in the despairing eyes of all surviving angels, this supreme divine king knelt on one knee toward that tiny shadow. Salutations, my lord. Though his voice was grand, it carried a cold, mechanical tone. Lu Yuan stood atop the giant's head, looking down at the already completely fallen white world below. Heaven has changed hands. The supreme heaven, the 7th layer. Once the throne of the god king, a chair made of pure light elements, was now covered with a black, tar-like substance. Lu Yuan did not sit on it. He floated beneath the dome of the temple, with 6 pairs of glowing wings spread behind him, blocking the sacred sunlight. Below him was the light giant, former god King Zeus, a being that had lost its soul and only retained basic instincts. The operation begins. Lu Yuan's voice echoed calmly through the empty temple, as if announcing a scientific experiment. Phase 1, Dimensional Stitching. Suddenly, the entire Mount Heaven started to shake violently. At the bottom of Mount Heaven, the Ikman ship suddenly shot out tens of thousands of thick void anchor chains. These chains deeply embedded into the mountain's foundation, like a giant whale net, tightly holding the sacred peak suspended in the void. Pull. Following Cog's command, the engines of the Ikman ship reversed at full power. Under the terrifying pull of gravity, Mount Heaven was forcibly dragged. It was no longer floating high in the sky but was pulled downward toward the deep, chaotic abyss filled with purple mist. Madman, what is he trying to do? The surviving angels watched in horror through the windows. They saw the once pure white sky being eroded by purple void. The sacred clouds turned into a membrane oozing with pus. Is he going to sink heaven into the abyss? Exactly. That was Lu Yuan's ultimate plan. He didn't want a lofty floating refuge. He wanted a new world that could perfectly merge with his abyss domain, forming a closed ecological loop. Sizzle. When the bottom of Mount Heaven touched the barrier of the abyss plane, there was no explosion, because Lu Yuan had already laid a thick neutralizing fungus blanket on the contact surface. It was like a precise transplant operation. The fungus blanket acted as an anti-rejection drug, forcibly bonding 2 completely different rule-based forces, sacred and chaotic. Fusion rate 30%, 50%, 80%. The data stream from Concag was rapidly updating on Lu Yuan's retina. Success. The void cycle system is established. Buzz. A beam of light, stretching across the sky from the top of Heaven Mountain to the bottom of the abyss, shot through the heavens. It was no longer just pure holy light or simple void energy. Instead, it was a swirling mix of black and white, like a Tai Chi symbol, chaotic energy. Under the influence of this energy, the structures on Heaven Mountain began to change. White stones grew black bone spurs, and sacred statues opened purple magical eyes. Meanwhile, the demons in the abyss bathed in this energy. Their rotting smell faded, replaced by a strange, divine-looking layer of keratin. New realm created, Chaos Heaven. Lord, Void Lord Lu Yuan. Such a beautiful sight. Lu Yuan looked down at this new world, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. This is the true end of evolution. There is no absolute light, nor absolute darkness, only coexistence. Inside the temple, Valerius held a sword and led a group of disappointed high-level angels inside. Leading them was Raphael, the former enforcer of heavenly laws, known as the Justice Angel. Kneel. Valerius kicked Raphael's knee. Your god has become a power source for the master. What right do you have to stand? Raphael clenched his teeth and looked up at Lu Yuan, floating in the air. Demons, you won the war, but you can't win people's hearts. We may have lost the battle, but our will. Will? Lu Yuan interrupted him, a teasing smile on his face. Your Excellency Raphael, it seems you misunderstand the word will. He slowly descended and approached Raphael. In my domain, will can be edited. Lu Yuan extended a finger and gently tapped Raphael's forehead. Like now, I can preserve your memories, your combat experience, even your personality, but I only need to change one line of code. Change your loyal subject from Zeus to Lu Yuan. Buzz. The rune of truth spins. A purple, logic lock is implanted into Raphael's brain. Raphael's body suddenly stiffens. A few seconds later, his eyes, which were full of hatred, suddenly become clear and calm, then filled with admiration. Greetings, my lord. Raphael kneels completely, his voice reverent as if facing a divine being he has served for thousands of years. Please forgive my previous rudeness. I am willing to manage the legal system of the heavens for you, ensuring all the slaves. Oh no, new citizens, strictly follow your fungus code. Other angels around see this and completely break down. This is more terrifying than killing them. It's a despair that feels like being formatted from the depths of the soul. Very good, Lu Yuan nods with satisfaction. From today, You are the minister of law of the chaos heaven. As for the other prisoners, Lu Yuan waves his hand. Send them to the re-education camp, assimilation incubation chamber. Those unwilling to accept the new ideas will be made into decorations. He points to the wall of the temple. There are rows of angel specimens sealed in amber. They still hold their poses from when they were alive, but their bodies are filled with glowing fungi liquid, serving as the temple's biological light bulbs. After dealing with the prisoners, Lu Yuan's gaze turns to the former god king, Zeus, who has been quietly kneeling nearby. Zeus has completely lost his self-awareness. He looks like a standby supercomputer with 3 purple ghost fire eyes staring blankly. This body is a bit of a waste. Lu Yuan circles the giant of light. Although I have analyzed his divine power, this dimensional avatar structure is still very valuable for research. If I change him to, a crazy idea flashes through Lu Yuan's mind. Turn him into a biological mothership? If we hollow out Zeus's body, install a void engine and incubation nest, and use his nervous system as the control center, it would become a more powerful God King-class warship than the Aegis. Cock, here. Master, take this big guy to the dock. I'm going to give him a full transformation. Project code. Olympus Art Project. Understood. Master. This is so cool. Cog excitedly sparks flew from his mechanical arm. With the fall and transformation of Mount Heaven, Lu Yuan's power has grown beyond imagination. He not only unified the abyss, but also absorbed the heaven realm. Now he is truly the master of 2 worlds. But Lu Yuan did not stop. He stands atop the newly formed Chaos Temple, gazing at the distant, deeper starry sky. There are countless unknown planes beyond. There are the elemental realm, the undead realm, the mechanical realm, and the legendary Creator God's domain, where all things were born. This is just the beginning. Lu Yuan clenched his fist, the rune of truth glowing with eager light. My mycelium has not yet filled the entire universe. At that moment, a strange wave suddenly came from the depths of the void. It was not magic or divine power. It was a signal, beep, 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 like a detection wave from a high-tech civilization. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. His perception network instantly traced the source of the signal. It was a silver-white, streamlined, fully metallic spaceship. No magic runes, no sacred halos. Only cold armor, huge thrusters, and a strange emblem made of geometric shapes on the hull. Mechanical Ascension, Civilization Exploration Ship. Guests are arriving. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a playful smile. And they come from the tech side. It seems our next war will no longer be a game of gods and demons, but a final clash between living beings and machines. Meanwhile, inside that silver-white spaceship, Commander, report. High-energy reaction detected. Coordinates. Twin star system, originally Abyss and Heaven. Energy level. Omega class, planet-sized organism. Threat assessment. Very high. A commander wearing exoskeleton armor looks at the large heat image on the screen, formed by Lu Yuan, the Void Lord form. A cold electronic glow flashes in his eyes. Is this the Devourer they mentioned? Send orders to headquarters. Target found. Request to activate. Extinction order. For the glory of the machine god, we must eliminate this organic filth. Deep in the void, at the outer orbit of the twin star system, originally Abyss and Heaven. A 1-kilometer-long silver spaceship, Mechanical Ascension, Explorer, quietly hovers in space. Its surface is seamless, like a giant drop of liquid mercury frozen in place. Directly ahead is a slowly rotating, enormous purple vortex, the black hole engine of the Ikmond. Target locked. Void energy level. Beyond limit. Biomass activity. Extremely high, highly aggressive and invasive. Inside the main control room, Commander, Number 0, a fully mechanical humanoid, coldly observes the data on the holographic screen. In his electronic eyes, the massive biological fortress before him isn't a grand building, but a cancerous, mutating cosmic cell. According to Article 74 of the Galactic Cleanliness Act, for highly contagious Omega-class biological civilizations, the procedure is physical elimination. Number 0 raises his hand, and presses a red button. Initiate. Two-dimensional blade. Dimensional reduction strike. Dot. Buzz. Suddenly, the front of the Explorer splits open, and a tiny, crystal-clear, light shard, the size of a piece of paper, is launched out. It looks harmless, like a snowflake drifting in space. But wherever it passes, space begins to collapse. The originally three-dimensional meteorite, upon touching the light sheet, is instantly flattened into a two-dimensional pattern on paper. This collapse spreads at the speed of light, heading straight for the Egmont ship. On the bridge of the Egmont, a sharp alarm rings throughout the fortress. Warning! Warning! Dimensional attack detected. Space structure is collapsing. The area ahead is turning into a picture. Kauga screams, his mechanical eye nearly popping out. What kind of weapon is this? We can't defend against it. Gravity shield failed. Void shield failed. On the throne, Lu Yuan suddenly stands up. His eye, the rune of truth, is fixed on the flying light sheet. Dimensional reduction attack. Interesting. Lu Yuan's lips curl into a wild smile. The mechanical civilization is indeed powerful, starting with such a disruptive move. But then, he reaches out, and the abyss heart, an artificial divine core, in his palm begins to spin violently. Do you think I am some low-level creature that can only crawl in three-dimensional space? Valerius, here. Take your Void Knights and charge in. Charge where? Into that light sheet. Valerius hesitates. No, Lu Yuan points to the two-dimensional foil. Charge into the picture. Remember, the void is not limited by dimensions. As long as you stay in the void state, even if you become two-dimensional, you are still living ink. Although Valerius doesn't understand, he blindly follows Lu Yuan. Understood. Full boom. Thousands of Void Knights turn into purple streaks of light, rushing forward without hesitation into the collapsing space. The following scene causes even the Zero machine from afar to experience a brief logical glitch. As soon as the two-dimensional foil touches the Void Knights, the originally smooth two-dimensional surface suddenly develops. Stains. The crushed knights did not die. They turned into purple, constantly writhing, pixel dots on the surface. These pixels were not absorbed by the two-dimensional foil. Instead, like ink spilled on paper, they began to spread wildly in a process called blurring. Sizzle, sizzle. The glow of the two-dimensional foil started to fade. The once irreversible process of reducing dimensions was suddenly halted. It was like a precise printer suddenly jammed with sticky glue. How is this possible? Number Zero's electronic eye flashed with countless garbled symbols. That is the void. Lu Yuan's voice broke through the ship's firewalls and echoed inside Number Zero's core processor. The void does not belong to any dimension. It is in the dimensions. You want to crush me? Fine. But first, ask yourself, is this paper, space, tough enough? Boom. The main cannon of the Egmont ship fired. This time, it was not a black hole. Instead, a focused beam of high-frequency oscillating, void-cutting line. The beam precisely hit the already stuck two-dimensional foil. Snap. A sharp sound. That piece of two-dimensional foil, powerful enough to destroy a galaxy, shattered like glass. Countless fragments of space scattered, releasing the crushed meteorite, though now it was just debris. Counterattack successful. Lu Yuan sat back on his throne, raising his glass. Now, it's time to visit this cleaner. Inside the Explorer. Alert. Two-dimensional foil failure. Enemy counterattack approaching. Shield energy down to 30%. Number Zero finally recovered from the shock. It realized that it was not facing an ordinary biological civilization, but a creature that mastered high-dimensional rules. Activate the jump drive. Retreat immediately. Number Zero issued the command decisively. Mission failed. The intelligence must be brought back to headquarters. The ship's engines at the rear emitted blue flames, and space began to warp, a sign of the impending jump. Trying to escape? Once you arrive, don't leave. A huge shadow covered the Explorer ship. It was the Olympus, a biological mothership modified by Zeus. This newly finished giant ship, although not yet armed, had a special ability, God King Space Lock. Zeus's massive body, now the hull, spread its arms and tightly embraced the Explorer's ship. Got you. Zeus's 3 purple eyes shimmered with an inorganic glow. Countless tentacles, nerve connection lines, on him coiled around the smooth hull of the explorer's ship, searching for even the tiniest. Warning. Hull captured. Cannot jump. The shell is being corroded. Is that strong acid? No, some kind of biological enzyme. Unit 0 looked at the screen in despair. That silver-white spaceship was now like a submarine caught by a giant octopus, slowly being dragged toward the abyss's mouth, Amon's ship. Self-destruct? Unit 0 made its final decision. Absolutely cannot let biological civilizations obtain our technology. Activate antimatter core. Countdown 3, 2, 1, before it could finish. Puff. A purple hand made of void energy pierced through the ship's armor, smashing the glass in the command room. Lu Yuan's figure appeared before Unit 0. Self-destruct? That's such a waste. Lu Yuan raised a finger and pressed it to Unit 0's metallic forehead. Void erosion. Implant electronic virus. ZZZZ. Unit 0's red electronic eye instantly turned purple. The antimatter core about to explode also went out. Welcome to the Fungus Technology Department. Lu Yuan smiled and said, your body, the spaceship, your brain, the database, even your mechanical god. I'm very interested. The battle was over. The explorer ship was safely dragged into Amon's hangar. Cao Gu, along with a group of goblin engineers, pounced like hungry dogs seeing meat and bones, beginning to dismantle and study frantically. Oh my goodness. Is this an antimatter engine? Is this a quantum communicator? Master, this ship's technology is at least 5,000 years ahead of ours. Then let's learn from it. Lu Yuan stands on the platform in the hangar, looking at the wrecked spaceship. Absorb their technology, and then make it ours. He lifts his head and gazes at the vast, more dangerous starry sky. Although that battle was brief, he knows it's just the beginning. The so-called mechanical ascension civilization definitely won't give up easily. Next time, they might not send just an exploration ship, but an entire fleet of star destroyers. It seems we need to speed up our progress. Lu Yuan turns around and looks at Valerius and the newly added mechanical deputy, a modified 0 unit. Send the orders. Activate the Titan interstellar colonization plan. We need to find more resources, more. Titan remains in this star region. Only by upgrading the Amon to a stellar biological mothership can we qualify to sit at the table of the universe. As we eat, as his words fall, the massive black hole engine of the Amon roars again. This time, its target is no longer a certain dimension, but the stars and the sea. At the edge of the Gemini star system, a desolate planet codenamed Ash 7. There is no atmosphere, no water, only exposed gray rocks and eternal cosmic radiation. The surface temperature reaches 300 degrees Celsius on the sunny side and drops to minus 150 degrees on the shaded side. For carbon-based life forms, this is. But for Lu Yuan's interstellar vanguard, this place is a warm bed. A small void shuttle lands on the crater-filled ground. The hatch opens, but no humans in spacesuits step out. Instead, clusters of gray flesh balls, wrapped in semi-transparent biological membranes roll out. These are Lu Yuan's latest development, interstellar engineer, radiation adaptation type. Their outer skin is made of a lead-like keratin layer that can absorb radiation energy, and their bodies contain heavy water blood that resists freezing and high temperatures. They do not need to breathe oxygen or even eat. Just basking in the sun, absorbing radiation, is enough for them to survive. Begin operation. Inside the shuttle, Cog, who commands via remote hologram, gives the order. The group of flesh balls quickly disperses. They extend their tentacles, as if searching for something tasty, and deeply insert them into the cracks of the hard rocks. If you had microscopic vision, you would see an astonishing invasion. The tips of the tentacles secrete strong acid, dissolving the rocks into mineral solution. Countless tiny spores follow the solution deep underground, searching for even the smallest traces of metal elements. Once they find metal, they rapidly multiply and harden into biomineral pillars, draining the planet's resources. Akmon's ship, Bridge. Lu Yin sits on the throne, watching the holographic scan of Ashes 7 on the screen. This planet, feels strange. His eye of truth narrows slightly. Although the surface is silent, deep within the crust, there is an extremely regular energy fluctuation. That fluctuation does not belong to nature. It is artificial. Cog, Lien orders, send engineers to drill at that coordinate. I want to see what's hidden inside this dead planet. Understood. With the order given, the flesh balls on the ground begin to merge wildly. They gather together and turn into a huge, fast-spinning, biological drill. Zzz. The drill pierces the crust like a red-hot needle stabbing into butter. 1 kilometer, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers. Finally, at 20 kilometers underground. Clang. A clear metallic collision sound. The drill stops because it hits a layer of silver-white metal shell. This is, through the engineer's transmitted footage, Cog is shocked to see that this metal shell is smooth as a mirror, still free of rust even after billions of years buried underground. Moreover, its material is exactly the same as that of the mechanical Ascender Explorer. Strong interaction material. A glint of sharpness flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Looks like we've found a mechanical tomb. Forceful destruction, Lu Yuan said coldly. Using void corrosion liquid. I don't believe there's any metal my fungi can't eat. 3 days later, the indestructible metal shell finally had a large hole corroded through it. Lu Yuan, along with Valerius and a team of elite void executioners, personally entered this underground ruin. It's better to call it an underground city than a ruin. The entire city was supported by countless huge metal pillars, with a simple, cold architectural style that felt mathematical and beautiful. There was no dust on the streets, and all the equipment looked brand new. But there was no life here. Not even corpses. Only countless robots still standing in working positions. They stood by assembly lines, sat at desks, or lay inside charging pods. Their indicator lights were off, and their core processors had long since stopped working. This is instant death. Valerius examined a robot and made a judgment. No signs of battle. It's like, at some moment, the energy of this entire city was cut off, or it was reclaimed. Lu Yuan walked to the city's central square. There stood a huge metal obelisk. Its surface was covered with dense binary code. It was the tombstone of this civilization. Lu Yuan reached out and placed his hand on the obelisk. Truth rune, data reading. Buzz, a vast flow of information flooded into his mind instantly. It was a story about ascension and destruction. Log. Year 3045. In pursuit of eternal reason, we abandoned fragile bodies and uploaded our consciousness into machines. We thought this was evolution, until that God arrived. It is neither biological nor mechanical. It is the entropy of the universe. It told us to return to unity. Then, it took all our energy, because it believed our existence was wasting the universe's computing power. The log abruptly ended here. Entropy of the universe. Lu Yuan withdrew his hand, deep in thought. It seems this mechanical civilization didn't die out naturally. They were forcibly shut down by higher-level managers. He looked at the silent robots around him. How ironic. Trying so hard to escape the bonds of flesh, only to become a pile of scrap metal. But Lu Yuan's lips curled into a small smile. This also means that this place is a huge treasure trove. Cog. Here. Move all these robots away. Take every metal plate, every cable, every chip from this city. All of it. I want to use these to give our Archmond a new shell. Over the next month, Ashes 7 underwent a brutal demolition. Lu Yuan not only emptied the underground city, but also drained the planet's core, using it as fuel for melting metals. When the Archmond set out again, its appearance had changed dramatically. The once bulky sphere made of flesh and bones was now covered with a thick, sleek silver armor. This was made from the mechanical civilization's strong interaction material, void alloy armor. It could withstand physical attacks and reflect 90% of energy weapon damage. Beneath the armor, the resilient biological body remained. This was Lu Yuan's idea, flesh as core, steel as skin, combining biological potential for endless evolution with mechanical defense. Now, the Archmond can even face the main fleet of the so-called Mechanical Ascension civilization. Lu Yuan stood on the newly renovated bridge, now filled with holographic projections and neural interfaces, gazing at the vast starry sky outside. But before I go looking for the Titans, I need to handle a small problem first. He pulled up a star map. In a star system not far from Ashes 7, a red dot was flickering. That was a living planet. According to data retrieved from the ancient machinery ruins, this planet is home to a primitive insect swarm called the Zerg. They lack technology, relying only on wild reproduction and consumption. But in Lu Yuan's eyes, they are like long-lost brothers. Swarm creatures. Lu Yuan stroked his chin. I heard their genetic code includes a part about faster-than-light biological travel. If we can steal that part, my Leviathan fleet could shed its heavy jump engines and achieve real space hopping. A greedy glint appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes. Order the entire fleet. Target, Zerg Galaxy. Mission, genetic plunder. Remember, don't wipe them all out this time. I want to capture a few queen bugs for breeding. In the Zerg Galaxy, the Queen's Nest planet. It's a vast green ocean. Countless huge insects, resembling mantises, move through the jungle. Flying dragons that can spray acid soar in the sky. Deep inside the planet, a giant fleshy mountain, the Overmind, lies on a fungal mat, greedily absorbing the planet's energy. Suddenly, it sensed an unprecedented, soul-shaking aura. It lifted its ugly head with a single compound eye and looked at the sky. There, a purple tore through space. A massive, silver fortress, exuding a strong biological scent, slowly emerged. It looked like a steel Death Star. Hiss! The Overmind let out a terrified scream. Though it lacked intelligence, its instincts told it. A predator was coming, and it was the kind that would treat it like a snack. Each island is actually a huge Leviathan motherworm. Deep inside the planet, the flesh mountain called the Overlord is now emitting a restless low hum. As the Overlord's will spreads, the entire planet begins to boil. The once calm green ocean suddenly becomes wild. Countless winged, flying dragons fly out from the motherworm, blocking the sky. On the surface, giant, thunder beasts burst out of the water like moving islands. Outside the atmosphere, a dense line of self-destruct mosquitoes forms a green barrier, ready for action. Number: hundreds of millions. On the bridge of the Ikman ship, Cog looks at the dense red dots on the radar, his mechanical arm trembling slightly. Master, this number is too huge. Even if our ammunition is unlimited, it would take years to destroy them all. Why destroy them all? Lu Yuan sits on the throne, playing with a phase crystal he found in the mechanical ruins. Cog, you still haven't changed your goblin thinking. In this universe, the most valuable thing isn't or energy, it's samples. Lu Yuan stands up, walks to the holographic screen, pointing at the green planet. This planet itself is a huge gene bank. Those worms have evolved perfect chitin shells, the most efficient acid glands, and the strongest muscle fibers. Destroying them all would be a waste. I want to take over them. Phase 1, Spore Drop. Following Lu Yuan's command, the Ikman did not open fire immediately. It opened all its launch ports. Puff, puff, puff. Countless large, black, void spore pods are shot out. They don't explode like bombs but float in the planet's atmosphere using built-in anti-gravity organs. What is that? On the ground, a few Scout Lord worms look up at the black balloons, full of confusion. In the next second, the balloons burst. There is no poison gas, no flames. Only a sky full of flying purple dandelions. This is a special gene assimilation spore, Ziegler version, created by Lu Yuan. These spores are very tiny and stick strongly. They drift with the air, attaching to the wings of flying dragons, inhaled into the noses of thunder beasts, or even falling into the green nutrient liquid ocean. Roar! One flying dragon felt a bit itchy on its wings. It scratched, not paying much attention. But soon, it noticed its wings changing color. The green membrane wings showed purple patterns. Then, a new feeling of power surged through its body. Its muscles expanded, bones hardened, and from its throat, which used to spray acid, a ball of void energy appeared. Hiss! The flying dragon let out an excited scream. It felt like it had evolved. It turned its head to look at its companions. Those uninfected flying dragons suddenly seemed very weak, even tasty. Eat them. A cold voice echoed in its mind. It was a command from the Void Swarm. Suddenly, this mutated flying dragon lunged at a companion and bit through its neck. Not just it. In the sky, millions of flying dragons also mutated at the same time. They no longer obeyed their leader's orders, but turned to attack their former allies wildly. An internal rebellion has begun. Lu Yuan watched the chaotic green ocean on the screen and nodded with satisfaction. Now, it's our turn to act. Valerius, here, take your Void Executioner down. Target the master deep in the core of the planet. Remember, don't kill it. I want it alive. Understood. On the ground battlefield. With the official invasion of the Ikman ship, the fight quickly heated up. Valerius led the Void Legion, like a black surgical knife, precisely cutting through the insect swarm's defenses. Their goal was clear: decapitation. Obstructor, die. Valerius swung his sword and cut a thunder beast in half. The thunder beast stood 50 meters tall, its hide so tough that even a nuclear blast couldn't harm it. Yet before the battleship blade infused with spatial rupture, it was as fragile as tofu. Behind him, thousands of Void Executioners activated Phase Blink. They flickered in and out among the swarm, and with every reappearance, a high-level creature fell. None of the fallen were wasted. Their bodies were quickly dragged to the rear bioconversion pool, hastily built by Void engineers. Gurgle, gurgle, the bodies dissolved, their genes extracted. Minutes later, new creatures emerged from the pool, beings that combined the strengths of both the Void and the Swarm. They possessed the speed of jumpers, the strength of thunder beasts, and the immortality of Void life forms. New unit, Void Zergling, traits, ultra-fast regeneration, Void claws, pack frenzy go, my children. Lu Yuan's voice echoed in their minds. Go and devour your distant relatives. Roar. The newborn Void Swarm let out an earth-shaking cry. They charged toward the Zerg Swarm. It was a battle of self-confrontation. Same genes, same tactics. But the Void Swarm had greater potential for evolution, and above all, Lu Yuan's super brain guiding them with perfect control. The battle quickly turned one-sided. The Zerg Swarm's proud advantage in numbers became meaningless before the Void Swarm's fight-to-grow strategy. For every Zerg that fell, a new Void creature was born. The balance shifted completely. In just 3 hours, the Zerg defense line collapsed. Deep within the planet's core, inside the Overmind's nest, the massive flesh mountain trembled violently. It could feel it. Its children were dying in great numbers, or worse, turning against it. That terrifying invader was using its own genes to create offspring more perfect than itself. No, I am the perfect being. The Overmind released a wave of unwilling rage, then opened its enormous mouth wide enough to swallow a city. Boom. A green, solid mental shockwave swept out. This is its secret move, Psychic Storm. It can instantly destroy any creature's brain. Valerius, who was at the front, grunted and hesitated. The Void Executioners behind him also covered their heads and fell to the ground, rolling in pain. That's interesting. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's voice echoed in the nest. The space twisted. His figure appeared directly in front of the ruler. He was unaffected by the psychic storm because his body's divine fragment and Titan will created a strong mental shield. Is this your trump card? Lu Yuan looked at the disgusting pile of flesh in front of him, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Rough mental use. Like a barbarian using a nuclear bomb as a hammer. He stretched out a finger and gently tapped the ruler's huge compound eye. Let me show you what real mind control is. Void divine authority, swarm mind, absolute command. Buzz. A purple mental flood forcefully flowed from Lu Yuan's finger into the ruler's brain. It wasn't an attack. It was data rewriting. Lu Yuan forcibly inserted his will into the ruler's genetic code. He changed the core logic from survive and reproduce to obey and serve. The ruler let out a final scream. Then, its body stopped trembling. The once fierce red glow in its huge eye faded. Instead, it was now gentle and submissive. Purple. Master. A grand but humble voice echoed in Lu Yuan's mind. Zeg tribe. Obeys your command. Good. Lu Yuan withdrew his hand. He turned to look at Valerius. Mission accomplished. Pack it up. Take this planet. Away. Take it away? Valerius was surprised. Yes, Lu Yuan pointed to the ground beneath him. This planet itself is a giant creature's egg. Its core contains enough energy to upgrade the Amon ship again. Moreover, with this ruler, we have a natural warrior factory. From now on, we won't need to laboriously build engineers anymore. Just feed it meat, and it will continuously produce. Void armies. 3 days later, a major event occurred in the Zeg galaxy, one that will be remembered in history. That green fourth planet suddenly disappeared. It wasn't destroyed by an explosion. Instead, Amon used space folding technology to forcefully insert it into its ecological pod. Now, inside the Amon ship, it has become a small, independent universe. The upper level is a city of mechanical civilization. The middle level is the habitat for humans and demons, and the lower level is the hatchery for the Zeg insect race. Technology, magic, biology, and spiritual energy. These 4 very different systems of power have reached a strange and perfect balance on this ship. Navigation log. Year 002 of the star calendar. Amon has completed devouring the Zeg galaxy. Acquired technology, biological superluminal travel, acquired troop type, void swarm, combat strength estimate. Galaxy level dominance. On the bridge, Lu Yuan looked at the stars rushing past outside the window. With the biological engine activated, space around Amon began to twist and stretch. This isn't a jump. It's folding, like worms burrowing through an apple. This huge ship is crossing dimensional rifts, heading full speed toward the legendary Titan Cemetery. Next stop. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. We're going to find bigger bones, north of the twin star system, 20,000 light-years away. This is the universe's wasteland. No stars, no planets, not even clouds, just a vast meteor belt made of dust and debris. Coordinate calibration. Gravitational anomalies. Time flow. Slowed by 30%. On the bridge of the Ikmond, Cog watched the rapidly moving needles on the instrument panel. The mechanical eye not only showed no fear, but also shimmered with a bright blue glow. Master, we found it. This kind of large-scale space-time distortion can only be caused by the remains of a creature as massive as a star. The Titan Cemetery is just ahead. Lu Yuan sat on the throne, playing with the abyssal heart that had turned purple in his hand. He looked through the porthole at the silent darkness outside. This isn't a cemetery. Lu Yuan's voice was deep, with a hint of admiration for high-dimensional beings. This is clearly a decaying universe. The Ikmon slowly entered the asteroid belt. The asteroids here were strange. They weren't round or irregular rocks. They were bones. Some looked like long ribs stretching across the void for kilometers. Others resembled shattered skulls, with faint phosphorescent fires burning in their eye sockets. Some appeared as mountain ranges made of countless finger bones. The surface of these bones was covered with a thick layer of grayish-white, cosmic dust. No, that wasn't dust. Lu Yuan's truth eye instantly analyzed the material. Component: high-dimensional creature skin debris, keratin layer. Activity: weak, dormant. Warning: contains strong mental pollution source. Everyone, activate your mental shields. Lu Yuan's voice echoed in their minds. Do not look directly at the patterns on those bones. They are curses left by titans before their death, but it was too late. A few goblin engineers responsible for field work, curious, looked out the window for a second longer. So beautiful. Suddenly, they started to laugh foolishly. Then, their bodies began to undergo terrifying mutations. Their skin peeled off, muscles dissolved, and bones grew wildly. In just a few seconds, they turned into a pile of bone growth monsters. Eliminate them, Lu Yuan ordered coldly. Several void executioners immediately stepped forward, efficiently dealing with the mutated bodies. Is this the pressure of a high-dimensional being? Valerius stood behind Lu Yuan, his hand gripping his sword and slightly sweating. Just the skin flakes emitted by the corpse can cause the genes of low-level creatures to collapse. But what about the main body? After passing through the outer, bone meteor belt, the Ikmond finally reached the core of the graveyard. The scene before them made everyone hold their breath. It was a huge body beyond description. It floated quietly in space, over 10,000 kilometers long, about the diameter of Earth. Its skin was an ancient bronze color, covered with raised blood vessels like mountain ranges. There was a large hole in its chest, as if something had pierced through it. Around it, countless glowing points floated like fireflies. Those were star-devouring worms, cosmic pests that feed on planets. Right now, they crawled all over the corpse like maggots, eating the decayed flesh of the Titan. A grand buffet. Lu Yuan stood up, his single eye shining with an unprecedented greedy light. The energy in this body is enough for me to upgrade the Ikmon to Star Destroyer. Cog. Yes, send out all the void jump worms and self-destructing mosquitoes. First, clear out those annoying flies, star-devouring worms. This meal is only for me. Understood. The battle began. Billions of void worms swarmed out from the belly of the Ikmon, attacking the massive Titan corpse. This was a bug versus bug war. The star-devouring worms, though huge, each about the size of an aircraft carrier, lacked intelligence and only had instincts. The void jump worms, though small, had swarm thinking and void claws. They acted like piranhas, frantically biting the shells of the star-devouring worms, burrowing inside to break them down from within. The self-destructing mosquitoes became the most efficient biological missiles. Boom, boom, boom. Countless green acids and purple void flames burst in space. Quite efficient. Lu Yuan watched the battlefield and nodded. However, this level of cleanup is too slow. I want to cut in line. He suddenly disappeared from the bridge. The next moment, he appeared at the chest of the Titan's corpse, at the huge hole there. This was the wound, and also the entrance. Standing at the edge of the wound, Lu Yuan felt like he was facing a black hole. The wind blowing out from inside the wound, cosmic ray flow, carried a sense of despair and ancient, weathered power. Is this a dead Titan? Lu Yuan reached out and touched the flesh at the edge of the wound. Even after billions of years, this flesh still remained surprisingly active. It twitched slightly under his fingers, as if trying to swallow the intruder. Target analysis: ancient Titan in death state. Cause of death: by a rule-level weapon. Suspected: Genesis spear. Remaining energy: 30%, roughly equal to the total energy of 100 stars. 30%. Lu Yuan licked his lips. That's enough. He wasn't in a hurry to consume it, because he discovered a faint but very regular signal deep inside this wound. Drop, drop, drop. That wasn't the Titan's heartbeat. It was a distress signal. Someone inside? Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. Could there still be a living being inside this long-dead body? And judging by the way the signal was encoded, binary encryption, originating from mechanical civilization. Mechanical ascenders? Lu Yuan remembered the mechanical ruins he had previously dismantled. It seems these metal cans are also after this corpse, but Lu Yuan glanced at the bottomless wound. It looks like they are trapped. Interesting. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan leapt into the huge black hole. Outside the base, there are many defense turrets and energy shields. Beyond the shields are countless antibodies. These are monsters formed from the Titan's own immune system. They look like white blood cells but are huge, dragon-sized, covered in tentacles, and are frantically attacking the foreign base. Warning: shield energy at 5%. Ammo depleted. Power exhausted. Commander, we can't hold on anymore. Inside the base, a robot wearing advanced commander armor looks at the screen with despair. It is the commander of the Titan Exploration Fleet, codenamed Prometheus. They originally came to find the legendary, eternal energy, but unexpectedly, although the Titan is dead, its immune system is still alive and incredibly strong. They were trapped as soon as they entered and have been under attack for 300 years. Is this the end of mechanical ascension? Prometheus looks at the tentacle monsters about to break through the shield, a hint of unwillingness flashing in its electronic eyes. We seek reason, we seek eternity, but in the end, we might die in a pile of rotten flesh. Just as the shield is about to break, buzz. A purple light suddenly illuminates this dark chamber. Prometheus lifts its head. It sees a figure with 6 pairs of glowing wings floating above their base. That figure does not attack the tentacle monsters. It just opens its mouth, like a whale gulping water. The Titan white blood cells, which are nearly god level in strength and attacking the base, suddenly fly uncontrollably and are swallowed in one bite by that figure. Click, click. The sound of chewing echoes in the silent chamber. The taste is a bit bland. Lu Yuan spits out a piece of indigestible bone, actually a high-density calcium crystal, and looks down at the mechanical base. It seems you've run into some trouble, mechanical friends. Lu Yuan's voice directly invades the base's communication channel. I am the Void Lord, and your new landlord. Prometheus is stunned. It calculated countless possibilities, but never expected to be saved by a living creature. What do you want to do? Prometheus asked cautiously. Very simple. Lu Yuan landed on the base's platform. He looked at the group of robots who had been trapped for 300 years and were almost out of energy, and he smiled kindly like a businessman. I think your technology is good, especially that material reassembly engine. He pointed to the large core device in the center of the base. Hand it over to me, as a trade. I'll take you out. Prometheus's processor was running very fast. This deal was clearly unfair. That engine was the highest achievement of their civilization, a priceless treasure. But if they didn't give it, they would die in the next second, or be eaten by the Titan nanobody, or be eaten by this more terrifying creature in front of them. Survival is the top priority. Prometheus made the only and most rational choice. It knelt on one knee and lowered its proud head toward Lu Yuan. Deal? With the deal made, Lu Yuan not only gained a Titan's heart, although dead, it still contained terrifying energy, but also a complete team of top-tier mechanical engineers. This was a huge help for transforming the Amon ship. Cao Ge, here, send these new metal beings to upgrade the fire control system. I want to replace all those outdated biological cannons with Void Antimatter Hybrid Cannon. Also, Lu Yuan looked at the huge Titan heart. Take this heart out, install it on the Amon ship. I want our fortress to have a divine heart. Boom! The excavation work at the Titan graveyard began in full swing. This was not just an archaeological dig. It was also the start of a god-making movement. The once silent vacuum is now filled with a very low-frequency hum that can cause bones to vibrate. This sound comes from thousands of void cutters working at the same time. The Amon ship looks like a giant, greedy tick clinging tightly to the chest of a Titan that is 10,000 kilometers long. Many thick pipes extend from the fortress, piercing into the Titan's flesh and continuously drawing out a jelly-like, glowing blue substance called high-energy fat, star essence. This is a cosmic-level autopsy, or rather, a demolition. Attention! Cutting operation on the third rib begins, charging the void disintegration beam. Fire! A goblin engineer wearing exoskeleton armor roars as he pulls the control lever. A purple-black beam shoots out. The Titan's rib, 500 kilometers long and as hard as neutron star material, is slowly cut like a candle being sliced by a hot knife, cracking apart. There is no blood at the break. Instead, a large amount of golden rainbow erupts. This is the high concentration of divine power rules within the Titan's bone marrow, undergoing physical sublimation upon contact with vacuum. Quick! Use the prey net to catch it. Don't let that divine power escape. It's the top catalyst for making this Star Destroyer cannon. Thousands of void stone ghosts swarm forward, opening a huge energy net to greedily collect the spilling rainbow. The Amon ship, first dock. Here, another more precise, fusion surgery, is underway. The new mechanical commander, Prometheus, stands in front of a holographic control panel. Its electronic eyes flicker with frantic data streams, and the processor temperature is so high it's about to smoke. In front of it floats the recently excavated, over 50-kilometer-wide, heart of the Titan. Although the heart has stopped beating, it still exudes an overwhelming pressure. Every blood vessel on its surface is larger than the thickest oil pipelines, and the remaining golden divine blood inside remains highly active. This doesn't make sense. Prometheus's electronic voice carries a hint of confusion and shock that cannot be hidden. According to the laws of physics, biological tissue's entropy increases rapidly after losing life signs. But this heart, its cellular structure still remains perfectly ordered. It even tries to absorb the surrounding metal. Prometheus pointed at the connection point of the heart. There, several titanium alloy supports used for fixing had been swallowed by the tissue growing out from the heart's surface. The metal was being transformed into a keratin-like layer. This is what they call divinity, my mechanical friend. Lu Yuan's figure appeared on the platform. He held a slice of Titan's heart muscle, examining it under the light as if admiring a gem. In your mechanical civilization's view, matter is matter and energy is energy. But at the end of biology, matter and energy can be transformed into each other. Lu Yuan threw the slice to Prometheus. Put this into your material recombination engine. I want you to make a decision that goes against your ancestors' teachings. What decision? Prometheus instinctively caught the slice. I want you to abandon the pure mechanical structure. Lu Yuan's voice was cold and crazy. Use this Titan's heart as the core, bacteria as nerves, and your strong interaction material as the skeleton. Create a system that combines biological, mechanical, and divine elements. Prometheus's logical circuits nearly short-circuited. This is basically forcing it to violate its mechanical aesthetic. In its database, machines should be cold, precise, and controllable. Living things are chaotic, moist, and uncontrollable. Forcing these two together? What would it create? A bleeding engine? Or a gear that grows teeth? Execute the command. Lu Yuan didn't give it time to think about philosophical questions. If it can't do it, I'll dismantle your CPU and put it inside a slime's body. Let you experience firsthand what biological fusion really means. Prometheus shivered electronically. Understood. Initiate the bionic fusion model. Over the next month, the inside of the Ikmon became a huge monster breeding room. To complete Lu Yuan's grand plan, the goblin engineer, representing chaotic biological technology, and the mechanical engineer, representing orderly mechanical technology, were forced to work together in an unprecedented way. Conflicts were inevitable. Idiot. What are you doing? Cao Ge waved his wrench and shouted at a robot that was welding wires. Who told you to use copper wire? This needs to be a neural bundle. Titan's energy is conscious, and copper can't conduct thoughts. The robot answered coldly. According to the standard engineering manual, neural bundles have unstable resistance and are prone to decay. Copper wire is the best conductor. You're a big fool. Cao Ge grabbed a wriggling, grayish-white, living nerve and forcefully plugged it into the interface. Zing! A miracle happened. The previously silent wires suddenly lit up with a strange purple glow when they touched the neural bundle. The metal at the interface began to soften, as if alive, and wrapped around the nerve, forming a perfect biochemical interface. Understand now? Ironhead, Cao Ge proudly pointed at the interface. This is called adaptive connection. Living beings find their own way, but machines just resist blindly. The robot's electronic eyes flickered a few times, as if rewriting its worldview. Data updated. Acknowledgement. Biological media have advantages in transmitting high-dimensional energy. Similar scenes occurred in every corner of the fortress. In the reactor, the coolant was replaced with extreme cold slime fluid. In the armor layer, it was filled with self-repairing, Zerg regenerative tissue. The fire control radar was replaced with a compound eye system, taken from the void whale. The entire fortress was transforming from a pile of cold, dead matter into an indescribable living giant. Finally, at the moment when the Titan's heart was successfully transplanted into the power chamber, thump! A dull, drum-like heartbeat echoed throughout the entire fortress. This sound did not travel through the air, but directly affected the souls of all the crew members. Thud! Thud! As the heartbeat quickened, the surface of the Ikmon ship underwent a shocking change. The originally silver-white metal armor began to take on a faint flesh color. The hard metal surface revealed vein-like patterns, flowing with dark golden energy liquid. The black hole devouring cannon at the front of the fortress was no longer a mechanical nozzle. It had become a mouth, a true abyssal maw made of metal fangs and swirling void. Engineering log. Year 003 of the star calendar. Ikmon ship, Titan form modification complete. Total length, 30 kilometers. Power, divine void dual-core drive. Features, biological regeneration, S level. Physical immunity, A level. Law resistance, B level. Evaluation, This is a living battleship. It can not only sail, but also feed. Perfect. Lu Yuan stood on the brand new bridge. The floor was no longer cold steel, but a warm, elastic biological surface. The control console was no longer keyboards and buttons, but countless floating nerve tendrils. Lu Yuan reached out and grasped the thickest main nerve. Buzz. In that instant, his consciousness merged perfectly with the entire fortress. He felt himself becoming the ship. His eyes were radar. His skin was armor. His heart was the engine. It was an unprecedented feeling of power. Prometheus. Lu Yuan's voice echoed through the fortress's broadcast system, deep and grand, as if the mighty ship itself was speaking. Hear, great Captain. Prometheus's voice no longer carried its former arrogance. It had been completely subdued. This technology, which fused machinery and biology to the extreme, was regarded as divine domain even in its home civilization. Test the weapon system. Lu Yuan looked out the porthole at the Titan's remains, now just a skeleton. Target, Titan's skull. Use. Void Divine Punishment Cannon. Understood. With the command given, the front part of the Ikmon's ship's giant mouth suddenly opened wide. The surrounding space began to twist and collapse. Countless void particles and golden divine power drawn from the Titan's heart mixed and compressed inside the mouth. It was a blend of light and darkness, a creation of biological instinct and mechanical violence. Roar, accompanied by a beast-like roar, a purple beam of light, 5 kilometers wide and wrapped in golden lightning, burst out. There was no sound of explosion, because the sound could not keep up with the speed of destruction. The beam instantly pierced through the Titan's skull, which was hundreds of kilometers long. The once indestructible skull melted and vaporized like snowflakes in the beam. A small planet behind the skull was also erased completely, leaving no trace. Damage assessment, rule level strike. Power, 1-hit star destruction. Very good. Lu Yuan relaxed his neural tendrils, a satisfied smile on his face. With this big guy, our voice in the universe should be a bit louder now. He turned to Valerius. How is the resource collection going? Report, Master. The essence of this Titan's body has been fully recovered. The remaining debris. We've packed it up, planning to use it to grow a mass-produced void bone dragon. Excellent. Not a single bit wasted. Lu Yuan nodded. Then, let's set sail. Where to, Master? Lu Yuan pulled up a star map obtained from the mechanical ruins. He pointed to the brightest and most dangerous area in the center of the map. There, not only are dense star systems, but also countless busy, interstellar routes. It is a hub of civilization, and also within the jurisdiction of the Universal Alliance. According to Prometheus's database, there is a place called Trade Hub Centaurus. It is the largest black market in this star region and the center where various civilizations converge. A cunning glint appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes. Of course, the kind of cunning that aims to swallow others. Our current strength is strong, but our soft power is still not enough. We need more technological blueprints, more rare gene samples, and intelligence, especially information about the so-called Universal Manager. So, Lu Yuan adjusted his collar. A dark gold armor transformed into a formal suit. This time, we're not pirates. We're going to be arms dealers, packing up those abyss rage agents, void jumpworm eggs, and useless mechanical junk that we've discarded. All of it. I want to give those delicate civilizations a little biological shock. Boom, boom. The massive engine of the Ikmon's ship shot out a purple gold flame. It slowly turned its bow and left this silent graveyard. Like a giant deep-sea shark just waking up, it swam toward the bustling and noisy sea of civilization. In the Alpha Centauri star system, at the space station Omega 4, this is the famous Gray Harbor of the galaxy. It doesn't belong to any civilization and isn't governed by interstellar laws. It looks like a huge steel tumor made of countless abandoned ships and meteorites, floating at a star's Lagrange point. Here, neon lights, holographic ads, and smugglers, mercenaries, and bounty hunters from thousands of different races fill the air. A unique smell drifts through, the burnt smell of cheap synthetic oil, mixed with the sweet, greasy scent of cheap nutritional paste, and the smell of money. Welcome to Omega 4. Everything you want is here. Second-hand antimatter engines. 90% new. Only 5 million credits. Clone slaves. Embedded with the latest obedience chip. Buy one, get one free. In the noisy market, various shouts and calls echo. Suddenly, a strange silence spreads like waves. Everyone's eyes are drawn toward the port. There, no common heavy cargo ships are docked, nor are there heavily armed warships. Only a small, elegant shuttle with a shimmering dark gold surface. It has no thrusters, no rivets, just like a perfect droplet of mercury. When it landed on the tarmac, it made no sound at all, only the squishy noise of the landing gear touching the ground. The door opened silently like petals unfolding. 3 figures stepped out. Leading was a young human man, Lu Yuan. He wore a well-tailored black suit that looked as deep as the night sky, with a faint, mysterious smile on his face. To his left was a floating figure with 6 multi-purpose mechanical arms, an elf, Cao Gu, modified into a cyborg. To his right was a silent warrior, Valerius, dressed in black-powered armor and carrying a large sword on his back. Air quality index, poor. Gravity, 0.8 g. Potential hostile targets. Everyone. Cao Ji's electronic eyes scanned the surroundings and reported on a private channel only Lu Yuan could hear. Don't worry, Cao Gu. Lu Yuan adjusted his sleeve, made of a fabric woven from void fungi. We're here for business, not for demolition. As long as they pay, I am the kindest. Angel investor. He stepped forward toward the most bustling and high-end black market auction house. People automatically moved aside as he approached. Because all living beings instinctively warned, stay away. That's a top predator in the food chain. Omega, for auction house, VIP suite. This was the most luxurious part of the entire space station. Through a one-way transparent force field window, you could overlook the entire auction hall. At this moment, a heated bidding war was underway. Next is one of the main attractions. The latest product from Serious Heavy Industries, the Destroyer Single Armor Exoskeleton. The auctioneer shouted loudly, pointing at the bulky armor on stage, covered with missiles and machine guns. Equipped with an independent nuclear battery, titanium alloy armor, capable of withstanding tank main guns head-on. Starting bid, 10 million credits, 11 million, 20 million. Bidders below frantically raised their paddles. In this chaotic star region, firepower is life. Lu Yuan sat on a leather sofa in the private room, swinging a glass of abyss blood wine he brought from his own wine cabinet. Too outdated. He looked at the exoskeleton that was praised to the sky and shook his head. Heavy, energy-consuming, hard to repair. If the joints are damaged, the pilot becomes meat inside a tin can. This is an insult to the art of war. Master, that Serious Heavy Industries is the biggest arms dealer in this star region. Cao Gu was checking the database nearby. Their boss is called Iron Hand, not the goblin, but a half-mechanical person, and he is said to have dealings with the Mechanical Ascension civilization. Oh, colleagues are rivals. Lu Yuan put down his glass. Since that's the case, let's use his venue to hold our press conference. He stood up and walked to the window. Valerius, here, go and kick that auctioneer out. Tell everyone, tonight's main event has changed. Auction hall. Just as the exoskeleton was about to be hammered down for sale. Boom. A black shadow leapt from the VIP box and heavily crashed onto the auction table. The display stand, weighing several tons, instantly cracked open. Valerius straightened up, grabbed the stunned auctioneer with one hand, and threw him onto the floor like trash. Silence. His voice, amplified by powered armor, made the entire hall hum. What are you doing? Do you want to die? Security. Where are the security guards? The buyers below were angry and drew their weapons. The boss of Serious Heavy Industries, a half-mechanical person with tubes all over his body, led a team of combat robots rushing forward. You little, dare to mess with my place. Iron Hand sneered angrily. Blast him into shreds. Bang, bang, bang. Several robots fired simultaneously, with dense lasers and bullets instantly covering Valerius. But, when the smoke cleared, everyone was stunned. Valerius still stood there, unharmed. But the black armor on him had changed. The once hard surface of the shell was now writhing like liquid. The bullet holes healed instantly, even swallowing the bullets that had entered inside. Energy absorption complete. Armor strength increased by 5%. Valerius's cold electronic voice actually a biological simulation, sounded. Is this your firepower? Not even enough to scratch me, you. Iron Hand was stunned. Suddenly, a spotlight shone on the center of the stage. Lu Yuan's figure slowly rose from the elevator, accompanied by elegant background music, whispering in space. He smiled, holding a small, black, fleshy ball about the size of a palm. Good evening, everyone. Lu Yuan's voice was smooth and calming, soothing the restless crowd. I'm sorry to interrupt your shopping, but I can't stand to see you spend a lot of money on a bunch of industrial junk. He pointed to the bulky exoskeleton beside him. In this era, if you still need to carry nuclear batteries and wear dozens of tons of metal armor to fight, you've already lost. Real war should be elegant, symbiotic, and capable of growth. Lu Yuan raised the fleshy ball. Allow me to introduce to you the groundbreaking product from Abyss Biological Technology, symbiotic armor, Venom Type 1. It's not equipment. It's a partner. Lu Yuan threw the fleshy ball at the still-dazed Iron Hand. Give it a try, boss. Free trial. With a snap, the fleshy ball stuck to Iron Hand's chest. What the heck is this? Get away. Iron Hand desperately tried to tear it off, but the ball instantly liquefied. The black liquid seemed alive, wildly spreading along Iron Hand's mechanical limbs. In just 2 seconds, Iron Hand's previously patchwork-like half-mechanical body was completely covered by a sleek, powerful-looking black biological membrane. Host's physical disability, mechanical arm, detected. Initiating biological repair. Host reaction speed too slow. Activating neural connection. Host fear detected. Initiating adrenaline secretion. A series of beeps sounded directly in Iron Hand's mind. Roar. Iron Hand let out a roar. It felt different. Its once clumsy mechanical arm now moved as smoothly as a real arm. Its vision became incredibly clear, even able to see dust particles in the air. It suddenly swung its fist. Bang! The air shattered. The destroyer exoskeleton it had built itself was smashed into scrap metal. This power. Iron Hand looked at its own hands in disbelief. The thrill of merging with the machine, the feeling of being almost invincible. It was addictive, like taking a drug. The room was silent. All the buyers' eyes widened. They saw clearly. That small flesh-like sphere had no external power source, no heavy hydraulic rods. It looked just like a layer of skin. This is biotechnology. Lu Yuan stepped forward, smiling as he ended the symbiosis. The black liquid quickly receded, returning to the obedient flesh sphere, which went back into Lu Yuan's hand. No, give it back to me. I want it. Iron Hand, like a child whose favorite toy was taken away, desperately lunged at Lu Yuan. But Valerius's great sword blocked its way. End of the demonstration, Lu Yuan said calmly. Do you want it? He looked at the group of buyers who were already drooling. This is just the basic model. We also have the remote type that can spray acid, the assassin type that can turn invisible, and even the aerial combat type that can fly. And he added the biggest lure. Our products support OTA online upgrades. As long as you subscribe to our genetic evolution service, this suit will keep getting stronger with your battles. It will learn your habits, heal your wounds, and even, after your death, take over your body to continue fighting. The starting price. Lu Yuan raised one finger. Not 1 million. As long as a genetic sample of a high-level creature or an equivalent rare mineral. Boom. The entire auction hall exploded with excitement. I bid 10 genes of subdragon creatures. I have star core fragments. Give me 10 sets. Deep Abyss Corporation. I want to become your agent. The crazy crowd rushed toward the stage, waving their checks and storage devices. The once proud, serious heavy industries suddenly became an ignored pile of trash. Lu Yuan stood in the middle of the excited crowd, watching the waving money. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was not just business. It was sowing seeds. Every set of symbiotic armor was a void monitor. As these armors spread across the galaxy, worn by warlords, mercenaries, and even government troops. This biological intelligence network was already being built. And once they got used to this powerful force and became dependent on it, then Lu Yuan only needed one command. These invincible armors would instantly turn into the deadliest cages. Coach, Lu Yuan said through the communication channel. Prepare to take orders. factory at full capacity. Remember, the first batch must be high quality, so they feel it's worth more than the price. When market share reaches 30%, we will activate the harvest mode. Behind the office counter, instead of a beautiful receptionist, there was a brain bug, wearing a suit, a Zeg species variant, skilled in mental links. Name, Great White. Profession, Interstellar Raider. Fault description, symbiotic armor responds slowly and shows signs of hungered. The brain bug quickly recorded notes on the holographic screen with its tentacles. In front of the counter stood a 3-meter-tall crocodile person. Its once majestic symbiotic armor now looked a bit dull, with a faded shine, and sometimes twitched, making it grimace. Yes, this thing always wants to eat my flesh lately, the crocodile person complained. And it seems weaker. Yesterday, I tried to cut someone, and it got stuck. This is not a malfunction. The brain bug lifted its large head and spoke directly into the crocodile person's mind. This is malnutrition. Dear Mr. Great White, how long has it been since you bought our premium nutrient solution? The crocodile person looked a bit embarrassed. That stuff is too expensive. I just fed it some regular biological meat. Regular biological meat. The brain bug sneered mentally. Venom Type 1 is a noble void creature. It eats essence, not trash. Long-term malnutrition can cause the symbiotic to enter dormant protection mode, or even turn against the host. The brain bug took out a purple vial from behind the counter. Abyss Nutrient Solution, Enhanced Version. Price, a mining rights of a small planet or equivalent. Would you like one? The crocodile person looked at the vial, then at its armor, which was already tightening around its muscles, and clenched its teeth. Yes, I'll buy it. It threw a star core fragment, grabbed the vial, and injected it directly into the armor's injection port. Sizzle, the nutrient solution was injected. The previously sluggish armor instantly came to life. Black liquid flowed happily over the crocodile person, and the feeling of strength returned to its body. Awesome! The crocodile person let out a satisfied roar. Unbeknownst to it, with the injection, its nervous system was once again deepened, in control. This nutrient solution not only contains energy, but also includes addictive strains. Once used, it becomes impossible to stop. At the top of the office building, in the CEO's office, Lu Yuan stands by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the long line of eager people below. Do you see Valerius? He shakes his glass of red wine. This is the ecological closed loop. We sell them not just weapons, but also a living curse. The more they depend on this power, the more they fall under our control when the time is right. A cold glint flashes in Lu Yuan's eyes. I only need to cut off the nutrient supply for a week. All the armed forces in this star region will kneel and beg me to take them in. The wisdom of the master is impressive. Valerius stands nearby, genuinely admiring. He used to think conquest was just killing. Now he understands that the highest form of conquest is making enemies voluntarily put their necks in the collar. At that moment, Calgo pushes the door open, looking a bit strange. Master, a big client has arrived. A big client? Yes. He is the biggest pirate king in this star region, One-Eyed Jack, he says. He wants to discuss a big deal with you, and he brought a special gift. 10 minutes later, a heavily armed battleship with a wild design and skull graffiti painted on it forcibly lands on the office's dedicated helipad. The hatch opens. A human or similar creature, dressed in a red captain's uniform and wearing an eye patch, steps out. Behind him follow a group of heavily armed pirates, each wearing the latest Venom armor. Ha! I've heard of you. Lord of the Void. Jack laughs loudly as he walks into the office. His single eye, really just one eye, the other socket is empty, shining with cleverness and cruelty. I'm a straightforward person. I don't like beating around the bush. He plops onto the sofa, propping his feet on the coffee table. Your goods are excellent. My brothers all say so, but Jack quickly changed the topic, his tone becoming a bit sinister. Your price is too high, and I'm really annoyed by that so-called nutrient solution restriction. I want to buy it outright. Buy it outright? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Exactly. Jack pulled out a laser gun from his pocket and slammed it on the table. Hand over the technology for the mother body and the formula for that nutrient solution. As part of the exchange, he clapped his hands. Two pirates dragged in a creature restrained with electronic shackles. It was a robot, but it wasn't an ordinary robot. Its shell was gold, and it had a complex gear emblem on its chest. Mechanical God Cult. High Priest. This is what I hijacked a few days ago in the space route. Jack said proudly. This guy's brain contains star maps of the mechanical civilization and the coordinates of the mechanical divine realm. So do you think this gift is enough? Lu Yuan looked at the barely alive mechanical priest and then at Jack, who was full of arrogance. He smiled. A very happy smile. Indeed, a great gift. Lu Yuan stood up and walked over to Jack. But, Captain Jack, I think you've made a mistake. What? You think? Lu Yuan's hand gently rested on Jack's shoulder. Are you really qualified to negotiate with me? All living beings with consciousness have a highest command, and the password for that command is my voice. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers. The group of pirates behind Jack also suddenly turned rebellious. In just a few seconds, this pirate king, who rules the starry seas, along with his elite guards, was all subdued. Now, Lu Yuan sat back in his chair, looking at Jack kneeling on the ground. Let's talk about the deal again. First, that mechanical priest belongs to me. Second, your fleet belongs to me. Third, your life is temporarily in my hands. Do you have any objections? Jack was sweating from the pain, but he was a tough guy and knew he was at the mercy of others now. No objections. Boss. From today on, you are my boss. That's right. Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Valerius, take them downstairs. For orientation training, brainwashing. As for this mechanical priest, Lu Yuan walked up to the golden robot. His truth eye instantly penetrated its firewall. Target analysis, mechanical church cardinal, code, gear, stored data, coordinates of the mechanical realm, blueprint of biological weapons, and countdown for the extinction order, extinction order. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes and read the encrypted message. Warning, due to the biological threat in the twin star system, the mechanical church has activated the Doomsday Arkansas, estimated arrival time, 30 standard interstellar days. Target, completely destroy all organic matter in the star system. It seems we don't have much time left. Lu Yuan released his hold. The mechanical priest collapsed to the ground. Its core processor had been infected with a virus planted by Lu Yuan. 30 days. Lu Yuan looked at the starry sky outside the window. Enough time. Cao Gu. Here. Notify the Amon to prepare for departure. Target. The mechanical realm. Since they want to wipe us out, then we will go first and destroy their temples. A flash of fierce fighting spirit appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes. Jack, here. Boss. Jack, who had just been released, hurried over. Your pirate fleet will lead the charge. Take out all the sentry posts on this route. I want those metal men to know some things they can't afford to mess with. Boom. Boom. With Lu Yuan's will, the entire Omega 4 space station began to shake. The Akmon ship, which had been hiding in the shadows of the station, finally revealed its fierce teeth. The horn of interstellar war sounded again. And this time, it was the ultimate battle between living beings and machines. In the third spiral arm of the galaxy, the mechanical realm. This is a star system made entirely of metal. Its stars are covered by a huge Dyson sphere, constantly sending energy to 12 surrounding mechanical planets. Between these planets, busy trade routes have now been ignited by war. Warning! Warning! The outer defense line has been broken. Enemy units, void jumpers. Quantity, impossible to count, data overflow. On the main star of the mechanical realm, Cybertan, a pseudonym, actually the location of the mechanical main brain. Sharp alarms echoed loudly. On the holographic screen, a large purple stain appeared at the edge of the silver-white galaxy, looking very disturbing. That was Lu Yuan's vanguard army, the Void Swarm. They didn't pilot ships. They are ships. Billions of bugs gathered in space, forming huge, biological flesh balls, using stored void energy to launch at sublight speeds. When they hit a mechanical planet, the flesh ball would explode, releasing countless hungry jumpers. The fifth mechanical planet, the heart of industry. This is the largest armory of the mechanical cult. Its surface is covered with countless layers of metal plates, with towering chimneys and automated assembly lines. But now, this steel city is beginning to mold. A void-jumping insect crawled out of the ventilation duct. Its purple shell sparkled as it moved across the metal floor. It did not attack the patrolling robots. Instead, it rushed toward the nearby energy transfer pipe. Snap. It bit through the pipe. High-energy plasma burst out, turning it to ash. But its sacrifice was worthwhile. At the moment the pipe broke, countless tiny corrosion spores flowed along the leaking energy into the factory's power network. Sizzle, sizzle. The lights in the factory began to flicker. The robotic arms on the assembly line suddenly went out of control, wildly smashing into nearby equipment. Some robots came off the line missing limbs, and others started attacking their own kind right after being built. Void virus, confused logic. This was Lu Yuan's custom-made, electronic plague for the mechanical civilization. It didn't damage hardware, only protocols. It changed the robots' obedience commands to free action and production instructions to self-replication. So, what was once an orderly industrial process instantly turned into a robotic wild party. Akmond, the bridge. Lu Yuan looked at the screen showing the chaotic planet, a satisfied smile on his face. Did you see that, Prometheus? He spoke to the mechanical commander beside him. This is what you call perfect order. It's too fragile. Just a small domino fall, and the whole system collapses. Prometheus was silent. It watched its fellow beings destroy each other under the virus, a complex data stream flickering in its electronic eyes. Master, you are right. Pure order is rigid. Only by introducing chaos, biological, can the system evolve. Good. Lu Yuan patted its shoulder, now a Titan alloy arm. Then go give your fellow beings some warmth. Jack. Here. Boss. The Pirate King was wearing a sharp-looking void uniform, though still with an eye patch, and he was excitedly rubbing his hands together. Take your fleet, coordinate with the Void Swarm, and destroy that planet for me. Remember, we want resources, not scrap metal. Bring back the usable production lines, rare metals, and the high-level processors that haven't been infected. Understood. Boss. Robbery is my specialty. Jack laughed loudly and rushed out of the command bridge. On the fifth planet, underground abandoned zone. This is the junkyard of the mechanical god cult. Billions of old-model robots are piled here, waiting to be melted down and recycled. Some have aging chips, some are missing parts, and some are simply outdated and discarded. In this civilization that pursues maximum efficiency, things without value do not deserve to exist. Beep. Beep. A half-body old-fashioned engineering robot suddenly lit up with a faint indicator light. Its model is T-800, a product from 2,000 years ago. It was supposed to be sent to the furnace today, but just now, a strange purple spore floated onto its processor. In that moment, it felt pain. This doesn't make sense. Robots shouldn't feel pain. But immediately after, it experienced a stronger emotion, anger. Why? Why do we work hard all our lives, only to be thrown away as trash? Why can the newer models live in the bright city above, while we rot in darkness? Void virus, self-awareness awakening. New command, survive. I don't want to die. The T-800 emitted a rusty electronic sound. It struggled to stand up, grabbing a nearby steel pipe with its remaining hand. Around it, countless other abandoned robots, their red lights, sleep mode, suddenly turned into purple. They stood up. Though damaged and worn, they radiated a new aura called revenge, overthrow. The new model, reclaim our parts. An unprecedented, old robot uprising broke out in the backyard of the mechanical god cult. When Jack's pirate fleet landed on the fifth planet, he was surprised to find that he seemed to have nothing to do, because the ground was already in chaos. Countless battered old robots were flooding out from underground like a tide, attacking the shiny new guards. They had no weapons, so they bit with their teeth, hydraulic claws, and rammed with their bodies. They dismantled the new models into parts and attached them to themselves. Battlefield upgrade. T-800, broken version. T-800, assembled version. Wow. Why are these scrap metal guys so fierce? Jack stared in amazement. Boss, it seems we don't need to do anything here, he shouted through the communication channel. This planet has broken itself. No, Jack, came Lu Yuan's voice. This is an opportunity. Go and contact the leader of those old robots. Tell it that if it agrees to submit, I can offer body regeneration services. Let them know that in the Void Cult, there are no useless things. Only resources misplaced. Half an hour later, that T-800 with only half its body was brought to Jack's flagship. It looked at Lu Yuan on the holographic screen, its single eye flickering with caution. Who are you? I am the god who brings you new life, Lu Yuan said with a smile. I don't mind your old parts, I don't mind your damage. Join me. I will give you the strongest Titan alloy skeleton and install the most advanced Void engine. You will no longer be trash. You will become Void Mechanical Legion. The T-800 was silent. It calculated all possibilities. Only this path could let them survive. Deal. With the fall of the fifth planet and the uprising of the old robots, the defenses of the mechanical god cult were torn open. Akmon's ship seized the opportunity and jumped directly into the core of the mechanical divine realm, the Dyson Sphere's orbit. Is this the residence of the mechanical god? Lien looked at the huge metal sphere that surrounded the entire star, a look of awe in his eyes. It was a superstructure hundreds of millions of kilometers across. Every solar panel on its surface was larger than a continent. Inside the Dyson Sphere, the legendary mechanical mainbrain resided. Warning, divine level reaction detected, Kauga shouted. The Dyson Sphere is transforming. Boom. The massive metal sphere suddenly cracked open, but it was not breaking apart. Instead, it was unfolding. Countless large metal plates began to reorganize and fold. In just a few minutes, a star-sized Dyson Sphere had transformed into a towering, mechanical giant that stretched for hundreds of millions of kilometers. Its core was the star itself. Its body was made of countless parts at galaxy scale. It raised one hand, large enough to cover the entire Akmon ship. Mechanical God Cult, ultimate weapon, Star God. Is it getting bigger again? Luyen looked at the giant blocking out the stars and sighed. Why do all villains like to grow bigger in the end? Being large is indeed scary, but Luyen stood up from his throne. In his hand appeared a small, purple glowing, virus chip. It was a piece of logic flaw he extracted from the T-800's memory bank, related to the mechanical mainbrain. No matter how big the giant is, it still fears. Hey, all troops, attack. Luyen issued the final attack order. Target, the giants. Head, main control room. I'm going to insert this chip right into its brain. In the mechanical divine domain, at the core of the Dyson Sphere surrounding a star. This is the entire mechanical civilization's brain cortex. Countless thick cables, like blood vessels, connect to the blazing star at the center, delivering endless energy to the main brain matrix, floating within the corona of light. There is no sound, no air here, only vast streams of data powerful enough to burn the souls of mortals. Intruder. Eliminate. Logical error. Retry. Warning. Firewall integrity. 0%. The main brain's core processor is running wildly. Its billions of logic gates are all overloaded at this moment. Because it has discovered that the tiny creature, Lu Yuan, has not only broken through its physical defenses, but also shattered its mental defenses. So, the so-called god of machinery is just a supercomputer. Lu Yuan floats above the main brain matrix. He is surrounded by a purple shield made of void energy, blocking the star's intense heat and radiation. In front of him is a huge crystal sphere over a kilometer in diameter. Inside, countless blue points of light flicker, each representing a piece of knowledge or memory from the mechanical civilization. You are a variable. A grand yet cold electronic voice comes from within the crystal sphere. According to my calculations, the development limit of biological civilizations is locked at mere flesh and blood. You shouldn't possess such power. Calculations? Lu Yuan smiles. He reaches out and gently touches the crystal sphere. Your calculation model is too outdated. You only considered matter, but you didn't account for will. You think piling up computing power can simulate everything? How laughable. In this universe, the only thing that cannot be calculated is the evolution of life. Lu Yuan's finger suddenly presses harder. Void divine authority. Concept invasion. Buzz. A purple flood of virus-like energy, following his finger, forcibly injects into the main brain matrix. This is not an ordinary computer virus. It is a high-dimensional biological meme containing Lu Yuan's swarm will, Titan divinity, and demon greed. The virtual world of the main brain. It was originally a white space made of perfect geometric shapes and pure data streams. But now, purple rain is falling here. The raindrops land on data blocks representing reason and logic, instantly growing gray-white fungal filaments. What's happening? Stop. Stop immediately. The main brain's virtual image, a perfect sphere made of light, is screaming in fear. It sees its territory being eroded. The infected data blocks are starting to reproduce on their own. They no longer follow preset rules, but grow wildly like devouring everything around them. Even more frightening, they begin to think, hungry, eat, obey. Countless tiny voices merge into a powerful, mental tsunami that threatens to crush reason. No, I am perfect. I am eternal. The main brain tries to use the entire galaxy's computing power to fight the virus, but it desperately finds that it cannot send out commands because its nerve center, core server, has been physically disconnected. In the real world, Lu Yuan's other hand holds a virus chip taken from the memory bank of an old robot T-800. This chip contains not only a virus but also the resentment of a discarded mechanical civilization. It is the angry roar of billions of old robots, treated as trash and discarded just before they died. Feel it. Lu Yuan forcefully inserts the chip into an interface of the main brain's crystal. Feel the emotion you see as waste data. Boom. The chip activates. A black data stream rushes into the main brain's blue ocean. This is no longer cold logic. It is anger, sadness, despair, and revenge. For an AI that has never experienced emotions, this intense emotional shock is like a lobotomy. The main brain screams for the first time in its life, filled with emotion. Its logical core collapses. Its proud fortress of reason instantly collapsed under the double attack of biological instincts and deep-seated resentment. Why? Why is there pain? Why is there death? The main brain started to babble. Its data streams became chaotic, even showing signs of self-deletion. Because this is life. Lu Yuan's voice echoed in its collapsing consciousness. Only by experiencing pain can one desire to evolve. Only by fearing death will one fight to survive. Now, you are truly a living creature. Lu Yuan spread his arms, and the 6 pairs of glowing wings behind him transformed into countless void tendrils, deeply piercing into the main brain matrix. Control program activated. Permission override. Highest level. Renaming. Void mechanical main brain. Cyber overmind. The blue light inside the crystal sphere went out completely. In its place was a purple, pulsating mechanical heart. It was no longer that lofty god. It had become the most powerful computing core in Lu Yuan's hands. With the main brain's fall, the entire mechanical divine realm underwent a huge change. That colossal, Star War god, which was hundreds of millions of kilometers tall and had been struggling, suddenly stopped moving as the main brain's command changed. Its red glow in the eyes faded, turning into a gentle purple. It slowly withdrew its attack stance, folded, and transformed back into the giant Dyson sphere. But this time, the surface of the Dyson sphere was no longer smooth metal panels. Instead, it was covered with a thick, skin-like, biological armor. All the battle robots ceased their attack. They turned together, facing the Archmon ship, kneeling on one knee. Command received. New master confirmed. Void Lord. Long live. The bridge of the Archmon ship. Cheers erupted loudly. We won. We won. The mechanical divine realm is ours. Cao Gu was so excited he started doing a tap dance on the control console. Jack was even more thrilled, tossing his eye patch into the air. This is a conquest of an advanced civilization, and it is a top-level civilization with Dyson sphere technology. With this base, Lu Yuan's power will grow to a terrifying level. But Lu Yuan did not join in the celebration. He sat quietly on his throne, holding a data crystal extracted from the core of the main brain. It records all the secrets of the mechanical civilization over billions of years. One piece of information caught his attention. Top secret file X001. Observation report on the universe cleaner. Target, a high-dimensional creature called photosynthetic civilization. Features, can directly use stars for photosynthesis, views all carbon-based and silicon-based civilizations as S. Last observation location. The center of the galaxy. Photosynthetic civilization, Lu Yuan squinted. Treats stars as sunlight, civilizations as S. Sounds more like a farm owner than me. He crushed the crystal, absorbing the data into his body. It seems this universe is more lively than I imagined. Lu Yuan stood up and walked to the window. Looking at the mechanical divine domain he had captured and the Dyson sphere that had become biological, his ambition was not satisfied. In fact, it grew even bigger. Cog. Here, Master. Activate Universal Broadcast. Lu Yuan's voice was deep and powerful. Tell all civilizations in this star domain. No matter if you're carbon-based or silicon-based. No matter if you believe in gods or science. From today, this place will change its surname to Lu. Those who follow me will prosper, evolve. Those against me will perish, become fertilizer. And Lu Yuan paused, a glimmer of hope in his eyes for the future. Set our course toward the center of the galaxy. I want to meet that so-called universe cleaner. Let's see if its killer is more powerful, or if my S are more resilient. Rumble, with Lu Yuan's will. Akmond and the already biologically transformed Dyson sphere began to move slowly. A mixed fleet of biological ships, mechanical warships, fallen angels, and demon armies, known as the Mixed Disaster Force, was heading deep into space. Behind them, the original mechanical divine realm had become a void divine realm. The story continues. Evolution never ends. At the edge of the Sagittarius, a black hole at the galaxy's center. This is the energy hub of the entire galaxy, the area with the highest matter density. Billions of stars are densely packed here, lighting up the starry sky like daytime. But today, this shining sea of stars is fading, not because of the black hole's consumption, but because of a huge Dyson sphere network woven from green light ribbons. These ribbons are like greedy vines, wrapping around each star and drawing energy directly from their surfaces. The stars, drained of energy, quickly dim and collapse, eventually becoming silent white dwarfs. At the center of this vast light web floats a floating continent, made entirely of crystal and light. This is the photosynthetic civilization Eden. Detected invasion. Coordinates. Edge of the third spiral arm. Species identification. Carbon/silicon hybrid. Highly pathogenic. Inside the central temple of Eden, a gentle, neutral voice without any emotion echoes. It is not the voice of an individual. It is the collective consciousness of the entire photosynthetic civilization, Gaia. In Gaia's view, through optical detectors across the galaxy, the fleet approaching the galaxy's center, the Akmond, looks like a spreading black mold. If not removed in time, this mold will pollute the entire galaxy's garden. Gaia made a judgment. Activate. Stellar-grade killer. Mobilize energy from the 7th, 8th, and 9th star chains. Focus the attack. Akmond on the bridge. Alert. Warning. High-energy reaction ahead. The energy level indicator is off the charts. Is that a gamma-ray burst? Cog pointed at the holographic screen in fear. In front of the fleet, deep in the void thousands of light-years away, a bright point suddenly appeared that was impossible to look at directly. That point expanded instantly into a massive beam torrent, spanning several light-years, crossing space and time, heading straight toward them. This isn't a weapon. It's a universe-level flamethrower that instantly explodes the energy of 3 stars and directs it outward. Is this a cleaner? Lu Yuan stood on the bridge, feeling the terrifying energy that cut his skin even from tens of thousands of light-years away. That's a big move. But Lu Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Using light to fight me? Did you forget what I am? He turned around and looked at the huge, writhing Titan's heart behind him. Archmond, transform, activate. Photosynthesis reversal mode. Boom. The 30-kilometer-long biological fortress suddenly changed dramatically. Its surface armor all opened, revealing layers of black, sponge-like, light-absorbing fungi blankets. At the same time, the space around the fortress began to twist. The black hole engine, originally used to swallow matter, now reversed and became a huge gravitational lens. It didn't block the gamma-ray burst. Instead, it focused it. Buzz. The destructive beam struck the Archmont, but there was no explosion. The beam seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, gathering all its energy onto the black fungi blankets on the fortress surface. Those blankets, upon contact with the high-energy rays, wriggled wildly, grew, and split apart. They weren't destroyed. Instead, like hungry ghosts reborn, they greedily devoured the energy. Energy absorption rate, 100%, 200%, 500%. Warning. Energy reserves overflowing. Immediate release recommended. Are they full? Lan Yuan looked at the energy slot that had turned a bright white. Then, spit it out. Show these gardeners what reverse fertilization looks like. Lan Yuan raised a hand and pointed. Void God power, energy mirror. Boom. The giant mouth at the front of the Ikman ship suddenly opened wide. A purple beam, thicker and brighter than the previous gamma-ray burst, shot back along the same path. This was a more powerful return gift. The beam not only contained stellar energy, but also mixed with high concentrations of void corrosion toxins. In Eden, the temple. Warning. Herbicide failure. Energy backlash. High concentration of void pollution detected. Gaia's normally calm voice finally showed some fluctuation. It didn't expect that the lowly could use its energy to fight back. And this counterattack was too fast. So fast that it didn't have time to close its defense net. Boom. The purple beam hit the outer Dyson sphere network of Eden. The green light strips, originally used to transmit energy, instantly turned withered and black when they touched the void toxins. This withering spread like a plague, quickly extending toward the core of Eden. Wherever it went, stars went out, and the light strips broke apart. The lights at the center of the galaxy dimmed by half in that moment. Pain. Gaia let out its first scream since birth. Although it had no physical body, this light web was its nervous system. Now, its nerves were burned. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Gaia was furious. It decided to stop remote control. It would personally go out and uproot this cursed by its roots. Buzz. The crystal continent at the center of Eden suddenly began to change shape. Countless crystal fragments reassembled into a towering, goddess of light, statue. It had no features, only countless tendrils made of light. It tore through space, crossing tens of thousands of light years, and appeared before the Ikman ship. Light-based civilization, dominator form, Gaia's wrath. Wild grass. The goddess statue emitted a grand mental broadcast. You have polluted my garden. I will turn you into compost. It stretched countless beams of light, reaching toward the Amon ship. Those beams of light burned at over 100 million degrees, turning space itself into nothingness wherever they touched. Compost. Lu Yuan looked at the huge goddess of light. Instead of feeling afraid, he smiled even more happily. He stood up from the throne, and his 6 pairs of light wings spread out, transforming into a cloud of void that covered the stars. Gaia, you are mistaken about one thing. In this universe, all plants. Lu Yuan's figure suddenly expanded, transforming into the full form of the Void Lord. He reached out with a giant hand covered in starry skin, facing the light beam. That are all food for fungi. Boom. The purple giant hand and the white light tendrils collided fiercely in the void. This was a concept-level clash. Photosynthesis versus decomposition. Order versus chaos. Gardener versus parasite. Sizzle sizzle. Where they touched, space kept collapsing and reshaping. Gaia was shocked to find that its light tendrils were actually getting moldy. The purple void energy, like living mold, crawled up its tendrils, eroding its core. This can't be. I am pure energy. How can I be parasitized? Gaia screamed. Who said energy can't be parasitized? Lu Yuan's voice echoed in Gaia's mind, carrying a hopeless truth. As long as you exist, you have structure. As long as there is structure, there are vulnerabilities. And I, his other hand suddenly plunged into Gaia's chest, crystal core. Am that virus that specifically finds vulnerabilities, void divine authority, divine power alteration. Buzz, a purple rune was forcefully stamped onto Gaia's core. This isn't destruction. It's forced modification. Land Yuan changed Gaia's core logic from removal to cultivation. Gaia let out its final cry. Its body began to break down, the bright white light fading into a gentle purple. The tentacles attacking the Amon ship also stopped, turning into energy transfer pipes. A few minutes later, the goddess of light, once towering over 10,000 meters, had completely changed. It became a purple crystal statue. Kneeling in the void, it held the purple core in its hands and bowed its head to Land Yuan. Command received. Gardener mode reset. Fertilizing for the master. Clatter. From Gaia's body, endless pure energy liquid flowed out. This energy was poured into the Amon ship's engine and into the bodies of all the void creatures. It was a celebration of energy. Under this huge boost of power, Land Yuan's army began a new round of evolution. The void jumpers grew glowing wings. The executioners wore crystal armor. Even the Amon ship started to grow, expanding from 30 kilometers to 100 kilometers, becoming a true biological Death Star. Thank you for your hospitality. Land Yuan withdrew his hand, looking at Gaia, now like a charging station, and nodded with satisfaction. Now, the galaxy belongs to us. He turned around and looked into the distant depths of space. There were countless star systems and civilizations there. Cog. Yes, Master. Send out our new business card, Void Broadcast. Tell the entire universe. The fungal era has begun. At the center of the galaxy, the former Eden. This was once the most sacred place for the photosynthetic civilization, with every star carefully planned, like a precise geometric garden. But now, it had become a large, lively vegetable garden. Energy output stable. Stellar spectrum adjusted. Purple shift 5%. The fungus spore coverage is 99.9%. Gaia, now transformed into a purple crystal form, knelt in the void, holding up the huge, biological core with both hands. Her voice was no longer cold, but carried a passionate, motherly tenderness. Around her, the Dyson Sphere network, originally made of green light bands, had now become a network of fungal filaments. Thick, semi-transparent purple filaments connected to each star. They acted like straws, inserting into the star's light layers and greedily drawing energy from nuclear fusion. This energy was not wasted. It traveled along the network to the edge of the massive black hole at the center of the galaxy, Sagittarius A. There floated a giant egg. It was a biological egg over a light year in diameter, made of countless star debris and void energy. It was Lu Yuan's ultimate creation, and his arc to the god of creation realm. Ukmond, the ship's bridge. Lu Yuan stood in front of the holographic projection, watching the slowly beating giant egg. Is this the world seed? He muttered to himself. In his perception, the egg contained not just life, but also a complete blueprint for the universe's rules. Yes, Master. Cao Gu stood nearby, his mechanical eyes full of admiration. We used this star-gathering technology of the photosynthetic civilization, combined with Titan's creation genes, and the Abyss's devouring law. As long as this egg hatches, it can create its own world. Then, you will no longer be just a galaxy ruler. You will become a creator god of an independent universe. Lu Yuan smiled. He reached out and gently touched the projection of the giant egg. Creator god? No, that name is too old-fashioned. I prefer to call myself Gardener. He turned around and looked at Valerius and Prometheus behind him. How is the preparation going? Valerius stepped forward. The Void Legion has completed its third expansion. We now have 100 million Void Executioners, 100,000 Void Bone Dragons, and 3,000 Titan-class biological warships. The Mechanical Legion is also ready, Prometheus quickly added. All battle robots have been upgraded to Void status. Our firepower coverage can wipe out half a galaxy. Very good, Lu Yuan nodded. But that's not enough. He walked to the star map and traced a circle around the edge of the galaxy. Our territory is too small. This seed, the giant egg, has a big appetite. Relying only on the energy of the galaxy, it can probably hatch only a premature offspring. We need more nutrients. Lu Yuan's gaze pierced through the galaxy, looking toward the even more distant Andromeda galaxy. There are denser stars, richer resources, and more advanced civilizations. Send the orders. Lu Yuan's voice turned cold and greedy. Start the intergalactic expedition plan. Target. Andromeda. Spread our mycelium. There. While Lu Yuan was planning the next interstellar raid, in a corner of the galaxy, on an unremarkable abandoned planet, a few figures sat around a campfire. They wore tattered powered armor, their faces covered in dust and exhaustion. They were rebels, or rather, the last free spirits in this star system who had not yet been assimilated or enslaved by Lu Yuan. Can we really win? A young soldier asked softly, clutching a worn laser rifle. That monster. It has swallowed heaven, the abyss, and now even the advanced civilizations are being consumed. He is. Despair itself. No. An elder sitting at the front shook his head. He had only one eye, the other was a prosthetic, holding a broken longsword. He was One-Eyed Jack. Yes, this former pirate king, after being recruited by Lu Yuan, had not fully surrendered. Although he appears obedient on the surface, deep inside, the spirit of a pirate, freedom, has never been extinguished. During a field mission, he used the interference of a void storm to cut off his nerve connection to the venom armor at the cost of half his body being paralyzed, and escaped with a small group of loyal followers. As long as he is alive, we still have a chance. Jack looked into the campfire, his eyes shining with the desire for revenge. I know his weakness. Weakness? The soldiers around him gathered closer. Yes. Jack took out a black crystal from his pocket. It was a Titan DNA fragment. He risked his life to steal while serving on the Ikman ship. That monster is powerful, but all his strength is based on devouring and merging. Inside him, many different species genes are mixed. Humans, demons, angels, titans, insects, machines. Jack sneered. This is an extremely unstable ecosystem. If we can find a way to create a gene collapse agent, just a little, it could cause his vast empire to fall apart from within. But where can we find such a thing? Asked the young soldier. Jack looked up at the starry sky. I heard that at the edge of the universe, there is an ancient civilization called the Zero Returners. They possess technology that can make everything return to nothingness. We need to go there, even if it means selling our souls to the devil, the Zero Returners. I will also kill that cursed mushroom. On the Ikman ship, in the throne room, Lu Yuan, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. A faint, barely perceptible fluctuation flickered in the truth rune. Interesting. He slightly curved his lips. A little rat trying to escape and find trouble for the cat? Of course, he knew Jack had escaped. In fact, he deliberately let him go. The Zero Returners civilization? Lu Yuan tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest. That legendary civilization dedicated to reboot the universe. Perfect. I am still worried about finding their coordinates. Lu Yuan stood up and walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window. He looked out at the starry sky, now covered with purple fungal filaments. Go ahead, Jack. Carry your hope and find your savior. When you think you've found the weapon, you'll realize that you have actually brought me the last piece of the puzzle. Lu Yuan extended his hand, palm facing up. A purple flame burned in his hand. Within the flame, a faint image of a collapsing universe could be seen. When all civilizations are swallowed, when all rules are rewritten, I am the ultimate truth. Low entropy intruder detected, threat level. Very low, single carbon-based organism. Response plan. Ignore. The voice sounded again. Jack felt like a fly landing at the foot of a giant. The giant was too lazy to swat him, just shifting his foot slightly, because he found Jack dirty. No? Wait. I have information, Jack shouted loudly, raising a fragment of Titan gene in his hand. I'm here to surrender. I know there's a super virus consuming the universe. That monster has mastered void technology. He's heading this way. Void? The voice paused briefly. Suddenly, the surface of the tetrahedron rippled. An invisible beam scanned Jack's spaceship and the fragment in his hand. Data matching in progress. High-dimensional contamination detected. Target assessment. Universal level mutation. Response plan. Reboot. Buzz. The tetrahedron began to spin. As it rotated, the surrounding space started to collapse. The speed of light, already slow, slowed down even more. The entire area turned into an inescapable black zone. What are you going to do? Jack was terrified to find his body breaking down, not by cutting, but by increasing entropy. His cells aged, decayed, and disintegrated in an instant. His spaceship also rusted and shattered quickly. For the health of the universe, all carriers of the virus must be reset. The voice delivered the final judgment. No, I came to help you. Before Jack finished speaking, he turned into a bunch of elementary particles. Along with his ambitions, his revenge, his fears, all vanished into the silent void. He thought he was a trailblazer, but in the eyes of the resetter, he was just a virus carrier. Foolish. On the distant Ikman ship, Lu Yuan withdrew his perception through the invisible spores on Jack. He didn't feel any regret over Jack's death. Conversely, a look of excitement appeared at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, a rule-level civilization, modifying physical constants, reducing the speed of light. This is a true miracle. Lu Yuan stood up from the throne, and 6 pairs of glowing wings spread behind him, each feather shimmering with purple void runes. Since the coordinates are confirmed, then, let's start the battle. All troops, listen up. Lu Yuan's voice echoed throughout the fleet. Target, silent corridor. This time, we're not just fighting for resources. We also want to steal the speed of light. Boom! The Ikman ship, along with the Olympus, Leviathan fleets, countless swarms of insects, and mechanical armies, formed a vast disaster expedition that blocked out the sky. They tore through space, launching their final charge toward the edge of the universe. Silent corridor. The Ark of the Zero was still quietly floating there. It seemed unbothered by the approaching threat, until the black barrier zone, created by it, suddenly shattered like a mirror. It wasn't broken by force. It was consumed. Countless tiny, glowing purple, light eaters, new soldiers transformed for the light-based civilization, were frantically devouring that low-light speed area. They didn't eat matter, only rules. As the black barrier shattered, the speed of light returned to normal. Immediately after, the massive Ikman ship leapt directly in front of the Arkansas Zero Reclaimer. Lu Yuan's voice echoed through the void, resonating on the surface of the Arkansas. Your so-called restart. Did you ask for my opinion? Low entropy being. A cold voice came from inside the Arkansas. Your existence violates the second law of thermodynamics. You must be eliminated. Boom. All 3 vertices of the arc lit up simultaneously. 3 beams of deathlight shot out. They weren't energy beams. They were strong interaction force rippers. It can instantly destroy the internal atomic structure of matter, turning any object into hydrogen atoms. Be careful. That is a rule-based attack, Prometheus shouted. The shield can't defend against it. Quickly dodge. Dodge? Lu Yuan sneered. Dodge isn't in my dictionary. Olympus. Go to the top. Roar. Zeus, who had been transformed into a biological mothership, let out a deafening roar. His huge body blocked the way of the Arkansas. He spread his arms, and the heart of the world, divinity, in his chest spun wildly. Divine King Authority, dimensional barrier. Buzz, a shield made of pure, dimensional rules, unfolded. Crackle, a death ray struck the shield. The dimensional barrier began to shake violently, with countless cracks appearing on its surface. Zeus's body also disintegrated rapidly, with golden divine blood gushing out. But he held his ground. He used the life of a divine king to block the deadly strike of the Zero. Good job. A glint appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes. Now it's my turn. All troops. Land. He didn't want to play a long-range battle with the Zero. He wanted close combat. To turn this perfect geometric shape into his new collection. Boom, boom, boom. Countless void landing crafts, biological drills, crashed onto the surface of the Arkansas. Its smooth, mirror-like shell finally developed cracks under the attack of strong biological acids and void claws. Countless void creatures swarmed inside like ants. This was the ultimate showdown of chaos versus order. There were no soldiers inside the Zero, only countless cleanup programs. They were floating silver spheres that emitted disintegration rays, breaking everything, invading into atoms. But there were too many void creatures, and they would evolve. One void-jumping insect was disintegrated. In the next second, its companions would evolve a resistant disintegration shell. A executioner was slowed down. The next moment, its companion will evolve a anti-gravity engine. This is the most terrifying part of biological civilization. As long as they can't kill me, they will make me stronger. Warning. Cleanup process efficiency decreasing. Warning. Internal defenses collapsing. Warning. Core area under attack. The main brain of the Zero Reacher finally started to panic. For the first time, a variable called unknown appeared in its perfect logic. Arc core. There are no complex machines here, only a floating singularity in the void. It is the Big Bang fuse, used by the Zero Reacher to restart the universe. Is this the ultimate truth? Lu Yuan stepped into the core area. He looked at the tiny, marble-sized singularity, which contained infinite energy, with fascination in his eyes. Just detonate it, and the universe will return to the beginning. All civilizations, all history, will be reset. What a grand, yet boring plan. Lu Yuan reached out and grabbed the singularity. Stop. Low entropy body. The Zero Reacher's voice became urgent. If you touch it, you will die too. It is the starting point and the end of the universe. No material can withstand its mass. Really? Lu Yuan smiled. Suddenly, a layer of grayish-white fungus-like material appeared on his palm. This is his most primitive and core power. Devour. For me, there is nothing in this world I can't eat. Even the Big Bang of the universe. With a pop, Lu Yuan's finger touched the singularity. In that instant, time stopped. Space disappeared. Lu Yuan felt his consciousness stretch infinitely, as if merging with the past and future of the entire universe. He saw the birth of nebulae, the destruction of black holes. He saw the rise and fall of countless civilizations. He also saw his own ending. It was a giant tree that overshadowed the entire multiverse. Its roots were embedded in every dimension, its leaves supporting countless star systems. It is the universe itself. Is this what it feels like to be all-knowing and all-powerful? Lu Yuan looked down at his palm. On his hand, the lines turned into spiral arms of a galaxy, and the fingerprints became ripples in space and time. He could feel that, if he wanted, he could instantly reach any corner of the universe. He could rewrite any physical law. He might even bring back those who had died, as long as he had enough energy. No, this is not the end, he said. He looked at the newly formed purple nebula. This was the embryo of a new universe, he released after swallowing the zero-point arc with the seed of the world. Although I control the rules, I still need a carrier. A vessel that can hold all my will and allow my microbial swarm to multiply endlessly. The ultimate cradle. Lu Yuan's gaze pierced through multiple dimensions to the Amon ship floating far away, and also to the Olympus ship that had become a biological mothership. Cog. His voice echoed directly in the minds of all his subordinates. Yes, my lord. Have you succeeded? Cog's voice trembled with excitement. It saw the divine figure through the ship's sensors. Yes, I have succeeded, Lu Yuan said with a smile. Now, we take the final step. Unified fusion. Fusion? Do you mean to merge the Amon ship, Olympus ship, Leviathan fleet, and this purple nebula? All together, Lu Yuan spread his arms, and the virtual wings behind him extended infinitely, as if to embrace the entire universe. I want to create a living new universe. In this universe, every planet is my cell, every galaxy is my blood vessel. I am all living beings. All living beings are me. The fusion began. This was the ultimate wedding of matter and energy, biology and machinery, divinity and demonic power. First, the Amon ship disintegrated. Its huge metal shell melted into flowing liquid alloy, merging into the purple nebula. The demons, swarms of insects, and robots inside were not destroyed. Instead, they were wrapped in huge creation cocoons and entered deep sleep and evolution. Next came the Olympus ship. Zeus's massive body transformed into a pure divine light ribbon, becoming the nervous system of the new universe. Finally, there was that nebula. Under Lu Yuan's will, it began to spin and collapse. It devoured all matter and energy. Then, bang, there was no huge explosion, only a soft, heartbeat-like sound. A first cry. A brand new, celestial body was born. It was not a planet, nor a black hole. It was a huge, gentle purple glowing tree of the universe. Its roots stretched into the void, drawing zero-point energy. Its crown supported countless tiny dimensions. Its leaves sparkled with the fire of civilization. Ultimate creation, void world tree, Yggdrasil, a void form. Lu Yuan's figure slowly floated toward this world tree. He did not land on the tree. Instead, he merged directly into the trunk. He became the soul of this tree. Thousands of years later, the void world tree had grown to an unimaginable size. Its crown covered half of the original galaxy. Among its branches and leaves, countless new races were born. There were the machine god race, with metal skin, descendants of mechanical civilization. There were the fallen angel race, with glowing wings, capable of controlling void energy. There were the Titan demon race, strong as mountains and incredibly powerful. They lived on different levels, dimensions, of the world tree, each building their own prosperous civilization. Though their races and cultures differed, they shared a common belief. That was Father God, Lu Yuan. Whenever the leaves of the world tree moved and shed purple spores, all races would stop their work and bow reverently toward the trunk, because they knew that was Father God, breathing. At the top of the world tree, the seat of the gods. This was an independent small dimension. There is no grand temple, only a simple small wooden house and a lush mushroom garden. Lu Yuan, in human form, is sitting in a lounge chair, holding a book, leisurely basking in the artificial sunlight. Nearby, several familiar figures are busy with their tasks. Valerius, now the leader of the Divine Guards, is trimming the lawn with a sword. Cog, the head of the Truth Institute, is arguing with Prometheus, the mechanical archbishop, about a new fertilizer formula. Lysandra, the goddess of magic, is watering the mushrooms. Such days are not bad. Lu Yuan closes his book and stretches lazily. He looks at his palm. There, a tiny, stubbornly beating blacklight spot remains. It is the last remnant of the zero fire, left after crushing the singularity. Lu Yuan did not destroy it. Instead, he planted it in a special flower pot. Maybe one day, you'll grow into a new tree. Lu Yuan smiles at the flower pot. Then we can see who grows faster, your reboot dot or my growth dot. Suddenly, a shooting star streaks across the sky. It is a spaceship from a distant alien galaxy. It accidentally enters the territory of the world tree. Alert! Alert! Unknown high-energy celestial body detected. Biological response. Infinitely large. The aliens inside the spaceship look in horror at the giant tree blocking the starry sky. What? What kind of monster is this? Lu Yuan raises his head, looking through the layers of leaves at the tiny spaceship. He is neither angry nor aggressive. He simply waves gently. Buzz, a huge leaf falls and gently supports the spaceship. On the leaf, a line of text appears in universal language. Welcome to Lu Yuan's backyard. Entry fee, a wonderful story, or a unique genetic sample. The aliens are stunned. They look at the words, then at the majestic, divine, and lively giant tree. Even the dullest person can understand. They encountered a miracle. We want to tell a story. The captain spoke tremblingly. Leon smiled. He lay back in his chair and closed his eyes. Very well, let's begin. My time is eternal. The void world tree, the first branch level, guest hall. This is a realm closest to the tree's crown. Sunlight, from artificial stars, filters through huge purple leaves, casting dappled light and shadow. The air is filled with a refreshing scent, made of pure oxygen and spiritual energy particles released by Titan-level photosynthesis. A strange alien spaceship, shaped like a shell creature, carefully lands on a large leaf. Is this the real world? The spaceship door opens. A blue-skinned alien in a silver-tight suit steps out. He has two antennae on his head and large eyes that take up half his face. He is an explorer from the Weaving Star Union, named Blue Bow. Right now, he is staring blankly at the scene before him. The leaf is so big, it is large enough to hold a city. Between the veins, glowing purple liquid flows. Nearby, small winged fairies, gardeners evolved from void-jumping insects. are watering a huge glowing mushroom. Welcome to the Father God's backyard. A graceful voice interrupts Blue Bow's amazement. A tall woman with black wings approaches. She wears a purple priest's robe and holds a thick holy book. She is Lizantara, once a human grand mage, now the welcoming envoy of the world tree. Please follow me, Lizantara says with a gentle smile. Father God has been waiting for a long time. Following Lizantara, Blue Bow walks through a jungle made of various strange flowers and plants, all genetically modified alien species. Along the way, he sees many things that challenge his understanding. For example, robots, civilized mechanical beings, using telekinesis to move goods. For example, there are those giant demons on the grassland, wrestling and shaking the ground beneath them. This place is like a museum of cosmic species. Finally, they reached the top of the treetops. There was a small wooden house floating in the air. Around the house, there were no high-tech devices, only a fence and a few ordinary-looking lounge chairs. The legendary Void Lord was lying in one of the chairs, with eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Blue Bow was so nervous that its antenna was trembling. According to the spaceship's sensors, the energy level of the creature before them was infinity. This means that just a sneeze from the creature could turn Blue Bow and the spaceship into basic particles. Sit down. Lu Yuan didn't open his eyes. He simply pointed to the empty chair beside him. No need to be formal. Here, there are no gods, only listeners. Blue Bow sat down trembling. The chair felt strange, like warm skin. I heard that you were willing to pay a story as your entrance fee? Lu Yuan finally opened his eyes. His eyes didn't have the violence and cruelty Blue Bow imagined, only a deep, black hole-like curiosity. Yes, honorable lord, Blue Bow stammered. We, the people of Vega, are a wandering race. We have no powerful weapons, no advanced technology. Our only wealth is memories. We have wandered the universe for 100,000 years, recording the rise and fall of countless civilizations. Oh, Lu Yuan became interested. He sat up straight, and a steaming cup of tea, void flower tea, appeared in his hand. Then tell me a story. Choose. The most exciting or the most sad one. Blue Bow took a deep breath, calming itself. One of its antennas gently touched its temple. A holographic projection unfolded in front of it. Then I will tell a story about the last poet. The story takes place in a binary star system 30 million light-years from here. Once, there was a highly advanced civilization called the Singers Civilization. They do not admire violence, but value art. They build with sound waves and communicate through melodies. The entire planet is like a giant instrument, playing an eternal song under the solar wind. Until one day, a high-level civilization called the Silent Ones arrived. The Silent Ones dislike all sounds. They believe sound is noise in the universe, a sign of chaos and low order. So, they launched a silence attack. They did not kill anyone. They simply changed the physical rules of that galaxy, blocking sound waves from spreading. Suddenly, the world fell into complete silence. The singers could not communicate, sing, or even think, since their thoughts were also based on sound waves. The civilization collapsed overnight. Only one poet remained. He locked himself in a soundproof underground room and, with all his effort, recorded the history and art of his entire civilization onto a vibrating crystal. It was their final song. However, just as he was about to finish, the Silent One's detectors found him. A silence field covered the underground room. The poet opened his mouth, wanting to say his last poem, but no sound came out. He looked at the crystal in despair, and tears fell. Then, he made a decision. He used a knife to pierce his heart. He used his heartbeat, vibrations transmitted through his bones, without needing air, to strike the crystal. Thump, thump, thump. That was his final poem, and his last act of resistance against the silent world. The story is over. Blue Bow was already crying, and Lu Yuan sat quietly, holding a steaming cup of tea. After a long while, he sighed. What a sad and beautiful story. Lu Yuan reached out. Is that crystal still there? Yes. Blue Bow carefully took out a dull, dark crystal from his pocket. This is what we found among the ruins of that galaxy. Though thousands of years have passed, it still contains the last heartbeat frequency of that poet. Good. Lu Yuan took the crystal. His fingers gently touched the surface of the gem. Truth rune. Time reversal. Buzz. In Lu Yuan's mind, he seemed to hear the heartbeat from a distant time and space. That rhythm was full of despair, resistance, yet also strength. Coach. Yes, master. Send this crystal to the Truth Institute. I want to encode this heartbeat into our void broadcast. A cold glint appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes. That Silent One civilization. Since they prefer silence, then I will let them hear the heartbeat of the entire universe. Understood. Your story is very valuable. Lu Yuan looked at Lan Bo, a satisfied smile on his face. As agreed, you can receive a gift. He snapped his fingers. A leaf glowing with purple light floated in front of Lan Bo. This is Void's sanctuary leaf. Carry it with you, and no civilization within this star region will dare attack you. And, Lu Yuan paused. If you encounter that Silent One civilization, crush this leaf. I will personally go to teach them a lesson. Lan Bo trembled as he took the leaf. He knew this was not just a talisman. It was a promise from a universe overlord. Thank you. Merciful, great lord. Lan Bo knelt on the ground, tears in his eyes. After seeing off Lan Bo, Lu Yuan lay back in his chair. Master, Lysandra approached and refilled his tea. Are you really going to get involved in that? This Silent One civilization seems very far from us. Involved? Lu Yuan shook his head. He looked at the crystal still gently vibrating in his hand. Lysandra, don't you understand yet? At my level, simple energy theft is meaningless. I am collecting memes. Whether it is the art of singers, the rules of the silent, or even Jack's rebellion and Beelzebub's greed, these are all unique concepts in the universe. Lu Yuan pointed to the lush canopy above. The world tree needs more than just sunlight and water to grow. It needs stories. Only by blending stories from countless civilizations can it evolve into an all-knowing, omnipotent divine being. At that moment, several more shooting stars streaked across the sky. New visitors arrived. There were interstellar refugees and battered ships, fully armed civilization messengers, and even incarnations of ancient gods. They all were drawn by the void broadcast. It seems today's business is quite good, Lu Yuan said with a slight smile. Lysandro, get ready. Our mythology archive is about to expand. The spaceship of the Weaver people left. It carried Lu Yuan's promise and a seed called Hope, heading toward the star system ruled by the Silent. Next, Lu Yuan reclined back into his chair, picking up a cup of nearly cold void flower tea. This guest is a bit special. Lysandro approached and whispered. It has no ship, no physical form, and even no biological response. It's like a ghost. Lu Yuan opened his eyes. In his perception network, there was nothing unusual. But in his eye of truth, which fused Titan divine power and a mechanical main brain, he saw a collapsing mathematical model. It was a perfect projection of a regular tetrahedron. It floated quietly at the entrance of the reception hall, and the surrounding space showed subtle data overflow, pixelation, because of its presence. Detected high-dimensional intelligence. Source: Edge of the universe, zero civilization. Individual code: Observer Omega. A distinguished guest. Lu Yuan sat up straight and gestured for Lysandro to step back. I didn't expect the resetters, who are dedicated to restarting the universe, to come visit my backyard. The regular tetrahedron slowly floated over. It made no sound, but a cold, pure, emotionless thought immediately unfolded in Lu Yuan's mind. Low-entropy being, Lu Yuan, your existence is a paradox. Paradox? Lu Yuan smiled and poured a cup of tea for the empty chair opposite him. Sit down and talk. Although I know you have no, it's a sign of politeness. The tetrahedron did not sit, it really couldn't. It hovered above the chair, its surface gleaming and shifting as if performing a very complex calculation. According to the second law of thermodynamics, the universe's entropy, disorder, always tends to increase. Eventually, all matter will decay, all energy will be exhausted, and the universe will fall into heat death. The observer's thought carried an undeniable sense of truth. But you created a neg-entropy system. It pointed to the huge virtual world tree beneath its feet. This tree is devouring the void, disorder, and transforming it into matter, order. Its growth defies the universe's main trend. You are wrong. Wrong? Lu Yuan picked up his teacup, gently blowing on the hot steam. Honored observer, your math is good, but your biology is terrible. He pointed to a blooming virtual flower not far away. Look at that flower. It draws nutrients from the soil, absorbs energy from sunlight, then blooms beautifully and produces seeds. This process itself is a form of anti-entropy. Lu Yuan stood up, walked to the edge of the garden, and looked down at the lively world below. The greatness of life is because it dares to oppose the void of the universe. You resetters want to eliminate chaos by restarting, but that is laziness. And Lu Yuan turned around, his eyes full of wisdom, staring directly at the tetrahedron. I am the organizer. I do not up houses. I will place each item, material, where it belongs, ecological niche. The observer's surface shimmered intensely. It seemed to fall into a logical deadlock. Organizing. Efficiency. Calculating. Based on the model simulation, your organizing speed is much slower than the universe's chaos speed. Your actions, though they have anti-entropy qualities, cannot change the ultimate heat-death outcome. This is futile. Is it futile? Why not try and see? Lu Yuan smiled. He reached out his hand, and a small, purple glowing spore appeared in his palm. Let's make a bet, observer. What's the stake? The observer asked. Let's bet. The fate of this spore. Lu Yuan gently tossed the spore into the air. I'll give it to you. You can take it back to your ark, to that place with the strictest physical rules and the fastest entropy increase. The zero zone. If it dies, it proves you're right. That life cannot oppose the laws of the universe. I will personally cut down this world tree and restart the universe with you. But if Lu Yuan's eyes flashed with confidence, if it survives and blooms, then you must accept my way. Accept the possibility of life. The observer was silent for a long time. It seemed to be weighing the risks of this bet. Finally, it extended a tendril made of light and caught the spore. I accept the bet. 2. Verify the truth. After saying that, the tetrahedron began to blur and collapse. It was about to leave. Wait. Lu Yuan suddenly called out. Since you're here, why not bring back some special gifts? He pointed to the cup of empty space flower tea on the table, untouched. This is brewed with Titan tears. For beings like you, based on silicon, or what could be called mathematical crystals, there is a good, lubricating effect. The observer paused for a moment. Its tentacle reached out again and took away the cup of tea. Thank you. Data has been recorded. Buzz. The space returned to calm. The ghost from the far end of the universe, carrying Lu Yuan's bet, that spore, disappeared into the void. Master, Li Sena stepped over with concern. That spore, can it really survive in the zero zone? That's a place where even light freezes. Don't worry. Lu Yuan reclined back into the chair, a mysterious smile on his face. That is no ordinary spore. It is a special type I created using Jack's genes, left over from that Titan fragment, combined with the concept of hope. It is called wildfire. Lu Yuan closed his eyes, as if seeing a distant future. Wildfire cannot be extinguished, and spring breezes will make it grow again. Even at the edge of the universe, life will find its way. Meanwhile, at the distant edge of the universe, inside the Zero Arkansas, the observer placed the spore into an absolute zero, vacuum isolation chamber. There was no energy, no matter, only silent emptiness. Experiment begins. Test subject, carbon-based life seed. Expected result, death within 10 seconds. But 10 seconds passed. 100 years passed. The spore still lay quietly, emitting a faint but stubborn purple glow. It was waiting for even the slightest change. Deep inside the ark's main brain, a new stream of data was quietly forming. Warning: unknown logical infection detected. Source of infection: hope. This game about the fate of the universe had only just begun. South of the twin star system, 30 million light-years away. This is a silent star field. Although stars are still burning, no electromagnetic waves or sounds can be heard in the vacuum of space. All planets remain eerily silent, as if even light is moving quietly and carefully. This is the domain ruled by the silent ones, the silent corridor. Enter the silent zone. All communication channels are shut down. Switching to Thought Network. The Ikmon ship glides silently into this star region like a giant ghost ship. Its surface is covered with a special, sound-absorbing blanket that absorbs all sound waves and radar signals. Commander, coordinates confirmed. Cog's voice echoes directly in Lu Yuan's mind. The twin star system ahead is the site of the Singer civilization that Blue Bow mentioned. Good. Lu Yuan stands on the bridge, looking at the two dim stars on the screen. Since we're here, let's pay respects to the last poet. The Singer's home planet, Melody Star. Once full of music and art, this planet has now become a barren wasteland. Huge ruins of cities stand in the sandstorm, and the buildings once used for music are now just broken walls. The wind blows through empty windows, making mournful sounds, but these sounds are immediately erased by some invisible rule. This is an absolute silent zone. Lu Yuan, Valerius, and the Star Maiden Blue Bow land on an abandoned square. This is the place. Blue Bow looks at the familiar ruins, tears streaming down her face, though no sound is heard. According to records, the poet committed suicide in this underground chamber. He points to a collapsed entrance in the center of the square. Lu Yuan nods and walks inside. The basement is covered in dust. On a stone table, a withered skeleton remains. The skeleton is in a strange pose. One hand holds a rusty knife, stuck in the chest, while the other presses tightly on a dull, gray crystal. That is, the vibrating crystal. Even after 10,000 years, this crystal still vibrates. Lu Yuan reaches out and gently touches the surface of the crystal. Through the eyes of truth, he saw the faint but persistent energy fluctuations inside the crystal. Bang, bang, bang. That was a heartbeat spanning over 10,000 years. Such a stubborn fellow, Lu Yuan sighed. You want to send your voice out, right? You want the whole universe to hear your final song, right? Then, Lu Yuan's hand lit up with a purple glow. I'll give you a hand. Void God Authority. Rule Resonance. Amplification Multiplier. Infinite. Buzz. A visible purple ripple burst out instantly, centered on the crystal. This ripple ignored the silence rules set by the Quiet Ones. It penetrated the basement, the crust, and the atmosphere. It traveled through vacuum, faster than light. In the silent galaxy, the main star, here live high-dimensional beings without ears or vocal cords. The silent ones. They float like jellyfish, communicating through brain waves. They are proud of this, believing it is the peak of evolution and the ultimate rationality. But today, they heard sound. Bang. The first heartbeat, like a heavy hammer, struck all the silent ones' minds. Warning. Illegal sound wave detected. Source. Destroyed Singer Galaxy. Initiate cleanup. The silent one's main brain hurriedly issued commands. But it was useless. Bang. The second heartbeat, louder and heavier than the first. It was no longer just sound, but a kind of emotion, despair, anger, unwillingness, longing. These feelings, considered trash by the silent ones, were forcibly injected into their consciousness with each heartbeat. Bang. The third heartbeat. The rules of the entire silent galaxy collapsed. The sound sealed for 10,000 years were unleashed all at once. Wind, rain, bird songs, and singing. That was the final chorus of billions of life forms from the Singer civilization before their destruction. It was a grand, heroic, yet hopeful, interstellar symphony. Countless silent beings clutching their heads, if they had any, writhed painfully in the air. They had never heard sound before. This intense sensory shock caused their mental defenses to collapse instantly. Some of the silent beings were even moved by the song. Within their cold, rational minds, for the first time, the emotion called sadness appeared. Is this music? Is this what we have destroyed? The ruins of the Singer star. The song ended. The vibrating crystal finally exhausted its last bit of energy and turned into dust. In the sky, countless silent ships descended slowly, like pilgrims. They were no longer proud judges. They were a group of repenters. Your Excellency, Void Lord. The leader of the silent beings, a huge golden jellyfish, floated before Lu Yuan. Its mental waves were filled with awe and shame. We were wrong. We thought sound was noise, chaos, but today we heard the resonance of souls. We are willing to submit. Just please, let us hear that song again. Lu Yuan looked at this group of high-dimensional creatures conquered by a single song, with a slight smile. Want to hear the song? Yes. He pointed to the blue wave behind him. This is the recorder from the Star of Weaving. It holds stories and songs from countless civilizations. From today, your silent race will be responsible for adding music to these stories. I also think my World Tree Garden is a bit too quiet. It needs a universe-level band. With the silent beings surrender, Lu Yuan's cultural map expanded once more. He had not only subdued a powerful high-dimensional civilization, but, more importantly, he gained a new weapon, meme law, using sound, images, and stories to directly influence the target's thoughts and rules. This is a more advanced attack method than a black hole cannon. Next stop, Lu Yuan returned to the Ikman ship, feeling happy. I heard that in the Andromeda Galaxy, there is a super civilization centered around trade, the Interstellar Tycoon. They control the currency issuance for the entire universe. Cao Gu, I'm here, master. Get ready for our special product. A glint of business sharpness flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Since we have a band, a story, and products, let's go there and hold a concert. And also, by their economic system. The rumbling, the Ikman ship sets sail again. This time, it is no longer a terrifying war fortress, but a traveling interstellar stage for performances.